they're all going to go to jail. But since the three Hillarys,
I think that we're going to hear a lot of suicides, Joe.
yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of those. A lot
I
of those
think the
unsuspected
suicide train's
suicides.
pulling into town.
Oh
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
they'll be jumping out of windows, falling off of bricks. I mean, oh,
Accidents,
I tripped and broke my neck on this. Yeah, there's a
Remember that
lot.
one guy? That one guy was working out with like 70 pounds and he got choked by the bar.
It's you gotta love Hillary. I mean, I don't know how she gets away with half of what she does. Uh, a guy, I mean, people just love her, I guess, because I mean, Jesus,
That's
anybody
pretty
else out there?
badass if you're a hitman like that. You know what I mean? A hit woman, hit person,
A hit person,
assassin.
yes.
We'll just say assassin. If she was in the movies, people love that. They love women like that in the movies for some reason. But in the reality, it's scary. I think those guys have to be scared because they're under oath. They got when you're under oath, you're in court. It's a whole different story. And then they're afraid to say anything because these days there could be a text out there, there could be an email, there could be something out there that's going to incriminate them. That's going to be worse than if they sit there and tell the truth. So what was the truth? The truth is that they fabricated a document saying that Trump had ties with Russia, and they put it out there all over the place. They used the FBI, they use other sources to do it. I mean, this is huge, man.
Yeah, there's a
You
lot of
know,
people in trouble for it too. I mean, there's a
ob-
lot of people in trouble for it.
you've got
Yeah.
obstruction of justice, one thing, because of all the lies and deceit in between. But what about setting somebody up and stalking a presidential candidate? That's a huge deal, man. And she did that. She did that. She knew about this.
How she's getting away. I mean, her lawyer all but said, "Look, you did it. I mean, she did it, but she's going to get away with this. She's going to walk. I mean, maybe not. I mean, maybe something will go down and she won't get away with it. But right now, it looks like she's going to slide. I mean, it just looks
I'm
like
gonna I'm gonna pick my last name. I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna make a new last name. Michael Clinton. And I'm gonna get away with all kinds of stuff. Mike Clinton. Mike Clinton.
oh,
Mike Clinton.
here you go. Here's they got to even put that and put stories out on it already. Hillary Clinton to
I'll
avoid
have a
direct
petting zoo.
responsibility.
The Clinton Foundation petting zoo. Mike Clinton.
If there's even going to be
Pet
one of them
pet
left, I
Mike
hear that one's
Clinton.
going away. I think that their foundation's going bye bye. But
Well, you
they're
got
already on it.
Podesta. You remember Podesta, her campaign manager, and he was all into Satanism and whatever. They looked into his emails and they didn't deny any of that stuff. Of course, these guys use magic. They use all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's not unusual. They don't want it to
Hey,
come
Sean, how
out.
you doing, baby? It's you love you some.
All right, how are you doing,
Hey,
Joe? Hi, Michael.
no,
What's
we're just
happening?
talking about the future Empress Hillary Clinton.
Talking
It's
about
and how she never gets in trouble.
Hillary, the master assassin of the world, man.
The woman never gets in trouble. But here I found three articles since we've been talking. Hillary Clinton to avoid direct responsibility for role in disinformation campaign against Trump. Everybody's like, you
Plausible
gotta be kidding.
deniability, man. John F. Kennedy. That was the one thing that came up. Plausible deniability.
Well, but the problem for this is only in the Russian thing. This isn't about the tapping of his building or her friend inside the White House. I don't know where that's going to
It's
go.
just too much for them to delve into. Joe. They only have so much time. when you
Oh,
when
Mike,
you
Mike,
when you've
Sean,
committed
Mike,
all the crimes, when
I
you've
know.
committed all of them,
You
it's
have a
like the
lot
book
of
that Charlie Sheen put out. Everything I want to do is illegal. I mean that's kind of how it goes. At some point, they're not going to be able to catch you on all fronts.
yeah, man, it's noisy around here tonight, this morning.
I
Jesus.
hear
Sorry,
somebody
guys.
breathing hard. I thought that was just
No,
you
no, that's
excited to
Sean
see
down
me.
there. Sean's always excited to see us. Sean, Michael, Sean. I know y'all know each other from other
I know
shows we've done.
Sean.
Hey, Michael.
I was just
Yeah,
in Gettysburg. I was
I'm
just
I'm in
thinking.
the most haunted. Oh, really? Cool. We'll get there. But I'm
Yeah.
in the most haunted hotel in the state of Pennsylvania, the Hotel Conneaut,
Oh,
well, maybe
in,
you talk Hillary Clinton into
in
go one day.
Pittsburgh.
and we're
In in
doing.
Pittsburgh.
Uh, you be breaking up, baby.
I'm
He's
going. My
fading
friends
out.
get married.
Hello.
Uh, yeah, Sean, you frozen, baby. Something got you. The ghosties be
The
screwing with your
ghost got him.
equipment,
He said
man.
he was
I
in a
know.
haunted place,
He
and
done
all of a
been
sudden
got.
they got
Section
him,
up
man.
here.
Yeah. Live TV, the ghosties got him, people. We got live ghost busting going on here while we're doing the news. He didn't got ghosted.
So what's haunted about the place? What kind of occurrences happen there? Like What have people seen? What have people done?
I don't think he can. I think he's froze.
I don't think you can hear me.
Yeah, I
What's
think he's
that?
froze. Oh, there
Never
you go.
mind.
Now you can hear him.
I'm too lazy to
It's
repeat what I
I
said.
have bad
anyway.
Wi-Fi here.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can hear it. It keeps dropping you out.
Tell those ghosts to get some Wi-Fi in there.
It's I don't know, but anyway, I'm gonna get back to Hillary for a little bit because I don't know how do you get away with having a spy in the White House? I mean, if that was you and I, we'd be done been shot. We'd have been tried and executed
They'd
for
shoot me if I
treason.
tried to steal a Snickers bar.
I'm
let
just saying,
alone, let
man. I
alone,
mean,
let alone, like fabricating evidence against somebody to a presidential candidate to take them down. If you were to write it out and look at it on the wall, you'd say like, "Oh my God." Talk about a breach of justice and a breach of trust. And all these people who backed her up, the head of the CIA, the head of the FBI, all of them. Same thing for the Hunter, the laptop, right? 51 of them said that the laptop was bogus. 51. And so I mean, and these are all the same characters who are on CNN, MSNBC talking crap about Trump, going after him, all the same type of people. So we know what they're about. We know what they're about. We
yeah,
lost
it's kind
Sean,
of weird.
the ghost got Sean, folks.
Sean is being pro. I noticed this chick Jen said, if you kept her pictures of her with her husband and her family before she became the speaker, she's a little chunky thing. And I noticed she's been trying to get him pulled off the internet. They made a big deal out of it. She called some of the internet companies and asked them if they could take those photos down so they look bad. Now all you see is photos of her in the White House. It's hilariously funny how this is. It's just so you got to
It's
look up like her
it's
bio and
sad.
stuff.
It's sad state of affair that the culture of corruption has never changed, and it's just getting worse, and it's getting more ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as these Russians when you watch Russian state media saying that now. One guy said now this is just a rehearsal to go after NATO. Are you serious? The guy must not know what's going on in Ukraine because the Russians are getting their asses blown up. You know what I mean? I can't believe how easy those T-90 tanks explode. I mean,
Well,
it
they
just
identified that pop top. That's what they call it, the pop top. They identified that if you hit them right below the turret, it pops off. It just
and that's
pops
those
off.
javelins. The javelins were created just to do exactly that. I
But
love that. You know what? I hate it and I love it at the same time. The entropy side of me looks at that and says, "Wow, look at this freaking guy." Like you see the Russians running for their lives, and it was like such a done deal in the beginning, even before Putin attacked. Everybody assumed, we all assumed that that Ukraine was going to just fold, and here they are. I mean, even though their whole goddamn country's destroyed, they're still knocking the Russians back. Apparently, they lost a third of their operational fleet. A third, man, that's huge. But I guess we all thought they were big and bad, and this is the truth of it that they're really not. And they better be careful because Sweden might be able to kick their ass. They can't. They don't have any more resources. So now they're looking for people over in their 40s, men in their 40s, to join the army. They
well,
have a
you know what Putin said, 17 to 65.
You know what? 59, no, 49 generals have been killed. 49. That's a lot of fruit salad. Those guys have all those medals and everything.
I know.
Yeah, but whatever.
It's
It'll never be the same. And
so I don't know, but wait, who wrote that? Oh, somebody wrote in about. We're going to talk about Elon in a little while. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to talk about it. We're going to address that just a little bit.
Elon,
We're not going to let
Elon's
Elon.
Elon's penis,
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Yes, we are. We're going to talk about that in just a few minutes. Elon's
his
showing the video.
$1 billion member,
Yeah,
is
so we're
in.
gonna. No, this $200 billion one, but anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. Getting back, so I heard Hillary put out a statement about the war today. So y'all didn't catch that, huh? 'Cause I see only about half the media picked it up. So she put out a statement on how we're not doing enough to save the Ukrainian people. I'm thinking, she will do anything. I mean, she's just a media hoe to start off with, but she will do anything to get the media off of her. And I mean, I was listening. I mean, she pretty much sold her lawyer down the road. This poor bastard's going to jail. He's probably looking at 10 or 20 years. He's going to jail. His contact in the FBI, he's probably going to jail. And God help him if the GOP makes a big swing in the midterms and then wins 2024, a lot of people, a lot more people are going to go to jail. I didn't realize how many people went to jail last time around on all of this stuff with Hillary's servers and all of that. I didn't know everybody in server company went to jail. I was like, wow, okay. But the person who caused the problem, of course, Hillary Clinton, she didn't even get slapped. She
Nope.
didn't even get fined. And I know they're still investigating her foundation. Let's do the little quote thing, foundation. Um, but even if they find, you know what I'm worried about? They put her daughter in jail and not her, because her daughter's going to pay for the wedding. Technically, her daughter
Well,
paid
the
for the wedding.
foundation money is kind of, the foundation is kind of defunct right now because there's no new funds going
Yeah, it
in
hasn't been for a while. Yeah,
because
so
she's
it's
not
like
in
I said,
government anymore. She can't, it can't be bribed because she's not functioning as a member of government. That's the only time she made money is when she was being bribed. They say pay to play. It's bribery. That's just a nice way to say bribery.
well, Hillary is just such a. Oh God, I hate even going there with her. She's
She's not one to be trifled with, man. There's a trail of billionaires and millionaires and all kinds of cretins in her wake, like a tornado. So I mean, she is the epitome of that type of cutthroat politician. She rose to that point, and obviously she's Teflon. They talk about Teflon mafia members and that type of thing. This is so far beyond it. So,
yeah,
and
yeah.
she's in there.
So why haven't I seen anything about our president in Korea?
I don't know. I read a thing where he did a bunch of flubs, of course. You know,
Yeah,
mispronouncing the
well, I
name
knew they
before
went
he
to the
did.
Samsung factory and all, but I haven't heard anything more than that. It's
Yeah, he went there to support American jobs, supposedly.
yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with it. I mean,
He
it's
probably didn't even
just
know where the hell he was, man.
oh, so Jen Pinsey's going to work for MSNBC, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Yes,
I
I don't
believe
know
that, but you
exactly
know
what
what?
she's going to do there.
She got her job because they wanted a real iceberg in there. Somebody who was going to just stab people in the heart and not give them any kind of breaks. Also, not convey any kind of truth, lie their face off. She has no personality. People on TV need some kind of personality. No matter how much you hate them, the ones who are on air have personality. Even Rachel Madcow and Don Lemon, both of them have personalities, but you know that that one, oh, she has no personality at all. She just is someone you don't want to look at. And she wears red a lot. Redheads cannot wear red. It's just a thing. Red and orange are off limits. Off limits when you're a ginger man. You got to wear the
She's a
blue, you get
ginger.
the black
She's
or
the
some
ginger
white.
man. Yeah, we're gonna leave that alone. She's the ginger girl. It's Oh yeah, Chris, I did see that 9 shot. That was in Chicago, so it was 9 shot, two killed in front of a McDonald's. It was over two guys were fighting over something. I don't think it had
Fight,
anything to do with race.
fighting over
I don't
those
think it did.
chicken McNuggets, man. As people start killing each other, there's a lot of madness going on. Madness.
There is. No, Mike, I don't think it was racially motivated. I think it's just two idiots arguing about something. They just had a shootout.
In my very state
That's what it
here of New
sounds
York,
like.
you had a guy shoot a whole bunch of people because they're African American. You know, I
It's
mean, the guy was I mean, like the area that he comes from, Conklin, New York, is really, I'm going to describe it as lowbrow. I don't want to attack everybody there, but they probably don't have electricity to even listen to the show. So it's the people who would say, "I don't believe no COVID," and really
no
headstrong.
COVID. No
He-
COVID. Monkey
yeah,
breath.
real
Yeah.
headstrong, rebel flag waving type of mentality. Well, like I said, I'm not generalizing. I guess I am generalizing, but that's what you're likely to run into in Conklin, New York. It's just outside of Binghamton, and it's also a large industrial area. So, but this guy was, this guy's made threats. He made threats in school. He said he's going to do a school shooting. I mean, all the warning signs were there, but nobody ever does anything. It's also funny how they took him into custody alive. That's the one difference between white people and black people. If a black person commits a crime and they do that, they're not coming out of it alive. You know what I mean? The police will kill them. But these white guys, they just put their hands up and they kind of walk out and there's no problem. So, which is what pisses black people off. because obviously they're singled out. This guy singled them out. Went to Buffalo because there's a large black presence in Buffalo. So, and who would he shoot, man? Some innocent people, good people. People
Yeah,
who
he shot a
cared
bunch of
about
people
their
grocery shopping. I mean, come
yeah
on, give me
cared
a break.
about their community. The guy was a real piece of crap loser. Hopefully, gets some kind of jail room justice. I didn't just say that, but yeah, hopefully.
Mhm.
I don't condone that type of thing, but yeah, hopefully, because there's no death penalty in New York State, and there's no reason to keep this piece of crap alive, is there?
I see your girlfriend's in trouble.
If this was Texas, they
AOC.
would put him in the express lane for for execution. Put him in the express lane, you know.
Yeah, we can put a lot of people in express lane for execution. Let's be honest about it. No,
Yeah, but
Jimmy.
you know what? He knows he's going to go to jail and be locked up. He's with that white supremacy crap. He knows he's going to be in that group, and then however how many years he gets, unless they just stick him in a mental institution, and then if they go mental, they don't even keep him in there for that length of time. Sometimes just a few years until the board deems them good enough to walk out. But you got to be mental to do something like that to begin with.
So, what you do, you got to be mental about a lot of this. It's kind of strange. Did Sean ever make it back with us? Let me go find this. No, we didn't.
The ghost got Sean, man. He said it, and they
We
got
got
him.
proved. We got proved. Oh, I
I
see
think
Amelia was in the room. I just seen it. I was actually hanging out. And hey, Martha, see you in there too. It's
Amelia's the
no,
love of my life.
I've been
Everything.
traveling through all the news feeds while we've been talking.
It's
It's
amore.
it's amore. Well, I didn't have the chat thing open. I had something else. So now I got the comments open so I can see it. Yes, hello there, hello there, hello there.
When boy meets
We got all the
girl,
good-looking people in with us
is what
tonight.
they say.
Do not make me put you on mute, buddy.
John Goodwin, your host.
That's
This
Come on,
podcast is
sing it,
dedicated
Joe.
to the aspiring writer or artist and will provide inspiration and tips from top professionals in the field, along with contest winners and a few surprise guests. Today, we're speaking with Mike Jack Stumbos. He's a winner in Writers of the Future Volume 38, and he's got an amazing story, which we're going to be talking about, called The Squid is My Brother. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you for having me, John.
All right, so lots of things I'm very interested to talk to you about. First off is just your career as an author. So our audience is, for the most part, is aspiring writers or artists, and so they're interested in, how you got you started, what obstacles you had to overcome, and where you've gotten to now, and what you're looking forward to achieving down the road. So, just that, how did you decide that you were going to be a writer?
Yeah. I mean, I think like many, it's a long story that starts with a love of storytelling from an early age. I definitely grew up with Star Trek and Star Wars, and my first medium for storytelling was action figures. And I was always trying to find ways to make more interesting and more dramatic things happen to the action figures. And I had, three brothers, several cousins who were often saying, "All right, Mike, we need to get past the dialogue and get to the actual fighting portion." And I liked the dramatic tension, so that was me. And in terms of writing out my own stories, I started doing that a little bit more deliberately into middle school and high school. And at the age of 15, I was like, all right, I'm going to write a novel because I had read Stephen King's On Writing, and he said 2,000 words a day, you can get a novel done. And I'm like, cool. So I went in with no plan at all. And by the way, I do actually highly recommend this to a lot of the students that I do work with as a teacher and tutor, and I'll get to that later. If you want to write a novel, like sit down and do it. It's not necessarily going to be, a novel that will sell or a breakaway success, but it was a really good experience for me. And it ended up being a 240,000 word Leviathan that is very shelved slash trunked. I'm not planning on doing anything with it, but I did it. I wrote 2,000 words a day for a while, and I was like, cool, I can do this. And because I didn't really know where to take it, or whether or not I could get anything else off the ground if I wrote a novel, I started writing for theater because I knew theater groups. I was part of the Vancouver, Washington, and Portland, Oregon theater scene. And so I started writing plays, and I actually got one of my plays produced at age 17, and then kind of used that as a bridge into college, University of Washington, where I continued to write for stage. And so I wrote 17 plays, and I had 10 productions from things that I'd written. And that was really that was the start of a lot of it. But the plan was to become an English teacher because that also made sense in my head. I'm not sure if that was also inspired by Stephen King, but somewhere along the way that seemed to be the right progression. And so prior to getting my master's in teaching, I wrote a folkloric comedy novel based on a lot of the things that I was familiar with in theater beats. Self-published it. It didn't really go anywhere, but I was like, cool, I want to have this done. And then I started teaching, and that ended up being weirdly the biggest obstacle in my writing, because I got seriously stuck in full-time teaching mode for years. And so I spent like most of the next decade not really writing anything because I was a teacher. I was in the class, and then when I wasn't in the class, my head was still in the class. So so yeah, it took a long time for me to get back into the mode of I want to write and try to publish. So really the big movement toward what I've been writing recently and the Writers of the Future submissions was in the last 2.5 years. I I ran the numbers with my wife in terms of like, can I go to a more part-time teaching role or even substitute teaching and tutoring, still make the income that we need to, and have the time and more importantly the brain space to be able to do the writing that I want to do. Um, and so then I made that switch and I tried to make a deliberate commitment to do what it sounded like the professionals were doing. And I was like, all right, I'm going to write 3 novels a year and sell at least 3 short stories a year. This was summer of 2019. I had no idea how to make that happen. Maybe I shouldn't say no idea. I had very little idea how to make that
You
happen.
just need to talk to Michael Anderley, and he'll tell you how.
That would be great. Yeah. I met Craig Martell a couple months ago, so I had a discussion with him about this kind of thing as
Yeah.
well, which was very cool. Yeah, and so I set down that path, and did I succeed the first year of it? No, but I sold a couple of stories, like one in a charity anthology, a couple in like royalty shares, and then the next year I had my first pro sale, because I was writing stories like over and over and over again. Every week I tried to start a new short story and finish it by the end of the week, and I was trying to work on novels when I wasn't in the short story week mode. And during that process, I think I built up enough of the muscle memory that I was able to start sending these things in. And I mean, I could also go deeper into sort of the connections of how I found out about
Sure.
Writers of the Future, if you'd like.
Yeah.
So that one, I would actually have to credit. So Kevin J. Anderson and Superstars Writing Seminars of Wordfire Press. I'm pretty sure that every fiction publication that I've had was directly or indirectly through a contact at Superstars. And along with that, hearing about Writers of the Future, not just as a text that I would actually occasionally use as a teacher to like, have short stories that we could analyze in class. I had, this will sound very silly, I had no idea that it was something that was just like open submission for everyone. I'd vaguely heard about it and I assumed, okay, this is this like big elite group that you get invited into or something. And then people were telling me, no, this is like this free to submit quarterly thing, and it's judged blindly, which means that if you really make a big mistake and make a fool of yourself, it will never get back to you. No one will ever know. And that's one of those things that I remember being afraid of when I was first submitting short stories, even though it's a completely non-issue. If you don't make an impression, you don't make an impression.
Right.
But yeah, so then I reached a point with my writing and submitting stories where I was like, oh, this feels like just great practice for submission. And so I took my current favorite sci-fi story at the time and sent it in. That first submission was a semifinalist, and that meant that I, got to chat with Dave Farland, and which was wonderful, just to have that encouragement. And I was like, oh, this is a doable thing. This is accessible. This is not, this is not one in thousands. I'm setting some of my own odds, and I can work closer and closer to that goal and that deadline, which was it was a very nice thing to do. Yeah, and
That's one thing that
Yeah.
Kevin did, Kevin Anderson.
Mhm.
I mean, all the creators of Superstars were or are the contest judges, and then or having entered the contest. But most of them, like Dave and Dean and Kevin, Rebecca, they're all judges. And then there were, I know, like I said, Michael Anderley was one who was helped create it. He's been on the podcast, and he himself is a very strong supporter of Rise of the Future. But that was amazing. I attended Superstars for the first time this year, and how much Rise of the Future was part of that,
Yeah.
of the weave of Superstars, just from all the people that were either teaching it
Yeah.
or that were in there as attendees.
Yeah, I would say, especially in the last year, I've gotten the impression that in the science fiction and fantasy world, it's a very small world among the creators who are friendly and want to be helpful and have that pay it forward spirit. Like that world, I think, is really small. There are probably bunch of people in pockets outside of that world. But yeah, but a lot of the people who really want to support the industry and support each other and support new writers, especially, I think it's a very small world. So there's a ton of overlap between Writers of the Future and Superstars and Dave Farland's Apex Writers group as
Mhm.
well. Yeah, and that was excellent to see. Just like kind of that coming together of a bunch of different kind of people who really wanted to work together and help each other about something that we were all very passionate about,
Yeah,
in our delightful geeky ways.
exactly. That's great. So now you English teacher, full-time English teacher, part-time, writer full-time, in essence,
Mhm.
or at least major source of funding, minor source of funding. So now you're anticipating that at some point you're going to be able to totally cut the umbilical cord and not fly away and get lost in space
Yeah.
as a full-time writer. How do you envision that curve going for you right now?
I feel like I'm seeing it in the next couple of years, and a lot of it has been with the last 8 months. So let's see. I think it was in May when the Writers of the Future quarter 1 winners were announced. So it was May 4th, Star Wars Day. I remember that one.
Okay.
Star Wars Day was when it was announced, and and in the aftermath of that, I had a couple other stories that I sold at pro rates, and that summer I was picked up by Chris Kennedy Publishing. So that one was through, once again, this sort of overlap community of people trying to help each other
Superstars,
out. And yeah, and in Superstars, I was running a group called Nano Tribo. And it's like NaNoWriMo, but we were doing off-season 60-day events, and I've been running it for most of the COVID time because I was a teacher who understood online education, and I could run a Zoom room, and I could run like goal trackers and encouragement things. And I didn't claim to be an expert of publishing or even the craft side of writing, but I'm very comfortable, and I'm gonna toot my own horn. I think I'm pretty good at providing an encouraging space for people who are working on goals to come in and say, "Hey, here's what I'm working on today. Here's how far I am. Here's my next hurdle to get over." And then we would have some co-working time where we'd share our progress. And I think it was really helpful in the community. And it was through that I met my editor, Maya Cleve, who introduced me to Chris Kennedy and gave me an opportunity to pitch a science fiction series that was inspired by Star Trek. And that was this last August when it was picked up. So August 2021, I had a very frank conversation with the publisher. He wanted to buy the trilogy, and we basically phrased it in terms of like, okay, if we can get 3 books in and polished by X date, then we can do a rapid release. And we did in December, January, and March, released 3 books. And those have, I feel like they've done well. I don't actually have a lot of metrics to compare to because this is the first time that I've done
Yeah.
something like this with the publisher. But they have
We know
been
Chris Kennedy likes to
Yeah.
do that. He likes to do
exactly.
that cluster.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they've been doing well enough that he's greenlit me for continuing the series. So I'm planning out 4, 5, and 6, and I've been invited into a couple other universes in the Chris Kennedy Publishing Group. So I've got about 8 novels on the docket for the next 2.5 years that that I'm going to be working on, which is very exciting because the more I'm coming out with new content, the more the readers are being directed toward that backlist, and the more it's becoming feasible that this is going to be a major source of income. And so even now, I have moved into more of a part-time tutoring role, and I've started working with a private online academy. So I've moved out of public school entirely by this point, and I'm going to be teaching in the fall on a more regular basis with Aquinas Writing Advantage, teaching high school writing, so composition mechanics and their fiction writing series, which I was hired on. I was told very directly that it was because, I had some credentials behind me. I was now a Writers of the Future winner, so award-winning author, and I had a science fiction series that people could see was growing.
It's amazing how people don't realize the number of writing classes taught by writers. They might have a degree in English, but they've never published anything, or if they have, it's been some superficial thing, but they're not like actually having published something out there in the real world and had to sell and get real numbers.
Yeah. And actually, I will say, thinking back of the initial self pub that I did of the folkloric thing back in 2012, I did it because when I was a student, so middle school and high school, this may sound this may sound like a little bit annoying, but I was the kid who would talk to the English teachers and say, like, well, why are you teaching English if you haven't contributed to literature? And yes, I said things like that as a kid, and so I was a little bit obnoxious. I will admit that, but it was something
it's
that
so
stuck
true,
with me,
though.
and I wanted to, yeah, and I wanted to not be one of those teachers who was teaching a thing that I hadn't tried to participate in
Do as
some
I
way.
say, not as I've never done.
Exactly. Yeah.
Good. All right. So I want to transition over here a little bit to your story that's in Rising Feature Volume 38 because I was fascinated by it. I read all the stories twice, having proofread them. And the story, The Squid is My Brother, it's an odd sounding name, but it makes total sense having, gone through it and the whole thing of, I'll let you talk about it here, but it's an amazing story on this subject. For me, what really stuck on the subject of bullying and surviving it. So tell me about this, how you came up with the idea and a bit about without totally giving it away.
Yeah. So The Squid is My Brother is a science fiction story that involves a kid, a little girl who has been raised away from Earth on a space station where everyone has an alien symbiote attached to their spine because that is how they survive in the harsh environment. And then she's sent to Earth as she's referred to as a sort of transfer student at the time. That's what she's told. While something dangerous is happening out on the station, and she has to contend with going to a place where nobody has symbiotes, and that they're not used to that. And this is one of those stories that I wrote because I really needed to read it, and I'll kind of explain why. Uh, at the beginning of the quarantine and the COVID shutdown, so schools were just gone without any explanation of when they would be coming back or how we were going to support students or support families in between time. And so, I was a teacher involved in the school system, and we're talking, what, April of 2020, and everyone was in this kind of weird high anxiety mode where they didn't know what to expect. There was this massive fear of the unknown with a plague that people didn't know how advanced it was going to get or how deadly it was going to be as it spread through, and they didn't know when they'd be getting back to school. Everyone was kind of dealing with this new environment and this feeling of loneliness and this feeling of the unknown, and I really needed to read a story that dealt with these things and dealt with these struggles but also had some message of hope.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't find that story, and so I wrote it. And this was one of those things I had to have some access to it, and so that was what that came from. And I guess the secondary part of it, like, why would somebody write a story about alien symbiotes attached to people? Um, I have a habit of taking things that are usually in the realm of like cosmic horror, or at the very least sci-fi horror, rubbery monsters ish. Like, how can we make this accessible? How can we make this familiar? How can we make this potentially even adorable? And that's just something that I like to play with. A lot of ideas are inspired by those kinds of what ifs, and so those two what ifs came together, and I wrote this story about the struggles of an exchange student or a transfer student who's markedly different from the other students and having to deal with it. And a lot of the inspiration came from yeah, things that I have experienced or witnessed as a teacher or as a student or as a friend of other students in schools. And so bullying does come up as a strong topic. I'm not going to say theme because this is in no way in support of bullying,
Right.
but when somebody is notably different, and not just different, but a kind of different that we don't yet have a way of quantifying or understanding, we haven't come up with a good way of labeling it or dealing with it or even protecting it in some ways, then these forms of misunderstandings and othering and teasing is really damaging, and it's a very hurtful form of bullying because the person being bullied feels totally alone, and they don't have those kinds of supports that I feel like there are a lot of things that once we can kind of understand them, then we can put them into categories that make it easier to protect and help and support students who would otherwise be bullied. But sometimes in the early days or the unknown days of something, it's really difficult to provide that support.
Yeah, in your story, it wasn't just the kids.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
got the educators too that were
Yeah.
were unable to deal with something different.
Yeah.
So I mean, for me, it's really good. It wasn't like you're slapping me in the face with, okay, I'm trying to give you my message, and this is what I'm trying to show you.
Yeah.
But it was a great story, and this little kid, how how she comes to deal with it. And
Mhm.
I mean, her mom's a hero,
Yep.
you know, out in the space station. She's doing whatever she's doing. She doesn't know what she's doing, but she's a hero.
Yeah.
And everybody understands that, and so that's why, you know, the school, all people are like, yeah, your mother's a hero, but you gotta, you know, even how they relate to the symbiote on her back, you know,
Mhm.
calling it an octopus. It's not an octopus.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
was it Saturnian? Is that, or what was it that
Oh, so they refer to them as Neptunians?
Neptunians rather?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's the from Neptune station. So she
Right.
was raised on an orbital station around Neptune in a way that's like it's very briefly touched on as backstory, but basically she just has this thing attached to her back that has some amount of tentacles and interfaces with her so that she can better interact with the world. And yeah, so the I think the first exposure anecdote, somebody says, you put away the monster when, this alien creature sort of sticks a tentacle out of her backpack. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, that's good. So you answered the question of the inspiration of this, because that's like, what would have caused that to happen, you know? So
Mhm.
that totally makes sense on that. So now you have you mentioned that you started a series. You gave a copy of it to me here at the workshop, and I got through the first several chapters on it. So the first book here is The Signal Out of Space, and this is the first of 3 volumes that have been published so far. And it's amazing because, again, you've got a lot of times science fiction has, you got humans, how they tackle different things, and it's humans versus humans versus humans versus. Here, you know, and humans are known as the warring tribe, but you
Mhm.
got these other races, and they all have to work together to be able to defeat this other foe, which could actually, you know, create a problem for all of them. So this is it's a very interesting way, you know. It's, you said that you're inspired by Star Trek,
Mhm.
you know, so
Very much so,
it
yeah.
definitely got there, but this is not fan fiction
No.
by any shape or means. It's just that was inspiration of that type of thing where you got all these different races working together.
Yep.
So a little bit about that. Besides, yeah, well, I like Star Trek. You know, that this came to be.
Yeah, it pulled from definitely a few different science fiction and space opera inspirations. The comparisons that I've made are Star Trek in particular, like the Starfleet Academy, and then along with that academy, I thought of the Ender's Game Academy and sort of the mind games that the instructors will play with the kids who they want to they want to get the best out of them, but they're also very willing to break them down in the process. And then a couple others were the Expanse, which I actually hadn't read until writing the first 2 books from this. But once I'd read some of that, I was like, oh, this is a good comparison for like what kinds of people will like. And then another one that came out as a comparison when somebody read, one of my beta readers read this, and they were like, you should read A Long Way to a Small and Gray Planet. By Becky Chambers, because of the way that the different aliens work together as opposed to being always in conflict. And so those, I think, are some good comparisons for getting started. For me, I wanted to find a way to create more dynamics between the human and alien species other than just fighting or finding oh yes, they're just like humans but with forehead wrinkles. So I wanted to get beyond that. I wanted to find some ways to bring these species together and just kind of play with those what ifs and those archetypes of different kinds of creatures, cultures, societies, languages, and all of the ways that they might, find symbiosis, and also with the ways that they might clash.
But it's interesting you see
Yeah.
that. I also look at, just in general, not that we're all different types of races,
Mhm.
types of creatures, but on Earth, you've got all different cultures act not dissimilar to what you have going on there,
Mhm.
but even how, I think it was President Reagan that said it would require some greater threat to Earth that get everybody start working together.
Yeah.
You know, and then to that point, you've got everybody fighting. It still has that conflict that can be there, but it's subdued, or you have a greater purpose, which then gets everybody working together, who would otherwise potentially be enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. And there is some of that in the series as
Yeah.
well. And in particular, the human beings ally themselves with a species that basically says, hey, we have done some research on you. We've been observing you from afar. We can tell that you're really good at blowing things up. We need people to help us blow things up. And in return, we will help to fix your environment and give you interstellar travel. So that's where this initial alliance is made. And it's between
Paul
humans
Newman
and,
and
yes, Paul Newman. Paul Newman is one of the, yeah, between humans and a species called the teak. And the teak are basically like 4 foot tall hive mind cockroach shaped things. And that was one that I'm like, yeah, I'm going to take the hive mind insects who are usually the villains and I'm going to make them the humans' primary allies. And, in the brainstorming process and, kind of sending little scenes to alpha readers and being like, all right, what do you think of this? How would they interact with like this seems scary and disgusting? I'm like, okay, how do I keep the 4 foot tall cockroaches from being disgusting? I'm like, ooh, I will make them like smell like fresh laundry. And that's one of those weird comparisons that comes up. And so, yeah, one of the characters describes early on, it's like, the teak would be terrifying to anyone who's afraid of insects until you're in their presence, and then they smell like fresh laundry, and it's comforting. And I was like, this is a sense that's usually not used very often in describing species in science fiction,
never
unless it's in a
used.
terrible way. And I'm like, I'm going to use this in a positive way. But yeah, so the this fine crew group of species, I wanted to play with the space opera archetypes. I wanted to have, that big furry warrior species who's like kind of a cross between a Wookiee and a Klingon. I wanted to have the hive mind insect species. I wanted to have the cold blooded reptile species. And I wanted to do kind of my own spin on them and then just not have all of them fall into here is exactly how a Klingon would behave,
Hmm.
or and so that's what I do with the main characters in the This Fine Crew series. It's 4 characters of 4 different species, 1 human and 3 other aliens, and they're the main characters are each doing something that's a little bit atypical for their species. They're a
I
little bit
mentioned the
off the
name
mark,
Paul
yeah.
Newman, so
Mhm.
let's go ahead. So
Oh,
I don't
sure,
leave, so
yeah.
I don't have people just like going, "What?"
Paul Newman, yeah. So Paul Newman is the primary teak in the story. So the teak, the Jektik, which is their name as it's written in the book, and everyone calls them teak because it's hard to pronounce. They have names that are hive names that are basically a series of numbers and their home planet. And so when teak end up working with humans, they pick a human name, usually based on some celebrity who has been deceased for close to 100 years. And so this one in particular, who wanted to learn about humans and be like humans, has named himself Paul Newman. And Paul Newman is a lot of fun. He is somebody who always has the very best of intentions, and actually doesn't really run afoul of anything when he's, usually when you have the best of intentions characters, they say something really dumb and mess up a situation. But no, this is somebody who has really good intentions and wants to learn and is going to just ask those questions all of the time to be like, oh, I heard you say this thing. I want to know about that. Please tell me more. So Paul Newman gets to be this sort of eager, wide-eyed, learning child character in the story, and is also, I think, the best lens for the readers to get to know the world. So that was very convenient for me and a lot of
Mhm.
fun to write.
That's great. Yeah, so I do a lot of podcasts, so I read a lot of books and a lot of different styles, and it's fascinating. I mean, with having read your short story that you put, "The Squid is my brother," and now reading your story here, you definitely like the action. You're definitely into not so much in The Squid is my brother, but in the Signal Out of Space. I think your main human character is just like he's a speed demon, and he's
Yes.
like he loves high adrenaline, and others who aren't used to it have to deal with that.
Yep.
So you're like, are any of these characters or anything that you do there are stereotypical, or you try to take something and just do your own spin on this type of a personality? How does that go? Because he's obviously, I wouldn't call him stereotypical, but he's very much, like I said, the speed demon. He's like
Mhm.
what I think of like special forces
Yep.
type of a guy.
Yeah. Um, so to tell you the truth, the human character, Darren Lidstrom, who grew up in Detroit about 100 years from now, in some kind of like industrialized auto factory society, who wanted more than anything to be a pilot. and to find the fastest ships and fly them as quickly and as far away as he could. Not necessarily to escape, but like just he wants to do this in kind of
A
that
need
kind of
for
adrenaline
speed.
junkie. Tell you the truth, he was most inspired by my father.
Really?
So yeah, so my dad, my dad has he has he has certainly mellowed some on the adrenaline junkie, but every now and again he'll tell stories about things that he was doing when he was younger, or even some things that he wants to do. But he was somebody who chose his college because of the ski slopes nearby. So he wanted to go as fast as possible. Had the motorcycle until he had his first kid and was like, all right, get rid of the motorcycle. But there was this sort of eagerness to be the fastest moving person, both physically and also in terms of like, I wanted to grow, I want to climb, I want to accelerate. That I really based on him. And my dad was also born in Detroit. Yeah, so my dad's first generation Greek American, and you know very interested in getting to know different people, but also wanting to be that faster moving, faster performing, find something to jump off of, find a ski slope to go down. Yeah, so and that was fun for me, right? And
Yeah.
just be able to kind of like dig into that psyche.
That was
Yeah,
amazing. Yeah.
and in a very positive way,
yeah,
Dad,
he's
if
a
you're
cool
listening to this.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's totally cool. So now on so how's the sequence go? So you got the first 3 books. Anything? I don't want to say okay, volume 2. Then as soon as I tell you about volume 2 is about, then all of a sudden you know what the ending of volume 1 is. But
Sure.
in a way that you can talk about how does the timeline move forward on the first 3 books of Fine Crew?
Yeah, so this Fine Crew, the first 3 books are mostly about the arc of these characters, these 4 aliens. I'm sorry, 1 human, 3 aliens. I guess they're all aliens to each other.
Yeah.
Who are cadets in the Interstellar Initiative and trying to advance and get long-term commission on these exploration vessels. And so the trilogy goes through that process up until their commission and being able to leave the solar system while things are going wrong in the process. So the signal out of space is at the Academy, Olympus Mons Academy on Mars, and there is a conspiracy going on there, and there is an unidentified threat that if they don't figure out how to deal with, it will destroy the budding alliance before it has a chance to start. The next book, A Rupture in Time, using some of the threads of this phenomenon they've discovered in book 1, there are some temporal mechanics that are in jeopardy. So basically, the possibility of looking into the future using this phenomenon they've encountered um, could potentially save them from a calamity that they're seeing in the future, and or could destroy them if they end up in a predestination paradox. And so during the next leg of their training, that is also kind of cut short in terms of, oh, we need to deal with this and or evacuate everyone from the training ship and go from there. And the third book, Seed in the Sky, this one is a little bit harder to describe without going into spoilers from books 1 and 2. But Seed in the Sky is very much a culmination of the things started in books 1 and 2. So dealing with the same phenomenon that was encountered in book 1 that gets a little bit worse and they deal with more in book 2. And then in book 3, after it seems like they've dealt with it in books 1 and 2, it kind of calls back to the original reason that humans took to the stars. So the war that they were involved in, where the Teak said, humans, come help us blow something up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing that they blew up isn't happy about it and comes back to Earth and is attached to this phenomenon they've been dealing with from the beginning. And so, Seed in the Sky involves a strange object appearing somewhere in orbit of our moon. So somewhere over Earth that quickly it grows big enough that it becomes visible to everyone on the planet, and is one of those things that is like, this could not just jeopardize the alliance or destroy an academy, but could overwhelm and pretty much obliterate everyone on Earth if it's not dealt with. And that becomes the thing that they deal with in Seed in the Sky. And the series from there is going to be more continuing missions. So I've in talks with my publisher. We're trying to set up books 4, 5, and 6 as easy entry points. So not
Okay.
necessarily as standalones. They will still be a trilogy, but much more. Here is an episode that you can get start to finish, even if you haven't read any of the others. So 1, 2, and 3, I definitely recommend reading in sequence. But 4, 5, and 6, we're trying to set up as an easy entry point, so that if any of those do like really take off and go big, somebody could start reading at what is
Yeah,
currently the
whatever it
most
is,
popular
yeah.
book and then go back to the beginning.
Well, that's good.
So yeah, that's
Is that
what I'm
a
moving
trend
forward.
right now to do that? Because a series is a big deal, and
Yeah.
especially selling 3-book contracts is like almost like the norm now.
Yeah, I've heard that it is a recommendation. Now, I don't actually have enough data to say if that is a growing trend, but I'd heard it as a recommendation. I'm like, that makes sense to me. I'll give it a try. And definitely after getting involved in Chris Kennedy Publishing, like I've been going to Chris as a mentor in this process, and he's been really helpful with kind of like those steps and guidance, and a lot of other people in the Chris Kennedy Publishing group.
Mhm.
So yeah, so that's been wonderful.
Yeah.
Mm,
No, I actually met him for the first time this year at Superstars. I was on a couple different panels with him,
yeah,
and seems like a really, really nice guy.
yeah, oh, yeah. He's definitely very driven to like do everything that he can for his authors to make sure that their books are as successful as possible, because and he'll also say in kind of that glib offhand way, it's like, yeah, what makes you money makes me money. and,
Well,
and
it's not,
that's
yeah,
totally right, but
it's
he's also,
totally
yeah,
correct.
but I feel like he's been really great to work with.
That's great.
Yeah.
So now, with respect to Writers of the Future, so how long were you entering the contest?
So the win was on my third time. So
Okay.
yeah, I had a semifinalist the first time. The second one was an honorable mention, and the third one was the
It
win.
was the win. So have you used any of the other facilities of the Writers of the Future, like the writersfuture.com? Because there's the blog, the podcast, the forum. Obviously, there's the contest and writing course.
hmm Yeah, so I've gone through the workshop. Yeah, really like the lessons. So yeah, the online writing workshop with David Farland, Orson Scott Card, and Tim Powers teaching, as well as the articles. So I've gone through that one, and I've also used the forum to some degree. But I feel like a lot of the interaction with the Writers of the Future group has been through some of those other overlapping support groups.
Mm-hmm.
One person in particular who's been a great help as just like somebody who's a few years ahead of me that I can talk to is Martin Shoemaker. Um, and I've been working with Martin every chance that I can get whenever he's talking about dictation and sort of like
Yeah.
getting out of your own way and being willing to do improvisation in your drafts. And so he's been kind of running a group event for that through the Apex Writers group, and I've been showing up to those whenever I get the chance and like picking his brain about it. And so yeah, so there are definitely a lot of overlaps in the Writers of the Future community.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that that's probably where I'm pulling most of the resources there. But I've also been finding myself when I'm working with other writers in different support groups, I will tell them about Writers of the Future as just a great way to practice writing a story and submit it, because you might as well. You've got nothing to lose, and it's a great way to learn and get comfortable submitting stories.
For sure, for sure. Now you said you did the online course and you like the videos. Was there any particular essay from Mr. Hubbard that you read that like stands out for you?
That is a good question. I really like the story of a hat. The
Oh
story
yeah,
of the hat one, the magic out of the hat.
Magic Out
There
of
we
the
go.
Hat.
Thank
Yes.
you. Yeah. Yeah, and when I read the opening of that one, and I think it was the Ben Franklin anecdote, the for
Yeah.
want of a horseshoe's nail poem,
Yeah.
and I started talking about like, all right, let's do that with another object, and this was also in association with, I think, the Orson Scott Card video of like 1,000 ideas in an hour. And I really like those because talking through that process of idea generation is super fun for me, and I always end up coming up with more ideas through those kinds of tasks. And
That article is one of Orson Scott Card's favorites.
Mhm.
In fact, he did a whole podcast interview talking about that
Yeah,
essay.
yeah, yeah. And I love Ender's Game. Those yeah, just great novel
Yeah.
to be able to dig into. I have yet to read the original short story, and I really would like to, just as a case study, to be able to compare them back and forth. And I have not found it yet, but I should figure out where to find the original short
Yeah,
story.
it's an interesting story. I think I covered it also on the interview I did with Tom Doherty, the publisher of Tor, because I think it was in Texas they met, and Scott asked for an extension because there was the other story that was first, which is maybe even Speaking for the Dead was the first one, and then Ender's Game came after that. But he wanted more time to actually to take Ender's Game and to make it more of a story to turn into a novel. So Tom gave him an extension on it before doing, I think it was Speaker for the Dead. And so there was over lunch they discussed it, and it ended up turning then from a short story to a novel. And there we go, one of the
That's
best science
intriguing,
fiction
yeah.
stories ever
Mhm.
written.
Wow.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's been a judge for 33 years
Yeah.
or so, 35 years. Yeah, so he's been definitely a good friend of personal friend as well as a great friend of the contest for a long time.
Yeah.
So with respect to like advice or tips to the aspiring writer, because that's who a lot of this audience is. So you're obviously an English teacher, so you've got a leg up on writing and grammar and punctuation and all that kind of stuff. In the final analysis, from your perspective, how important is that to get yourself launched? Is that a reason to stop writing until you get a formal education in all this stuff to be able to do that, or is it something that if you come up with a story, then someone else can help you, an editor can come and help you with that stuff? Like, I'm not sure how much you use an editor and how much it's like you're a one-man show now because you've got all this education under your belt.
Well, so I definitely do work with an editor. And I think for me, having taught English and having like read a lot of people's writing, mostly essays, but like, I've read a lot of people's writing. I've had opportunities to critique and workshop it with a specific end goal in mind. And I've also worked as a freelance writer doing nonfiction articles. I was writing for a subsidiary of Amazon for a while and doing informational articles for a site that was like Quora but never got as big. And so I really liked having those opportunities in the more academic writing to be able to kind of refine my craft and feel like I can reliably write 600 words on this, know that it will sound clear. That said, I don't think that a formal education is necessarily required to tell a good story. In my case, it helps the way that I like to analyze it, the kinds of things that I'm interested in, and the ways that I will structure plots or set up characters or look at planting theme seeds in the beginning of a story. I I will admit that I do that in a way that feels like an English teacher to me, and that works for me. But that's my method. I don't think that that's necessarily required for everyone, and I definitely think that most people who are interested in writing will find that they benefit from some kind of editor. Even if they have brilliant control of grammar and mechanics, they will benefit from some other perspective of somebody who's able to look at their story as a product to sell, because eventually it will be a product to sell, even if it came out of like a space of inspiration and it came from your soul. It should eventually be a product to sell if you're trying to sell it.
Sure.
And having that additional perspective from a professional editor is really helpful because they can address what things in your genre or style or previous things you've written, even if you've worked them for a while, are more likely to fit that sellable product.
Okay, good. Now I have a question. I haven't actually asked this of anybody yet, but every now and then I'll hear people say, write what you love, write what you love. Some people will say, well, I don't find anybody saying this, write what's currently out there, write to a trend. But what's your take on what you're writing? Like you said, you were inspired by Star Trek, but it's not Star Trek. So are you trying to write something that you think other people are going to like, or do you write something that you just enjoy writing, and then people, you're going to find people that enjoy that because there's some people that like that type of story, or how do you go on that?
Yeah, it's a good question. And it's a hard one to answer, I think, because I definitely have approached it differently over the course of the last however many years. By now, I'm working specifically with a publisher and on a series that I'm looking at as a product along with as a story. So I'm writing a story that I really enjoy. I do genuinely love writing these particular characters in this setting, which makes it a lot more fun for me. And I don't know, maybe eventually the series could go on long enough where I would decide that I'm getting bored of it. I don't see that happening yet, and I think as long as I'm no longer seeing that possibility, it will be awesome to write it as a product and as something that I love.
It's like Michael Angley with his Arthurian Gambit.
Yeah,
He just goes on and on and on, but they're just so much fun.
yeah,
You know,
exactly. But yeah, for short stories in particular, I think that it's a great idea for a short story because it is such a small commitment. if there's something that's fascinating you, that's gonna like, keep you up at night, trying to tease out this idea of how or why something could work on the page, great, write it. I mean,
Mhm.
you don't necessarily need to be planning on a product for a short story because it's such a small commitment that even just the practice of writing it could be super beneficial. You might write a story that you would never end up selling, but you learn something about yourself and about your writing process, and maybe it inspires another thing later. For something novel length, I think that if somebody is looking to publish, and this is, I'm of the school of thought that says that your first novel should be just for you and it's a practice thing. And if you end up publishing your first novel after however many drafts years later, good for you. But yeah, I think the first novel is a practice novel.
Yeah, many
Um,
actually established authors, they throw away your first 500,000 to 1,000,000 words.
right. Yeah. Yep. I've heard your first million words are practice, and some people
Yeah.
use less flattering words than practice.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and I think that's a totally fair way of looking at it. But at a certain point, if you're looking to sell a novel and you've already had some practice under your belt, then you do have to think about what kind of thing is going to fit whatever you're going toward in terms of genre market. I don't know which author I heard say this, and I don't think it's an uncommon thing, but they said that a lot of new writers either struggle with trying to follow a formula exactly, and if you try to do exactly what I don't know, we could pick any kind of science fiction author. If you try to do exactly what we'll use Michael Anderle is doing, you're probably not going to be able to churn out content as quickly as him or as effectively as him with the kind of marketing team or with the cover design. So it's not going to be picked up as well.
Mhm.
Or if you're trying to go entirely opposite, if you're trying to do something completely 100% original, then nobody knows you enough to have buy-in to something that's so weird and bizarre. And maybe lightning will strike. Maybe somebody will find that thing and show it to the right group of grad students at Princeton who will say, this is gold, we must make it a literary success. And okay, good for you if you're that one in however many million. um, but the advice was write something that is 85% the same as the leading thing in the genre that you're writing, and 15% you, 15% different or original. And that was something that I had not heard in those terms before I'd started writing this Fine Crew. But after I'd heard it, I was like, this actually seems really appropriate, because this Fine Crew does have a lot of space opera things that I think people would expect to find in a space opera. A lot of the basic plot structures and a lot of the species archetypes are pretty similar to a multi-species space opera like Star Trek, which will have the characters investigating some kind of scientific, or in some cases pseudoscience, anomaly, and figuring it out and resolving it in a way that doesn't get them blown up by the end.
Mhm.
But there are things that I'm playing with in terms of the character perspectives and the different, you know, culture of aliens approaches that are different and are things that I haven't seen or been able to read in other stories. And so it does feel like I'm following that sort of 85% of what people would expect, and 15% of something that's me. So that would be, I guess, the advice that I would pass on from whatever author I heard it from. And
Well, you're about ready to hear it from Oron Hubbard
mhm,
in the workshop. There's going one at the very end. You're going to be reading this article called Art, and in there he says that art is the quality of communication, and writing is obviously art.
yeah,
And he said originality can actually be the enemy of communication, because if you get too original, it doesn't communicate.
right,
People don't know what they're looking at, what they're, in this case, what they're reading.
yep,
So you got to have that. You can be original, but you've got to be able to keep in mind that it's a communication that you're actually delivering with your
yeah,
story. And so that's the senior consideration, is the quality of communication. So if somebody can understand what you're saying, and then you can make your own voice heard on that,
right,
then that's good. He doesn't say 85-15, but he
right,
does say it's that too much originality can actually make it so a person cannot understand what they're seeing, or in this
hmm,
case, what they're reading. So
yeah, I would agree.
yeah, so that's one of those principles or datums that comes up whenever I interview past winners. It is, even 20, 30 years, having since won, say, well, whatever number, well, art is the quality of communication. It's always stuck with me,
Yeah,
and it's so true what you're saying there. That's very
yeah.
observant, very astute there.
Well, and I would also say the same thing for The Squid is My Brother. That was one of those stories that I will admit there were some people in a writing group that I was part of who were also submitting to Writers of the Future who told me not to submit it because there were some things that it did that were a little bit weird and unexpected. And they were like, this probably doesn't fit the formula of a Writers of the Future submission. And I was like, yeah, but I really like the story. And I feel like it reads well to me. And if it's a rejection, that's okay. I haven't lost anything. So I'm gonna send it. And I think, the more I'm hearing different stories from other people who've won, because I already knew a lot of the winners from this last year,
Mhm.
and I've gotten to know them more since they've announced the wins, and we're able to chat about that. But hearing their commentaries, it sounds like they're coming at it from a similar approach, where they're not necessarily trying to follow what they think is an exact formula for Writers of the Future. They're aware of some of the genre expectations, and they're aware of some of the things that Dave Farland as the head judge particularly appreciated. But they're also telling something that is very interesting and unique to them.
Mhm.
They're not just following a formula for the sake of formula. And I think if you follow a formula for the sake of formula, even if you do it really well, I imagine that the furthest you can get is honorable mention.
Yeah, because originality is a key part,
Mm-hmm.
but it's got to be within a framework that we've got here. Because
Yeah.
I mean, our stories are pretty much all PG.
Yeah.
And we're not moralizing, but it's got to be something that's going to be appropriate for middle school on up.
Yeah. Well, and as somebody who's taught classes and lessons with stories from Writers of the Future volumes, I tend to look for ones that seem like they have something uplifting in them, even if it's not necessarily a beat you over the head theme.
Mhm.
That there's something that somebody can take away and be like, oh, this does give me some hope. This does give me some sense of joy. This gives me some sense of learning, even just vicariously through what the character's experiencing, and it's a positive takeaway.
Yeah, volume 37 was a bit more uplifting than ever before just because of the pandemic.
Mhm.
Dave was like very interested, like I just need to like put something out there that people just go like, okay, let's just take a chill pill here,
Yeah.
And but yeah, that's what originality is the key part of what judges are looking for. Carrie I had a podcast with her, Carrie English, the first reader, and we've got meetings that we do on like establishing, maintaining the voice for Rise of the Future. It's not like obviously no book has this is the theme of Riders of the Future. There is none.
Right.
It's just that's why we can honestly say there's something for any show of any taste in science fiction and fantasy in
Yeah,
any
I
Riders
think
of the
so.
Future volume. Because even if I love 1, 5, 7, I couldn't get into volumes numbers 3 and 6, but across the volume, there's always going to be guaranteed stories that anybody who enjoys science fiction or fantasy can be able to
Yeah.
enjoy. So now you've got the Squizman Brothers science fiction. This Fine Crew is science fiction.
Mhm.
Do you ever touch fantasy?
I do actually. My first professional sale, this was 8 cents a word plus royalties, was folkloric slapstick comedy fantasy. And that was another one where people were like, I don't think you could write a slapstick on the page. And I was like, but I think I did, and I think it works. Yeah, and that was a real Llewellyn Scone, and that was published in July 2020 in Galactic Stew with Zombies Need Brains. And I'm actually in another upcoming Zombies Need Brains anthology. And Ariel Llewellyn Scone is about a tiny Welsh village that needs to collect dragon tears to make the best scones anyone's ever tried. Um, and it's a completely ridiculous little like fable structured story where everything is going to go wrong for the main character, but in a distinctly funny way, just because of the convergence of how it goes wrong. And it involved a dragon and some folklore, and my mom's family is English, and I like pulling from that lore when I can. Yeah. So yes, I do touch some fantasy, but I think I tend to lean a little bit more either folkloric fantasy, or I will tap into sort of like the urban fantasy and a little bit of a cheeky way. So one of the stories that novella that I sold was Clarence Hemlock, Computer Wizard, and it's very inspired by the structure of a Dresden Files or Iron Druid story, but from the point of view of a wizard who works as a computer repairman in like a strip mall kiosk. People give him their laptops, he takes it behind a curtain, zaps it, and they're like, "Oh wow, how'd you fix it so quickly?" He's like, "Oh, just turned it off and on again." And then he ends up dealing with a baleful spirit that's trapped in a dead man's laptop. But I wrote that one because I'm like, I have no idea how they fixed those computers. There must be some magic going on there, and because in both Iron Druid and Dresden Files, they keep saying that magic mucks with technology, and I'm like, maybe there's a way around that. So
So you work to fix
yeah.
that problem. For aspiring writers, we're down to the last like 4 minutes or so here
Okay.
now. So with respect to aspiring writers, what advice would you have for them based upon what you've had to go through, overcome, maybe even some of your most severe hurdles that almost stopped you, but you're able to like pursue it regardless?
Yeah. One that I've been telling a lot of people lately, because I've had people ask me sort of how to get connected with people that can, help you get your stuff published. I've been very highly recommending that people find not only writing groups, but people who are like a couple steps ahead of them. Like I think everyone who's an aspiring writer wants to reach out to Brandon Sanderson and immediately be his best friend. That's difficult. Brandon Sanderson probably has a lot of friends lined up. But if you're looking in your own writing community and there's somebody who's a couple steps ahead, is starting to sell stories and publish things, reach out to them. Ask, like, offer to beta read. Ask if you can like help promote their next book, be part of that process, and like learn from them as they go. That's something that I've been highly recommending to people because it seems like it should be an obvious step in retrospect. And it's something that was really helpful to me once I started doing it, and it very strongly coincided with me getting more things published and hearing about more open calls for anthologies. And yeah, so that's a big one that I would say. And also kind of the age old, you get better at writing by writing. Find opportunities to crank out a draft of a short story, even if you're not worried about sending it anywhere. And then on the short story front, because I've been working with some people on their first short story submissions, I tell them they want to get to the point where they're sending out enough short stories often enough that the sting of rejection no longer feels as strong. They're not waiting by their inbox refreshing every few seconds because they have enough stories in the air and they're working on the next one. So no individual story becomes as precious once you've got 5 of them out, 10 of them out, 15 out at a time.
That's great. So on your own process of writing, so you mentioned I think earlier 2,000 words a day. So is that what you write when you're writing? Is like 2,000
Yeah.
words a day? Is
I'm trying to do that on a regular basis. So with the book launch, so in March, I had 2 book launches. So one short story collection, one novel, several events that I was hosting, and then going to conventions, and then eventually prepping to fly out to the Writers of the Future conference. And so I only had 18 days of like fiction writing time. In those 18 days, I wrote over 50,000 words. So that's about 2,600 words a day for a fiction writing day. And I'm trying to make that more consistent. Like if I can ideally do an average of 2,500 words a day on an ongoing basis, then that gets me pretty close to that. I'm going to write a novel start to finish in a couple months.
Yeah.
So that's the goal right now. Yeah.
Good.
I'm getting closer to it.
That's excellent. That's
Yeah.
well done to you on that. So for someone to find you, where would they go? Where would they go to find you?
The best place would be my website, MikeJackStoombost.com.
Can you spell that?
Mike Jack, and then the last name STOUM as in Mike, B as in Bob, OS.com. And also, if you look on Amazon, if you search for This Fine Crew or The Signal Out of Space, then you can click that link and get to the rest of my author stuff on Amazon as well.
Good. And of course, you'll be able to see him when you go to writersofthefuture.com and look at volume 38. You're going to see him in there with The Squid Is My Brother, and then his name will be a hot link. So you click on that, it'll take you to his website. Well, thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
I knew it was going to be a great interview, and you've proven me correct on this. And thank you for listening. Subscribe to the Writers of the Future podcast wherever you get your podcasts. The Writers of the Future podcast is available on SoundCloud, iTunes, Pocket Cast, Stitcher, Player FM, iHeart, and Spotify. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network, where you can find these podcasts as well. The Writers of the Future series can be purchased wherever books are sold in the U.S., Canada, the UK, Australia, and South Africa, and available everywhere else on Amazon. Writers and Illustrators of the Future are contests created by L. Ron Hubbard to provide a means for the aspiring writer and artist to be seen and acknowledged. It is free to enter and open to new and amateur short story writers and artists of science fiction or fantasy. Again, thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you.
The world we used to know has changed before our very eyes. We have changed too. The only thing we still have, and that will never change,
is the love of music.
Hi, everybody. And if you're just tuning in, you are listening live to the Angel Rock out of New Orleans, Louisiana on United Public Radio Network. I'm your host, Laura Lee Potvin. If you've never been to my show before, welcome. If you are returning, thank you for your support. We consider you part of the UPRN and Angel Rock family. And I'm in my new permanent spot. For those of you that may miss this, I want to remind you, if somebody lets you know, I also try and post the replay link. There's always a replay available, always, whether it's on YouTube, SoundCloud, Spreaker, Spotify. Let me think what else here. We've got Podbean, anywhere where podcasts and talk radio are carried. We have those shows. Hey, Dave, welcome. A little bit about my show. I cover all aspects of the supernatural, as well as a few things like, I hate the word conspiracy theory. Let's just say truth seeking, a little bit of activism. I do all kinds of things, but I always feature people from regular walks of life through what they're doing, either extracurricularly or professionally. They are making a positive change for humanity. Now, my guest this evening is somebody that falls right into that category. He's a favorite of the show. He's been on here quite a few times. I'd have him on every week if I could. He is involved with the paranormal. He does a phenomenal podcast called Dark Hour Paranormal. I believe he's also involved, I'll let him tell you a little bit about the podcast, I believe with Goof On, and many others in the UFO community. He's a musician. He's even an amateur magician, I heard from the last time I was on his show. We have Michael Roser back on the show. Welcome, Michael.
Well, thank you very much, Laura Lee. It's fantastic to be back. And of course, it's been too long.
I know.
And so much happens within the progressive time here, especially when you're busy working out in the field and, of course, doing the interviews that we do. You know, some of the affiliations that I have held for some time now, Goof On, as you mentioned, Rich Giordano, Third Phase of Moon.
That, I know the name. It just... I missed it when I was saying out loud, so I knew you'd tell me. Go ahead, carry on. People want to hear about
that's quite all right. It's quite all right. We have a very fantastic panel that Third Phase has put together. I mean, all these notable people that have been in the field for a very long time. Of course, myself and Rich certainly included. Paula Asteria. You have Dr. J Radio Live, who was Art Bell's assistant producer.
I know Dr. J, yes.
Fantastic people. Yep. And Michael Schratt. You know, and many others, to be quite honest with you, some that sit behind the scenes a little bit more readily than, you know, a couple faces, I'll put it that way. And that's okay, because that's part of their contribution to the panel. So, yes, I appreciate.
I hope I didn't lose you there, Michael. Hope I didn't lose you. Looks like we might have froze up here. I hope not.
Well, nope, I should be good. Yep.
Oh, you're good. Maybe it's me. I had this problem one night, and I've got my internet set up as fast as it can possibly go. And I had this whenever people are connected with spirit, because I mentioned before we started this Garnet Scholhauser. I think I'm going to feature his interview next week. I've been talking it up. You guys are going to be astounded when you hear it. Right in the middle, blocked, cut off. I even moved right down to the router, and it's right below me. and nothing. He couldn't get into StreamYard. It went on for about 10 minutes, 12 minutes, and then nothing. And he said he's had it happen with Spirit before. So I edited the video, and now I've got the capability of uploading it to my computer, because that's how you have to upload to StreamYard since we produce ourselves now. And I think I'm going to feature it. But the reason why I mentioned him, he does all kinds of stuff with ET. And so, but enough about him. I want to give a huge shout out also to people tuning in. Like I said, hi, Dave Petrella, been a former guest. We've got Debbie Grasberger Schmoley. All of you that are listening, if you want to watch a show, I forgot to mention that because I can't see the comments unless you are over on UFO Paranormal Radio's either YouTube channel or Facebook page. But I do go through the comments after. So please don't think we're ignoring you. If you've got something interesting to say or you want to comment and join part of the conversation, we love having you here and your feedback. Please hop over to either one of those places and we will be able to see your comments. Okay, enough of the housekeeping. So I haven't even had a chance to talk to you. What have you been up to? What's new and exciting? What's going on with you?
Recently, I took a 2-week vacation from the day job to focus solely on the channels with Dark Hour Paranormal.
Okay.
Was to take. My intention was to take I'd say probably a good solid week. Go out into the field, all these different locations, specifically in and around Massachusetts. It was just more accessible for me, even though I had plans to get down to Connecticut. The travel time and gas prices were pretty heavy even at that point. But at the end of this excursion within these mini documentaries that I did release, some of them containing 2, 3, 4 different locations in one go, was to create a full-length documentary on an anomalous area called the Bridgewater Triangle, affectionately coined by, I think it was Lauren Coleman in a 1982 or 83 book that he had written. One of the consensus that I have come up against in meeting people who not only investigate the Bridgewater Triangle, but also have lived there perhaps for quite some time, is that the Bridgewater Triangle that Lauren had defined was very minimal compared to what activity and way of reach it may have expanded to, maybe throughout time. Maybe it was already there. Long story short, it's much bigger than anybody proposed before. And upon going there, I have to tell you that that is absolutely true. And visiting other peripheral sites that are outside of the triangle, which certainly could be included within the triangle, again, sort of support that theory as well.
Interesting. Now, Dave Petrella, who I don't know if you know Dave or not, he's an astrologist, biologist, really interesting guy. He's a great supporter of UPRN. I know he's been of my shows, and my partner, the Dell, who has the delicious recipe on Thursday nights here. Many of our shows, he has comments, says, was just going to ask you about that, brother. I've also been there. So interesting. So are you able to reveal anything maybe unusual, strange, anything that you noticed while you were making the documentary?
So enough, I've sort of abandoned over the course of time certain left brain instruments in way of my body as my primary instrument while in the field. Now, there are a lot of people who are going to say the opposite, Laura Lee. How can you corroborate something like that? How can you quantify it? How can you document it? How can you repeat it? Yes, all of that in way of the scientific method is very necessary when we talk about, again, scientifically shooting a field. But for me, in my own experiences, I'm very aware of how far I need to tread before I'm getting close to a threshold of what I would consider certain peril. And that only goes hand in hand. Certainly as I go along, I bolster it through experience and research, talking to many other people who have very extreme experiences with the paranormal. Specifically, I mean, we could go into ufology as well. I mean,
I may have to move, but I'll see. I'm going to try moving a little bit here. Keep going, Michael, because it may be we've got a storm coming in. It may be that. So I'm going to move closer to the door here. Sorry, guys, for the jiggling, but let's see if that makes a difference. I may have to go right down. I was trying to hope that Dell got home from work because I didn't want him coming in the dog barking, but go ahead. Sorry, continue on.
Essentially, to kind of make a long story short, the reason that I'm doing this is because I walk in with my body as the feeler first. Once I'm there and I have an experience, or myself bring in instrumentation and say, let's, go another route with this graveyard or this particular location. Let's, shoot it in this way. We'll get EVPs, we'll get EMF spikes, get all those, classic things you're going to find in the field. Again, at the very end of the day, what I have been talking about for quite some time is everybody wants disclosure within the umbrella of esoterica. We all want it. Of course, I understand that is a big part of the curiosity which propels us all along. Truth of the matter is, would we actually know the physical evidence if it slapped us in the face? I mean, there's so much in the way of flooded disinformation or hopeful photographs and videos, or even something more sinister and nefarious in the way of being contrived to mislead people. There's a lot of this out there. Yep. And yet at the same time, you're going to get an influx of material or evidence that is actually sound. But again, how do you sift your way through some of this mire that has been created over the last decade and a half? I'm going to say quite conservatively, right? How do you get through that? So that's sort of a real issue, I think, that especially the world of paranormal and investigators and researchers within that world are facing at large.
No, I have to agree with you, but you know what? And it's interesting you brought this up, because I was going to bring it up from the last time I was on your show. Let's talk about this, using your body as an instrument. Now, knowing you personally, I know how intuitively gifted you are. You and I was just saying to my close friend in Atlanta, a fellow light worker, I said, God, Michael and I could get on the phone, talk for 8 hours, and it would feel like 5 minutes, because there's so much we talk about. So I know how intuitively gifted you are. But with what you said, I have to agree with it, because first of all, when I was on your show, and I hope we can talk a little bit about this, but I pulled out a pendulum and I showed you and your viewers how you can control a pendulum with your mind. And you asked a good question. That's how I found out you were an amateur magician. I didn't even know you were. You asked me and said, how do you know it's not magic?
I'm actually a professional, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please, I will change that. I will change that. There's a big distinction between amateur and card tricks and professional magician. And I know that because Del, my partner, likes to debunk everything, and he watches magic all the time. He watches a lot of the debunking channels. So I apologize, because there is definitely a huge distinction. So being a professional magician, you know a lot about sleight of hand and what have you. But going back to the paranormal field, I'm getting goosebumps. This is an important one. Using our bodies, and we all have these capabilities. We basically are an energy field with a battery, our heart, and what have you, electrical activity. We are capable of picking this up. We know when people are looking at us behind our backs, whether you identify as a clairvoyant medium like myself and whatever gifts I have. We know that. People say, I trust my gut. I feel it in my gut. I don't know why I know it, but I know it, right? Then I talk about in the esoteric, if you will, field. Some of the things that help us build confidence in this field when we work in the fields that we do is we get things I call evidentiary proof, meaning that we pick something up, whether it's a name, whether we get flashes, whatever it is. A lot of people, and all people, again, I believe, are capable of this. But because of what we've been taught, what we've seen, what we've heard, what we've grown up with, we believe it's our imagination, it could be coincidence, what have you. But once we begin to focus on this, and like I said, get evidential proof, which I'm going to hope we can go into in a few seconds here, is that once we get that, it starts to build our confidence, and we start to realize, holy crap, there is something to this. I'm picking this up. I'm getting it. It's the same thing with the pendulum. I even pulled it out here. Again, depending where our conversation is, I'll pull it out again. There was no magic trick. And I can tell you this for a fact, because I pulled something a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about energy, pulled something I'd never worn, really touched. I had a heck of a time trying to control the pendulum like I did, okay? Actually, I'll just grab my necklace. I got my necklace here. I can't wear it because it scratches against my microphone. It was Del that told me. I'm not moving my arm. People thought I was a witch. Okay, I'm going to ask it to move back and forth. This is really heavy, so it's going to be a little harder. Okay, stop. I moved my hand to go closer. So I'm going to ask it to turn in circles. My hand's moving a little bit. I can try and steady it that way. Okay, I'm going to ask it to stop. I'll ask it to go the other way. Okay, so what I'm saying is, okay, and this is going along with your discussion here. very quickly, there is no magic to this. Once you realize, and Michael, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, you can do this because once you're able to meditate, focus your mind, understand the principles of energy. Now, this is quite heavy compared to a pendulum. Anybody can do this with a little bit of practice. But it's the same thing when you're out. And I've taught many people this with mentoring. You don't want to be whipping out a necklace or a pendulum and saying in front of a row of vitamins, or, out of these 6 vitamins, which one's good for me, right? The pendulum will swing towards, say, that one, or I'm moving my hand to show it, or this one. But we can use our bodies as a pendulum too, right? Have you heard of that before?
In a literal sense?
Yeah.
Describe that to me a little bit, if you would.
Okay, so what happens is how I teach people to do it. I'm going to stand up. Sorry if I don't know. You may not see me. Okay, so you're standing there, right? You're going to hold. You go into any grocery store. You don't have to say it out loud. You can say it within your mind. Hold. Say, I use vitamins. Could be fruits. Could be anything. Okay, 2 things. Sorry, I'll back up a bit. So first thing you want to do is you want to ask your body, show me yes, show me right, show me maybe, or basically there isn't an answer, okay? Your body's going to lean one way or it's going to lean the other way very subtly, okay? You may have to work with it a few times. It does work. It does. Once you're proficient at that, and you can still say it within your mind's eye, you don't have to say it because you don't want to look like a weirdo at the store. You can again check and say, show me yes, and your body will just sort of subtly shift, okay? If you're relaxed and you take a deep breath before you do it, then I got a little ahead of myself there. Then say you want to know between 2 vitamins, which one is good for my body? And you can even ask left or right. Your body's either going to go to the left or to the right, or if it stays in the middle, maybe none of them are good for you. I will send you some information on that if you like. Sorry, we've got Alien Believers. Hi from Ontario, Canada. It works. This is one of these things we haven't talked much about. And I don't know if Spirit gave me that, but I knew we were going to get on energy. So this is all, I don't usually talk this much when I have a guest on, but I'm bringing this up because this is why I believe in supporting what you're talking about, using your body, because you are using your body almost like a pendulum. So let's hear more about this, how you use your body, if you're comfortable with that, because anybody can do this. It doesn't mean that I'm so great or wonderful. All of us can do this with a little bit of practice and open mind, getting into a relaxed state, and then we don't look like a weirdo pulling out a pendulum, getting it to swing wherever we want to. And it will choose. It'll show you how to find lost things. It'll show you all kinds of things like that. Water, and I think, the old, what was it, the water witches with the divining rods? And you can use dowsing rods. It's all based on energy. So there you go.
I think the most important is that overall we are an organic or biological antenna. So within that, there are a multitude of different ways that you can use your body as an instrument of perception beyond the senses that you're familiar with. Now, for some of us, it will take some time to coordinate this or even believe in the concept. And it's not necessarily about belief. I mean, there is a scientific practice through the exercise and a method that one can adapt and achieve certain effects. There have been many people who have, and again, through intentional practice, maybe even meditation. Again, there are a multitude of different ways to do this. They progress much quicker than somebody who's perhaps just allowing it to, ride along with them on their back. Only, in the knowledge that it's there, the awareness, that's it. But, it comes back to whether people really want to do this. And for some, they're overwhelmed enough with life. And believe me, when you allow that samsara physical reality to inundate and soak your mind, that's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to make things much heavier, to, kind of continue that analogy. Even in my own field, I mean, you look at, energy as something that's malleable, always moving, always shifting,
absolutely,
based on, if you talk about a human field, it's based on emotions, it's based on your physical health, and these things can be, very readily observed. I mean, trauma can be observed in there. There are holes in certain people's auric fields. They're losing energy, they're garnering energy. Maybe they didn't give permission for that explicitly, but of course, we come back to the old idea of agreements, which is another topic altogether, but nonetheless, this is their condition. So what's important for somebody who is very interested in pursuing perhaps using your body as a pendulum or becoming some sort of channel of conscious energy. If it's your own, it's your own. If it's something in way of the higher realms or lower realms, then that's, again, another facet of it too, is to, again, know themselves well enough that they go through the self-healing to do the best they can, to acknowledge the traumas that they've had in their life. Essentially what you're doing, and again, this goes into your immediate everyday life too. I mean, what are you thinking about when you're at work or doing something you'd rather not? Is your mind drifting into the ethers, into something more fantastic and amazing in way of what this world is? Or are you thinking about how your wife's going to scream at you when you get home because the new puppy you got peed on the floor and it's just something that happens and she can't handle it? I mean, again, these are arbitrary and perhaps mundane things to look at, but they fill our heads and they take up that space and keep us from utilizing that space more intentionally in way of our own spiritual development. Listen, it's been said time and time before, and this is not going away. We're only here for a short time within this incarnation. Use it to the best of your ability. You'll hear about this theory or this concept in business even. How do you get rich? How do you focus your mind so that you can, create income that's, supporting you in such a way that you envision? Well, again, we go back to that same idea. What are you doing with your time? Are you sitting on your bum doing nothing at all? Or are you being progressive in way of what your overall vision is? Listen, nobody has to burn out, but take stock and inventory of what you're doing. And again, this comes back to being able to use your body as an instrument and continue to progress in way of that and development as you go forward. Otherwise, you will find yourself stagnant at one point or another and still having to face the same things.
I have to agree with you. And some of the things that are most important in this is with no blame to any parents. You and I are both parents, Michael. And I hope I didn't lose you there. Are you there, Michael?
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. And this is no shifting any blame to any parent, but children are the most malleable. They're like sponges from before even birth to up to about 7 years of age. They absorb a lot more than what we realize, including belief systems. So, for example, when you were talking about money, that's an important thing. I'm still working on it myself. But going back to childhood and really looking at what are those deep-seated belief systems I have about money. I've had my parents say to me, for example, money doesn't grow on trees or what have you. We're surrounded by it all over the place, right? And we're meant to believe that we're not powerful enough to manifest that for ourselves. And I really believe that with what we see in the media, if you will, right? We've got these celebrities all put up on pedestals. I think it's been a big shift and it's been an eye-opener for people to actually maybe a bit of a distraction, but still, the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. These are two people that look quite beautiful on camera, look like they have it all. They've got money. People have put them up on pedestals and you hear, my God, what went on behind closed doors. But I say that about everybody. Nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors. My whole
But people forget. Sorry, I just want to say one thing very quickly. People forget that when you look at a celebrity or a sports authority of some sort, they're still a person at the end of the day. And they just have this incredible job that many people would love to do because they have particular talent. But at the end of the day, they still have to go through their own darkness. And maybe we don't see all of it. Maybe we do,
But that's an important thing to point out, Michael. And my point is that part of my message I teach when I'm mentoring and working with people is we are capable of so much more than we've ever been led to believe. Getting into the paranormal, for example, love Michelle DeRoche. Her and Amelia Pisano have their show on Wednesday and Thursday nights here on UPRN. And, we've talked about this when we've had paranormal host chats with all of us. And I have to agree with her that especially with teenage energies, all that hormonal energy, there's a lot going on that's kind of frenetic, moving around energy. And especially with teenage girls, and some of the research is showing this, that when they're really angry, for example, really, really angry, I've seen some evidence of people reporting this, that they can actually be telekinetic. They can move things with their energy. Because like you said, Michael, we just are having a human experience here. I believe that we're eternal. We've had thousands of past lives. People might find that crazy hearing it for the first time. But there's a lot of evidence, even scientifically. I forgot to mention who I was. I usually say this. So I'll say it very quickly. I'm a Canadian clairvoyant medium. I'm a crystal Reiki energy healer, Akashic Records practitioner, spiritual teacher and mentor, and I'm also a nurse. So I like to base things in science a lot. I know you and I, when we've even had conversations off air, we like to look at where is the science with this. Because when you've got true science and there's research to back it up, I believe that there's got to be something to it, especially when it's repeatable. What's your thoughts on that, Michael?
Yeah, 100%.
Hi, Chris.
100%. And there's another reason that kids start experiencing things of the nature that you were describing around the age of puberty. And again, this is because at that very moment, as soon as a child hits puberty, not only are all the chemical things going on in their body and physical changes on the horizon, but this is the very first time that they're able to kind of step back objectively and say, wait a minute, I can have an opinion about what the world is. I can see what this is, and forget about the programming
and
that I've been
trying
given.
it on.
and trying everything on to, it's obviously a certain way to explore the tactile nature of this world, and perhaps the not so tactile, depending on what they're interested in. But that's really where the soul becomes aware that it's now in the human body. All that time, the 10, 11 years prior to that, it was just an anchoring process that, it happened very slowly. And again, right at that moment where the child enters puberty, there's this awakening. And some of them take very difficult in a sense that, myself, when I had this awareness, I was certain that there was so much more to this world. It was something I allowed to pain me quite deeply. And in that, feeling, I felt maybe I shouldn't be here. Maybe I'm not supposed to be here, but it couldn't be anything further from the truth. When you sit back, take the responsibility for the role that you've come to fulfill, because that's what you set up. And if you're strong enough and you live beyond that point, you will see that you do fill in those shoes, or you are given that opportunity at some point to go that direction. And of course, at that point, it's up to you. But for children, it's very difficult. They want to try everything. And for most, it's okay to try those things at that age. Beyond that, you get into adulthood, there are many other factors involved, to say the least.
So many. But okay, we've got Alien Believer said, love to learn more about I think she said medication of the body. I could be wrong if she meant something else, or maybe meditation. I'm not sure what you meant there, hon. And then healing the soul. That's definitely possible. Sometimes I believe for myself, it's definitely a work in progress. And, even beliefs. I believe different things than I believed a couple of years ago by experience as well as education. But what I wanted to ask you, Michael, what we've had these conversations off air. But speaking of children, especially young children, what's your belief about why they can see the paranormal as well as animals? And I know you've had some very unusual experiences you've shared on my show. Most gratefully, I am to you, because you did have some very unique experiences as a young child, didn't you?
Yes, and this actually goes right back to what I was just discussing. From the point that the soul enters that body, whether it's in utero or just before it pops out, into the physical, they are not anchored into their body in any full sense whatsoever. This is one of the reasons, there are biological reasons the baby needs so much sleep, but there are metaphysical insinuations, let's just say, that go along those lines. I mean, the same reason we need sleep, we connect back to that metaphysical world, again, for, a lack of a better adjective at the moment. But with that in mind, yes, children very readily can see spirit because there's a faction of them that just isn't anchored into the body. And that's why you see so many come up with this phenomenon of invisible friends. Well, most times it's either a spirit guide, could be a relative of some sort, could be somebody from another life that would love to be with them in this life but cannot. So in this condition, they take the form that they do in this person's life. It's common. It's very, very common. Sometimes it takes a completely different vision, but then again, the child has as much as they have to, sort of relate what they're seeing. And this, of course, transposes into, paranormal experience as well. I do remember as a child seeing what appeared to be, at least what I thought at the time, the only thing I could equate it to was this really ghastly looking bear standing outside my window, and face was right there in the window, very prominent.
Oh my goodness.
It was nighttime, dark out, parents downstairs doing what they're doing. And, as a child, I tried to roll over and I could feel this thing still there in the window. So I turned around, I looked, and sure enough, the damn thing was still there. So, at this point, I went downstairs to let my mother know about it. I mentioned this to her recently. She's like, oh, I remember that. Obviously, when we got back upstairs, we looked out the window, there was nothing there. Now, the curious thing is, this was as physical to me as, any real living animal looking into my window. And yet we're 2 stories high. So there's nothing for this thing to stand on to be in my window, if indeed is, if I were to guess, just make an estimate based on how much I saw of its bust to the top of its head, could have been 6-7 feet tall. I mean, I wouldn't say anything more than that, but nonetheless, I mean, we're talking 12-14 feet down. Again, there's no way that something could have been, physically suspended there without anybody knowing. So, the idea, again,
unless it was paranormal.
I honestly think that, well, I certainly think that there was a paranormal aspect to it because it sustained. It wasn't something that I looked over and, imagination took hold. I readily saw it. I readily felt it. But that in mind, I mean, it could have been something extraterrestrial.
Yes.
Many times this is what people experience. That's all they'll remember is they'll see something at their window or in their room, and then boom, they're off and they're taken, and they, again, don't recall any of that experience after the fact. But we have, again, similarities that we look at, and certain parallels between these experiences. And when it has to do with kids, it's taking the culmination of those explanations or the consistencies within what the kids convey to then create an intelligent deduction based on these experiences at large. How can you explain a child who remembers crashing in a burning airplane during a war that happened 60-70 years prior? It doesn't make sense at the age, and it's not like they're influenced or exposed to anything that would allow them to come up with such a vivid story. And even if they were, man, that's an imagination.
No.
There's other incredible authors, so not every kid's having that experience.
Yeah, but you know what, Michael? I've studied near-death experiences. I know I've said this before, but for 40 years, professionally as well as personally, I believe I had one as a toddler. And the ones that have been most fascinating, especially to me, have been children, because a lot of these kids are, like you said, there's no way they were exposed to something like this, and they're giving names, they're giving dates, they're giving details that there's no way. Like the little boy that was reincarnated, he supposedly was allegedly a survivor of 9/11. And he told them all about his family, his wife, his kids left behind. He just wouldn't let it go. And the night terrors he was having, the parents did some research, found the widow of the supposed name, and I guess they showed a family picture. This little one that was 3 knew who his wife was, who his kids were. There's a story back in India of a child claiming he was murdered, but the murder was never solved. The guy that murdered him in the previous life was caught because of this child. I mean, there are so many stories by this. And the child was born with a birthmark. And where the birthmark was, supposedly was where this soul had been killed in the previous life. I think he had been hit with a hatchet. Exact mark. Like, how do you explain that? How do you explain it?
There's no logical trail to explain that, at least in what we're familiar with right now. I mean, at the very end of the day, I think all of this has a very logical explanation, but my definition of logic may not sit within the parameters that we've defined in way of science as of yet. I think going into the realms of quantum physics and understanding not only the mechanisms of what quantum physics is, but also how this impacts our every moment is so significant, and the very next step that we're venturing into in way of humanity. So.
Well, I had this interesting, and I told Paul this the last time he was on, Paul Anthony Wallace. He's written these amazing books, folks. He's got a trilogy out there. The latest, I hope I don't get it wrong, it's The Scars of Eden, I believe. And he came from a very religious background, being a pastor. He was a missionary. His family grew up that way. And then now, when you hear him, he puts documentaries out and stuff like that, Fifth Kind TV. And it was something he said that has really sat with me. And what it was, if you consider that there was ET involvement, in the development of this planet where we've evolved. Some of you may think this is crazy. I like to keep an open mind. Just because I haven't heard of it, haven't experienced it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist to me. But he had a good point with the fact that, there is a theory out there that a certain race created the human race, and the alien race created the human race. And correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, or I missed stuff. I'm not an expert in this field. But Paul's theory, one of the theories was that the first rendition of human beings they were very highly intelligent with all these gifts, and they definitely were not going to agree to be a slave race to this alien race. Okay, so he said, what if we now, us right now, are human being 2.0 or Homo sapien 2.0? And then we got into really interesting discussion, and I've seen this as a nurse, is, he said, what if somebody's had a near-death experience, or somebody's been in a coma or had a head injury, and all of a sudden they wake up and they have these gifts that they could never do before. Like they can play the piano when they had no musical ability, or they can speak all these languages. He said, what if that is still all there, locked in our brain? Because science has shown, depending on who you listen to, between 10 and 20% only of our brain. What if through that accident that it switched that light switch on, that it's all there, all we need to is unlock it? What do you think about that?
I think that's incredibly plausible, and I think more or less the reality that we're all looking at. And there have been experiences like you're mentioning there that really sort of corroborate this. I mean, in way of a totality, if the mind is essentially a recording mechanism, and this goes with us from one incarnation to the next, maybe on some sort of ribbon that does begin and end in a Fibonacci sense at some point, again, that would make sense that we would be able to store that. Now, people think, well, how are you going to store all this in your mind? I mean, we don't know the actual dimensions of the mind itself. I mean, as far as anybody can tell, mind's braid into something more collective in way of a fabric that, at least immediately surrounds the earth within the magnetic fields that are there, because we are part of that collective in way of the biological entity that the earth is.
I agree.
So, yeah, I mean, I think certainly that is something that needs more stuff. It's also possible that they're alighting something in way of cellular memory.
So, you read my mind.
you go back to cellular memory, you go back to your ancestry, and I think this is really a physical representation of that culmination that we can look back on when we are in our physical form, and certainly borrow some of what our ancestors did, because half the time, I guarantee you, going along that line somewhere, you are one of those ancestors. If we understand, the idea of reincarnation, why wouldn't it stand to reason? And perhaps maybe you're most of them, divided by certain, parameters that we are still trying to define. I mean, it's a very interesting thought, and for somebody to get whacked in the head with a baseball bat or a car accident, and next thing you know, they're a savant in any sense, playing piano or being able to draw in such a meticulous fashion, the realism and so forth. There's certainly something there, clearly something to study as we move forward. And God, we can't forget these things, because again, it's what we need to lean on in way of evidence for specific avenues of the spiritual world.
Well, I have to agree with you, and I really believe, and we touched on that, I'm going to read this comment, that I believe we are eternal beings when it comes to our souls, and we're just having a momentary experience here on Earth. That's it, momentary. Because when you think about eternity, even if you live to 80 or 100 years, that is less than a blink of an eye for people. It really is. So just before you comment on that, Mike, I'm going to read Alien Believers. They said, I also believe we are more than we know as a child. I was in a fire and died once and told my grandmother I spoke to God, who told me to go back. I'm now 58, came close to death many times since. So I believe we are not alone, and I also believe in reincarnation. Thank you for sharing that, Alien Believers. So I have to agree with you that, but that's where I was before I read your comment, was that I think we're just having a momentary experience here. And I had a recent guest, it's a recording, but they've mentioned it as Earth School. And I have to agree because I believe this is one of the most difficult places to reincarnate on. And many souls want to come here because for the potential for soul growth being here, you come in with spiritual amnesia, you come in these frail, heavy bodies. You're not aware of anything that's, most people aren't, of lessons you've learned in the past or anything to relate to. You basically come in blind. I don't know. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, to comment on the time that you had mentioned there, it's absolutely relative to the person perceiving that process. I mean, we define the state of change, the consistent state of change, as time in physics. And if you don't have that type of movement, then you have no time. So, for example, when you look at a sine wave, and I'll try to simplify this because there's a lot kind of implied within this idea.
Get complicated, yeah.
Well, when you talk about our reality, it's complex and it's still very straightforward. So you look at a sine wave and you look at the apex of that sine wave and then the trough. Anybody can say with certainty the energy behind the sine wave causes it, to vibrate. It's moving. There's a motion to it. However, at the very top of that apex and at the very bottom of that trough, there is a moment where it becomes stagnant and there's no movement whatsoever. So this is actually reflective of the all, the eternity, that which lies beyond our understanding of time within the physical sense. So, my thought has always been, there's a theory behind here somewhere. And of course, this relates to us, having to do with frequency and vibration. Is it possible that when somebody sits down to meditate, knowing that they go through all different kinds of shifts with brain waves and so forth, we've even got names for this, of course. Is it possible that we reach such a distinct stillness within ourselves that we step outside the same way that these, sine waves have the possibility of doing it from either end? And this is where we get the out-of-body experiences, the astral travel. This is where we get the lucid dreaming in our sleep time. Again, attempting to take something physical in wave observation and apply it to something that we're doing experientially is really, I think, one of the most significant things that we can do here, because it's one thing to have the anecdotal. It's one thing to have the experience. I can talk for the rest of my life about experiences I've had, but I can't share it with you directly. So the best thing I can do is give you the science behind it. And then if you want to try and repeat that in some way, shape, or form, even if it means putting yourself in a location and seeing empirically what happens, you'll be able to do that. And in that, you have a certain connection. With time, we won't necessarily need the physical affirmations. And I'm talking some good time. Maybe not in our lifetime, Laura Lee, but I think we're setting the stage for this. And the reason for that is the collective, or at least I should say, we have the ability and the opportunity for that collective to come together and braid within itself. And this, of course, will be an enormous paradigm shift if we go this route. This puts us in a category the same way that extraterrestrials and terrestrials that live beneath the Earth's crust here, they live in their communities this way. And it's been purported many times that they're driving their semi-biological drone crafts that we see in the skies in a very similar fashion. They're connecting with it through a certain collective consciousness. Why aren't we doing that, or at least aware of it? We know we have the possibility, or I should say the capability of doing it. So where along our timeline did we lose that ability and then the conscious knowledge that we were ever able to do it in the first place?
I agree.
To me.
You and I are on the exact same page, because I agree with you. But when you start talking about some of this stuff, then it sounds a little crazy, right? Because like you said, a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people are just going along trying to survive, paycheck to paycheck, going to work, doing what they're doing, thinking they're here by accident. What's the meaning of life? Why am I here? And just trudges along with life. And there's nothing wrong with that. I say that with no judgment. And I know you agree with me. But when we start, for whatever reason, mine was through an extreme paranormal experience. So as a nurse, and I've said it to you many times on your show, off the air and on here as well, that, I've been blessed so many hundreds of times to be there at the beginning of life. And it never ceases to amaze me as a NICU and labor and delivery nurse, and then working out in the community in palliative care, and to have been so deeply honored to have families ask me to be present when their loved one transitions, as I call it, back home. I'm not saying that's the answer to people listening. I'm saying that's what I call it. And the things that we see as nurses when it comes to life, including miracles, including when, human beings begin life and when they transition out of this life, that are completely unexplainable. In my journey as a so-called, I guess the buzzword would be a light worker, I find a lot of nurses are entering into this field. Now, is it because we're looking for more answers? Is it because are we natural healers? Is that what, I don't know what the answer is.
You're already doing some of this on a certain level, being a sort of clinician or nurse within the health field. I mean, you're there as a healing practitioner. You're just using different methods rather than the energy, which, a lot of people look at as the next step. In many cases, people have been invited into hospitals, possibly yourself as well, Laura Lee, to do this specific kind of work with Reiki and working with patients one-on-one. There have been a lot of good results that have come from those endeavors. And you know what? Not all of them are documented. In fact, a majority of them aren't. But there are people out there that will tell you that these professions can go hand in hand, perhaps more naturally, just has to take the right person. Have you ever come to a doctor who, based on certain recommendation, was told that, this person is a gifted doctor? So you want to go and talk to them because there's something about them in way of, maybe it's a spiritual thing, I don't know. But either way, people see that there's a gift there. I've had that experience. Didn't necessarily believe that there was going to be anything special about it, but between the Reiki healing that I worked with during my recovery and the phenomenal job that this gentleman did, I can use my right arm today. There was a point where they looked at it, told both my parents that he's not going to be able to use it. And they, of course, didn't tell me. But this guy, again, going back to our original thought here, has been in the medical field in the way that he has, but he has a certain gift of, let's say, detail, okay, that he's able to go further than somebody else and has a vision when he sees a wound or something that's broken, saying, I see a way to do this. So you are doing it.
I have that.
Basically my point. Yeah.
I had that myself, and I was going to say, yes, I'm not able to work now. For those that think I'm working, I know you know this, but those that don't, I've hurt my back in the field, and I'm doing other kinds of healing work. Like when you're talking about holes in the aura, that's part of what I do with Crystal Reiki. Searching for the holes in the aura, sealing them. They happen just through everyday natural life as well. We could do a whole show on that. My whole point is, yes, there are certain doctors, like when I was in labor with, I believe it was my second son, really bad back labor. My first son, I remind him every year, he's going to be 27 in July, and the week before his birthday, it comes back, 5 days of labor. I remember it. I don't go through labor again. I remember it. So my second one, I had really bad back labor, and my husband at the time was really sick with a cold, and everybody was babying him. I'm like, hello, pregnant woman here in labor. Anyways, I knew most of the girls up there because I worked on the floor. So one of the girls, she was from England, and she said, can I do some therapeutic touch on you? I said, honey, you can do whatever you want. I have no idea, and I don't really care. And so I couldn't see what she was doing. And all of a sudden, I didn't have pain for an hour and a half. And it was like, holy cow, what'd you just do to me? I'd heard of therapeutic touch, but I didn't know what it was. We then took the course a couple of years later, actually my husband at the time and I, and it's a misnomer. There is no touch. And it works with the person's energy field. And with quantum physics, it's proven that there is no space, there is no time. I could treat somebody over in China, Russia, wherever, and it works. It really, really does work. So
beyond that, you can send energy back to the past as well and change the outcome of that.
Oh, let's talk about that. I just want to answer your question about the doctor. Let's talk about that, because that's kind of a newer concept to me. Not that I don't believe it. I just haven't dug into it. I want to hear more about it. But about for doctors, you are right. Like I had a pediatrician I worked with. He was he was awful to work with. He was so awful. When I worked in the NICU, he'd walk in and you'd have a little 28-week-old baby on a ventilator, 27-week or just little peanut of a thing. And, you had to do blood gases and stuff. He would not let you look at that chart. You'd have to have everything memorized. You'd have to have it all. And he would berate you. He would chide you. And I remember asking the nurses going, why is he so awful? I've only heard these wonderful things from parents about him. He's testing you. When he's tested you enough and he knows that he can trust you, then he will move forward. You know how I got past him one night? I got called in early, and these guys worked their butts off because we had no neonatologists or anything. They did everything with peds. Anyways, he is trying to start an IV on this little one. And I said, hey, well, maybe I could give it a try. Fresh eyes. He goes, I can't start it. You can't. It went in. After that, best of friends. He actually told his pediatric residents, my nurses are my residents. You are their student. But the whole thing I loved about him, to go back to a really special doctor, is he always said to all of us, always, he was a great teacher, the parents are the experts in this situation. The parents are the experts. I don't care if it's a newborn child or what it is. And I actually had him as a doctor. But the reason I say that, yes, every now and then you run across somebody in whatever field that they're just such a gift to the profession. But I wanted to say, sorry, I went on there, I didn't mean to, but I want to hear more about the sending energy back to the past. And I'm going to address your comment, alien believers, I promise. But let's hear this, Michael. I love it.
Well, I mean, so the idea is just as simple as what we were mentioning before. There is no differentiation way of time or space. So this is one of those ways that, quantum physics may apply to us on a daily basis. So let's say you want to send energy to yourself in the future. This is something very common with people. They'll lay in bed at night. They'll send themselves energy for the next day. So they wake up feeling refreshed, a little bit more energized than if they hadn't. Why wouldn't it be able to work in the opposite direction? Okay, given everything that's in front of us. Well,
agreed, but why? Agreed, but why?
So my theory, okay, based on my experience, is that when you're sending this back to something that had already happened, keeping in mind that there are an infinite amount of possibilities of what could have been done at that very moment in time, the way you look your eyes, you know what I mean? We'll go back to understand exist in an infinite sense. String theory does a great job with explaining some of this, but only goes so far. It doesn't give the experiential factor behind it in a lot of ways that we would talk. But with that in mind, essentially, I believe that when you shift this, okay, in my experience, let's say, I can't remember, I haven't done this in a little while, but I used to do it a lot when I was growing up in my late teens and early 20s. And maybe it was, you fell on your skateboard and you scuffed your knee. Okay. So you're going to send this idea back and you're going to reconstruct this reality. It doesn't have to be a heavy meditation, but you go into the visualization and the same way that you would approach The Secret. Okay. With the intention, you feel what it would be like to have that different experience, and you're kind of abandoning for that moment what had actually happened. And I'll tell you what ends up happening as you do this more and more. And that is that what happened the first time, your knee was cut up and bloody. Okay. That actually starts to drift towards the background and becomes more of an unfamiliar sort of sense of imagination, a possibility of what could have happened. Now, maybe as you envision the change of this event, you just scraped your knee with no blood. Okay. Again, you can't go all the way in the back of the past, back into the past and look at it and say, yeah, okay, I see what I did. This worked out, but you'll feel different about that event. And if there's something in way of disagreement with somebody, I've used that in many senses, or something in way of high emotion between two people, you can go back and you can sort of mitigate some of that energy before it gets out of control. Now, if you were to, commit some sort of heinous act, okay, maybe you took a life, you're still on an overall path with that particular action, because that's a lot heavier in way of, I think, the energy. If we were to sort of catalog this and break it down into different tiers, just to kind of understand it, you've taken a life, you've changed somebody else's path. So there's only so much you can do. From that point, you can lessen and add, and how do I want to say this? Send some sort of energy to change things, but at the same time, it won't change the immediate action of what you've done. And again, I think because there's more gravity in an action like that than, let's say, skinning your knee or a disagreement with somebody.
No, that makes so much sense, Michael. Okay, because when I'm thinking about it, hopefully we didn't freeze up again. I'm sorry, I keep moving this. I don't know if it's me or it's you. It's probably me. We've got a storm coming, so it could be that. Are you still there, Michael? Hello, we'll see if you're there. Let me know in the audience if we're frozen. Are you there, Michael? I may have to. I got little bits and pieces of you here. There you are. Are you back?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, I didn't know if it's me or whom it is. So what I
It
wanted
could
to
be
add,
either
I
one,
get what
doesn't
you're
matter.
saying. It doesn't matter. We're trying to make it work if I have to. I think Dell will be
We're
home
making
from
it
work
work.
if I have to sneak downstairs. What
We're
I
good.
wanted to say, I get what you're saying now, okay, because it's a little bit like shadow work, and we work with the inner child going back. Maybe the inner, as a child, somebody's grown up really in a really abusive relationship. We can go back
Mm-hmm.
in time. We can send that love. We can send that healing. We can be that adult to explain things to the child. Is it going to change things? No, but it helps to process and it helps with the healing. And the other way I could see that being used, Michael, is if you've had, say, a really bad act. Like, for example, I'll use myself. I had a really bad back injury accident at work, and I'm going to give this some. I'm going to give this a try actually, because going back to that event and then sending healing, sending energy, sending whatever. I do believe it could have an impact for the future. It can help with the healing process. I believe it could help with pain control. It could help with all kinds of things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, if you go back and you attack your event, we'll say, where you hurt your back, no, it's not that magic is real. It's that we're literally shifting and molding and changing reality. And to some people or the untrained eye, that appears to be magic. And maybe the result itself seems magical, but that's okay too, because we are magical beings in way of mystery and esoterics. There's not one person that's walking on this earth who can say, I fully understand myself to every little facet that is me. And I've met every single one of my higher selves, and I've, anchored them all in as walk-ins. Would you like to go to dinner? You're not going to find that person. And if you are that person, give me a ring, will you? I'd like to talk to you. But in any case, we have to, again, think more in way of the collective. And, when you address something like changing events that happen along a certain timeline, again, the logical idea here is that moving forward, we can augment things. So why in God's name could we not circle back around? And I use those words intentionally to, revisit something in the past. From my understanding, when you're outside of the body in the infinite, you can go any direction. So
absolutely,
why do we have the limitation here has always been the question. But the idea and knowledge that we can change things in the future, or at least right now, we can do something that augments our future. Therefore, we have a little control, right? It's just a glimpse of what we're fully capable of, and coming back to your whole idea of being much more powerful and large in way of our energies and capabilities than we even are aware of today.
No, I have to agree with you, because there's two schools of thought. First of all, going back in the past, things happened, I believe, for a reason, but moving forward in the future. I'm not perfect. I'm not trying to say I'm perfect, but I really try and look at things with a different perspective. I got to be somewhere. I'm running late. Everything happens. I run into, maybe there's a train or something holding up traffic. And rather than getting stressed and angry about it, I try to look at it that maybe it's happened for a reason. Had I gone through full steam ahead, got there racing to get there on time, I might have gotten an accident. I might have got into something. And am I saying that I'm being a fatalist here? No. But what I'm saying, I'm being open to the possibilities that I may not be able to see the whole big picture. You know what I'm saying? There could be a lot more things in play here, that there's a reason why things play out the way that they do. So with that being said, though, and Spirit's directing me kind of to ask you about this, is what's your thoughts on, and I always evolve and change my ideas about this, but what's your thoughts on why we have earthbound spirits? Are they really earthbound spirits? Are they EP, do you think? Like, what's your thoughts on that? Where are you at with this lately? Just a small question.
What we would describe as earthbound spirits are not necessarily earthbound only the way that we would define it. Okay, we can look at them and see that they're still here, and we say, well, there must be something that keeps them from moving on. Certainly there is, but it's not something outside of themselves. And that is what, where people make the mistake in thinking that there's a force outside of that individual that's keeping it here on earth and can't move into heavenly realms or whatever. Most times this has to do with trauma that's been experienced in life that they cannot let go of. The actual passing itself was too quick. Either they're upset about that quickness of passing, or they're not even aware that they're dead yet. And if you go to a bar or certain places where people are serving alcohol, I use this as an example. There were people who passed away from abuse with alcohol, and you're not going to find them immediately just shifting off into some higher realm. In some cases, you'll find them in the bars grasping at a drink that they can't hold on to, and there's just a bunch of forlorn souls kind of trying to figure out what in God's name is going on now. They can't even grab a beer or whatever they drink. So until they figure that out, and in terms of time and looking at that stretch of window that somebody might be here, it's very relative to their particular experience, their nature, their bent, what they want to do. Now, there's always this awareness that there's a white light or some sort of pinhole ember that's up there within your consciousness, that all you need to do is turn towards it. But it's very easy, just like our inner guidance and our internal dialogue sometimes are in conflict with each other. You're experiencing that to some degree through this transition. Once you go into that light, you're, the way we would describe it, in another dimension altogether, with its own set of principles and laws that you would then follow going into that sort of physicality, if you will. But prior to this, there are many different layers of frequency in which these earthbound spirits can exist on. And to believe it or not, I mean, they're obviously they don't have a body. They're not experiencing the elements. Darkness is not something where things can hide anymore. I mean, for us, it still is, of course, given the spectrums that we're able to perceive. But at the very end of the day, these souls or these spirits are there by choice. And maybe they enjoyed being pranksters, and maybe they enjoyed instilling fear into people. And they're going to continue that pattern until one time, actually maybe several times, to be honest with you. I've heard that we're given many chances in the sense, you'll be visited by a higher being, and they will simply suggest, are you ready to go forward? Are you done doing what you're doing here? You want to go and see some other things that that are out there. And the soul may say, no, I'm not ready yet. Okay, I'll visit you in what we might consider a few years, whatever.
Millennia.
You put whatever time limit on there that you like. But the fact remains that there will come a point where they do have to make the choice to move forward and go through the life review and see how their actions have affected other people. And then from that is how karma is created, by the way. It's not dictated or impressed upon you. It's something that you make a decision about. Oh my God, I can't believe I made this person feel like this. In my next incarnation, can they be with me in some way, shape, or form, and I can do something different? Or maybe I can be of aid in their life, maybe something that just kind of propels them along, even if it's just once. Can we cross paths? That's how it starts. But the negotiations begin when we realize that, practically, we can only have a certain number of people experiencing physicality at one point. But again, we get very dodgy here because we start talking about linearity. And this is where the human mind, at least the way that it's impressed in the body, has a difficult time understanding that there are multiple timelines layered onto each other, the way sediment is layered within our earth, and yet they all exist in the same space and affect each other, but it's not necessarily a conscious thing.
I have to agree with you, because I was on a call-in show about somebody's podcast about a month ago, and of course, there's supposed to be like 2-3 minute phone calls. This person gets all kinds of people calling, and the person called and asked, is there a hell? That wasn't a quick answer. We tried to make it a quick answer, but I did tell them, no, I'm not always right. This is just my opinion. I wrestled with this. I had a difficult time coming from this Catholic school upbringing and being forced to go to church and religious dogma. Now, again, I don't say that with any judgment for people that need that. I have a belief in a higher being. Hey, Chris. Chris says, damn keyboard. He's trying to type something. Oh, he said, some say everything. some say everything and nothing is real. Past, present, and future can possibly be occurring simultaneously. Agreed. Do you both think this plays into the multiverse theories? Are we many consciousness? I'm going to stop my story right there. Let's go there with that, Michael. That's an interesting conversation.
Absolutely. There's no separation. Chris. There's absolutely no separation. Hello, Chris and Kristen. Good to see you again.
Yes, I love you both.
Paranormal, Bigfoot and the Bunny. Very fantastic.
Folks. Thank you for bringing that. I shouldn't be doing that as a host. Thank you, Michael.
No, that's fine. They were on my show the last run.
I
And
know
we
them
had a
well
fantastic time.
too. Yeah, I know them
Wonderful
well. So
people.
I just go, hi, Chris, and not think about that. So thank you, Michael. Yeah.
Not a problem. Yes, again, and there is no separation at the very
Mhm.
end of things when you're looking at this in the most infinitesimal senses. And of course, the macro expands the same way. If we didn't have gravity here on Earth, we wouldn't know what up and down was, right? So
Agreed.
even our own direction, our sense of direction is specific to our paradigm and environment and where we
Mhm.
live. But we can certainly apply certain knowledge outside of that, understanding that there's a connection between everything. You take down the trees, you're going to have less oxygen.
Oxygen.
You dump stuff into the ocean, this is going to have a deleterious effect on the environment altogether, and eventually one day it arrives at your doorstep when you don't have anything to eat because all the fish are dead and the animals can't feed
Mhm.
off the fish the way they're supposed to, and of course the ecosystem goes around in that circle once again.
Mhm.
But it's tough. It's tough for us to see beyond our own noses in so many senses.
I
And
agree.
I want to sit back and blame the ego. The ego is a very wonderful tool if you know how to use the damn thing. That's the
Agreed.
important thing. Is
Make
how do you
friends
use
with
this
the ego. Make friends with the ego. It's
Make
there
friends
for a
with the
reason.
ego. Feel this out. Really, turn towards your ego and analyze what this is. How is it serving you? Is it serving you? Because if it's not, boom, you start right there. People often
Mhm.
ask me, where do I start on certain things? Start there. It takes just a moment to look at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, well, I want to fix this. I mean, if it was a physical attribute, you'd be able to point it out immediately. Oh, my hair's standing up like this. I want to fix that. My eyebrow, I actually cut a little too short. Well, I won't touch it next time. Whatever the case is, people are very immediate when it comes to a physical representation rather than, hey, let me just go inside and feel what I really feel about something that has happened or what's happening to me now, instead of glossing over, making excuses, looking to somebody else for that attention or approval. I mean, God, there's so many people who still seek approval. I see it every day in my professional life.
Mhm.
And it's just unnecessary. Being who you are will actually do more justice for this braiding of the whole, okay, than being something you're not. Because again, it comes back to, why aren't we already all connected in a very conscious sense to this collective? Because we're so rooted in the idea that we're just individual freaking people, and that's all
Mhm.
we are, and that there's this space between us, and I can throw a rock and you can throw a rock. I mean, that's how people are thinking. They're still living in this third dimension, and yet we've already transcended into the fourth dimension. There's many
Mhm.
variables out there and factors that contribute and support this to actually have happened. We've spoken a little bit about it in the past, I believe, whether it was in private conversation, Laura Lee, or on the show. But people back in 1980s were talking about this ascension, and nobody knew if it would be cataclysmic or something
Yeah.
more subtle. Well, it was a little bit of both, to be quite
Yeah.
honest with you, because we did go through a lot of planetary shifts. Now, the poles have not completely,
Agreed.
rearranged themselves,
Yeah.
but they are saying scientifically this is still something not only possible, but something to expect. Again, nobody really knows the timeline and way of this sort of thing happening, but we see it
Mhm.
in recorded history. So, again, when you're looking at yourself and you're seeing yourself as an individual person, it's not that it's wrong to look at yourself as an individual or to separate yourself in certain ways, because we have that dynamic for a reason. It's to bolster going within ourselves. As we get to know ourselves more, we become more celebrated within ourselves. Believe me, I like the stuff I do. I don't know about
Mhm.
you guys, but I'm
I
sure
love
if
it.
you do it and like it, it's because you're enjoying it, and
Mhm.
therefore you're enjoying a facet of yourself. You're also being that creative being, which all of us are. And again, this is reflective within the universe. Everything is based on creation. Yes, entropy is very real, but it's also part of that creation, that degradation that is necessary in order to rebuild or continue on with the same materials that you have, again creating something different.
Okay, but this kind of falls into your question, the question a little bit that you asked Chris too, though, about what do you think, is there multiverses that happening at the same time? Okay, going back to what I was saying before about hell, right? Like I had a hard time. Is there a hell? And people, we're saying in this, it went a lot longer. The question about, we run into people all the time that blame God for everything. This is God that caused this, rather than understanding that we're here as an eternal being, soul, if you will, having a human experience here that we actually chose. A lot of people have a lot of hard time with that too. You chose your parents, you chose who your children were, you chose who your spouse was, you chose these people around you. And then I heard somebody also had a near-death experience explain this, that when they went through their life review, or they didn't go through their life review, sorry, they passed away, and when they looked back, they hadn't had the life review, but they knew they couldn't stay. Or I think they were offered the option, if I'm not mistaken. They could stay or they could choose to go back. But when they looked back, they said it seemed all so easy. It was all just a play. It all looked like a play. Everybody was having their own play, if you will, all intertwined, and all the actors were on the stage, but all the actors were on the sides of the stages getting ready to come in, and it was your life. That's all it was, your life. So when you look at hell, okay, and like I said, a little bit of religious dogma, and those are things we have to unravel, kind of what I mentioned early in the beginning, with things we've been led to believe, especially as children. Those are deep-seated beliefs, I believe. And realizing that we are looking at justice and punishment and revenge and people paying for their actions and stuff from a human perspective, rather than recognizing that if this really is all just playing out like a play, for our souls to learn whatever the lesson or lessons we set forth, why we've come here in this carnation, this reincarnation, if you will, carnation, whatever you want to call it. And I had a guest on recently that pointed it out. We were talking about this, and he had a really good analogy. He said, so you go to the theater and you watch a play, and you've got an actor that's playing Jack the Ripper. It's a pretty graphic play. You know, this really looks like he's really taking people's lives in that play, right? At the end of the play, takes the bow, walks off the stage. Is he punished for what he played out there? And he said, no, he isn't, right? If you really are playing a role, and this gets really crazy and trying to wrap our human minds around it, and life, and I don't want to diminish life, because I'm not saying it's just a play, but what I'm saying, if you can sort of picture from that analogy, right? If somebody's agreed before you've incarnated, right, and they've played a really awful role, and then people think, well, they're going to go to hell, they've got to be punished. But do they really? Because as human beings, and this is another belief system not everybody believes, but think about human nature. When do we choose to, I'll back up. When things are beautiful and they're wonderful, we've all been there, we've been madly in love, and the birds are singing, or maybe won the lottery, whatever it is, right? What do people say? Oh my God, I wish this could go on forever. I never want it to change. It's when, usually, not always, but usually when we have something adverse, it could be really awful, it could be traumatic, whatever it may be, could be a loss, whatever it is, we are faced with a choice, right? We can choose to mire in that energy of what's happened and be stuck there. Or we've seen it time and again, and some great things have been done, but through people's tragedies. They've created maybe a foundation. Somebody's child was murdered. They don't ever want somebody else to go through that. You know what I'm saying? So my whole point, it gets a little complicated, but what I'm saying is, it kind of helped me understand that in my belief system, there is no hell, because it's part of the contracts and what you always say things so eloquently, Michael. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this anyways. I think you can follow what I'm saying here.
Retribution is a human creation.
Thank you. I could have said it that simply.
That's what it comes down to. It's a human creation, and just because we act a certain way doesn't mean that anything else in life actually reflects that same retribution. We've seen certain behaviors within the animal kingdom, apes, dolphins, just to bring a couple out to the forefront. More often than not, they're not killing for spite. There's something in the way of territory or hierarchy within the tribe, and yes, there is a logical reason for that attack in certain ways, and we see it differently, of course. Now, when you talk about whether there's a hell or not, the hell that exists is the one that you create. So we are the creators. We are part of the all. We are the same material, and therefore we are gods. If by that definition, we are creators as well. So yeah, you create your own experience, and if you pass on and you feel that and in your life you should be judged and, you know, torn to bits in some sort of hellfire, guess where you get to go.
Guess where you
But
get to go. Yep.
that doesn't mean that you have to stay there. I mean, there have been many examples of near-death experiences where people did feel this way and then realized that that was just, again, a fabrication of their own fear, of their own uncertainty, of their own guilt, whatever the case may be. Now, you know, you brought up a very good analogy, and I actually thought of something very similar. You know, if you are a villain within this play, and I'll just kind of, again, piggyback on what you said, not go into the same detail.
I'm dying to hear. You're always so much more eloquent.
Appreciate you. You flatter me so.
You are.
But if you're a villain in this play, okay, and I've always seen it that way too. I love that analogy. And at the end of the play, you know, you take off your makeup and costume. Do you go home and like beat yourself up because you just killed 4 people in this play? Yeah. That was part of your character. Do you walk around with it, you know, saying, oh man, I feel really bad? Well, it's hard for people to understand that it's not that there isn't any consequence. And that's sort of the way we talk when we say, oh, it's just a play, right? But in fact, it is. I mean, but there is still certain consequence. It's just the decisions that you make will lead you to that outcome rather than something directing you saying, this is how it has to be. Maybe that direction actually are the agreements and contracts that we have made, and yet we don't recognize it that way, you know, as we're going through the play and, you know, getting into the dialogue and getting to know the characters. But for some of us to know that this is all sort of a facade and that it's illusory in a certain respect, but yet that we are still here experiencing it the same way that actors experiencing the scene on stage, it's very, very curious and, again, hard for us to wrap our minds around and then anchor and sustain as we move forward in our everyday.
Well, because people believe that there should be a justice system. At least I believe in the developed worlds compared. I can't speak for, you know, other places where I haven't been, but in the developed world, people believe that there should be justice. There should be retribution. They should be paying for what they did. They should be rotting in hell for all of eternity. And like I said, at first, when someone said that to me years ago, when I had said at the beginning of the show, I've changed a lot of my belief systems because I think, and again, I don't want to sound, again, coming from ego, and I believe the ego serves a purpose. I've had some great mentors who have taught me this, that we make friends with the ego. It's there for a purpose. Because you'll hear, especially in the light worker field, you need to banish the ego. And those people I have found, the more they try to banish the ego, the more difficult it becomes for them.
Because you're ignoring a part of yourself.
It just keeps popping right back up again, right?
You're just ignoring a part of yourself. It's as if you had a child in a family unit, right? And you decided to ignore that child. Well, eventually, bad things are going to happen, and this kid's not getting taken care of. It's very similar. And I'll use that example of the inner child for the moment because it's very relevant. So many people ignore the inner child. Maybe this is how they were taught to deal with it. Maybe they never understood how to nurture themselves in certain respects. And, you know, they get older and realize that they're burnt out middle age and they're having a crisis and they don't understand why. Well, I mean, it also goes in line with giving as much as they do to other people, which is absolutely awesome. However, you need to have a balance. You can't give so much of yourself away that you and then in turn now need the help. It's just not a good position to start from and then end in. And again, there has to be a balance to, you know, how people go about this sort of work.
That was a good lesson for me, actually, right? And it was such a shock to me. This is early on in my journey with Lightworker. I had no problem giving. And then again, I've worked with many different mentors. I'm so grateful for that. And I tell people on this journey, seek out many different mentors. And it's kind of like going shopping, if you will. Pick what works for you and what doesn't. Leave the rest, right? But they had actually, and it was literally like I'd been hit over the head. They said, and it was a lesson they were sharing for themselves, that, I've been able to show the universe that I'm very open to giving. But then they gave some examples, like a friend had called them up, knew they were having a hard time, wanted to pay and take them out for dinner. And they said, no, absolutely not. No, I'll meet you for dinner, but you're not paying for my dinner. Or there was a bunch of things. But because I believe that part about being in this 3D existence on Earth, where if you want to look at that, we have opposites, cold and hot, light and dark, what have you. We also need to have balance. So if we're going to have balance, it's kind of piggybacking off of what you said. We can't always be giving. We also have to, if you want to call it the universe, whatever people want to call it, we also have to be open to receiving, too.
Yes,
Very
100%.
important.
This is a big thing with light workers too that I've noticed over the years, that they want to just give, and then, oh, okay, here's a, no, go, they'll refuse anything that you give them. Again, you're pegging it right on the head. It's a balance between giving and receiving, and a lot of people have no idea how to receive. And I'll say it this way properly. And within that definition, I mean that it's something that nurtures not only them, but the other person in way of, allowing them to give.
Yeah.
If you like to give, imagine a world where nobody wants anything you want to give. Well, what
They
kind
won't
of
accept
experience
it.
are you gonna have there? They won't accept anything you give.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's not helping either of you, is it? Right?
No, not at all. No, we got you and I could talk for hours, and I love talking. I was so excited about you coming on tonight. We got just about a half hour left, but I've been dying to ask you, because we barely delved into really deep paranormal and ET and stuff. But I want to ask your thoughts, because I'm seeing this myself and hearing it from other people. Are you finding or seeing that there seems to be a real increase in what is perceived to be increased UFO/ET/paranormal activity, especially after, say, the last 2 years? Are you seeing or hearing that at all?
In ufology, absolutely, since 2017, where the mass consciousness of people sort of shifted to the mainstream with, the advent of those 3 videos. I mean, whether or not they're real, and we've gone over them many, many times. I mean, God, they're almost as popular as the Bigfoot video there. It's
You're talking about the
point.
one where the little
God, the name eludes me at the moment, which is not good for radio, and I apologize. But
is it the military video where they're chasing whatever it is?
Classic. It's not because
it looks like a gimbal.
Come on, somebody out there, you guys know the Bigfoot
Come
video
on,
that I'm
Dave.
talking about.
I know you're out there.
Classic video shot by the 2 gentlemen, Bigfoot in the woods. At any rate, since 2017, this whole mass consciousness, turning towards the world of esoterica, ufology being a big part of it. There was a gimbal video for the ufology, and there was another name for
Patterson? No, he's talking about the Bigfoot
Patterson.
one.
Thank you. Yes, Patterson Gimlet. Was that what it was? God damn.
Yeah, I didn't know you were asking for Patterson. I thought you were talking about the UFO videos. Okay, gotcha.
No. I knew those, but at the stupid Bigfoot one always eludes me.
Yeah, the Patterson gimbal.
Reason.
I think it is Patterson gimbal, isn't it?
Chris will let us know.
Chris will tell
exactly
us
what it is. But
thanks, Chris.
So the idea here is that, again, with more people being involved, you're going to see more in way of manifestation of this phenomenon coming into our reality, because it doesn't just affect us individually. We see these things en masse, especially when it comes to UFOs. Now, I have a very slippery slope to traverse when it comes to ufology, because I do hold the belief that many of what these crafts that we see in our skies, perhaps upwards of 80%, 90% of them are back engineered reconnaissance material and crafts that we have figured out one way or another how to fly. Now, how we've done that is another story, although it's very feasible. Even Bob Lazar has spoken to some degree about this in way of how people were, again, empirically trying to figure out how certain things worked. We've heard of black projects where that's exactly what they're doing. They're pointing things, they're clicking things, they're moving energetic fields, playing with EMF. We could go into that sort of thing for hours on end, but long story short, they are doing it, and they have the ability and the funding somehow to, continue this research. So, again, the question really hangs in the air, and I say that quite intentionally, as to what they're planning on doing with this technology overall. You can only fight each other until there's nobody left to fight. And if you create these high technologies that purportedly have time traveling capabilities or are able to open a wormhole to traverse through our immediate space, how is that, benefiting anybody but a very small group of people who, can only do as much as they can with it within our own understanding? Yeah, I'm sure that they're colonizing other planets out there. I mean, Proxima B is obviously been a big focus in talking about sustaining life. We are hearing about the back ends of what they want us to hear about, or allowing us to hear about. So God knows what they really know, what they're doing. And I hate sitting on the side of conspiracy, but the truth is that there are a group of people who live very separately from us, in the sense that we are really just the peons underneath them.
Oh, you just took the word out of my mind, peons. That's what I was thinking.
We are the worker bees. We are the colony underneath that's supporting them, and we do this through our everyday jobs. I mean, punk rock singers and hip hop artists about complaining about it forever, and that's of course something that everybody has been looking at, saying, how can I make better use of my time instead of feeding it into a system that really just takes everything from me, right? So going back to ufology and the paranormal and cryptozoology, we're seeing more in way of reports of people seeing this phenomenon, but even more significantly, we have more people who are not as afraid, or they're abandoning their fear of coming out and talking about this because they've seen it on mainstream, or they've talked about it around the water cooler, and like, oh yeah, you know what, Jim, I saw something I couldn't identify in this guy when I was 16. Oh really? And next thing you know, it's just part of the jovial conversation of the day. That is sort of what we want in way of a first step. And I say it's preliminary because I think that, it is touching a large group of people, but as fickle as we are, this information will come in, we'll hold on to it for a bit, we'll play with it, we'll jug over like, oh, okay, that's cool. What's over here? And next thing you know, this gets thrown back behind the curtain.
Kind of like
there are still people. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are still people who are working very diligently to, bring that out from behind the curtain, even as it's being tucked in certain ways. And, certainly, myself and the people that I work with are right at that forefront of attempting to continue to bring out this information, looking for anything late breaking that is progressive in the way of ufology, the paranormal, esoterics at large.
Have you guys had anything really strange that's been sent in or that you featured? Because I've been doing a lot of research. For those of you who are in our new time, I got to remind people we are in our new time here at the Angel Rock on Monday nights. People keep thinking I've switched nights. I haven't switched nights. It's Monday nights, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern. But I was off ill for a little while there. I had quite the viral bug, but I'm back and excited to be back. But, I'm getting back into research and stuff. So I've sort of been checking out things like Nuke's Top 5. He gets a lot of stuff sent into him. And it really seems to be a real increase. Like there was a fascinating video I seen. Supposedly it was a camera found on a trail. I want to say US or Canada out in the wilderness. They caught what I can only say, now again, I am not an expert in this type of being, but it was a Wendigo. And then all of a sudden something almost invisible, almost reminded me from Predator. I don't think this was made up either. I'll have to send it to you. See what you think, Michael. And they start screaming, like they are scared on this video, and they're running. They were never found. And the video was found. The video footage was shown. You can barely see this creature. So I've been seeing a lot of that coming up, Wendigos. I've been seeing, or what are professed to be. I can't say they are with absolute, I don't think anybody's caught a real picture of something that's based on legend and lore. A lot of strange things like little people, a lot of fairy beings, a lot of really strange paranormal, a lot of alien, or what we might classify as ET, caught on camera, caught on Ring doorbell cameras, what have you. And again, it's a beautiful thing that we're opening up this conversation. And I wish that it could continue to be open, kind of with the paranormal having so much on TV. It's really opened the conversation. But my whole point of why I'm saying what I'm saying is, like, do you believe that maybe some of this more nefarious stuff, because there's quite a bit of nefarious stuff I've seen as well, is it more tulpa-like, that it's been created because of the generalized sort of lower vibrational, if you will, emotions that have been circulating the globe in the last couple of years? Or have you seen this kind of stuff yourself, any increase, or what's your thoughts?
We live in a predatorial universe, and within that, the woods themselves can be very predatorial. And we look at this in way of Yosemite, sorry, got it the third time, National Park, Yellowstone. I mean, all of these different large bodies of woods encapsulate mysteries beyond what most people can fathom. Look at David Paulides and Missing 411 and the many books that he's read into and explored. These park officials will not talk. They will not provide lists of missing people. And if they do, it's for an exorbitant amount of money. I'm talking within the millions, okay? And we don't even know that list is going to be comprehensive or anything that can really be applied to the research at the very end of the day. So why all the secrecy? They happen to know in one way, shape, or form what's out there. Now, is it something that, again, we can quantify? It may not be. And a lot of Native American cultures that have existed in these areas, they lived in harmony most times with these particular beings or whatever it is that's out there. But in other circumstances, there was a learning process before they got to that point. And perhaps many on the side of culture were taken in certain fashion. Maybe the Native Americans had actually hunted some of these things and were able to take it down. But I come back to the whole evolution of how some of these creatures may have come about in way of what they are today, given that nobody's really disturbed them in their, evolution the way that maybe even Darwin would suggest. That being, they just went a different direction than we did and became less physical as a result of the choices that they made. So, while we're very technological and we're rooted in this very industrious, sort of setting mentality, attitude, again, we're just physical beings, we're bodies, whatever, the other creatures such as Bigfoot or Dogman or the Wendigo or, even skinwalkers sort of border that, though, because, those technically are people, in certain clothing, if you will, okay, to say that in that sense. There's an element there, again, going back to the predatory aspect that, when these people go into the woods, you are being watched in many cases, and it may be the elementals that see you. Some of them, they don't want you in their area, and if they deem you as a threatening energy, they're going to do what any other wild animal reasonably would do, and they'll attack you. Now, what that attack looks like, I mean, I've seen many different animal carcasses within the woods. Some of them I've seen naturally passing away. Maybe somebody got into a conflict. You can see that there are certain predatory marks on the animal's carcass. And then there are others that I simply can't explain. Even out here in Massachusetts, in Leominster, a buddy of mine had sent me, he stumbled across a kill site. And there were feathers. I'm sorry, it wasn't feathers. It was deer fur from this clearing. It was just, the whole thing was awash in deer fur, and it just seemed very uncharacteristic for something that was just hungry and didn't have any other motivation.
It took the time to remove the fur.
That's a very good question, and it's not like chunks of flesh were thrown about everywhere in some sort of feeding frenzy. It seemed to be very swiftly taken right off of the body and then scattered in one way, shape, or form. But what really kind of drew my attention was the carcass of a coyote that was very close by to this kill site, and the thing had been completely smashed, gutted, and its body was twisted and contorted like a corkscrew all the way up to the head.
Oh my goodness.
Now, what can really feasibly do this in the woods? I mean, we are very aware of the wildlife we have here in Massachusetts, but there doesn't seem to be anything logically that would pick up an animal and do this type of damage. If you're trying to kill it, whether it's for food or territory, you're going to keep it from moving. So, that predator just does what it has to do. And, next thing you know, the animal doesn't move and they lose interest and threat is gone. Why do what has been done to this particular animal? It doesn't seem to make sense. So you do see a lot of these sort of things as you go out into the field, and you're sort of left to put these pieces of the puzzle together to, again, approach every logical, rational explanation first. And when none of that holds up, then you can start considering other possibilities.
I can't even imagine, because where I live, I'm about 6 hours north of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm about 35 minutes away from the Minnesota border, and we're like smack dab right in the middle of Canada. So we have a lot of wilderness. We have a crap load of paranormal activity. Well, we know my own house, but I've since realized the amount of people. Michelle DeRoche, like I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to give her a shout out too. She's our station manager. She's done such a great job. She's done so much work. She plus doing the show 2 nights of her own. And Joe Montaldo, we were talking to Joe before. Give him a shout out for giving us this wonderful platform to have these kind of discussions. But she's been through Thunder Bay because she's been on so many different TV shows and what have you. She actually commented on our Paranormal Survivor episode. I didn't know her at the time, neither did Dell, but we've since met her. We're so grateful because she's so awesome. But she even has admitted, oh yeah, Thunder Bay, holy crap, that place is a hotbed of activity. But why? Like, why is it? But we have a lot of Indigenous First Nation people here as well. Is that part of the legend and lore? Is it because we're on a body of water? We're right on the edge of Lake Superior. Like, what is it? Dave's got a question for you. He says, Michael, do you think the energy in the Bridgewater Triangle, or where do you think it originated? Native culture, early colonists, or older?
I think hands down it's much older, and I think that
I
the
think so too.
Algonquin Indians and the Wampanoag who were there certainly were in tune with those energies, and as I mentioned before, over time we're able to sort of create some sort of alliance with those
Mhm.
energies. If we look at Montauk, for example, people talk about the
There's that
Montauk
name
Project,
again.
all the weird things that have happened down there that even aren't related to the project itself, just these crazy anomalies, and the people that it's drawn. Aleister Crowley, always a certain character to keep in interest here. We know that particular stretch of land was revered for the spirituality that it encased, and there were many high vibrational spirits that were presiding over there. I mean, there's the whole idea that there are pyramids somewhere down there within not only the water itself around Montauk, but
Oh, I love
on
it.
Montauk itself. I actually visited one of these sites with Peter Moon and Montauk is Strange during the filming of the Montauk video that I had put out. But just to know that there is a history that goes much further back than even what we would consider to be the Clovis people before the Native Americans that were here in what we know as America, and all up into Canada, and of course the Bering Strait was certainly mentioned many times in way of how some of these people would get over here, but neither here nor there. These places are certainly magical. Now, what ends up happening is that you might have an area that is very sacred in way of a positive push or some sort of energy in way of healing. There were healing temples on the earth at one time. Some people say during the time of Atlantis. I'd say that this was, not just the end of it in Atlantis. I still think that they were working with healing temples for many years afterwards. These areas become tainted with the level of consciousness, or I should say colored with the level of consciousness of the inhabitants that take on those areas. So you have Native Americans who are respectful and want to live in harmony with the earth. So you're going to have, not necessarily this gravity and way of negativity, but then you have, the settlers come in and, all of a sudden King Philip's War is created. And out of the 5 million people that lived in America before the white man came, within 3-4 years, 5 years, you have a quarter of that population that blood goes into the soil. If there is a vortex or a portal that's there, then this is being colored as well. So if you go into the Bridgewater Triangle and you go into the Hockomock Swamp, yes, there is this impending sense of solitude and constriction because, walking along those paths, Dave, as you may have as well, everything's very grown in. It's very dense. There's no traversing off that trail. There's water everywhere, sinkholes, quicksand, you name it. So again, the land itself is not very traversable, but the Native Americans actually hid during King Philip's War in this particular area specifically. And unfortunately, as a result, they were also slaughtered there. And a lot of innocent people that really had nothing to do with that war were killed in the Hockomock Swamp. So again, I feel like this is a witch's cauldron and way of a vortex. If you're adding that type of energy in there, it certainly again colors whatever energy is there and is amplified, because that's what the area is about. It's about the amplification of that energy, and again, it's up to us how we're going to utilize that natural resource that has always been there for us, but our unconsciousness and our low vibrational thoughts and attitudes bring about something less desirable rather than the other way around.
And activities, because you know what, you actually kind of just explained what I was explaining about where I live. Because the Hudson's Bay company and the whole thing, they all developed right on the shores of our city here. We used to be 2 cities, Fort William and Port Arthur, and they've amalgamated. But we have a historical park here called Old Fort William that reenacts all that happened between the, I want to say soldiers, I guess, and merchants and stuff from the UK that came over. Again, same thing happened. A lot of innocent blood was shed because of wars between, I believe, the Cree and Ojibwe Indian. Ojibwe tribe is the main tribe here in the area I live, but there's quite a bit of legend. We have a falls called Kakabeka Falls, sorry, cat hair. It's almost it's been called Little Niagara in the north, and then we have the Sleeping Giant. Now the Sleeping Giant is an incredible sight to see. It looks like an actual mountainous giant sleeping, but there's legend, and there's one of the world's biggest silver mines in Lake Superior. Often it's called Rossport. And when you get into the legend, and I won't go through it tonight, but when you get into the legend of what they're both associated, they're on opposite sides of our city. It's called the Legend of Nanabiju, or the Sleeping Giant, or Gitchigumi. And then the Kakabeka Falls they're intertwined and related. But the reason I mention it is part of the story that goes with the legend is that anybody that tries to access the silver mine, because it's being protected by the giant that's laying there, the mountainous giant, they lose their life. And nobody has been able to access that silver mine. It is underwater. You can see into some of the mine shafts where people have tried to get in there. Nobody's been able to harvest it because of it. So there's got to be something to it.
That. They certainly hold a certain energy. There's a gate there. There's a key, and you know what? You may not possess it, although you may be able to see the gate. Adverse has certainly brought us to different places in the world, and of course most times it's not somewhere pleasant, and the common disrespect that people would certainly show when it comes to untold riches under some sort of sacred spot, it would be nothing for those folks to just jump on there with a backhoe and start decimating things. But there are watcher spirits and keepers of these gates, for a certain reason, and perhaps it's not the silver that they're really protecting. It's something much older, something much more in the way of energy that's down there, and we just don't have the ability or capability to either see this or even utilize it to whatever extent we might be able to.
Plus, I think that we need to respect the legend and lore of the land, no matter where you be, especially when it comes, I believe, from First Nations, because I do believe they were the keepers of the land long before we, whether you want to call whatever we are, Caucasian, from, the old world, whatever it is, they lived here first. And like you said, I truly believe exactly what you said, Michael, that they've learned to live harmoniously with the earth, with the Great Spirit, with the animals. I love that when, with the old traditions of First Nations people, that they hunted only what they needed and every part of the animal is used. They were thanked for their sacrifice. Those are things I think we all could learn from and respect.
Dave,
just
remembering.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
That was it. That was all.
Oh, I was just going to say, Dave asked, what about the energy in the Northeast being from the fall of Atlantis? That's a question he's asking you.
Well, you'd have to be a little more specific, Dave, I think, because when the fall of Atlantis happened, I think whatever was there in way of energy sort of rippled throughout the entire planet. So if you're seeing something in the Northeast in way of energy that reminds you of Atlantis, let me know what you're thinking of.
He's been part of the Oak Island series on TV, and he's very, very, very knowledgeable about that area and parcel of land, but he lives, I believe, in southern U.S. I won't say your state, Dave. I know where you live, but I won't say that unless you want to mention it, just to maintain some anonymity for you there. He's been on my show before, but I'm sure he'll type it in here. But sure. Yeah, he's a pretty knowledgeable guy. He does astrology a little bit different compared to what most people do. He's got a biology background. He's a really interesting guy to talk to.
I'd be curious, Dave, to know what you were doing in the Bridgewater Triangle if you're from down south.
I don't think he's originally from there. I think that's just where he lives right now, but he can probably answer that. So he said, trying to figure out why the Northeast has such strong energy. It's definitely pre-native, he believes.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with you on that, Dave. Although I do think that, being the most accepted meeting point, you have Plymouth Rock, you have Jamestown, all these first colonies that came in. I think a lot of what the settlers brought, we're still feeling in way of residual effect today. And again, I certainly do think that energy tainted a lot of what was here in a natural sense. I mean, they brought doctrine, they brought rigidity. They brought a sense of finite existence, really. I mean, and they would bring this forth with their religion, superstitions, other ideologies that were peripheral, and they would impose this on other people. So there was a lot in way, not just the physical degradation that we saw, but a mental energy, a spiritual energy that was caved in as a result of the arrival of these pilgrims and others. But you know what? I mean, it's hard to really say at the end of the day, because the Norse were known to be here. The Phoenicians were also here. Gregorian monks were here, and they all established their own areas of residence. And today we still follow some of those and look at them as mini Stonehenges. What happened there? I mean, what were they utilizing? What did they know in way of stumbling upon something brand new within an unexplored space that they could identify and say, hey, we can utilize this in way of a natural experience, or for whatever reason or impetus they had behind them to go on those expeditions. Most times it was to escape religious persecution, right? So people always wanted to have their own ideas of how the world worked. They didn't want to be impeded by other cultures, as we've so oftentimes done to each other. But at the end of the day, we don't really know what their intention was. We can only look at the history, what they've left behind, which has been scored over a multitude of times.
Absolutely.
With all different cultures. So it makes it very difficult to ascertain anything directly about who was here first and who was utilizing the land in a way that we see this or feel this energy. But I have to tell you, Dave, I think with the research and persistence, we can find some answers for that.
Or find a good remote viewer that was actually able to, with any degree of accuracy. It wouldn't be 100%, but there are people out there that, again, like you said, they just don't go forward or into present time. We can also go back in time. So that might be something interesting. It just hit me when you were saying that. I thought, I wonder if we could find somebody that would be able to. Now, again, we couldn't say with 100% accuracy that they were absolutely accurate, but it would certainly be some food for thought, wouldn't it?
It'd be somewhere to start. And, within that research, we might find some support for that, and that would be curious. Dave mentions here he'd be happy to join on a podcast. We could talk about New England. It would be great. Well, absolutely, it would be great, my friend. Please reach out to me. Shoot me an email if you would, darkhourparanormallive@gmail.com, and I'll certainly be waiting for your email, my friend.
I was going to say I can connect you guys, but you just took care of it because I talk to Dave all the time.
Fantastic. Either way, as long as we get in touch.
Yeah, I know Dave's actually been starting a little bit of a podcast. I believe he has, Dave. So feel free to put the name in the chat. We are almost out of time, Michael. It always goes by way too quick with you.
It always does. It always does, Laura Lee.
I know. He says he'll send you an email today. So, okay, so let's talk about where they can find Dark Hour and all the podcasts you're working with. Wherever you want to share with people right now, please go ahead so they can find your fantastic podcasts that you do and all the work that you work with the it's Third Phase Moon and Goof On, right?
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Laura Lee. I very much appreciated being here and having a lovely conversation. I love coming on and enjoying this time with you. Yes, you can. My pleasure. You can find me at Dark Hour, one word, Paranormal. Again, Dark Hour Paranormal on YouTube. That is the Father channel. And I'm also working with Goof On, as we've mentioned, Rich Giordano. We are very, very good friends, and of course work closely within our fields. Third Phase of Moon just released their new documentary, Above Top Secret.
Oh, I have to check it out.
#1 on Amazon Prime and other live streaming video platforms. In addition, there's another fantastic movie that just came out. Okay, and this is called Alien Abduction Awakening, which you can also find on Amazon. Absolutely incredible movie. I had the director on the show a couple weeks ago. It was a fantastic interview. I've seen the movie. I implore you to go and check that out as well. I'm also managing Dr. J Radio Live's channel. We're going to be working on that a little bit more readily as the months press on. Of course, Manny from Area 503, close friends, we're working together. There's a lot happening. But what I can tell you all who are interested in following what I'm doing is that coming up for the rest of this year, I'm looking to record 2 full-length documentaries, one covering the Salem witch trials, which actually began in Hartford, Connecticut. That'll be an interesting one. I have a few historians who'd like to chime in on that, so enrich some of the information that were made not how do I want to say this? It wasn't made a focus, and yet it's still very integral to understanding what happened. And I will be returning to Montauk, Camp Hero in August to film another documentary focused on the survivors of that project, and within that time period is what I'll say for the moment.
Wow, holy cow, Michael, you are so busy there. Wow, I gotta have you back on again. It's gonna be hard to nail down, guys, but he's amazing. Please check out his program, all his podcasting, what he's involved with. I want to thank you for being here. Most gratefully, Michael, as always. I want to let you guys know too that you can find me if you ever want to book a reading, healing, mentorship. You got a show idea, a guest idea, please get a hold of me on facebook.com/The Angel Rock. I have 2 groups on Facebook, Paranormal University for all things paranormal, and the Angel Rocker Tribe for some of the esoteric things we talked about this evening, more spiritually based, not religious, spiritually based. I will be back next week, same time, same space, Monday nights at Angel Rock. I believe, unless something changes, I'm going to try to upload. I've been talking about it for weeks. We got to have you guys see this. The interview I did with Garnet Schulhauser, met his spirit guide on the side of the road, and he's had many interesting, phenomenal astral travels with his spirit guide Albert, counsel wisdom, what happens when we die. We talked about all kinds of things in that interview. Again, Michael, love you, love you, love you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to everybody that's here. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you may be. We will see you next Monday. Please stay tuned. We've got great programming left. We've got the Horsefly Chronicles coming up right now in about 4 minutes after this. Night, Debbie. Thank you to everybody that tuned in. Dave, we got, quickly, I want to give them a quick shout out. Who else have we got here? Chris Carr and Kristen from Dark Horse Paranormal, Alien Believers, and of course, Dave Petrella. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you later.
Ciao.
Hello, and welcome to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast. This is John Goodwin, your host. This podcast is dedicated to the aspiring writer or artist and will provide inspiration and tips from top professionals in the field, along with contest winners and tonight's very special guests, all the way from down under in Australia. We have last year's event in October where we introduced Chris Winspear from Volume 36 with his story, The Trade. We also have Michael Gardner from Down Under in Volume 36 with Foundations. And this year for the Federation, we have J.A. Becker. And welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to be here. Thank you.
All right. So you definitely have that Canadian...
Yeah.
That Canadian manners.
I'm a Canadian that also Australian. So I got the both. So I don't sound quite like these guys, but I got the little bit of a...
Yeah, you're accent. Like, no wuckers. Thank you.
How long have you been in Australia now?
5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why you still got your Canadian accent.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever lose it. So no worries, eh? That's
we won't hold it against you.
This podcast I really wanted to do specifically with the Australians, so we could really just blanket Australia with, for anybody who's an aspiring writer or artist, to take advantage of this contest. We've got 2 of our more storied judges who are from the Australia, New Zealand area. We got Sean Williams from Australia and Sean Tan from New Zealand, who are all winners back in the within the first 20 years. They were the winners and gone on to amazingly successful careers. And you probably, several of you know some of the other winners, Cat Rambo, and we've got probably a dozen or so from Australia over the years, but now 3 more here. So to start with, what's been your timeline like as an author? I'll start with you, Chris. You were as the grand prize winner last year or 2 years ago with your story, The Trade. So becoming an author, is it something you've always wanted to do, or is this something that came later on after some...
I started writing when I was 15. I started writing a novel on paper by hand. I basically did everything wrong. My first novel, every single possible thing to do wrong. And then when I was 20, I tried to fix it by just adding more. So I had this 200,000 word short action thriller, which didn't go anywhere. But yeah, I kind of had this epiphany that, maybe, writing is a lot of work and doesn't really get you anywhere. And I thought, okay, maybe I'll just put this down for a bit. And then within 6 months, I had a different idea, and I was writing the next book. And then a similar thing happened. That did it was a lot better. It was a sci-fi. It was, kind of They go to a spaceship. They think they're just there to fix the aircon, but no, someone's been murdered and there's a conspiracy on board and they've got to investigate. That kind of book.
Sounds good, actually.
Yeah. It was, and I got a few. The Query Letters got a few like requests in manuscript, but didn't really take off. And every time the madness kept coming back, and I kept writing another book until I eventually did a master's because I figured like I'm obviously cursed. I might as well get good at this thing. So I started writing short stories, and one of the short stories I wrote since those days, The Trade, was lucky enough to win the contest.
Well, excellent. And Michael, yourself?
I used to love sort of doing creative writing in high school. I had a very encouraging English teacher. I used to love Clive Barker, if anyone knows him.
Sure.
Cosmic Horror, and I had an English teacher when she was teaching us Jane Austen, but I was writing stories about decapitations and awful things like that, and she would still encourage me. So I very much enjoyed that, but it was a bit odd. It was that era I got to that stage, and then it was like, well, now you got to get a real job, and I put that aside, and instead I went into studying finance and economics, which was so far removed from that it wasn't funny. And to be honest, I think one of the biggest bits of advice that I sort of missed out on was, where do you put these short stories? Where do you sell them? I didn't know, so that's why I put that aside. I didn't do a lot with it. I mean, it didn't stop my mind from wandering, but I didn't do a lot until I was in my mid-30s, and my sister bought me a writing course, and the person who ran the writing course in Canberra, Australia, where I'm from, which is the little-known capital people don't understand, but it was Ian McHugh, who was a grand prize winner of the Writers of the Future in 2008, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's not only where I found out you can actually send short stories somewhere, but I found out about this competition, and he was amazing, read an amazing course, and I kind of got inspired after that, and I went back out and I said, you know what, I'm going to write a short story, and I sent it off to an Australian magazine who was nice enough to actually say, you got past a first reader, and that just gave me that encouragement, and so I went from there, and so I'd say from the last 6-7 years, I've been writing a lot again. This competition in particular was my dream. I used to joke with my wife that I wanted to come over here and do this, and she'd laugh at me because she thinks my stories are very strange and not particularly to her taste. But that was the main thing that got me to where I was at the moment, and winning this has been a bit of a dream.
That's great. You're next.
With me, it actually started with Ron Hubbard's work. When I was younger, I read one of his stories called Devil's Manhunt, and it was just like this action adventure thrill ride that was just like absolutely exciting. And when I read it, I just wanted to do that. I wanted somebody to read something that I had read and go on kind of like an adventure like that. And so I tried to replicate the story, and it was just like absolute garbage. And then I was kind of like I never like submitted it because it was just, never like good enough in my mind to actually go anywhere. But I just kept on trying different action adventure stories and reading more and more of his work. And eventually, like many years later, I kind of connected that he actually had a writing contest, and I began to submit. So I've been submitting to the Writers of the Future for like quite a long time. I'm probably like the oldest person here who's submitted for the longest and never really won anything. I just kind of got up to the point, I think, where I was like a silver honorable mention was like the highest one. And then I kind of gave up, and then I just gave it one last solid kick at the can, and I was able to actually, surprise, be here now with the win. So it was really his work that like inspired me to kind of like live that action adventure and make people like want to feel something with your writing. So that's kind of like how I flowed.
That's great. So on the subject of science fiction and fantasy, like what's the scene like there in Australia for science fiction and fantasy?
It's interesting because the local publishers aren't shy of publishing YA sci-fi and fantasy, but you'll have difficulty selling adult sci-fi and fantasy. So a lot of the Australian authors tend to look to the US market in particular to publish their work. And I guess also, like when I did the Masters at UTS, so many of the writers were actually writing spec fic, which is what we call sci-fi and fantasy sometimes. But they felt obliged to enter literary magazines because that was just sort of the done thing, and they didn't realize that. Yeah, there's literary magazines are great, but that they are after a different sort of story, and they have a different focus compared to, I guess, the mind experiments that you can find in the sci-fi magazines in particular. So yeah, I guess we are kind of becoming a little bit of a satellite to the US market, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, contests like this are kind of great because they give Australians a chance to get a level of support that we don't always get back at home. Like, we don't get to hang out with Kevin J. Addison too often. I know he came to Supernova 6 years ago or something, but it's pretty rare that authors of caliber come over to Australia. So this has been crazy to see this the amount of
totally
stars.
There's nothing like this in Australia or in Canada or wherever. Honestly, nowhere around the world.
Yeah.
No, it's amazing because you're going to have, obviously, you just had Robert J. Sawyer speak with you. And Tim Powers, Jody Lee and I, obviously. But then you've got also about ready to speak with you, or you had Todd McCaffrey tonight. Mm-hmm. And then you'll have Dean Wesley Smith. He would happen to be the first person to be awarded 38 years ago.
Yeah.
Nini Kariki Hoffman will be here tomorrow. Larry Niven will be speaking with you.
And they're also friendly, too. It's not like I've done Worldcon before. I've actually even spoken at Worldcon about 3D printing. And there's a lot of people, and you just see the stars from a distance, but we had the chance to get a beer with these guys and hang out, and that's just blowing my mind a little bit. That's incredible.
Yeah, when we're doing this, you'll probably be down at the BarCon.
Yeah, the BarCon.
As it's
professionally called.
Yeah,
exactly.
Affectionately called. Yeah.
Otherwise, for the purpose of this podcast, it was misnomered BarCon. It's actually an AMA, Ask Me Anything, with the judges downstairs where there's chairs.
And you can and they want you to ask questions.
Yeah.
And they're actually really friendly and not standoffish, which I don't know why I was expecting that, but they want you to ask them questions, and they're I was talking to Robert J. Sawyer, and he's going to come back to me because he wants to think about one of the questions that I asked him, and they're just so friendly, it's inapproachable, it's amazing, honestly.
For them, it's like I said when we were doing our drilling a little bit ago, they really, really, treasure this moment, that they're able to spend with you. You are where they were 20, 30 years ago. I mean, Robert Sawyer was writing to the contest as a young author, and it was Algis Budrus, the then coordinating judge, who gave him a 3-page critique to his story as a finalist, and he did the things to it, turned his short story to a novel, sold it, and disqualified himself for the contest. Kevin Anderson ended 19 times, and then he pro'd out. Nini Kariki Hoffman was a winner. Dave Farland was obviously a winner in Volume 3. Sean Williams was a winner. Eric Flint was a winner. Dean Wesley Smith published in Volume 1. So it's, that's, in Illustrators, we have a similar type thing. It's now, it makes sense in almost 4 decades that you're going to have that, the wheel keeps on turning there. And so what happened for them, they want to do it for the next, generations. And hopefully down the line, then some of you will be in that position as well, because we're definitely not North American centric, with this contest. For sure. Even like I said, it's hard to get Sean over here. That's a fact. Either the Sean Tan will come when his kids grow up enough that he can actually get away for a week. And Sean Williams he's a professor now, so just getting him when he's not teaching, that's really rough. And that's the problem we had with Orson Scott Card. He loves teaching it, but he's a professor as well.
Kat Sparks might come. She's very enthusiastic.
Really?
Yeah. If you
I would love to. Just after this, let me know, and Kat, I want you to come.
I'm not going to speak for Kat, but I would say hit up Kat. Yeah.
Sounds like you have, though.
No, I remember when Sean Williams presented her in Seattle. That was the year that I also met Octavia Butler, and where she became a judge, like I said, for that short period of time. But that's when I met Kat Sparks when Sean gave her award. That was amazing. And we like to have that, just keep on passing it down.
Here we are in the Writers and Illustrators of the Future Lounge at the Office Services Building in Hollywood.
Back to the
community, I would writer and illustrator
very
judge.
grateful and lucky.
Yeah, no, Rob Sawyer, when we flew him out, I met him originally at TourCon, and that was interesting too because Owen Hubbard had attended TourCon 1, and I had a photo of him that I presented at the convention at the opening ceremony. I presented it, and I arranged this that the guy who was the con chair in 1940, whatever, 44, when he was there to present, to receive the photo. We blew it up and really nice framed and presented it to him. But it was like hundreds of people were there at that presentation. Just they didn't know there was Owen Hubbard standing next to John W. Campbell and several other the bigger names of science fiction at that time and in Toronto.
Yeah.
So on the whole thing of being a writer, like for yourself, Chris, what makes it so important to you to be a writer?
I think I keep writing because I can't stop the ideas coming to my mind. This sounds like I have some sort of on the verge of developing schizophrenia, but I pretty much write because I had these ideas, I had these great thoughts, and I just want to give them some life, and I almost want to share what seems in my mind like a beautiful world. I've also traveled a lot. I've traveled, I was in South America for 6 months. And that made me obsessed with traveling. So then I was in Korea for a year. I lived in upstate New York for a year. So I've seen a lot of beautiful things, and I just like the ability to share. I'm not only just sharing my stories, because everywhere I go, I talk to people, right? And so I like to just share that wisdom, share that beauty with the world. I guess that's what inspires me. And also, just the ideas and inability to stop, I guess, is also what's happening.
Good. A writer has to write.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, what about you, Michael?
Yeah, a little bit of what Chris is saying resonates. I mean, you don't stop thinking about certain scenarios, and I think there's a point whether, I'm putting it on paper or in my own head or just talking to people. I feel like someone who's always putting together stories and thinking about stories, but I'm sort of reflecting a bit on what Tim Powers was sort of saying in our course today. Why do you then put that into written form and send it out to a magazine? I think there is an element where, you want to show off a little bit. You want to sort of get your ideas out there, have people talk to you about it. So it is a buzz, even when I go out to first readers and, you get reactions back. I've said to many people over this week, I have a great bunch of first readers, one who will stare me in the face and say, I absolutely hated that. And it guts me every time.
That's
but
your wife, right?
No, my wife won't read my stuff. So she's wonderfully supportive with hating everything I do, but it's fine. But she gives me the time to write it. No, it's a very good mate. But I find like we have a debate about things, and the idea of then putting stuff out and having others read that, I think that's it's good to put your ideas in paper, put them somewhere, as you said, but also hopefully occasionally put a few interesting thoughts out there which get people talking, debating, and maybe debating with myself, I think.
That's great. And should I just, to make it, just say J.A.?
Sure. I'm easy. No, my parents call me John Anthony Becker, and then they just called me Tony for my whole life. So it's a bit of a confusion for basically everybody.
John Anthony or Tony, whichever you prefer.
So yeah, Tony or J.A. or John. It's no worries. I'm the same. I'm like a mixture of them, of like a compulsion to write, and then wanting like the intellectual stimulation of it. And then the other bit too, which is like tying back to what I was saying in the beginning, is like I want to put people in like the emotional and make them feel something, the same thing that you've felt when you read something. It was something like, it's not like I want to like raise consciousness or whatever, but definitely make them feel something, make them like excited, sad, happy, sort of raise their sort of state or even drop their state of being, because it's just, I don't know, there's something inside you that just wants to do that, you know? Like it's just I don't think I can quantify it, but it's just wanting somebody to feel something and sharing. It's kind of wrapped up like that.
Oh, good. So now, Chris, you got a story called The Trade. So what's The Trade about?
So The Trade's first contact story, and it
and also what inspired it too?
Yeah, I was going to say, it kind of came from the Fermi paradox, which I always find inspiring, but also I was researching.
You always find it inspiring. I'm happy for
What a great question. What was it? Oh yeah, I found this I don't know, a resource online where you could go and do a virtual tour of the International Space Station. Like you could do a virtual tour of a house, and I was just looking at all the gross, beautiful detail. The astronauts explain how the hatches work, and we got these blue handlebars and how we get around. And it occurred to me that if anyone is going to make contact, the most convenient people to have a face-to-face conversation with are the few people already in orbit on that space station. So I was like, oh yeah, so this huge ship doesn't want to land. It can just pop over there and have a chat with someone. And that just started the kind of balls rolling. In the end, I think a star of the show is this sort of this alien who comes, and he's got all the technology in the world, but he comes across a bit like a secondhand car salesman. Yeah. Because he's like throwing out all these solutions to climate change, all this stuff out there, but it's all for a price. And he's kind of like really charming, jokey personality. It's a lot of fun. It's actually one of the most upbeat stories I write. And I'm trying to write more upbeat stuff lately because I'm noticing it tends to do better, and I think it brings out a side of me which is a bit nicer. Otherwise I just get really dark sometimes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
We'll keep you upbeat.
Yeah.
Keep me happy. Everything's better that way.
Okay, good.
Nah, it's a bit weird.
So, Michael, Foundations. Yours was a really interesting, creepy story, which was, all these stories are fascinating. Like I said, we got yours, and then yours. Anyway, go ahead on that because I've never read a story like that before.
Yeah, so less upbeat than Chris's, but
depends on your point of view, really.
Yeah. No, thanks, John. Mine, I think, look, the core of it is about family. I've probably taken it to a little bit of an extreme, and it's a family responsibilities that go back generations, but the generations live on by being walled into the house itself. And I think ultimately it's about the pressure on a young teenage girl, which probably is not myself, but I was a young teenage boy once, and it's that point in life where you feel those, the breaking, I suppose, of family bonds and family expectations and whether you're striving out for yourself or not. And that's really what the story was about.
So instead of the House of Usher, it's the House of Becker.
Well, that's
me, but yeah.
So, yeah. And I think, that's what it's about. I think starting with that story, I'm someone pretty visual. I always imagine odd things, and the thing that got me going on that story was an image of all things, a grandmother walled up into the basement of a house, but not necessarily in a horrific way.
Was there something really that sparked that from like a real life story that you read?
No, not
good.
Not particularly.
Good. I'm happy.
No, it was just an idea, and I think in the end, like, it sounds awful, but the idea I went with it is Grandma D in the story, who is walled up. She's actually quite a positive, responsible influence in that house, even though it sounds like she's in a horrific situation in some ways. But the story was very much about the daughter and the father, and I think that sometimes as a reflection, a lot of my stories deal with family, and I think sometimes it's me reflecting on my own parents, and sometimes with two young kids, maybe a little bit of creeping in the worry of what am I doing to ruin them, So I think that's what the story was about.
I get it. No, it was obviously, all these stories are obviously amazing stories because they're winners. They're published Mars of the Future. We don't do anything other than the top best of the best, which you guys all three are. So, Mr. J.A. Tony John, fellow Canadian, Australian, for the Federation.
I do not have a good story like they do. All right, I'll be honest. My drive was desperation. Like the Writers of the Future has 4 quarters, and they all end on the last quarter was on December 3rd. Oh, the first quarter is on December 31st.
Yeah.
But it's like the end of the year. And as every writer out there, they're like, I've got to do something by the end of the year. And I had a story mapped out and a story planned, and it just fell apart like 2 weeks before the contest was done, and I was like, I might as well submit this one. And then I thought, you know what, I'm going to challenge myself. This is, I'll just see if I'm already going to lose. I've got nothing to lose because I've already lost. So I'm just going to just go for it and just write it. And so there was no inspiration. It was just desperation, and I just kind of flowed along and threw everything out that I'd started with, and it ended up with this story that is I'm pretty proud of, actually.
So a little bit, just describe the story a bit, because it's fascinating. But
the story,
anybody here knows about your story except for me.
The story is there's a desperate woman in this story, and I think maybe some of my desperation perhaps leaked through into the story with her, and she's trying to save her son basically from. I don't want to give too much away, but these things in his head, and she's somebody who's she's not a capable mother. She's she's somebody who's an Imperial Guard, who's very genetically modified to be incredibly fast and strong, and so her motherhood.
She's the most beep female you will have ever read in any story ever.
Yeah, so she's indestructible, yet there's this thing where it's she doesn't know how to be a mother, and she doesn't know how to care for somebody yet.
But she so wants to be.
Yeah, she has to, because her son is dying, and so there was this kind of, it flowed along from there, and there is desperation in what she's trying to do. Yeah. She only has so long, and I only had so long before the contest submitted as well. So it was one of those things where you don't kind of you don't have the time to overthink, you don't have the time to over edit, and then you just kind of just push it out and never expect to hear from it again. And then I heard Joni call me months and months later, and it was the wrong number or something, or I felt like she'd mixed it up and called the wrong person. But yeah, I don't really have a great inspiration story other than the desperation of a deadline, really.
Well, that's what Kevin Anderson said. That's the reason. That was one of the things that he most got out of Rise of the Future, was learning to write for deadline. That was his inspiration. Sometimes just that alone, I've got to get my story in. So you made a comment about your call from Joni. So any particular, besides it was the wrong number, any other reaction you had to getting that call from Joni that you were a finalist, and then the call that you were a winner?
Yeah, I just kind of didn't believe it, honestly. I knew the contest, and I knew that you would get called, but I wasn't nervous between the thing, because I assumed that it was not going to happen. I was just so sure that it wasn't, because I'd been submitting for so long, and I never even got enough phone call or finalists in the first place. So it wasn't really a big thing for me. It was a wrong number. I didn't really believe it was her, but she convinced me it was. And we had a little chat about actually some of Ron Hubbard's work. So I was pretty sure it actually was her. And then when she called me back to tell me that I had won, I was absolutely flabbergasted and shocked and delighted, because it was huge for me. It was absolutely massive.
Well, that's great. I mean, you've been working on it, you said, for...
way too long. No, it takes as long as it takes.
Yeah.
But yeah, submitting to the contest for a long time, reading and writing and taking courses to try to improve yourself over the course of time. Yeah.
That's great. What about yourself, Michael?
Yeah, look, it's a very, very fond memory, the first time I heard from Joni. I'd been submitting to the contest for a while as well. I think I had... maybe not quite as long as Tony, but I definitely had a couple of silver honourable mentions and a couple of honourable mentions. And as I mentioned before, a joke with my wife, ongoing joke, this is the aim, I'm going to get this thing, we're going to go over to LA, that sort of stuff. And when I put the story in, I thought it was, pretty good, but you never know with these things. And I think Joni has in her head that I screen my calls for her, because I don't think I've ever picked up the phone when she's called me directly. And the first time she rang me to tell me I was a finalist, we were actually travelling overseas the last time before COVID hit. So the last time since this trip. And we'd hit in Australia a bit of a black spot. There was no mobile reception, and we pulled up and Dings has a message, and it was Joni there. And I was trying to work out how to actually call her back and what the country code was and stuff. And yeah, she explained the finalist thing, and I was very excited about that. But instantly I overthink these things, and you sit there going, well, 3 in 8 chance. I mean, that's great, and I'll be really happy, but then I'll also be disappointed. And is that a chance, etc. We end up flying over to Bali, Indonesia with our kids and with some friends, which was really nice. And again, when Joni called the next time, I didn't have my phone with me, and I went straight to message bank again, and the frantic sort of, you need to call me now sort of thing. And again, as I was trying to work out country codes while being in another country and how it worked, she called me again. And I always remember it was very excited that my friends and family, who by now knew this was a possibility, all left me by myself to take the phone call, and she told me I got the second, and I went back and they were all lined up. There was about 7 of us and kids over there just waiting to hear, and when I told them, there was a lot of men embracing men and being very happy and deciding to go out to drinks and stuff. So yeah, it was a great memory that I'm very, very fond of.
That's great. And you, Mr. Chris?
Yeah, so she calls me and says, at first I'm like, Jody? No, Joni. Jody? No, Joni. But yeah, once we cleared that up and figure out who it was, she says, congratulations, you're a finalist. You might be one of the winners who gets to go to LA and do all these things. And I mean, might? Why are you doing this to me? I can't sleep at the best of times. Now I'm just to be like completely distraught until you tell me if I'm going or not. Why? So fortunately, she called me the next day, so I didn't have too long in stasis. But yeah, and then she tells me that I won first place, and I was just completely incredulous. And I was watching when she called me, I was watching the recording of the ceremony because I hadn't actually done that yet, and I was watching the ceremony thinking like, wow, like how cool would it be to win? And then she calls me, and I just was over the moon because I've been running for so long, and I never got that much attention, that much recognition from anything I'd done before. So I would say, the biggest, prize is just a huge wave of encouragement. And you've been running for a long time. We get a lot of rejection letters. It's hard, So that wave of encouragement for me, was just a real push, I guess, to keep going, to keep trying. So we'll see what happens. I'm kind of pitching a new book at the moment. And I've got another book lined up. We'll see what happens. It's still going, basically.
Awesome. That's great. So what, did any of you take the online writing workshop?
Yes.
Okay. So what was that like?
It's pretty good. I particularly enjoyed the sections from Orson Scott Card. There was one part where he said, this part about endings is great. He's like, your ending, stop freaking out about your ending, right? Your ending is just whatever momentum you've got in your story, just let it glide down to where it's supposed to end. It should be completely effortless. And then boom, there you are, you've landed. That's your ending. If it's not effortless, then that means there's actually an earlier issue. Like you got to change the middle, or you got to change the beginning. Because if you force the ending to go in a certain way, then it's going to not read like a natural story. It's going to read as if the author came in there and wrangled the characters to where they were supposed to be. And that's completely, I've just found it so helpful because now, I actually rewrote the ending of this novel. It's sort of Arabian Nights inspired novel I'm pitching at the moment, based on that advice. And yes, it was just completely just calm down, let it land what it's supposed to. It feels much better now.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
So now on the workshop itself that you've been going through this week, what's been like the highlight for you so far?
I just think, first of all, like Tim and Jody, I'm just so impressed with how they riff off each other. It's like they've been doing this for 50 years together.
Yeah, this is the first time.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. But they're sort of amazing, but they're not necessarily giving the same advice. You're getting nice iterations on it. There's even been some interesting, differences of opinion along the way. But I've really been, quite impressed with sort of the advice they've passed on about writing in general, but probably a lot of the stuff I've never turned my mind to as much on, the business side, the representation side, what's next about, different views on how to get an agent, what to do with an agent, when to get an agent, the business side of publications, things like that. So even if I'm not quite, like Chris pitching a novel or anything or up to that stage, they're the sort of things I feel like they're not as readily available just by having a chat to your writing group or gathering online, and I found that really, really insightful and helpful and hopefully something I can apply in the future in a couple of years when I'm ready for that sort of thing.
Great. And yourself, Tony?
The coolest bit is kind of the people. Not even, I mean, the judges are awesome as well, but it's like meeting these guys and become.
Did you know each other before?
No, we didn't know. We all kind of came on the same flight and kind of met at the airport, and then just knowing them and meeting them and knowing. Just it's absolutely fantastic and inspiring to meet all these other people as well. So I don't know, the judges are awesome too, and learning a ton, which you will learn a lot. But also the people and that there's other people out there in the same struggles as you, and what they've done and how they're thinking of things and advice and tips and stuff like that. It's the community of people as well that's probably the best part of it.
Great. And yourself, Chris?
Yeah, we just actually had a session today with Robert
J. Sawyer.
Yeah.
J. Sawyer. I was going to say, forgive me if I mispronounce this. And he hit this concept, which has kind of been occurring to me lately, but did very well, which is, and they don't talk about it. I've done a master's of creative writing. They don't mention this, which is, I guess, the saleability or the significance of your work is not just about how well it's written, but it's the theme of your work, or I guess the topic and the crux of it, and whether that's of interest to people. For some reason, writers don't often talk about that. They're all about, it's a great story. But does anyone care about that story, you know? That's such a huge element as to what makes a good seller or what makes a significant work. I feel like journalists are actually more aware of that space than we are. So yeah, I've got to the point now where I have too many ideas and not have time to write them. So I have a folder called Novel Ideas. There's about 12 half-baked outlines of novels in there. And yeah, from now on, basically, when it comes time to write a new novel, I basically will go through there and I will think about which of these topics, or which one of these ideas can be applied to a topic most significant.
Right.
And yeah, hopefully that will kind of, steer my work some in the future. We'll see. Stay tuned.
We are definitely tuned. So, in Australia, what would have helped you along the way as an aspiring writer with whatever the barriers are in Australia? What would be the things that would be best, that you'd love to see resolved or improved upon to improve the scene of science fiction and fantasy in Australia?
I think Canberra's got a good community going on. I think Sydney needs to do a better job of gathering a spec fic community. I don't know if we need to make a guild similar to how Canberra does, but a lot of the spec fic writers I know who work in Sydney were working in silos, working, in the dark for way too long. And it's only after that we've kind of found each other and been able to share stories with each other that we're starting to get to some level of success. And I guess this competition's great because it's free to enter. You got nothing to lose. If you think of entering, stop thinking, just enter. Just add it to your list of places to put stories. Because one of the things you can get out of it, and even the forums, you don't even have to be a winner. You can go to the forums there and you can start looking for a bit of a community of like-minded writers.
We also have the Rise of the Future forum too. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
That's what I meant.
That's Rise of the Future forum. Okay, good. Yeah. Good. And do you have any thoughts of what would improve the scene?
I think, this is always a hard one because I suppose it's partly a commercial thing, but I'm really grateful. We have a couple of great speculative fiction magazines, I think, in Australia. They're not necessarily professional, but we've got Aurealis and Andromeda Spaceways. Aurealis has been pro at some stage. And I think they're very good at providing on personal feedback on stories. But I think over the years, and even in the short time I've been doing it, I feel like more small Australian magazines have dropped out of the market than have been added.
Unfortunately, that's been happening.
Yeah,
not just in Australia.
Yeah. So look, it's there's obviously there's no easy fix there, I suppose. But with the shrinking market, I just think magazines that are actually dedicated to promoting at least some space, like Aurealis has 2 out of 3 stories go to Australian authors. That I think very much helps. That's all.
Mm-hmm. And any thoughts?
I think just echoing on what Chris said is just forums and kind of joining up. I think the other thing too for me was like it's I don't know. Some people think that the Redditors of the future is like it's like fixed or it's not like a real thing, but like going on the forums and you can actually chat. Like I was chatting with Martin Shoemaker on the forums like probably 8 years ago or something, and he was responding, and I don't know, it was just kind of like the disconnection on whether or not he wasn't like, didn't seem like it was a real person, but like those are real people out there, and the people on those forums are actually like there to, even like Wolf Moon, who's like, I think he's the forum administrator right now, he's giving advice and chatting, and they're even doing like offering to do critiques and things like that. So if there isn't like a community out there to support you, that actually is a community there to support you, basically. And they're all really nice, and you can read back on the forum posts going back years and years, so there's like a rich sort of history there of things. So that's the best thing that I could, is just knowing about it and being a follower and a reader and a communicator on it would probably help.
That's great. Now, what do you think about the idea of, there's been, like I said, at least a dozen past winners, possibly even closer to 20 over the years. If I were to put together a list of all these winners for you guys to like start rounding them up and start knitting together a writing group that, you know, because you've all been helped and be willing to help others, and then you can help yourself along the way too, just with that reassurance. Because I mean, Kevin Anderson still boasts that he's the most rejected author out there, but he's also in America probably the highest paid science fiction author. You know, 20 years ago, he was saying I had over 750 rejections. He had a big bowl he would keep.
I'm catching up real quick. I'm about 300 at the moment.
He's in his rear review. Yeah.
Novels.
He's in your rear review.
Yeah.
But if we were to go through and just go through all the past winners, and just, because I'm sure Sean would want to chip in on that and help out, and both Seans actually, to help on that and just make it more available, because we've gotten way more international now with the contests, because the podcast now reaches 120 countries. And with that many people entering, like we've got winners from 10 countries in this volume represented now. So that's crazy, you know, that we've got that much diversity. So I'd like to propose that. And if so, then you guys we could work together to put that, because I think it'd be great to getting a group there dedicated to someone that really wants to go. And I know Kat Sparks has had a strong desire to help, you know, and it might need also just others to work there, so it's not just all on one's shoulders.
Yeah, definitely. Hit us up.
Oh, good.
I think so.
I'd love to help.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now on, you said you got a couple novels, Chris, but so are you going to continue doing short fiction, or are you going to do just keep it on the novels now, or what's your?
I think I am probably stronger in novels. Like so one of the things we do in this week is a 24-hour story, and I was looking at the story, and it kind of occurred to me that I tried to write a novel in around 3,000 words. It wasn't really a scene. It was kind of like 21 years of this guy's life told rapidly. Anyway, so I don't know, it was not that bad, but I just think my inclination is more expansive than I can tend to do in a short story. But that said, meeting so many short story writers here, and from what we've learned, I think and particularly knowing that we can just rapidly shoot out a short story. And I used to be such a perfectionist with short stories. I used to do 14 edits for the short story. Just like, maybe I'll just do one for fun, do a couple edits, let it go. That might be great. Because, I always say to like any aspiring authors, there's probably a few aspiring authors listening, you got to make sure that writing is fun, because it takes a long time to get anywhere, a long time to get any recognition. So you got to make sure you're doing it for yourself, and you'll make sure that you don't push yourself too hard and get too perfectionist to the point where it's no longer fun. You got to enjoy yourself. A good metaphor is, for some reason, when people start writing, everyone immediately says like, "Oh, you've been published." But like if someone picks up a guitar and starts learning guitar, no one says, "When's your next concert? When's your album coming out?" No one says that, right?
Yeah.
So just like when you start writing, you are like the person picking up the guitar. It's going to take a little bit of time to get into it. So make sure you enjoy it. Try and find some people to, play guitar with, make a band, whatever you might do. and it'll be a more pleasurable experience.
Good. That's very good advice there, and it's also the forum is definitely about that because you're not going to find somebody. You're guaranteed you're not going to find somebody that's going to like rain on your parade because a person's allowed to rain once. They're given a warning. They do it again. They're banned from the forum. That's not part of any successful pattern of making a writer. What about yourself?
I feel like I'm a real contrast to Chris. I love short stories. I read a lot of short stories. I certainly, haven't ruled out at some stage doing some longer stuff. I've explored doing, novella length kind of things. But yeah, short stories for the immediate future. Love a rejection letter. I think Tony and I were talking this morning about middle of this 24-hour challenge. We both opened our emails this morning, and just to give us a boost with what we were drafting, we had a form rejection waiting for us both.
I got actually 3 over the last 2 days.
So it's part and parcel of it. I enjoy that experience. I love a good edit, so I do edit too much, but I find it fun. I think even this morning, what did I send mine off 2 minutes before 2 p.m., but that's because I was giving it my 4th edit in 24 hours. But yeah, short stories, particularly, I like a bit of horror, a little bit of dark fantasy, a little bit of just the new weird category. So that's where I'll be going.
Okay, and you, Tony?
I'm just going to keep on writing short stories for sure. I love them. And there's like a great kind of turnaround on them too. Like novels there's some scary stories about novels. Like you write it in like a year and then you don't hear back from them in like 2 years. I'd like a shorter turnaround and keep on improving myself. So short stories for now, and then maybe someday a novel, but it's going to be a short novel, honestly, maybe a novella. I don't have the patience for it, honestly. Yeah, short stories for me.
Okay. So now, do any of you have like the inclination to switch from earning your living on a day job to earning your living as a professional writer?
I mean, that's always been the dream, right? But to make that reality is a long journey. I am tempted to take a bit of a break, maybe 6 months if I can get it approved and etc. To do a lot of writing, a bit of traveling and see where that goes. So that's tempting. But to fully become a professional writer overnight is risky. They kind of say, make sure you've already got enough sales going on so that you will be safe before you make that switch.
Yeah, well, there's that 20 books to 50K conference, which that's based on it, because I interviewed Michael Anderle. He was on the podcast a few weeks back. He's the one that created that workshop, and that formula he worked out to be able to get up to making $50,000 a year with 20 books. And he goes over that whole thing. When you listen to Kevin Anderson, Rebecca Mesta, they have a whole thing on the business of writing and when do you quit the day job. For them, they wait till they had a year's worth of entire expenses in the bank before they quit their day job. And they had already been writing, but they waited a whole year so that that could carry them until they were able to, kick it going.
There's something to be said for making, a day job that involves an element of writing. Not that necessarily will be as fun as your fiction, but I found once I started working communications, corporate communications, writing things for copy for websites, my prose got tighter because I was practicing those writing muscles as a day job. So when I finally got a few hours to write something, it just came. We didn't have to worry so much about simple, efficient sentences. That's why you see so many journalists become authors eventually, just because they've already got the skills. They don't have to do another 10 years. They only have to learn the fiction skills, which is probably already a few years, but still, they've got the prose down pat.
Right.
Yeah.
And what about yourself, Michael?
Look, again, it's always a nice dream, but I think I've very much accepted the reality that some sort of other income will be, something ongoing, even if things do take off a little bit more. Saying that, I work part-time. I have a day where I'm looking after kids in part, but it's also my day for writing. And so I suppose in some ways I have given up a little bit of income to dedicate some time to writing, and I've never regretted that. I like the idea of taking some time off, but I think I'd have to have, saying I'm not up to the novel stage. I think that'd be the sort of thing if I had a good idea where I just wanted to sit down and nut it out. That might be a nice time to take some time off, but definitely continue working for the moment, I think, to support it.
There's that story of Gabriel Garcia Marquez was in the car with his family about to go off for holidays, and he told them, "No, I've got an idea. We're not going." He grounded his family so that he could write a novel which became 100 Years of Solitude, which didn't took off like crazy and became, started magical realism, or one of the significant works of magical realism. So yeah, sometimes not saying cancel your family's holiday in order to write, but sometimes taking a bit of time off, even if it's a few weeks to pump it out, can be good. Yeah.
And what about yourself?
It would be amazing to kind of write full time, but you know what I mean. I might be I like my job, actually, my full-time job that I have. So
what do you do?
I'm a product manager for a software company. So we do like some AI technology and stuff. So it's actually a lot of fun and working with lots of creative, kind of like really smart people and stuff like that. So I actually really like it. So if I could do less of it, but keep writing, but still keep it, and then of course, your dream is to be a full-time writer, but I would love to, my future is to keep both and be able to achieve kind of both of those realms.
I have a new dream actually of writing for games. How good would that be?
Yeah.
Because that's basically
there's a seminar tomorrow on
I know, I'm going to hit that guy up. I'm like, dude,
I
can get a visa, come on. Anyway, see how it goes.
Yeah. Now, one thing too is, like Dean Wesley Smith, he'll write a lot of times, because Hubbard he aspired when he was first studying, aspired to be more like Hubbard as an author, because he had a 92 words a minute creativity on writing stories. He'd just write a story 92 words a minute. He could type like 140, but that was his creative speed. And like he says in one of the books that I gave you, he would write up to about 100,000 words a month, 3 hours a day, 3 days a week. And that was his.
And those are like on gigantic typewriters too. We have like these smooth little computers where buttons are so easy to press. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, A. Van Vogt told a story once about watching him write. And he put the paper in, he looked toward the wall, and obviously he was envisioning the story, and he typed the story out. And when I was doing the proofreading for these stories from the Golden Age books, that we're going to get you the copy of that, the one that you wanted.
Yeah.
And but we were doing proofreading. All of a sudden, you'd see it would stop, and then you'd see it would start again. And because that was back in the day, you didn't have the ability to go back on word processing and delete and just move forward there. He'd stop and he'd go back a page, and he'd type through a change. If he dead end or something like that, he'd go back to a page earlier. He'd start typing again, and then you'd take it in whatever direction you wanted to go in. And that's, I didn't know that until I was proofreading from the original manuscripts to see what it was on there. But it was amazing. It was just his creative speed. And that's something that Dean will get into as well, that when the story first goes down, it's got the most creation there. Everything's the freshest, and the more you polish it, the more it'll get more subdued because you get, the edginess of the story starts going away. Because Dean's got a magazine that he publishes. He writes every story himself, and it's a monthly magazine. And he said he hasn't missed an issue in however many years. And then this last year, he had a goal on his 70th birthday. He wanted to publish 70 books on his 70th birthday, and he made his target. I mean, he's amazingly prolific. So we'll be talking to you tomorrow, and he's an amazing inspiration. Yeah, what I have over there, that's the first volume there. That's Rise of Future Volume 1.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's what he's... Okay, that's his.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in that one. So is Nini Karika Hoffman, who will be speaking to you, I guess, tomorrow or Thursday. So in terms of advice that you would have then for the aspiring writer, either based upon what you know you're going to run into Australia or just what you ran into, period, the things that you were almost ready to quit and then you did this to keep you from doing that. So what would you say to the aspiring writer that kind of help preemptive strike on something that you had to overcome so that they don't have to?
Yeah, well, if you're listening to this, you're probably already on the right course, because you've already figured out that you're not alone. You figured out that there are resources out there to try and, I guess, find talent, and it can feel like there isn't, but there totally is. Contests like this, searching for talent. So in the end, just try and keep having fun. I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
Keeps the meaning. I guess you got to get, like, rejection letters are just part of life. I think what you were saying.
It's a terrible
earlier, Tony.
Honestly.
No, but it is.
It is.
But almost like if you understand that's the default, right? And anything more than a generic rejection letter is good.
Yeah, that's true.
Then that's the mindset you have to, I guess, take when you start showing your work around. Once you go there, you can only move forward. But yeah, and then try and find some people like you, because no doubt there are people like you in the area, and that can be a bit tricky. But once you find some other people to throw work at and read their work, you learn a lot from reading work, even if it's not even the best work, because sometimes you learn from other people's mistakes, for example.
Yeah, it'd be good if they read volume 36, because then they could find your story in there.
You saying my story is full of mistakes? Is that what you're saying? I'm kidding. For example, yes, you can read all our stories. Actually, reading Rise of the Future is good because it's a standard which is very high but not unattainable. If you go straight to reading Asimov's, it can be like alarmingly, like, why is that story better than that story? It can just be a lot. But to read this work, it kind of gives you a bit of a hope, I guess. Like, one day you can get there, and totally you can.
It's the only publication that will publish 12 new, sometimes 13 or 14 new writers a year. You know, none of these Asimovs, they do, I think I was told they do one new name a year.
Yeah, only a couple. They're just trying to look for the best stories, and so you're competing with the people who have been in the field for 40 years, 50 years. You're competing with our judges down there today.
Yeah, they're the ones that are going to be finding an Asimovs. But I think it was, one of the judges told me that Asimovs, well, I think he said one a year, maybe it's a couple, but it's nominal at best.
Yeah,
it's true. Yeah. So what about yourself, Senor?
Yeah. So I think I said earlier, one of my problems early on was just, not knowing you could send out to these magazines. So I do think, like, if you've got a bit of a love of writing, genuinely, sure, everyone does it for themselves, but ultimately you want to entertain others. You want to get your thoughts out there. So submitting them, there's a whole range of magazines. So getting online to Submission Grinder or paying for Duotrope, seeing where to send them. I think competitions like Writers of the Future is fantastic. It's free. They'll accept anyone to put into it. Doesn't cost you anything to go into that. But there's also a range of sort of magazines out there, and you want to get as read as possible. So yeah, you aim for your Asimovs, but there are a lot of smaller, hardworking people all around various countries around the world doing small magazines that are still getting your stories out for a readership. And I don't think that's the worst thing to be just starting off with. Even knowing someone's willing to pay you $5 to send it out to their 100 readers is still a good feeling. Chris touched on it, but rejection letters, yeah, don't get to and give up. I think you said before, John, even the great authors have got a whole collection of them. I've read Stephen King's On Writing probably too many times, and he talked about a nail he used to have that spurred him on, which was just thick with old rejection letters. And he, one of my heroes, one of the greats. And so to hear that, I think encourages you. So yeah, don't get turned off by rejection letters, and then keep honing your craft and keep talking to people, keep taking those lessons. I think the online course is an amazing offering from the Writers of the Future. Things like that to keep improving, and then if you love it, keep doing it, keep sending them out, and eventually I think people can improve and start getting picked up.
Good. And yourself, Tony?
I don't know if I could add on anything to what these guys said already, other than just like, in your kind of heart, like, it can be really hard being a writer and getting rejected after rejection after rejection. So, like, I don't know, in your heart of despair, know that, others like us who have been there have been able to get here and through submitting and through reading at Writers of the Future, you can actually get to the point where you can get your work published, get your name out there, and just know that others can. If we can do it, it sounds bad, but if we can do it, you can do it as yourself, and it's totally possible. I'm not paid to say this. I'm not like a fake person or whatever. It's like I struggled as well, and it can get very dark because it's your own personal work that gets rejected in some cases horribly. And you can do it. It's possible. That's why we're all here.
Good, yeah. And one thing that seems between all three of you as a common denominator is persistence, not giving up. And that's that, not to fall into the trap of saying, "Oh, I'll never get it." It very much could be that next story. You never know unless you actually submit the next story, and you keep on doing it. But the thing too is that a writer becomes a writer by writing. And if you think you're going to write a story and expect it's all of a sudden to be recognized as a writer, is I wouldn't necessarily call it foolish, but it's not going to do you any good to have that expectation.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of there's been many of the writers that say be willing to throw away your first million words, to build your voice.
Yeah, it's interesting. I did a lot of, I guess, people I studied with, my peers that did the masters. I feel like the masters made everyone into perfectionists, and so they've spent ages on one novel, or they spend like 6 months on one story, but that story might just not have the right topic, or it might be structurally irredeemable. You can write more and more and more, and you'll learn by producing more work rather than trying to refine just the one thing.
Yeah. It's interesting mention that when Owen Hubbard went to, I think it was Harvard, and he was a guest speaker because he was a very famous pulp fiction writer. And so he went to the creative writing class, and he saw they'd gone through and they'd circled his writing and thought, okay, this is exposition, and this is all these different, terms for what he's doing. I don't know. That's not what he was thinking of at all, that he was telling a story. And so he told them, because they'd been working on their story for the semester. And he said, it's like, you need to be writing like 100,000 words. And he said they went apoplectic, he was not invited back, because they had that was their story, their creative writing story. And no, you've got to write. A writer has to write and write and write. And so, he wrote millions and millions and millions of words. But because he did that, he was able to sit down and write a first draft story to submit with that they would just publish. He wrote Battlefield Earth, 425,000 words in 8 months. He went on the next year and wrote Mission Earth, 1.2 million words. All 10 books became New York Times bestsellers, also in 8 months, on 2 manual typewriters. So...
Yeah.
I don't know how you can do that, honestly, but
he used one typewriter until it broke, and he sent it to a repair shop and do the other typewriter, and he rotates the 2 typewriters.
I'm still not at the point where I can write everything through and then bang, that's it. I got to revise, edit, revise. So it's pretty astounding that I can just crack it out in one go, and it's perfect.
But anyway, we're a couple minutes over the hour slot. I knew we would just be going. This would go lickety split here on this. But anyway, it's been great talking to you guys. And I'm really hoping that people in Australia listen to this, rest of the world too. But I really wanted to get a message to Australia because it's such a big country and so spread out that it's easy to miss the fact that there are other like-minded people there who would love to team up with you and share, their love of science fiction and fantasy and being able to create it. And, you're not alone out there in anywhere in the world, but in Australia as well. So there you have it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. And just if anyone has any questions, anyone wants to reach out, I'm always happy to help anyone. I used to be an aspiring author too, and I'd like to think that people help me along the way. So you can find my details at cwinspear.com.
Great. And Michael?
Yeah, I've got a website at michael-s-gardner.com. So there, it's got my details there, where I've been published and that sort of thing.
Excellent. And Tony?
My website is ja-becker.com.
ja-becker.com.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All my details there.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for listening. Subscribe to the Writers of the Future podcast wherever you get your podcasts. The Writers of the Future podcast is available on SoundCloud, iTunes, Pocket Casts, Stitcher, Player FM, iHeart, and Spotify. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network, where you can find these podcasts as well. The Writers of the Future series can be purchased wherever books are sold in the U.S., Canada, the UK, Australia, and South Africa, and available everywhere else on Amazon. Writers and Illustrators of the Future are contests created by L. Ron Hubbard to provide a means for the aspiring writer and artist to be seen and acknowledged. It is free to enter and open to new and amateur short story writers and artists of science fiction or fantasy. Again, thank you very much, Chris, Michael, and Tony.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, guys.
Snack time? Here we go. Blue Diamond's habanero barbecue flavored almonds. So tangy and zesty and but there's also Blue Diamond's wasabi and soy sauce almonds, bringing that flavor with a kick. Okay, I'm having both. Blue Diamond almonds. Super flavor, all on a super food.
For what we do around here. Let's see, who else am I missing here? D-Worm, the gorgeous Kira. Thank you for joining us. And let's see here. Uncle Dale and his Power Stash are here. Remember, if you're in Austin, Texas, and you see Uncle Dale, rub his Power Stash for good luck right through July 4th. G. West, nice to have you here. And D. Cohen, thanks for coming on in. Penman, good to see you. Oob to Joe's Maine, you've got Lola. Yes, you do. And I think we're caught up. Once again, the Super Chat is a wonderful way to support this show. Our store is open on our website if you want to pick up any SOR swag. And if you're a veteran tuning us on in, thank you for your service. You always have a safe home here in our chat room. Evan Walters, how you doing? Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show for you tonight. The team from Bedtime Stories has got up early in the UK to share some of their creepy encounters and stories that they have for us. Then, in hour number 3, we will bring you a story from the swamp, courtesy of Swamp Dweller. Fedora John is back for the Cryptid Report, and Shirky Poo has the news. Here we go. Turn off the lights, get into bed, and plug in your earphones. It's time for a little creepy bedtime story. Yes, these gentlemen are Fortean at heart, and they cover anything that is even remotely strange, from the paranormal to the supernatural, unsolved mysteries, strange deaths, conspiracy theories, cryptids, and every alien in between. All told, it's in a unique and creepy way. As they post on YouTube, they're one of the biggest storytime channels out there, almost 664,000 subscribers. We welcome in Simon, Rich, and Mikey from Bedtime Stories. And gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. I don't know where Mikey went. He was just here moments ago, but we'll get him back on. How you doing, guys? Thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio.
Yeah, we're all good. Thank you for having us.
It's good to have you here.
Good morning.
Good morning. And, it's kind of weird because as we're broadcasting this, it's getting daylight over there. It's still daylight here in British Columbia. So I find that kind of interesting. One of those miracles of nature. And, Mikey's a little bit loud on his speaker there. Yeah, he's got his hair dryer going or something. I don't know what that is, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's start learning about you guys here. And, Bedtime Stories has been going since 2017 on YouTube, and you guys have really taken this storytelling to a whole different level, bringing in people and their encounters and stories that you've found all over the world. Rich, let me know how this got started for you.
Originally, it started as an idea that me and my brother had. We were going to set up a website many years back.
I got to mute you, Mikey. Got to mute you. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, so as I was saying, it started as an idea that me and my brother had. I was going to write stories. He was an artist, so he would have done the artwork for it, and we were just going to put those on a website, and that didn't kind of pan out in the end. So eventually we just kind of evolved into an idea of putting it onto YouTube instead.
Google Play.
And my brother passed away in 2014, which is one of the reasons, the original idea of having the website didn't go forward. So I searched for an artist that could kind of replicate his style.
Experience on Facebook.
Found Mikey through a freelancer site, and
you can follow us on TikTok.
Originally he was just going to do artwork for the thumbnails, I think.
Let me kind of break down TikTok real quick. It wasn't an initial idea to have the artwork running all the way through
my
account's
the episodes.
Like where most of our videos go.
But that's what it kind of evolved into.
You can follow me on
that's basically how it started. And we uploaded our first video on January the 30th, 2017.
Now, when you put this together and decided to do this, Rich, did you ever think that it would come to a day where this would be like a career?
There. Other than that, I mean, that's about it.
More than anything, it was just something I wanted to share with my friends.
Every person who's viewed our series.
From there.
Well, let's bring in Simon here because he's got a fantastic beard and mustache combination, and we like that around here. Simon, when we bring you in, how did you feel about this whole idea of starting this YouTube channel telling spooky stories?
Radio. To the listener out there, share the show. There's a lot of knowledge. And then we have these two special guests. Julie, wrap it up.
18 months, 2 years when I came along, and Rich helped with a talent contest. He was looking for a writer.
So please join us next Monday night on United Public Radio Network.
But I applied my script and I wasn't successful. I think he told me I came third or fourth out of the candidates.
Stay tuned for
but I hung in there.
Everyone have a safe, great night.
And here I am.
See you next week. Thank you, everybody.
So I was just quite honest.
Thanks for having us.
I think this is something you touched on when you speaking to us earlier, the international nature of it. Finding out stories like Yuba City, for example, just really, it was like catnip for me, it hooked me. So now to be able to research those and then write scripts for them, I love it. It's great.
Now, when you got started in this and started writing these stories, how did you guys manifest this channel? Rich, I'm sure I got to start with you on this one, but did you manifest it this way or did it form this way over time when you saw what the people like?
It manifested this way, to be honest. The idea that we had originally is still very much essentially what we've got now. So it's just a matter of telling stories interspersed with nice artwork to kind of depict the scenes, and nothing much has changed really. I mean, we've upped our game a little bit with added animations and parallax kind of images to give it more depth. But the initial idea is still very much the same. So yeah.
Simon, what do you think the appetite is for people who are attracted to these kinds of stories? Because I got to admit, I go to bed listening to these types of stories each and every night after this show, and I just love it. I love the fact that I can go to bed, listen to some creepy personal encounters that people are having in this beautiful world of ours, because there's so many mysteries out there.
Certainly, when I've been researching topics, we cover stories from all over the world. And one of the pushes that Rich has is that we don't just do UK-based ones, we don't just do US ones, we go everywhere. And I think one of the things I've noticed is that you find some commonalities we did an episode called America's Vampires, which was looking at vampire stories from the US. And when you actually start looking at the idea of vampires, they're everywhere. Pretty much every culture has some sort of story revolving around a demon that drinks blood, or an undead person, or a disease. And I think that's one of the things that pulls people in, that there's these commonalities worldwide, like the night hag, vampires, succubus. And no, that's the scary thing. If you look at something, for example, like the Sasquatch, that's a North America-based lore. But then when you go to some other things and find out that on every country in the world, on every continent, there are stories like this, it worries you a little bit. It makes you think.
Well, then I won't show you the footprint that I casted the other day. How about that? I don't want to scare you.
I think.
Go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say, I think we've even got Sasquatch stories in the UK. There's there's an area called Cannock Chase where people have apparently seen like a Bigfoot kind of creature, which is weird to me because I'd never thought we'd have any kind of reports of anything like that. So
right,
so it's interesting.
I want to test out Mikey's audio here. Is it Mikey or Mickey? What are you going by?
Mikey,
perfect. Okay,
Mikey,
we do have a little bit of feedback coming from you here, so I think you got a speaker on or something. And let's see where we are here. I'm not hearing it.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can.
Yeah.
Now we can. Now you're beautiful. Thank you for the audio there. How did you end up getting involved with these guys here?
Well, it's actually the same story as Rich said. I was searching for a little job and found Rich on Freelancer. So I tried and applied, doing some sketches. And at first it was, a bit, these sketches were a bit like, like some fast sketches. It was like another style than what we are making today. So the Rich approved the sketch, and this is how we go.
It's awesome to have you here as well, and to have all three of you here, because one of the things that you guys are doing is you are scouring the world for any type of weird, strange story. And Simon, do you find these stories are popping up almost on the daily from every type of country out there?
Yeah, and there's quite a nice range as well. We've got quite one of the richest strengths, I think, and one of the things that's made the channel so successful is accessibility. And we're always quite keen to get back to people when they contact us with stories and to note them down, to chase them. Most of the people that contact us, know a good ghost story or a good monster story from their neck of the woods. And you start researching and go on the internet. And what we like to do is find stories people haven't heard of. Some of the less popular ones, things like Jack the Ripper, for example, have been done to death. So we'll then go and look for something a little bit more fringe. And I think that's why people like to come back, because there's some stories that you can find anywhere. And in other stories, I mean, certainly from a UK point of view, I think one of our best videos was the Husack tunnel hauntings. And I'd never heard of that before I researched it. So it's quite nice to be able to, I think our channel gives people the chance to travel. They can travel without the airfare, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, the fun that you guys have in choosing these topics. Mikey, let's find out. What's your favorite topic that you guys do?
Well, hard question, Favorite topic? Well, let's say mysteries, ghosts. I like kind of that. And, of course, history, what reflects to some history incidents, like Dyatlov Pass or something like that.
Right on. How about for you, Rich? Do you have a favorite topic?
Yeah, I kind of like the disappearances, the strange disappearances that got no kind of explanation. My favourite mystery is probably Flanel's Lighthouse Mystery up in Scotland. And incidentally, that's the first story we ever did on the channel. It was the first video we uploaded. So, yeah.
And how about for you, Simon?
I do love a good ghost story, and I think the scripts that I get the most invested in are where someone's taken a location like the Myrtles Plantation or Leap Castle, and then just to sort of delve into the ghosts there and what the historical stories are behind them.
So for all of you, when you guys get into your meetings, you decide which way we're going to go. How long does it take you guys to build an actual episode?
It's probably about a week's worth of work, really. Simon's quite a fast writer, actually. He turns around stories quite quick, depending on his workload with his day job. And then I've got to go through and edit it and pick out what scenes we're going to kind of depict with the artwork. And then it takes Mikey about a week to draw all of the images that go along with the episode. And then obviously you've got the recording of the narration, the selection of the music. So yeah, I'd say from start to finish, probably 2 or 3 weeks, but we kind of pull everything together within 1 week, maybe.
Okay, so with that, how many episodes are you working on at a time?
2 at a time, most of when it's just as I'm finishing off the post production on one episode, Mike is already drawing the artwork for the next. Simon's already writing the next. He's probably got 3 scripts in advance, I think, Simon, at the minute.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, about.
So when you guys put this together, Rich, and you were building your team, I mean, you have to have a lot of solids that are going in order for it to work. You know, you have to have solid writing, you have to have solid imagination, you have to have solid facts, you have to be able to really paint that picture for the audience. How do you go about painting that picture behind the scenes?
You're probably better off directing that to Simon, to be honest, because he's writing most of the episodes at the minute, I think. So it's his words that really paint the picture. So sorry to pass the book there.
No problem.
I suppose it's about depth of material, really. We'll have people contact us and say, "Oh, this will make a great story." Ultimately, it's got to be 20 minutes worth of material, and it's got to be engaging. We've got to have a beginning and a middle and end to it. And if you've got stories where your witness testimony is one person, and there are no other eyewitnesses to it, no other physical evidence to it, or you have stories that are just so amazingly fantastic but have been debunked, we have to look at it and say, look, can we get a 20-minute episode out of this? Can we have an argument and a counter argument? Because that's again one of the strengths of the channel. We don't lead people. We don't tell them what's happened. We will present what the alleged facts are, and then both arguments, so that people make their mind up. And we've got to have an argument either way. I don't think Rich would run a story if it was all just, this is what happened and this is what you need to believe. We have to build in a counter argument to it.
Yeah.
And for you guys, knowing that you guys you're not creepypasta, I think we should clarify that right now. You are actually searching for real stories that are going on. How many emails are you guys getting a day from listeners wanting to share their stories with you?
Quite a lot, to be honest. It doesn't number in the hundreds. It's quite manageable. But yeah, we've got a list. We've got a whole spreadsheet. And it's not just people's personal stories. It's like Simon said earlier. It's stories from their neck of the woods. So, for instance, I think somebody come in, emailed and suggested Dover Demon, and we did that quite recently. I think that was the last video we did, actually. But yeah, we put them all into a list in an Excel sheet, and then we just go through and decide to research them or contact the person if it was a personal story and ask for more information. And if their personal story kind of collects into like a bigger narrative within that area, we'll probably do an episode that focuses on that kind of phenomenon. For instance, we did an episode called Highways of Horror. So we had quite a few stories from people who wrote in about encounters they'd had on the road, whether it was with a UFO or some weird looking cryptid or, a ghost, and we kind of collected all those stories into one and made we've done a series, actually. We've done 2 episodes on that. So,
have any of you ever had, because you're dealing with the paranormal world, have you ever had what we call the hitchhiker effect, where you get so engrossed in a story or the same type of accounts that all of a sudden that
Monday,
energy
May
kind of has
23rd,
on you guys? Have you ever, any of you ever had that?
Again, I want to thank Carnation for sponsoring my first hour.
I've had experiences in the
super
past,
excited
which were
to
quite weird,
have
but I wouldn't say it's increased any more or less since we started doing this. I mean, there is something weird about this house that's happened quite a few times, and I did go to the landlord and say, has anybody died in this house? And he said, no, not as far as I know. He lived in this house himself 20 years ago. He was only about 20 years old, I think.
Friend of ghosts, and also author of what has
interestingly, it's built on top of an old woods, and this woods these woods have got a folklore,
the House of Sleep.
Quite a few ghost stories around centered around the woods.
You can find him.
So I don't know whether maybe the ghostly
this later, and also listed on
here,
my website as well. It's also listed on the tags in this.
How about for you, Simon?
BradKellyesque.com.
It's again, supposed to make
welcome, Brad. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you. Thank you so much for having me back. This is exciting. I had so much fun on
huge
when we met on the other show, and I'm really looking forward to talking to you.
Canada.
Yeah, this is great.
And
yes,
the
and I promised I would tell you
that doesn't really
how,
equate to the topography that we've
how
got
it
over
came
here.
to be that.
But ghost story, you can get them from anywhere. You can get historic ones or modern
right now,
ones.
actually. So
and I think there are a couple
we'll
of scripts where when I've got really down into the meat of it, if there's a bump in the night afterwards, it makes me think twice.
For the listeners who are not familiar with
And Mikey, have you got any hitchhiker effect type of action around you?
What's my deal?
What is your deal? What's your story? Who sent you?
That's a good question. I'm trying to figure that out. So I mean, I guess my primary
I don't
thing
believe
is I'm a novelist.
You seem to be holding back a little bit. You seem to be holding back.
I'm working on a book now. A lot of short stories out. I went and got.
Can I just say we have actually done
writing a few
personal stories on the Bedtime Stories channel. Me and Simon have both put personal stories up. Mike is the only one who hasn't.
Well, it's just a part of the puzzle.
I asked him, and he said that I've never really experienced anything creepy or weird. So
wrote a book during those times and got to meet a lot of other writers.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Really
I'll give you the free pass on that one.
As
Guys, we got about 3 minutes here before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. We have Simon, Rich, and Mikey from Bedtime Stories over in the United Kingdom who woke up early for all of us here in North America tonight. And I want to ask you guys, as we prepare for the next half hour,
so I'm kind of starting to do that with
kind of believe what you're writing
or whatever,
and what people are saying, or do you have some sort of skepticism that goes along with it? Simon, you're the writer. Let's start with you on this one.
Yeah, just like a broad.
Yeah,
it depends on the story.
To
be honest,
I do.
Again,
this
you
was
look
one-on-one.
Some of the,
that's kind of what I want is one-on-one, but for anybody who wants them.
And Sasquatch,
so I'll tell that to your audience.
The number of sightings
and
and
they can find
large
a way to
range of
contact me on my
sightings
website
and
or
commonalities of the sightings.
And then the other big thing that I do now is been doing it for a little over a year. A good friend of mine, the great playwright Kevin Kautzman.
Snack time? Here we go. Blue Diamond's habanero barbecue flavored almonds. So tangy and zesty, and oh, but there's also Blue Diamond's wasabi and soy sauce almonds, bringing that flavor with a kick. Okay, I'm having both. Blue Diamond almonds, super flavor, all on a super food.
It's a price-line negotiator, and I'm here because I'm tired.
A little bit on the dark side of the creative
less sunshine,
process,
less fun, less bang for your buck. It's time for more.
For what you think.
That's why I'm getting you up to 60% off your favorite hotels, along with exclusive deals on rental cars and flights. Because when you save more, you can do more. More sunshine, more fun, a lot more for your dollar. Every trip is a big deal. So visit Priceline.com to get more out of your next trip.
Everybody has that shadow side.
It's fantastic.
And that's been a lot of fun. So, we've had episodes on
for people to lie about it.
A whole slew of people.
Yes,
most recently,
I don't think I could write the script.
English science fiction, or not science fiction. English,
I wasn't believing what was down there.
Scary story, strange story.
How about for you,
Robert
Rich?
Aikman. We did an episode on him.
Again, it depends on the story. Some of the more outlandish ones.
That's me in a nutshell. Podcasting about artists and art and writers and writing myself and trying to figure out the tarot and trying to use it to help people to some extent.
So, but I'd say the ones I probably have more trouble believing than the cryptid ones.
So much.
Incidentally, I do actually believe in Bigfoot.
As an
I do
artist
think
myself,
there's some creature out there that we we haven't seen yet, or it's not been discovered by modern science.
Different periods and stuff,
But
and you have
things like
such a variety of people
Mothman
of artists you've covered. It's amazing. It's actually
the night flyers and things like that.
A lot of
Vietnam.
information.
I have a bit of trouble with that. I'm a bit on the fence.
Yeah, we try to do. We try to give it. Some of our episodes are 3 hours.
Well, you
long,
come to
and we
British
try
Columbia
tell the full story
anytime.
of this person
We'll show you where the Sasquatch
and not
are.
in.
How about that?
I think Kevin
I just
and I
found
are
a
friends,
brand.
so it's,
I
it
just
can be
found a
kind of
brand
chatty
new
and try to
area
have fun with
casted
it, but we
some
try to
prints
make it so
yesterday,
the listener walks
was,
away thinking, hey,
having
I
a lot
really
of fun
actually kind of
playing
understand who
around
this
in the
person is
forest,
now and
seeing
what
some
they did.
weird stuff happening there.
Yeah.
That's only about 10 kilometers from my house.
And then your
So,
tarot.
hey,
Okay.
Sasquatch is around.
So-
All you got to do is make the trek over.
So he-
It'll be fun. I promise you.
failed
None of
to
us will go
mention
missing.
How he has, everybody creates
I'll use that.
when they
Well,
take
hey, I stay
their
away
own
from the rock gardens for a
interpretation
reason.
of tarot cards.
That's where it all seems
and
to
they
happen.
kind
Is you
of,
got to stay away
give each one a
from
story.
the rock gardens. All right,
Brad,
gentlemen, I'm going to get you all to hold on here because
like,
we are
little
going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour on Spaced Out Radio, and
because,
we are proud to have the creators of Bedtime Stories, a
I've
highly
seen so
popular
many
YouTube
different decks
channel,
and so many
talking
different,
all things spooky on their channel.
descriptions and
They're coming up
everything
on
from various
664,000
readers,
subscribers,
and
and
it's
I'm
always-
subscribed. I expect all of
I
you
mean,
out
sure,
there
the
to
art
subscribe to
and
their
everything stands
channel.
out, and each
Why
artist
not?
is
It's
an
all worth
individual,
it.
and each-
And we're
each
all in it
person,
together
who
to bring
creates
these
those decks or
fun,
even interprets
interesting,
them,
and entertaining
obviously is
stories to
individual.
you.
But
Joining
they're-
us
they're
tonight
still
from
all
Bedtime Stories, Simon,
much,
Rich, and Mikey. And
kind
when
of
we
the
return, we're going to bug them for some stories here
Interesting
and entertaining from all
with
over
very,
the
very few
world.
variations from that. But Brad,
We're in for a good night of radio right here on the Mighty SOR. Stay tuned.
Yeah, that's
second half
been,
hours.
I struggled with. I writing for me is a. I mean, I like to create.
All right, we're
I
clear.
have a book out, and I write short stories, and I'm working on another book.
Good stuff.
And I like it for
That
the
was a
creative
quick
output.
half
But that's how
hour.
I understand things too. So,
Yeah,
so
seems fly by.
in the writing
Yeah.
of House of Sleep, I came to understand a great deal about.
So
many
now we got about
things.
5 minutes here where we
at
just
least
kind of
from
can
my
sit here and look at
perspective,
each
I
other
came to understand
foolishly
these things.
and not say anything.
And I
We
was
just shoot
learning the
shit.
tarot, and I was getting what I thought was proficient
Here,
at
let me-
reading tarot
let me-
spreads for other
let me show
people.
you something.
And
My
so my
casting
natural
broke
question was,
on
well,
me
how do I
last
get deeper? How do I understand this stuff more? I was reading quite a lot about what
When I
many
put
other
it on
people
my
have written about the
shelf, it
tarot.
broke on me.
And
That's
the
the break
natural
we got
course
yesterday.
was for me was to start writing about each
What's
one.
that?
And then they kind of came
Sasquatch
out the way
break.
that they came out.
Oh.
So they're not for people who are
So is that from-
maybe new to the tarot and curious
Is that
about
from
it.
nearby or?
Yeah,
I think that they're
was from
valuable. They're
our
probably
site that
not
we
the
found,
place to start. I wouldn't say
the other
in
day.
terms of like, hey, I want to know what this one card means. Let me go on Brad's site. It's
Wow.
probably useful.
I'd love
but
to be able to.
there's, I think there's
I'd love to
maybe
live
a
in
101
that sort of area. I think I'd be out every day
explanation
searching
a card
for.
that might be a little
Oh, dude.
easier from the start. But
Dude,
if you have some
we found
familiarity
more
with
prints
things, I think
up
they
in the
will
forest
give
area.
you
Like
an
all of a sudden you
extra
come
twist
across
on
and you're
an
like
extra way of
walking
looking at it
through
without being
the dirt and
contradictory to
grass
the great
and you
work
see
that's
these
been done
giant
by
like
Rachel
flat
Pollack
marks, and then you
and
all of a sudden
everybody
see
else
the
who's
outline
written
of
about the tarot
toes.
so well.
It's kind of cool, man. It's kind of
yes,
cool. We
like I said, not to
here,
discredit
let me show
anyone
you what I'm
else
talking
who's-
about here. Hold
who's,
on.
Because tarot's
Have you actually seen a Sasquatch yourself, or
Two,
I mean,
right?
by everyone.
Two.
So,
Wow.
but I do
in
have
2013.
just as an example.
Me and a buddy came within.
Well, you can read it. I was going to say, can I read this little
100 feet of
snippet
two of
of the
them?
High Priestess? It's amazing.
And
Go for it. Or
then in
I'll read it. I can read it.
Yes,
if
you
want.
can read
where
it.
I live
Okay, it will
now.
take me a second to
That's
pull
one of
it
my
up here.
favorites. On
My
your-
another couple buddies and I
Let me
actually
pull
got
that
chased out of the forest.
Well, I
Did
don't
you
want to
know-
read the whole thing.
We never saw
so
them.
What part are you thinking?
We did hear the one actually
there's an
talking.
ocean that starts with that. It's like
You know, it was
middle-
like.
And I was going to
Like,
ask, I
where
know a
I
lot of
live,
people,
okay, is
surprisingly,
extremely
I
rural.
didn't know the whole story until
And
recently.
when you go
about the
34
origination of tarot,
kilometers
wasn't
into the
even-
forest,
had nothing to do with the
and then you
occult,
take a
actually.
back
It was
trail
just a normal card game.
where there's only
Game, as
one
far as
way in
anybody
and
can
one
tell,
way
there's
out.
a lot of rumors about
you know there's
it
nobody out
having
there.
tendrils
You
back
know,
to Egypt,
and
certainly in the late 19th century,
this one that was chatting with us, it was weird.
The story to tell about it.
It was weird.
By all accounts,
I've heard
whatever the historians
on a
are able
David
to actually
Politis
nail down,
documentary.
it was a game.
I can't remember what the area is, but it was quite famous for Bigfoot sightings. And they set up like a camp,
probably
and they were chased out of there. But they got
so I don't think
recordings
there's
of
a
the
direct line
Sasquatch
from
shouting at
Egypt,
them.
but I think
But
it's some kind of weird language. Anyway.
Yes, definitely. I've heard on they put it started on little tablets like
this is one that we found the other day.
Tablets
if you start off by the heel, you can kind of see
in Egypt,
how
and then of course
starts
the
off
cards,
very thin,
they were
getting
just
very
considered
wide
again
near the
for
top.
Italy, right? So it was like wealthy.
Yeah, it kind of bends
But it was
around.
only wealthy people, and they
we found about
because
7 or 8 of those yesterday.
Pictures.
Yeah,
on
a
the
wealthy
cards, so.
a wealthy family would the first tarot deck where
are you
can
more
see a
sort of
direct
into ghosts or
lineage
sort of
based on
Sasquatch
information
or
what cards have included
aliens
in the
or
deck is
I am more of a cryptid UFO guy.
He was like the
alien
manager
guy.
of Milan in the late 1300s.
I've had
I
some
believe,
weird
and
experiences
he
in my
commissioned a
life
deck. But you have to
that,
assume that probably
can't
there were
explain.
probably previous decks before
And,
that. I think it probably
it's
was
just kind of.
It was like
when I started this show
a game
in
that the wealthy would play. So you
2014,
have friends over for a banquet or a dinner,
I call it
and
retired
afterwards you
from
guys
radio,
are tippling
quick
wine,
radio,
and you break out this
mainstream
this
radio
game
as a
that you had
journalist
some
in
artist from the city
in
card and then
well,
and I think the reason it was able to sort of resonate was I think they were picking up on older patterns, but you see in the Visconti Sforza deck, it had all these like
there we go, Mikey.
I
got one too
from the Sforza family, and I think
but I never
person's
expected
life
to get
into the
back into
card,
radio.
and then it's like into
and
the
then I
deck,
got
and then
convinced
it's
too.
like
So we
that
started this
person,
up.
Everybody's life.
One thing we should say is just I'm going to quickly say hello to a bunch of people who are here. Cable Guy Matt is here, everyone. Remember, if you hit up Cable Guy Matt, he will send you an autograph-free piece of coaxial cable, courtesy of Cable Guy Matt. Remember, folks, you cannot buy these in stores. Limit one per household. He's watching us on a 185-inch television he has in his basement right now.
But that is the legend. Is it started as a game?
Let's see. Who else is here? I'm way
and
behind
the rule,
in the chat
nobody even
room.
knows what the rules
Thank you
are.
to Angel Wings, Cat Chaser, Shelley, D. Cohen, and Smithy for the amazing super chats. Very much appreciate
It's
the
kind
love
of
and
like,
support that you have
well,
for
and I mean, back
SOR.
then, I think it was-
and, of course, to all the veterans out there.
It's like
Thank you so much
chess
for tuning us in. You always have a safe
medieval
home
times,
here
you know, that
at the Mighty
was-
SOR.
it
And
was just a
you can do some
game,
shopping
but,
on our
I mean,
website,
kings
spacedoutradio.com.
and, like, lords
Here
and
comes the
stuff
second half
used
hour.
it to in like a military type strategy. So
And even just training your problem solving and your strategy, right? I mean, it's excellent at all that stuff. So yeah, the overlap between games and something like divination.
Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us.
Well, it's
My
funny,
name is
I
Dave
just-
Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do us the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you.
You're really dabbling with the
Bumblefoot,
occult
read Turkey
thing,
News,
pendulums
Newswire.
and-
Check out
Well,
our
that's-
swag as
that's
well.
what's funny about the
Follow us
Ouija
on
board.
Twitter
It's like,
at
we had a
Spaced Out
Ouija board in the
Radio,
house growing up, and it was made
Instagram
by
at Spaced
Parker
Out
Brothers.
Radio
You're like,
Show, and
you
on
know, like,
TikTok
contact and
at
Right.
Spaced Out
Yeah.
Radio.
Like-
From the highly successful YouTube channel
do.
Bedtime Stories,
Yeah.
we have
They
Rich,
set us up.
Simon, and Mikey
that's
joining
true,
us
right? Yeah,
from the
just
channel
put that in your
as
house. Have
they
the
are
kids
telling
play with
us
it. They'll have-
all about
Yeah.
the creepy bedtime stories that they
I
share
will read
with
this
the
part.
world.
Yes,
They have
please
almost
do.
664,000 subscribers
I
as they
love-
continue
yes,
to put out a plethora of topics of
Yes, I did.
spooky
I've
stories
got
from
it. Yeah,
around
so
the
this is
world.
from-
Gentlemen,
this is from the
welcome
bit I
back.
wrote on,
Appreciate you.
High Priestess. There is an
Simon, I
ocean
want to
inside
start
it.
with you on this
I did
one.
not create the metaphor, though my fingers
Because
were
you're the
written
writer
in
of
my pocket
everything.
to keep it warm and
And
loaded.
this,
The
usually I don't
magician's
take
work is
questions
never
until
done.
the second
Whether
hour,
you
but
think in
this is
images
kind
or
of
words,
pertinent to
these
what
seem like things
we're
you
talking about.
created.
One of our
Seems
new
out the
listeners,
window, at
Sadie
least,
Rowe, is
of
wondering,
the vessel which you pilot.
what's the
But look more
difference
closely.
between
Trace how a thought
creepypasta
begins
and what you guys are
consider
doing?
whether it
Because
is truly
creepypasta
yours.
is supposed to be
You'll see, I
fictional
think,
type
that
writing.
it slips into existence all on its own.
I think certainly with the growth of the internet, there's
in
a bit of crossover, to be honest.
That is the unconscious speaking to you.
My understanding of
That is sea
creepypasta was that
creatures
you don't
looking
sell
into
it
the boat from
as
just
real.
below the
You sell it
surface
as
on which you
fictional,
sail.
but as close to real as you can get.
I do like that.
And I think certainly
love it.
with some of the more
Yeah.
modern stories that we research,
Well, because people
when you
so
look for the witness stories on the
often,
internet,
are compared
there's
to
stuff there that you could argue is creepypasta because it's not verifiable.
our lives, anyways,
so
to the ocean, and
it's inevitable that with some of the stories we covered, some
water's one of my
creepypasta stuff
favorite
will have
elements,
crept in.
so I think that's why. And boats
but
as well.
Part of the purpose of what we do is they're
Yeah.
supposed to be
Yeah,
genuine
no,
stories. They're supposed to be
there's a
stories
reason
that
that
people have
call
experienced
their
that
ships,
you could experience if
gave
you
them
travel to that
names
part of the world.
and referred to them as
So I think a bit of
right? And
creepypasta does
I know
bleed
it
in
can maybe
occasionally
seem like a little
where
sexist now or
some
something,
people
but
have
I
read
think it was actually
fictional
done
material
out
and
of
taken it as
fondness
gospel.
and affection,
And sometimes you
really
get
thinking of
websites
this
that
thing
picked
as
up on
sort of your
creepypastas and
companion
sold
and
them
partner,
as genuine
Yeah,
cryptids. So it's
And it's the
hard
same-
where we
it's-
can.
I-
We try and
I
stay away
guess a
from
lot
it,
of cars,
but it's
too,
not always
have
that
been
easy
named,
because if stories are popular, everyone picks them up, puts them out there, and after a while, they become genuine stories just because people believe them.
their vessel or your
And Rich, do you have an opinion on that?
drive. So yeah, I thought that was
Yeah, it's
amazing.
pretty much the
and
same
then
thing.
your
It's,
short stories too, or
we kind of
like
try to
Brit-
avoid anything that's fictional. I think
I mean, I have a lot
covered one or
of
two by
crazy
accident. I think
stuff goes through my
UB65
head
was actually a
all the time,
creepypasta,
I'm sure.
original creepypasta from way back when they used to
and
write
I'm not
books
saying
on
all
these
of yours is
things.
crazy.
Yeah, that's
I'm
but
just saying,
it's been
but I'm
sold
saying,
over time so much as
to
a
be
genuine
able
story
to
that
organize that into
you
all
kind
of
of
these,
the lines become
very
blurred
philosophical,
and you just don't know where to
stories
categorize it, I
is
suppose.
amazing
But
and
yeah,
very
pretty much what
creative,
Simon
so
said there.
it's highly
we,
impressive.
I
we try
appreciate
to
that. But yeah,
choose
there's some
stuff
short
that's not
stories on my website. I don't
fictional.
write. It's hard for me
We
to
actively
shift
avoid
gears when
that.
I'm working on a novel. It's
Yeah,
hard for me to
what we
shift
want
gears and work on
is
anything else.
witness
So
names. What we want is to be able
I
to
don't
say,
really
look,
write short
you know,
stories
there's a little
until,
bit of
unless I'm like between
genuine
drafts on a
to
longer
this
work.
because
But,
you've got real people
yeah,
you can trace
those are
back
fun.
who've done
I
newspaper
have an
interviews,
idea
TV
for a short
interviews,
story right now that
or you know, can be traced back to an
out
address and there's some fact behind it. Trying to avoid stories that are just based
I
on
think the same thing. I'm like, oh, I've got this
or
children's
somebody
story, and
anonymous
then
came onto a chat forum and said this, and I think that keeps us
I'll
just the right
start
side of the
it,
line.
and then I'll
Yeah.
forget about it.
Although
Literally,
we have done stories in the past where we
for
have
5 years
taken
or
stories
something.
from Reddit.
And
If it's
you know,
to do
find
with
it
a
in a
particular
file or
category that we're
something,
talking
like,
about, then yeah, we
I
kind
have
of,
poetry
we're
like
open
scribbled
to
on
taking those
pages.
kind of stories on.
Lovely though. It's good to have a
Okay,
relationship with that.
let's start. You guys get reports
writing
and
for me,
stories
it's sort
from
of my
all over the
primary
world here.
pursuit.
You know,
So I
we're
do
used
other
to the
things
ones
that I
in
enjoy
North America.
doing,
Let's start
but
off where you
that's-
are in
it's
the
every
United
day.
Kingdom.
It's every day.
And Simon, maybe you could share us a good haunted story that's come to
As
you guys.
anybody out there who's listening who's a writer knows, it's not very lucrative these days.
I mean,
but,
one of the ones that I connected with, I'm originally
treat it like a
from
job.
the Midlands, slap bang in the middle of the UK, as Rich is.
And
but I transplanted myself down to the
on
southwest,
the network,
down to
Joe
Devon,
Montaldo, you know,
which
he
is big
does
cat
the
territory.
Writers of the Future.
So while we haven't got Bigfoot in this
really
country, there are
interesting,
quite a lot of big cat stories.
And
I'll
go on there.
One of the stories from that, there's a Royal Marine base.
Yeah, you should. And they have an interesting. You'll have
and they
to
were
check
actually
it out.
called out in the 1980s.
Well, you've already.
Because there was
you already
a
have
big cat
but
allegedly
as far as
terrorising the
the way
countryside, slaughtering farmer sheep. And you just think, why would you
it's all
send
very
4
fair
Royal Marine
and,
sniper teams out into the Devon
it's
countryside for no
interesting
reason?
how they
It
found
just
a lot
doesn't
of,
smell right. And that's
you
the
know,
sort of thing
undiscovered.
That makes me think, well, there's got to be something to
writers
it.
and
So
artists
I'm
and
right
stuff
down in the
too.
middle of big cat
do,
territory now. So when
yeah,
I'm
they're
walking
like
nights,
almost-
I listen for the rustle of the bushes.
I definitely want to take a look at that. That's awesome. That's awesome.
What kind of reports?
Which might
Go ahead, Rich.
Now, what?
I was
so
going to say,
have
sorry,
you-
I didn't mean
have
to
you been
interrupt you.
doing-
I was going to say which
have
might
you
sound
been
a bit tame
writing
to
your
you because
entire
you obviously live in
life?
British
I
Columbia,
mean,
where you
is it
probably
something
have big
Yeah,
cats.
that's a good question. Kind of. I think.
Yeah. So, but in the
some of my
UK, obviously, we don't
earliest
have any.
memories
I mean, the most
are
dangerous
watching
wildlife we
stuff
have is
and
probably a
writing
squirrel.
stuff. So it was like elementary, even first and second grade. I was making comic books.
You
writing
go
them
3
and
kilometers
drawing
from my house, man,
them. It
and
just kind of
everything out
evolved
there
over
wants to
time,
kill
and
you.
Oh, wow.
Everything.
it just
The
never
black
went
bears, the
away,
grizzly
you know.
bears,
I went off to
the
college to do some other
badgers,
things,
the
and
mountain
it just
lions,
never-
the lynx,
it
the
never went away.
bobcats,
So
the
I
moose.
just, at some
Even the
point,
deer want to kill you.
you know, my
you
very
know?
early
It's
20s,
nothing.
sort of
Like, thank God we
well,
don't have.
what if I just
like,
took this
poisonous
really
snakes
seriously?
up here, man?
Rather
Otherwise,
than,
I would
like
just
instead of
die
like
on
it's fun
force.
and interesting. What
But
if I like?
never
what if I took
mind
it
the
really,
fact
really
that
seriously?
around
And
here we
since
also
then,
have
it's been,
legends of Sasquatch.
you know, good things have happened, and there's been
And
ups
then
and downs.
if you go to
and,
the east
and
of where
dry
we
periods
are,
and
which would be
super creative
behind me,
periods and
you
sleepless
have
nights and
Dogman reports.
You know,
and the
moving
First
cross
Nations
country
around
in
here
pursuit of it,
claim
and that sort
to
of thing,
have,
but it's been
or
an
claim
adventure.
to
It's been
say
amazing.
that there are actually
What
villages
is
of
your
little
opinion?
people up in the
I mean,
mountains.
and it's
So you have a lot to deal with
most
in
times
just
it's
this
pretty
area,
obvious.
let
I'm
alone
sure most people
the
don't even
actual
realize
real
that there's
animals that
now,
don't
because
want
when
you
I,
trouncing
like,
around in their territory.
Tyro is
I mean,
just
you
like
come near
pen and
a
paper,
16,
you know,
1700
old
pound
school, like,
moose.
journal stuff.
They're angry.
But
Why?
most people
Probably
don't
because they're
realize, 'cause
ugly.
I just learned
but
this
that's
this year.
just the way it is.
There's like AI programs.
Oh no!
I mean, I think Rich
Burn 'em,
mentioned it earlier
burn
on. One
'em.
of the areas
That
of
will
the Midlands
completely.
where we
You
grew
give
up
it a.
is called
This is
Cannock
an
Chase,
ad,
and
literally
that has got
on like
all
YouTube
manner
or
of stuff
something.
associated with it. It's got
And
UFO
you give it a
sightings,
word,
ghost sightings,
and it'll write an
monsters,
entire
and
paragraph
black-eyed
for you.
children.
And I'm like,
That's another one that comes
what
out of
is
there,
this?
which is
Especially like
quite
since
terrifying.
I have kids.
Well,
I'm
tell
like,
us
It's almost like the UK's
I
version of
instigate, you
Skinwalker
know,
Ranch, isn't it?
like from
Wow.
holding a pencil,
Is that
you
near
know, you get the
Rendlesham?
writer's cramp and stuff, even just in
No.
school when your teachers made
No,
you
any.
and do book reports and things
Well,
like
tell
that.
you know what?
And
Black-eyed kid
you have to
stories
do so
freak
many
me out
pages.
because
And now
my
there's a,
buddy
like,
on January
there's artificial
2nd down in
intelligence that
Washington
just
State actually
Right.
had a
Yeah.
you
black-eyed
think
kid
of a
come
word
up
and
to
now
his
you have a whole book, and I'm
fence,
like,
and he's got
I
it
don't
all
like it.
on
that
video.
irritates me.
I
That
don't.
that child, when he went and replayed the tape,
I'm old school.
that
I guess.
child that he
I
was
am
talking
reaching this
to,
point where
and
it's
there was
like I'm
only a
seeing
fence
stuff progress
between them,
past where I
was
want it
not
to,
there.
You know, where I'm like, no, we don't have to do that.
Yeah, his security
I think-
cameras
I mean,
saw no child
I
whatsoever.
think
So
AI writing
tell
stuff
us
is
a good
And there's-
black-eyed kid
there's
story
a
from
couple
the
of
UK.
reasons for it. I mean, one is as a
Simon's probably
writer,
best to do this. He wrote the episode on
writers have different
Black-eyed kids.
relationships
Well,
to style.
I think
and
we
individual
actually rewrote
sentence.
Black-eyed Kids
I am
after a while,
That's right.
and the question is, you know, what are they?
sometimes
Certainly,
as a sentence
the original
worshiper.
episode that we
So
wrote,
I
there
am
was
a
tie-in
you
with
rewrite that
the Men in
sentence
Black
as
and
many times
UFOs,
as
and
it
then riding
takes
around in
until it's
cars.
perfect.
But then they
Oh,
also
yes.
move over
Yeah,
to
and
ghost
so-
stories as well.
Yeah, and so
demons.
and not everybody does, and I don't feel
Certainly
like
again,
it's,
Cannock
you
Chase
absolutely
a couple
have
of
to.
years
It's different
back
approaches.
with the
So to
growth of
me,
drones,
the AI thing is
you get people going out
is
there and flying their drones around
it's
and
a
just catching
little
sight of sort of
offensive.
female
almost.
figures in white dresses
Like,
staring back at them out of the
you're
tree
gonna
line, and
do.
that gets quite scary.
You're gonna just take this away
So
from me.
do you have
somehow? That,
do you have
like,
a
this is
favorite
no
story,
longer
Simon, that has come
something
across
to
your
do?
way
Yeah.
that
and have you
really
ever
maybe
used
gave you the
and I
heebie-jeebies?
I tried it and I deleted it right away.
I have
I
to think
tried
about it, to be honest.
Grammarly?
What
yes,
you
that's the
mentioned
one.
First Nation
And I was
stories
like,
earlier.
oh, you know, that's kind of cool. Maybe
and
it'll help with like the new
researching
back
that,
when
it just
APA
strikes me
style
that
first came out.
every
And
tribe has
not that
several
there was
stories
anything
in
wrong
it,
with regular
which
like
when you
spell
actually
check,
start
I mean, which
Right.
still
scratching down to the
has
surface,
its flaws.
the
Yep.
stories
But
behind how
I was like,
people turned
okay,
into those
and it
monsters are
completely
quite
changed my
horrific.
sentence. And I'm
Sort of
like,
the curses and the rituals that have gone into them. And you look at the Wendigo,
That's
and
exactly
how people
what I
turned
meant.
into Wendigos.
Not how you
the Bok,
Right.
the Skinwalker.
And this is the
And-
thing. This
and
is where
it's pure
I
nightmare
don't
fuel.
like Grammarly. I
Like,
wouldn't use
it's
Grammarly. I
scarier
understand
than
why
anything
people
Hollywood can come
want
up
it. I understand,
Very
people
true.
want their emails to
Mikey,
be efficient or
do
whatever.
you have a
and
story
I
that's
get
kind of
that.
freaked
like
you out a little bit?
business or maybe
Mm-hmm.
even like some type of copywriting or
That's a question
something
of
that doesn't
time. I
have
need to think about
If
it.
English isn't your
emotion or
and if English isn't your first language and you're trying to
Oh,
communicate with
absolutely.
people, sure, but this is the thing.
Let's see.
Writing to me, I think writing is indistinguishable from thinking, and for me, I
We
don't
went a bit down a rabbit hole
know-
in terms of nautical mysteries, and again, me and
I
Richard
think most
Midland,
people don't
we're about as far
really
removed as a
think,
coast
and
as
I
you can
include
get,
myself in
the
the
Midlands,
majority
but
of the time, right?
The
The
Great
one
Lakes
time I
stories,
know when
Sometimes I
I'm
wish I
we just keep
wouldn't.
going back to the Great Lakes, the ships and
Right.
aircraft.
But
that
the
have gone
one
missing
time-
there,
the one time I
and the
know
Bermuda
I'm
Triangle,
thinking
and
is
I
when
think
I'm
that's
writing.
the pull for people. If
Right.
you've got
So if you take
a
that away from me,
disappearance,
then
it's a disappearance,
feel
but there's
like I
absolutely no
become
evidence
a,
at all as to where they've
an
gone.
automaton or
Then people keep coming back to it.
I think
something will filter out about
and
it.
then
Flight 19
is
always a banker. People are still trying to figure that one out
before they
years
know
down
how
the
to write
line.
at all. Like skipping over.
You talk about people who go missing, and around here,
right to that,
living in British Columbia,
there are going to be problems associated
the
with
North
that.
Shore Mountains, just east
On
of
the face of
Vancouver,
it, it doesn't
there
seem
already
like
right
are.
behind Vancouver,
You know,
are number
but not
2 on
just
David
from that,
Politis' list for missing
texting
411,
and,
where
you
people
know,
mysteriously just vanish.
social
Do you
media,
guys have a lot of
everything. Here
people
we have-
over there
we
mysteriously
abbreviate
vanishing in
everything,
weird
you know,
circumstances?
And
Well, according
so all of
to
a
David
sudden, we're in this
Politis, the
generation
UK is one of
where
the
there's
I think it's the
people
third
around
after
me
the
saying
US and
LOL,
Australia.
like out loud in a conversation.
Sorry, North America. Let's say North
And I'm-
America, including
or
Canada as well.
like,
I think
yeah, and I'm
after
like,
North America and Australia, the UK is probably the third.
right now?
And
he's pointed to the
my
fact
teenager comes
that
home
we have a
all the
lot
time
of
with
people dying in
new sayings. I'm like,
based on areas, so the canals of Manchester.
Is that an abbreviation?
And his whole take on these disappearances occurring near water and boulder fields.
And I think that's is so great about the way that you write, because
we do kind of have. It's not something that I'm
diving into
highly aware of in this country, disappearances, but according to
mentality behind in your podcast as well, but behind artists
in that area.
Because
we touched on this.
What
was the name of the town we did
that's what makes
in Canada
us,
recently, where they had the disappearances?
Communication and
it was Alaska. That was that was Nome, wasn't it?
In the pursuit of art,
we touched on this with Nome,
when it's
and
sometimes at its finest, but it's not even. It isn't even just that,
they're usually
right?
quite
It's
high,
just the being able to
in that you'll have people
think,
go
being able
missing
to
for a short period of
communicate,
time, or
being able
regular
to,
missing people, or people that are voluntary missing.
When
you actually tap
then
down
being able to read well too,
but I don't.
If you're
we
not
haven't got
getting the
wide
practice of
open
having to
spaces
write stuff,
up here
how
to do
well
it.
are you
The chances
reading
are people are going to stumble across each other.
right? And I'm not saying
but
just reading a book
certainly
for
when we did,
entertainment or
we've done a couple of episodes on
anything,
mountain
reading
ranges
an
where
article
people go
online
into
about something. Are you
Lost
able to
Dutchman's
actually
gold
parse
mine,
out what's happening? Can you
and you
read
just keep
between the
finding
lines,
headless
or
bodies
have you outsourced
people
your
for
thinking
10, 15
to
years that went
Grammarly?
in? And then that then spread into the Nahanni Valley as well.
To me, it's a really serious.
I'm Carrie Walsh
I think
Jennings.
you got to be careful
5
what
Olympics,
crutches
4
you give
medals.
yourself.
I've played with lots of
everything.
injuries and sore
We
muscles.
need-
KT
we
tape
always
has
need
helped me
stuff to
push past the
lean on,
pain.
but
Today, clinical studies prove what I've always known, that using KT tape before, during, and after workouts can reduce muscle soreness.
The
Whether
crazy
it's the
thing I
Olympics
read
or the
as
local
statistic,
gym,
and this
pain
was
is
like
pain.
Tape up with the
10, 15
number
years ago
one
that I read
kinesiology
this,
tape. Use it
that
for muscle
most
soreness and
adults
many common injuries.
after
KT tape.
college
Train
age,
longer.
or even
Finish
after
stronger.
around
KT tape works for me.
27, 28 years old,
It'll work for you.
Never
Hey
pick
guys,
up
it's Tamara from
another
2
book
T's in a
for the
Pod.
rest of their
We've
life.
done
That
everything
outside
we
of
can
like
to
your
lose that
typical,
stubborn fat,
instruction
exercise,
manual, or
eat
like
right,
they're
but
reading
lately
like a
it has
news
gotten
article
harder.
or email or
I
something
totally
to do
get
with
it.
for
You want that
enjoyment
summer-ready
or
body, right?
intellectual
Cool Sculpting
learning,
may be able to
to
help you
increase
reach your
their
goals.
knowledge.
It's a
They never pick up
non-surgical
another book for the
treatment
rest.
that
And I'm
targets,
like,
freezes, and eliminates treated fat cells.
why
for
would you
good.
want to go on?
Ask your
if you
doctor if
couldn't
Cool
read?
Sculpting is right for you.
Well, yeah, I
Common
mean,
side
I'm in that
effects
same
include temporary
numbness.
numbness,
It's funny.
So to me, I
swelling.
can't fathom that.
Find a provider
I've
at
got like some trips
coolsculpting.com.
coming up where I'm going to be.
Cool
on the plane for
Sculpting
a
is
long period of
FDA
time, and
cleared
I'm
to
like,
treat
oh,
visible
I'm gonna
fat
get, like,
bulges on the
several
abdomen,
hours.
flank,
All
thigh,
I gotta
bra
do
fat,
is
back
read. I
fat,
don't have to do
upper arm,
anything
and
else.
under the buttocks, chin,
Like,
and
I'm
jawline.
excited
It's
about
also
it.
FDA
Like,
cleared to
I'm
affect
really
the
excited
appearance
about
of
being on the
lax
plane
tissue with
for 5
submental
hours
area
because
treatments.
of that.
Cool
So,
Sculpting is
yeah,
not a
to me,
treatment
that,
for
like,
weight
never
loss,
read a
where
book
side
like,
effects may occur.
I
Cool
feel bad
Sculpting
for
may
it now.
cause visible
I
enlargement in the
just, I
treated
can't
area
even,
after
like, I
treatment, which
can't,
will
that
not
blew
resolve on
my
its own and
mind.
may
I could
require
not
surgical
even
intervention for
imagine
correction.
never
Ask your doctor if
reading.
Cool Sculpting is right for you.
And
See
that's the
additional
problem. I
important
think,
safety
as you
information
said,
at
that's not only
coolsculpting.com.
not
Similar
writing
thing,
on
gold
our own,
prospectors
or
going
thinking
into
on our
remote
own, but not
areas and just
reading
finding headless
is
corpses
dangerous
further
as
down
well,
the
because
line.
look
And
at
you
the
just start thinking,
repercussions
that ain't
of
right.
not, you know, how many
There should be a
libraries
reason why
being
that's
burned?
happening.
I
And
cannot
or
find
not libraries, but
anybody
books.
who
Like,
will come on record about
kills
the
me.
Nahanni
I'm
Valley
like,
in the Northwest Territories.
Yeah, no, it's
I mean,
it's definitely
those
concerning.
headless
and
victims.
Yeah, it's
I want to talk about that, man.
Look
I
at
want
the
to
history.
get
Look
a
at all the,
camera
you
and
know,
go in
that
there, but
we
apparently
already
there
have
is some
problems
sort of monster in
translating,
there, and I'm not sure if it's Sasquatch or something
you know,
completely
text and
different
media
that
and
really
stuff.
doesn't
And
like
so,
people in their heads.
Can you imagine?
You
Just
know,
like,
I mean,
at what
I just
point
don't get it.
They're not even teaching.
I don't get it
cursive
whatsoever.
anymore. I'm like, how are you going to read the
Possibly a long lost
documents
Native American
that
tribe.
founded our country?
Right,
you know
right.
what? It
Yeah,
could
then we
be.
forget what was in
It
them,
could
and then
be,
you know
but
the next thing you know, you can get,
one of the
you know,
weird stories I heard about
they
that
can get away with anything,
area
right?
was that
it's a
there
fundamental.
was a film
like,
crew, a
it's
documentary
fundamental to your
film crew, or a
ability to
journalist
think.
or something wanted to go into that area
that
and
muscle
rented a
of
helicopter, and the
reading
helicopter
and
said, "I'll be
writing
back
to
in
a
like
certain extent,
30 minutes. They only allowed like 30 minutes to go in that area. Helicopter dropped them off,
baseline education,
did a circle, started to leave,
you know how to make a point,
hovered, then came back.
The reason they
landed
teach you
and
when you're a
picked them
kid
up
that,
and said,
that
"We got to get you out of here now."
Essay
and when they
style,
asked
intro,
why,
sentence, you get your 3 body paragraphs.
all the
and you
helicopter
conclude,
pilot would say it wasn't safe for you.
Not.
And it's best.
It feels
that
boring
leave.
when you're in school.
I mean, it was that quick.
That's like the
that's
skeleton
one of the only other stories that I've heard besides the legend that everything goes. But I mean, it's just crazy how people
you go out in the world
are just
and you don't know how to make a point.
Rich, do you think that maybe
a
lot of these people who are disappearing are not being taken by monsters, but maybe are walking into different dimensions or through portals into another world?
Explain this part, and then you sum it back up.
I'm open-minded to the possibility, but I think most of the
exercise,
disappearances in particularly in wooded areas,
you're not going to be able
probably
to do that
due to misadventure.
very well.
When you get lost in the woods, you get lost in the woods, especially how big the woods are in America. Everywhere you look,
so what do you think?
Everywhere you look looks the same. So unless you know the area well,
technically, what do you think
lost if you
goes
go
through their
off the
head?
trails?
I mean, that's a bad thing to say, but I'm serious. I mean,
it's interesting you mentioned that because we're actually doing an episode.
I'll have even in public
that's coming up soon
just
on
conversation. What
people who've nearly
gone missing, and I understand.
So it's kind of like a sequel to. We did an episode. One of the first episodes we did.
Even my friends and stuff, they're
there
like,
was something in the woods. We've done
you like
part
speaking
2 of
tongues
that.
or something.
Part 3 is
We
going to be
don't
based
even know like what
on people who have had near misses. So, for instance,
there's interesting research coming out now. Well, it's been around for a
kids,
while, but it's coming out more and more, and you're seeing now that everybody's on social media interacting with each other. You're seeing
the tree line actually met their backyard.
There are people who
they kept seeing
think mostly in
behind
pictures,
a tree,
and then there are people who have interior
so they walked in after,
monologue.
And it was a kind of weird thing. There's something they couldn't really describe.
Both of those seem like alien
once they got inside the woods, it would
that's
appear
what I mean.
again
So what do
another
you
50
think
meters away,
those people
and it kept going back and back and
I
back.
could get the pic. Like I kind of do both.
They realized
I think I do too. Yeah, I have moments where I'm not. I have moments where I'm not doing
5 minutes
either,
past, and they found themselves
like if I'm
almost a mile
driving,
away from
sometimes
the
I
house.
literally do think I'm sort of
So,
asleep.
it's stories like that. They kind of broke out of this kind of trance that they were in and walked back to their house. So,
well, you know all the turns and you're stopping and you're going the right speed.
No, that's very common.
The fact that is happening to real people. I mean, what kind of trauma do you think these people are having when you interview them, Simon, and talk to them and get to know their stories?
I think people who don't have an interior monologue going, I don't know what's happening, because I feel like it's very chatty
lack
for
of
me.
an explanation.
Well, that's what I mean. I know the first time I found out
good one. It's just that you go over it in your head as many times as you want.
Wait, what?
But
like
it doesn't make sense, and that's certainly true of the cryptid episodes.
Yeah, well, my thing is like, well, how do you know what
people who are out
doing?
in the wilderness and they've seen something big and something scary, and
how
it's
do you
just
get from
so
one thing to the next?
strange.
I don't
so you can't relate to it at all. And that leaves a long-lasting effect of people desperate to know answers, but not wanting to try and find out what those answers are.
Very true. I mean, finding those answers can be just as scary as the encounter itself. For you guys, Mikey, when you are drawing and trying to describe and paint a picture for people during the stories, how do you capture the emotion in your art of what the people are feeling?
Kind of make up for the non-figures, and like literally project.
So he clearly sent me some details about the illustration, how it must look.
That's interesting.
He sent me references.
I don't know.
Sometimes he even do the concepts.
That's an interesting thought.
I started doing
like a sci-fi
from
movie
that.
of I just thought of
in the meantime of the process, I do then I redo sometime, starting over.
A bunch of people just aren't doing it.
It doesn't work.
Then what happens is
changing.
Stop.
But then there's all the.
I hate to say this, but it
you
really
have the
depends.
Zombies, basically, right?
It depends.
So there's the zombies, and then you have
how it must look, how it must capture the emotion or something like that.
I don't know. Yeah.
Right.
There's a couple of times. Where I've sent him a picture, say this person.
Well,
the
internet now refers to these people as NPCs, right?
His version of shocked is different to my perception of shocked
characters. And the idea is
so it's kind of
people who are out there who aren't thinking. I don't like to think that.
No,
about
for
people,
sure.
but
you have to capture that emotion, though.
That person's not.
That's what people are going through. That's tough.
themselves.
We have been caught out a couple of times,
right?
I have many stories around the 50s and 60s where in our heads we will form a picture of what protagonist looks like.
Maybe,
and then the last minute we're literally sent the brief,
they'll
suddenly stumble across a photo of somebody and they're the wrong age, gender, or ethnicity.
What if those people, what if they had, like...
That actually happened with the Skateboard Swamp episode. The kid whose car was attacked by this lizard
I'm like,
man.
maybe the next one, I'm going to be
I
one of
put the
those
episode
people
up,
that just kind of like, they always have
and I
good luck
briefed to,
like everything's going great.
Put that bad boy on cruise control.
Right,
just
living
to
their
draw
life.
some
Like,
guy,
their
and obviously he drew like a white guy. And
Yeah, well, see, that's the
so what
thing.
if
Is
every
maybe
other lifetime?
the kid who saw it was
I
actually
see what you're saying. You take a
African
break,
American, so
and you get bored in that
immediately. I
one.
was
The
like,
next one, you're like,
somebody
oh,
got in
some
touch.
action.
I think we released it on
You have to
Patreon
kind of
first,
like
so
recharge that
early
battery,
access
and
subscribers
then all
kind
of a
of
sudden,
picked up. One person
that.
messaged and said, I think
Yeah,
you
so
should
maybe
look at the
that's
picture
the
of the
maybe
guy
that's
who
the humanitarian
who saw this
compassion
monster,
you
because
see somebody
your
who you
depiction
feel like
isn't
is
quite
a
correct.
NPC.
It being as diplomatic
And
as
you
he
think,
could,
you know what? They're like a little,
and I ripped the
they're like
video
a
down
little
straight
Buddha.
away and
That
went back
person's
to the
taking
artist
it
and said, you have
easy.
to draw
They're
him as an
chilling.
African
They've had a
American
tough
rather than a
one in
white
the
guy,
past.
because
They will
you know,
again in the
people are
future.
sensitive about this, and we need
You
to
know,
kind of
they're on their like,
get that fixed. And then
astral
we
plane
re-uploaded,
smoke
and
break right
all
now.
was
Just
good.
let
Nobody
them have
noticed
it.
in the end, I don't think so.
And so
it is getting harder and harder
I
to
mean,
write scripts
nowadays,
without
and
the
there's
audience
the
is
whole
growing. It's harder to
simulation
write things that people don't get sensitive about.
theory
To be honest,
after
it's
like
getting
2012
the
and all of
language
that,
we use
or even
and sort of the
Y2K,
concepts.
depending on
It's hard for us because
your
we
beliefs, but
want to use the
there are
experiences, the
days,
language of the
like
people that were involved,
it's
and the
like
words they would
Groundhog Day,
use, and their thoughts and how
so
to judge
this
things.
seriously happened.
Sometimes
There
that's
was a
not really
groundhog at my house
conversant
for
with
like 3 days.
how
When I was
things are going
working
these
from home,
ways,
I'd see it out
and it's
my
getting
window and
hard
I'm like,
for us to negotiate
and then
and
every
write
day
film
I'd come
scripts
home and the
without people
same
sort of coming at us now
series
and
of
saying,
events
"Oh,
would happen.
we don't agree with
I'm
that. We don't think you should
like,
use that word. We don't agree with how you depicted
because at
this
first
person."
I
You have to
was
come back and
I
say,
put a
"Look,
guy on
we're
my
doing a
car
story
and
from the
almost hit this guy on a
1800s.
bike.
That's how people thought
The
back then.
second
We're not
day,
advocating it, but
even at a
we're also
different
not going
time, I
to
think it was
piece
like
it
an
up
hour
to
later
today's
or
audience."
something. I almost hit him again. I'm like,
that has to be difficult. I've never thought about that before.
Third time, I'm
never
like,
thought about that
bike,
before. And how do you
siren,
judge your
what-
audience
and
on content? As we got about 2 minutes to go, how do you
Yeah,
judge
what do
with
you
the
make of that?
ever
Yeah, we
evolving
had,
thinking and
my
the
wife and I had a bunch
sensitivities of
synchronicities
audiences
the other
today?
day, and it was like by the fourth one.
Rich mentioned we have an early
like,
access
you saw
facility,
that, right?
and that's what
You did see
usually
that because
tends to feed it back. We have sort of paid subscribers.
somebody
who get
mentioned
it
that,
a week
and then 2
early.
minutes later it happened.
And certainly
Like,
we did
that was
some scripts
weird.
on the Myrtle
yes,
plantation
that
the other week.
happens all the
And one of
time
the
in
stories
my
is
life.
about the ghost of a, and
Which
depending
actually
on some of the
brings
words
me
that have been
back
used in the
to
past,
the
a
House of
slave
Sleep,
or a
and
servant girl. And straight away we put it up. We got a lot of feedback saying
like,
you can't say that she was his lover if she was a slave.
Over halfway
that's
through it, I
servitude.
think there's
And
like
it got to the point where Rich literally had to pull it away, rewrite a portion of the script and put it back again because
Oh,
1 in
not
10
not
people
4,000
going,
pages.
we don't
Still
like
copy-
this.
It's 300 pages.
Represented like this, and you perpetuate stereotypes.
300,
So it's feedback usually.
4,000.
because
Yeah,
I saw that and
intentional
then
at all on
I'm
our part.
way
We weren't-
further than
it
I
was
thought.
just, it was. I think sometimes in the editing process, you
That
just
was when I
become blind
first
to the actual
downloaded it, and
story,
I'm
and you're
like,
more focused on the flow and.
Oh, and if it's an ebook, I think they
I'm
sometimes
just getting the
do
story out there,
locations, and locations
yeah,
are like.
I
there's
hate
like
to
a
say it,
bunch
but
of
you
them, and I
can't
don't know
you
how it
can't
works
become
exactly.
desensitized.
But for anybody
kind of
who's
thing, so you don't really pick up
wants
on
to
what
check it
other
out, it's
people
only
might pick up on.
312 pages.
How do you get around the YouTube
and I'm way
algorithms
for
or
it. Then
something
I'm
like
okay.
that? Though?
But,
Okay. Right.
You
We don't talk about. There's certain words that we know that we can't use. I mean, we can't depict anybody being hanged or
it's
talk about
interesting. I
suicide
love the
too
way
much. That those subjects are big no-nos
kind
on
of
YouTube's kind of
past,
algorithm. We get demonetized straight away on
and
any
not to
content
mention the numerous
that kind of talks about that subject.
very
Well, gentlemen, we're going to come back here after a
have.
break for
Where-
hour number 2 as we have
you
the
start
guys
writing
from
that?
Bedtime Stories over in the
How
United
did it
Kingdom.
evolve?
We have Simon,
Yeah,
Rich,
I
and
started
Mikey
it, so
hanging
it's
on
been
out with
out,
us, talking about all the
purchasable
weird,
for about
strange
a
stories that
year
they
now, a year
are
and a
going
half,
through
and
and
then
writing for their
I spent,
incredible YouTube
like,
channel,
almost a year
which is
before
called
that trying to
Bedtime Stories.
figure out what
And
what I
if
was
you haven't
gonna do with
subscribed
the
yet,
project.
make
So
sure you
before
go check
that,
it on out. If you're in our chat room, I have posted the link for you guys to go hit subscribe. They're almost at
and,
600 164,000 subscribers
to know
who
where
tune
these
on in
ideas kind of
for their
come from.
creepy, real,
the
true,
very seed of it
freaky
is,
stories. Hour 2
there's
is
a guy
next.
named Terrence McKenna who some of your listeners probably
Gentlemen,
know
we
if you
got
don't- if you're not
about
aware of him.
6 minutes
I think
here.
he died in the 90s.
And
he was a big,
I am going to just step
he was
away
sort of
for a minute.
psychedelic
Remember, our
evangelist,
YouTube audience
took the
is
mantle
in
from
there
Timothy
watching.
Leary back
If you
in the
go up
day.
in your right-hand corner
An amazing
where it
speaker,
says
a very
private message,
interesting-
you'll
very
see
interesting guy.
a
And I was
section
listening
for
to him talk
comments.
once, and he said,
And the
you know
YouTube
what the most
audience,
interesting drug
you'll be
would
able to
be?
see what
Would
they
be if
have,
you could take
and you can
something
chat
that
with
made
them
you
for a
remember
minute,
your
okay?
dreams. It's like, oh yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I always had an
All right, it's
extremely
one of those little
vibrant
things we
dream
do.
life,
Hold on,
right?
I'll be right back.
It's always been insane. I explain them to people, and they, you know, they're
Yeah.
sort of like, that's
Just looking through right
that
That's
sounds
another
hard
thing.
to have. Yeah.
most adults don't have
Is
on
Luke
average
coming
like
in, Rich? Do you know?
maybe one
He
dream
is, and I think
that they're even aware of, which is crazy to me as well. So
Oh no,
yeah, he's in a class.
I don't have them every single night, but I have them in phases. So I'll have them every night for
momentarily. You should be coming
a
in.
week or something. I'll have insane dreams. So I kind of took that idea.
But yeah,
excuse me. And Terrence McKenna, he didn't say really anything else about it. He was just like, "That would be cool, right?" And kind of moved on. And I was like, "Well, what would that actually look like? Like, okay, how would that? Well, okay, what are dreams? You know, really starting to think about my own dreams, reading about dreams, reading about how the cultures have handled dreams, what they've meant to other cultures.
I say you look tired, but
reading about, sort of Jungian psychology regarding dreams.
Tired, to be fair.
And then
does he even sleep?
For the sort of format of how they took it.
And every time I contact him, he's always on his message.
About various cult leaders and how those things come about. I mean, part of the novel is it's this group of people at the House of Sleep who are taking this every night and remembering their dreams. And gradually their dream worlds are merging together. And the man in charge of it is this charismatic figure, arguably a cult leader.
He actually wrote the Bell Witch episode, so that's why he's mentioned that.
So, that was all kind of inspired by looking at charismatic figures, cult leaders, and then
that's the one instance where we've had a subscriber actually write an episode.
I spent some time in
ayahuasca
circles, in the ayahuasca community, and
just remember
that was a wonderful experience for me.
Oh yeah, I was actually going to say to you about that, because volume 2 is imminent.
Sitting on the floor and how the day progresses and all of those kinds of things. I was able to kind of pour into the novel.
Did you say you were going to roll straight from 2 into 3?
So yeah, it's a lot about grabbing anything that interests me,
do an initial run, and then I'll go through it again
together
after, just to
figuring out how it all
I don't agree with what they've done.
Tell a story, and sometimes it's taking very disparate elements, and you put them next to each other, and hopefully when you put them next to each other, they vibrate.
I've redone the
think about it, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes
redone this book, and it's got all the artwork in headings for the chapters.
They've got to go into something else.
Is that?
So this was a process of
so
that character makes sense,
for the episodes.
And, what would cause somebody to go to this place? What would be?
Is there new artwork in there, or is it the existing stuff?
Oh no, it's the existing. It's just like the thumbnail or
well in your life. You probably don't give it all up.
Just one per chapter with a heading.
A guy who might be leading a cult. So thinking about how to get these people there, right?
From Mikey to carry on with that.
So some combination of my own reading and life.
I did ask him if he wanted to join that Silhouette project, but he's too busy.
So, yeah.
Do you think that?
How are you getting on with the search?
I was just having this discussion last week with my guest because Stephen King, was one of my favorite
Sorry, we were just
authors
chatting amongst ourselves with regards to stuff that's going on with the episode.
Topeka, where
very nice.
Where I live.
Very nice.
They prompt you.
All of these things started coming true, like this year.
Well, let's see. Stonehenge, welcome.
And not just
UK.
in I.
It's 6
wasn't
in the morning.
Even the one that actually realized it or knew about it or anything. They brought back Big Boy, the train that had been out of service since like 1940 something.
We got about
steam engine, and then my daughter and I stumbled upon this pet cemetery.
There are actually at least 2 episodes, which are personal stories, which are things that we've experienced and put on there. And again, I think that's one of the things that draw people to the channel. They quite like the accessibility of it, sort of human face of it.
And
right on.
Okay.
Right on. His brother, I think, was in the asylum here. Which is also.
I've never heard this. I've never heard this story.
Goodness.
Yeah.
So some of the workers had mentioned that, just randomly out of nowhere, and I'm like,
nothing's more embarrassing. Man.
Oh my gosh.
Nothing's more embarrassing.
I hate hearing my own voice. So.
And there's even
all right.
I don't know why people like.
Fine.
You're the narrator.
The never.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know why people like my voice. To be honest, I just
how
I hate it. It's just
realistic. Do you think it is?
I hear you. People don't like
that. I even have a
we got about 1 minute, guys.
My door,
1 minute.
My bedroom door. It says, "Write the story of your life every day."
Get going here.
So how realistic do you think it is that we actually?
Excuse me. My dog came into work. Vaughn, how you doing? All right, gentlemen. Big question from Joe here for you.
I think
Who likes eating breakfast
totally,
foods for dinner?
I think I think it's absolutely true. I'll give you a couple of examples that aren't me. I have some of my own examples that are challenging to explain for other people.
I've had a full English breakfast at sort of the evening meal as well.
Mickey,
Kevin,
give me some hope here. You don't eat breakfast foods for dinner, do you?
He wrote a play about two content moderators online, right? People that have to watch all these terrible videos.
I kind of don't understand
this
question.
Play about
for dinner, what does it mean?
That's okay. We got to get going here. Thank you to Smithy, Deco, and Shelly, Cat Chaser, and Angel for the super chats. Thank you to all the veterans out there tuning us on in and hanging on out. You always got a safe place in our chat room. Here we go with the second hour of the show.
There's a comic book writer named Grant Morrison, who's famous for.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott.
He wrote a bunch of
Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters, right here in beautiful British Columbia, Canada. And we say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Azimus. Azimus is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with the guys from Bedtime Stories. With us tonight, we have the creator Rich, Simon, and Mikey, the artist. As well, we have a newcomer coming on in. This is Luke. Luke is from Wartime Stories. How you doing, Luke?
The thing to say was we had some
doing well. Thank you, Dave. Thank you for having me. And
actually
good to see you guys.
Predicted
Luke, you're not sounding very, very British here, man.
To pass, right?
No, I'm in America.
I'm sure you're familiar with.
Sorry to
didn't see any of this
that's
coming.
okay.
One day he woke up at a pink laser beam.
Well, we heard a rumor that you were going to hop on in with us to share some wartime stories with us. So now that you're here, let's give a quick introduction to you. What's Wartime Stories all about?
I think
Wartime Stories is basically it's kind of the same approach to the type of stories that Rich and Simon and Mikey here do at Bedtime Stories.
But in terms of art, I think
I started the channel inspired by their channel, and it was only by the grace of Rich that he took me on as a partner channel when I kind of pitched this idea to him. I did 8 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, and so when I was looking to do a YouTube channel, I really like the idea of doing bizarre stories from war. So kind of spreading the spectrum between, bizarre, unusual acts of heroism all the way to the more
you're in contact with,
cryptids and alien encounters while in the military.
Might be the only way to access it.
I take a pretty loose approach. It doesn't always have to occur in an actual war setting.
And I
so there's
say that all
some
the time
events that are taking place on U.S. military installations
I don't really
during
like
peacetime.
The word psychic.
But yeah, just pretty much anything under the sun that can be considered unusual or out of the ordinary when it comes to military or war.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for your service in service for the U.S. Marines. Even from a Canadian here, we do appreciate it because we are brothers and sisters with a minor border separating us. But, gentlemen, I got a question from Christine because I opened up questions in our audience here during the second hour. And
that's how.
Let's start off with you, Rich. You said you had a UFO story.
We're living in different timelines.
Would love to hear what you saw.
The past, present, and future don't.
Yeah.
Really,
okay. So I actually related this story
all
in
exist all the time.
Personal Stories episode that we did about a year ago.
when you talk about,
when I was
I think that many
14 years old,
write stories that seem like
I was cycling along a path, and this path runs all the way through my town. So it's
Here's to you, permanent resident of the snack table. For without you, how would we know that a bun is merely a vessel for delivering Eckrich smoked sausage to your mouth, and that there's no shame in being the first to get seconds? Here's to you, Eckrich smoked sausage. You do you.
Welcome to Ceasefire Country, home of Unlimited with cash back. Use less than 2 gigs of data a month, and we'll take $10 off your next bill. And that's on every line. So 4 lines could save you $40
I'm putting energy into that to happen again.
Unlimited data when you need it, cash back when you don't.
Seems
right,
you're
seems fair, and only Ceasefire offers it. So stop paying for data you don't use and switch to life in Ceasefire Country.
Like
it's just like the rest of the country.
But I think it's
only a few steps ahead. See ceasefire.com for details.
Nowadays,
probably like 4 or 5 miles long.
It seems like it is,
and
or I've just put it out there.
It goes between sort of
I don't know, but yeah,
suburban areas and then more rural areas.
Like
and
to
this
write
one
this
particular
stuff,
point,
you
I was
if you're gonna write about
passing a rural
that
area,
happened to you,
which is next to a hotel.
At a bare
This
minimum,
hotel's
you have to
out in the middle of
those
nowhere,
emotionally while you're writing
with
them, right?
kind of fields all around it.
I do think there's more going
and as
on. I
I'm
think you're
riding up to this hotel, I see a group of people,
and as a writer, like.
And I think there must be a football match on. Somebody's playing football on the field, and these guys are just kind of spectating. But as I drew level with them, and looked at, in the direction of where they were looking, there was this diamond-shaped
it's not very
thing
autobiographical at all, but
in the sky, and it was kind of hollow in the middle. It was like a diamond-shaped outline. Hollow in the middle, and it had this kind of squiggle between the top apex and the bottom apex, and it was just sitting in the sky slowly.
So it's like, okay, I have to take the worst thing that ever happened to me and spend a good month figuring out.
I slammed my brakes on and went and stood over with these people.
It'd be much easier to just. Yeah, I just remember thinking about that. Easier.
We're all kind of talking amongst ourselves, trying to figure out what it was.
It's not
somebody
always,
said
you know,
there was a blimp
I think it's a
from
good
the
thing.
town centre. Like they were doing a show at the town centre, I think. And that's the kind of consensus we all agreed with, because we couldn't explain what it was. It just looked so bizarre. So we assumed it was an inflatable
that's dealing with your shadow side. Doing your shadow
and then no sooner we thought that and agreed upon that being an explanation, it just shut off. Didn't even see any kind of
if there aren't
trail
witnesses in my
that it left behind.
Like, people
it just,
think my
one
life
minute
is
was
a
there,
movie
1 second it was there rather, and next second it was just gone.
Sci-fi things happen all the
kind
time.
of just saw a blur
of
where it sort of shut off.
The reason I was going to say, as far as artists go,
wow, it's very
I have to
weird.
send you some of these pictures.
How about you, Simon? Do you have a UFO story?
In St. Joe, Missouri.
Not as sexy as Rich's.
They had an art program.
Yeah,
it's closed down. It's incredibly
18
haunted.
years shift work and driving home at night. There were several occasions where I've seen fast-moving lights in the sky, which I struggle to rationalise.
Oh, so you try and be the skeptical guy.
Amazing art there that it's just forgotten.
I try and stay both sides of the line.
So many messages.
I don't think I'd be happy with my script.
I'm like, did people even look at this?
Right,
like,
every good writer.
This is just crazy. This is just crazy.
Right,
Mikey, how about you? You ever had a UFO encounter?
For an entire year and made a
I wish I would have
mosaic
to tell you guys, but I don't.
Giant picture of multiple faces.
Well, I guess we're not going to get anything out of you.
Happened. And I'm like, do you
and nobody.
I'm the quiet guy.
Yeah.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right.
Dark, you know,
and how about for you, Luke?
And there's others that have like these.
I do actually,
messages that make sense.
And it's funny because it's not an experience that I actually remembered until I did a UFO episode. And then I started to think, have I ever encountered anything like that? I was
like in between shots.
I can correct myself now because the first time I told the story was wrong on my channel, but I was on a flight. I was going from I was flying from Hawaii to Maine to do a training 3-week training event in Maine sometime in March. So I was flying basically I think from California straight to whatever the closest airport there was in
any art
that in New England near Maine. I can't one of the Navy ports, something like that. But anyway,
I'm talking like
somewhere over the Midwest. So it was already dark outside.
Into history.
And we were somewhere over the Midwest, so I don't know, Kansas or Oklahoma, somewhere in that range. I wouldn't be able to know. I looked out. I was on a window seat, and I looked out the window. I was behind the wing of the plane, I noticed what looked like headlights
cave and you
traveling along the ground,
and then you told a story
just almost like two distinct beams of light. And it looked like
whatever was your
there was trees like passing over top of these lights. So I got the impression like this is a car driving on like a forested road, and there's it's giving this.
And now we've got like you're writing
these tree branches are kind of breaking up the light,
and you're painting a
but then it struck me that wait, I'm flying at like 35,000 feet. How could I possibly be seeing a car's headlights from this distance?
Like
and that they look much closer. So I started trying to say, the tree branch thing was really weird because this was an area with not a lot of city lights. This was kind of you could see maybe lights out in the distance.
And then all of a sudden I'll go like,
so I thought, okay, is this another plane? Is this like a helicopter? But at 35,000 feet, we're traveling at cruising speed for a commercial plane, and I'm like, this thing is much lower than we are.
My art.
I couldn't maybe if I was to estimate it, maybe it was around the 10 to 15,000 foot level.
You are living
because when we start hitting clouds, it would interact with the clouds. Like the lights would either disappear behind clouds, or they would, you could still see the light behind the clouds. So I'm trying to figure out what am I, and it's traveling at the same speed. So I'm also thinking, okay, am I like seeing the reflection of the plane's lights down on the clouds? But then the clouds passing over them didn't make any sense. And I did a sanity check. It was actually a soldier sitting next to me. He was a senior soldier. He was a master sergeant. It just happened that we were on the same flight, and he got the seat next to me. And we had talked for a little while, so I'd already I was able to bump him, and he was talking to his wife. And I said, Master Sergeant, I know this is going to sound weird, but can you lean over me and tell me that what I'm seeing is real? And
so do you
he leans over me, kind of like in my space, and he's looking down, and he's like, "What? That was like lights down there?" And I was like, "Yeah. What is that?" He's like,
"Yeah, I think so. I think it's part of."
Yeah, I see. That's weird. I don't know.
Are you asking?
They can't be headlights, right? He's like, yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Well, no.
He eventually leaned back because he didn't want to be in my personal space for too long. But I didn't really think much of it after that. It just I stared at him for a while, and when we got to a city, they disappeared. They kind of seemed to, like the city lights kind of drowned it out, and I just was like, okay, well, whatever it was, it's gone. But after we passed this major area, all the city lights and everything, we got back to an area that was pretty dark.
Absolutely right.
I happened to look back out the window, and there were those lights again.
Yeah. You can't. I can't disentangle.
Couldn't make sense of it, so I just kind of put it out of the back of my mind, and I honestly forgot about it until maybe a couple of months ago.
They were sort of saying, "Wow, that's
because I would have told you I didn't really believe in UFOs, or I didn't really think I had any experiences, but then. Yeah, some of the stuff I've had shared from my viewers and stuff like that is
the reason it's.
I'm probably more like Simon, because it's where I'm like I try to be rational about things, and I try not to jump to like it's aliens kind of conclusion, but
it's changing my life.
Recent events and everything, I'm starting to question.
That makes it sound like it's maybe
what I've seen or
kind of
what they've seen is something a little bit more complicated.
It's subtler.
You hang out around here long enough, you'll know it's always aliens. It's always aliens when it comes down to it. You stub your toe in the middle of the night, aliens. No food in your fridge when you get that 2 a.m. hunger call, aliens. Always aliens. It just it works out easier that way when it comes to it.
So yeah, it's all caught up in.
Obviously, with the United Kingdom, there is a lot of good haunted stories, gentlemen.
Yeah,
you're a country that's been around for a couple thousand years, almost.
I think we appreciate
and for a long time, there's a lot of ancient and older buildings there that have been refurbished over the years to keep them still standing. What are some of your favorite haunted locations, Simon, that you've written about?
Oh man, sorry, that was our bad. Like he was a genius.
I mean, I mentioned
whoops, and I do the same with my own like poetry
whenever you go
to
a native tribe,
17, 18,
they have stories,
whatever.
And I think with England,
and I look back at it now, and
castles.
I'm like,
any castle you go to,
gosh, did I even realize?
There's usually tragedy associated
and I probably didn't. I 100% didn't at the time. I was just like scribbling something down,
and it was
like
Lee Castle that was probably our best from the Irish one, where they would just still
there's so many examples
leading down to spike pits where
I feel like one person that comes to mind immediately is this writer named John Kennedy Toole, Confederacy of
but that was
Dunces.
interesting.
He wrote one other book
there was an entity
called
attached to that one, which is quite
Confederacy of Dunces
the Elemental. And people couldn't make their minds up whether it was a ghost or whether it was a demon or a cryptid. They used to crawl around the ceilings at night, and that was quite creepy.
Academics to everybody.
No kidding.
And
No kidding. That would be creepy. How about for you, Rich? Do you have a favorite ghost story or location? I mean, one of the things that excites me is I have a buddy of mine named Merle who, for a year, he lived in the United Kingdom and he worked in a couple of old bars as a bartender, and he said the bars over there are just insane for hauntings.
A series of steps.
I was going to say actually, there was a pub that I read about as a kid.
And then
it insanely haunted. Like people.
A universally acclaimed book, right?
When the people
this guy just never got to show it.
Shutting down. Right. Sometimes they'd be on their own. And they'd be down in the cellar.
That's
for some reason I think
it breaks my heart when he's
the
poor guy just had to hold out for another 6 months, or whatever.
Yeah, the one guy he heard singing behind him, like a choir almost, and he's in this cellar on his own, and it's a country pub. He's doing shut down after work.
Made it, whatever that means,
and he just hightailed it out of there. Kind of scared out of his wits,
and
he had a few
that's
experiences
part
to be
like
honest.
because how many times
but again, I'll go back to Canny Chase,
have
ghost
you
stories as well. I think
tried
that's
something
quite an
new
interesting area,
and
especially
then
because
quit because
you know it's not just ghosts,
and then
it's all
like a
kinds
few
of
months
things.
later,
it's all, you know,
if
all kinds of weird
something
phenomena,
happens
like,
that
a bit like
it would have actually been
Dolly here has a
successful.
question
You're thinking,
for you.
You're like,
and she's asking, do you have any gargoyle cryptid sightings?
Right.
Yeah,
right. You never know how close you are. Like you're digging and digging and digging. You never know how close you are. Like hitting the mother lode. It could be right there.
Or even being in the wrong environment.
Really.
You know,
what happened there?
They'll have to fly because I mean, there's obviously the winged creatures on the Mexico border, isn't there?
If a fish lives in a tree,
apparently
with all the
there's
birds,
pterodactyls.
Then they're going to
still fly around Mexico,
right?
And up here into
that's
their territory is like a giant triangle.
I had a job like
goes
that
from
for a
like
while,
eastern
too.
Mexico and Texas.
This is one of those fish climbing
the
a tree
coastline
jobs,
to British Columbia here in the summer,
because it's like
and then over to New Zealand and all those islands in there for the winter.
Well, and not only that,
they're called the rope-in.
There's like
and apparently their stomachs glow red,
especially in the paranormal
like a red
field. You know, there's
a ball.
All my life,
and apparently these things are vicious and they feed on people.
People think this is crazy, but certain things I thought just happened to everyone because.
No thanks.
I don't know.
Well, I know that's one of the stories that Merle and I are wanting to cover here.
Or if you experience it, you don't know
because trying to find someone to talk about that,
and it was so
in a
normal
really
to
remote
me that I
location
just
north
thought
of me,
that's
like by
how life is.
And then 100 miles.
But at the same time,
they don't really
I
like
live
talking about it.
in the Midwest where people aren't as open-minded as on the
We'll have to put that one on the list.
So
We'll have to put that one on the list.
Or even network with people, you know, like on TRN. That
all right, Luke, I'm going to ask you here. You write for your own channel called Wartime Stories.
There's other weirdos
and
out there?
For you, what kind of stories do you?
That's the best thing about the
isolated my entire
telling
life.
the military side of things.
You know. And there's a whole world of weirdos.
It's a good question.
It's great.
And
that's, like I said, that's the best thing about
the way I'd probably answer that is saying I think my audience is kind of divided. Because when I started it, I'm a little bit slower, right? Because I work alone. So when I started the channel, I started with the more traditional type of military stories before I jumped into ghosts and aliens and cryptids. So I think people got the impression that he's just going to do these types of more traditional stories. And then and I even did like Roy Benavides, who's an extraordinary act of heroism, and I did that story in my take on it. But
Minnesota, well, he's from North Dakota.
I honestly did the channel because it was inspired by bedtime stories, because I can't really claim to have a lot of paranormal experiences myself, but they're fascinating
because I was
to me.
never familiar with
them. And there was a comment on my channel that I recently responded to, and I was able to kind of sort out my thoughts on this, and I think that as much as it comes off a little bit weird and a little bit unbelievable at times, whether if people are seeing what they're actually seeing like physically, or it's a hallucination or the result of a dream in some cases, I think the paranormal aspect of the military and what people see whether it's in Afghanistan and in recent times or Vietnam or Civil War, as far back as you could possibly go.
Crazy, but didn't he use her journals?
With a recorded history of these events.
Yeah, she had more.
I think it really gives a look into the psychology and the psychological impact that war has on us, and it has on these men that are out there fighting.
They had a little bit of like a folly.
Because one of the most recent story I did is kind of touches on this. It's a guy who was fighting in Vietnam, and he encounters a ghost
thing where they both pushed each other.
And it's just and the ghost actually speaks to him.
I think
it says something that's
critical
very
to his creative process early
relative to the situation that it's creepy.
I think,
and he says it in a different language.
Well,
and the guy didn't understand it when he heard it. But then later, like maybe years later, he's talking to a teacher friend of his who knows Latin,
creative,
and he recounts what he thought he heard, and she corrects him and tells him what it actually what it probably was, and it's really creepy that he would actually hear. So, my preference to answer your question is, the paranormal side of it. I mean, I probably will do more of the heroic stories in the future,
and I think
but
that was part of
you could go to any channel and hear those stories, to be honest. And, I have my own style, but I really like the unusual side of
my point is,
what you could
most
touch on in
people
terms of
back
war.
Then weren't even aware.
Tell us one of those
that
unusual stories.
That's where he got his idea.
Let's see, one that with the exception of the ghosts that I already mentioned.
That's well. So this is the thing about us writers.
Because I maybe only started recently. Honduras. That's actually a good one. That's maybe a little more kind of centered.
Here's another.
And speaking of prehistoric animals like pterodactyls. There's a gentleman who I started emailing back and forth with about a year ago, and he's had this kind of collective number of experiences, which in many cases lends to people not believing him. But I've noticed that there seems to be people who seem to have these sort of multiple experiences.
You can't copyright
the first real
you don't own
terrifying encounter that he had while he was in the Army was on his first deployment. He was stationed in North Carolina. He was a combat logistics guy. He did radios. He was a comms guy. And during the 1980s, when the whole what was there was a war between Nicaragua and in Nicaragua was a civil war going on right between the Sandinistas having taken over the government, and then there was the rebellion fighters fighting against them. Well, he was sent down to Honduras to help reconstruct an airfield. American forces were working with the Hondurans, and ultimately he ended up doing a lot of grunt work and doing like border patrol.
That's the trick.
These border patrol maneuvers to look for any Nicaraguan fighters that were crossing over into Honduras to have these kind of these shootouts.
Except for the
with the rebellion fighters, the Sandinistas fighting with the rebels.
And
he got a call from a reconnaissance plane or helicopter of some kind had seen a boat, which it looked unusual, and they thought it could be one of the Nicaraguan boats, coming down the river. So pretty routine. He was told with his unit to go inspect it. His patrol unit was sent out down to the riverside. They parked their vehicles maybe about half a mile away from the river, and they hooked it down there. There was, I think, 6 or 7 of them total. And they were just going to do an observation and see what this boat was so they could send it back up a report. They weren't really there to engage with the enemy. They were really just there to do reconnaissance. Well, rather than a boat passing by, this large black object starts passing by them. It's moving upstream
online,
and it's under the water, whatever it is. But what he said, it was a giant black wedge-shaped object, and they couldn't make sense of it. It looked like a floating debris, a log. They couldn't really tell. Well, the object positioned itself. It seemed to kind of maneuver itself.
Nobody's going to think of this, and then somebody halfway across the world that you have
the way he described it made sense. He suddenly realized what he was looking at was a giant eye.
How?
And it was an eye with a vertical slit in it.
Right.
And
he realized that this massive black thing that he's seeing in the water is the head of a snake.
But who is
and
the
when he realized how big it was, I mean, everybody kind of froze up when they saw what it was. Well, there was a bunch of cattle grazing near the water. Well, this 80-foot snake
floating out there,
then proceeds to
floating, and that's the
slide out of the water and attack the cattle while they're standing off in the bushes watching this whole thing. His team leader told them, "Do not open fire." Like they're all probably freaked out and terrified at this point.
These kinds of things are so common.
Then they just watch as it basically it didn't even it was like a constrictor constrictor type snake, right? Like a giant anaconda. But this thing is way bigger, obviously, than anything they've ever seen. And it basically crushed one of the cattle with its head and then carried it back into the water. And he said the whole thing maybe took about 2 minutes.
Dimension or something.
And they said that they did afterwards. They were obviously like,
every once in a while,
now that the danger was gone, they were a little bit curious, like guys would be. And they started arguing about how big it was. He said they paced it out from the edge of the water where its tail had been, estimated to where the head had been by the time it had fully left the water. He said it was about 75, 80 feet.
Gentlemen, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We have one segment left with Simon, Rich, and Mikey from Bedtime Stories. And from their sister channel, Wartime Stories, we have Luke.
And this is kind of
and we're going to continue on with this great conversation about the strange and weird that is going around this world on a daily basis. Make sure you go on YouTube, hit subscribe to Wartime Stories and Bedtime Stories. And if you haven't hit the subscribe button on our channel, what are you waiting for? Spaced Out Radio continues right after this.
You know, collective for sure.
So
all right, gents, we have a total of 5 minutes here. 5 minutes.
People recall things from past lives, especially artists, composers. That's why you have like these 3-year-olds that can
this is great.
Play the violin.
I'm enjoying myself.
Holy cow, indeed, by the way.
And
pick it up and know how to do it. Because it killed a cow.
When someone says this,
bow out.
A good example is a child, because say there's a child that paints a picture like
good morning to you, and thank you, Simon.
Maybe they could be like in a third world country, never seen in their life.
So
right.
So you're like,
that's awesome.
Where did they get
make
that
us breakfast?
From?
Let's do this thing.
And obviously,
it's Saturday.
It had to have come from.
Yeah, we both got 5 children each, so.
But it had to have come from a different time, and that's what I'm saying. I think
Mikey's got one, so all dads now.
Because.
But I
it all kind
of, down at some point,
especially with psychics and
normally they don't wake up before
stuff,
7:30, so we should be okay.
We can target. So essentially,
oh, that's quite okay.
You can.
You guys have been awesome
tap
so
into
far. Awesome. Thank you so much for doing this,
historically,
guys.
anyone you want, and that's what blows my mind that people don't.
I hit subscribe on your channel too,
and that's fine.
If
you
Stories.
Just want to,
thanks. I saw that. No, I've been watching. I saw that one coming.
Like,
that's me. That's me.
Talk to great and
spend all day just staring at that number.
Mary or something.
Come on.
That's
Luke.
Fine,
when did you start your channel?
You have access. Like, why would you just ask that? I'm asking spirits. Like,
technically 2 years ago, but
I
started it.
Like,
really without Rich's permission.
Like, hey,
to be quite honest, I just,
like,
there's no rules with this thing, but I started it.
Let me ask you a question about this, because
I made my first 2 episodes. I started. I had to figure out how to do everything. I didn't know how to do the animations. I didn't. So I kind of used his channel as like a rubric. And I was like, well, how did he do this, and how does he put all this stuff together? It took me a few months. And then so it technically started, around this time, 2020. But then it wasn't until maybe August that I had actually had 2 videos up.
I don't think it's something.
And then I had maybe 10, 13 subscribers. My friends and family.
Welcome to Ceasefire Country, home of Unlimited with cash back. Use less than 2 gigs of data a month, and we'll take $10 off your next bill. And that's on every line. So 4 lines could save you $40 every single month. Unlimited data when you need it, cash back when you don't. Seems right, seems fair, and only Ceasefire offers it. So stop paying for data you don't use and switch to life in
You start
Ceasefire
to realize
Country.
that everything
It's just like the rest of the country, only a few steps ahead. See ceasefire.com for details.
Hi, this is Amanda DeCadene from VS Voices. Victoria's Secret and I are committed to sharing the stories of trailblazing individuals, giving them a platform and amplifying their voices.
It will come forward.
Listen to my conversations with Hailey Bieber, Naomi Osaka, Bella Hadid, Megan Rapinoe, Stella McCartney, and Priyanka Chopra Jonas.
We were raised in different parts of the world with the same beliefs and the same value system, and neither having an idea of each other's careers because we were both so busy building our own careers at that time. I didn't know much about the Jonas Brothers. He definitely didn't know much about me. So it was really interesting when we got together to sort of not just have our cultures marry and clash, but to also be able to peel layers of getting to know each other's lives.
I was a little bobblehead,
Season 2
and so
of
I
VS
started
Voices
because
is
I
coming
see
soon to
that every day on my
iHeartRadio,
desk.
Apple Podcasts,
I started
and wherever you
having
choose to
these
listen. Season 1 is available now,
Einstein's
and I hope you'll follow me on social media at Amanda Academy.
But I'm saying, like,
to talk about the episodes.
Like the things would come into my life.
And
Einstein.
but I started like
I mean? So
I was still watching
like,
bedtime stories, and it
it's
was already nagging me that this looks way too similar to bedtime stories for me to be like to think this is okay.
All these,
so I thought, well, if I'm going to continue with this, I should at least let them know. I didn't probably ask. I just said, hey, thanks for the inspiration. Hopefully, I didn't think they were going to respond, but Rich wrote me back.
Remember my keys.
He's like, well, yeah, you basically copied the channel.
You know how many times I've locked myself out of the house?
I appreciate that.
Yeah, but you don't. But you're not.
So you're subconscious.
I believe it was. I'm going to be as diplomatic
as possible. I'm trying to paint you in a good light. He was a little bit sick.
Your subconscious
I don't know. I mean, like if Rembrandt had somebody copy his work and say, hey, hope you don't mind, because he spent years building this. And I'm glad I did, because honestly, I was probably scared to do it when I did. But he emailed me back, and I got initially. I read his
I'm open to all
oh,
of this stuff,
just
and
my
I clearly,
stomach,
like I said, I mean,
my stomach sunk, and I was like, oh boy.
My biggest.
But
piece
he
of
offered
writing
me the
advice
offer of a
for people
lifetime,
is,
and
like,
he said,
try
well, you're
to
not
get out
terrible
of your
at it,
own
so what if I
way,
just took you on as a partner channel?
Like,
So
just
you would have to make all of your branding, your
try to get
the
to a
type
space
fonts
where
and
you're
everything,
not
your
stopping
logo, your
yourself.
emblem would have to match bedtime
and then
stories, so you
stuff
would basically
does
be our
tend
sister
to just
channel.
kinda come
But then
on
you could have the
so I'm
freedom
familiar
to
with that,
create whatever you
getting
wanted.
quiet,
and
sort of letting the thing
and
happen.
it gave me exposure to his subscribers, and I was like,
I do it.
I'd be an idiot to say no. So thank you for the
narrowly
opportunity, and
focused.
here we are
So
2
it
years
ends up,
later. Technically,
I'm just
Good for you.
I'm writing
Good
stuff
for you.
that isn't
and
obviously
you keep all the revenue as well.
my life.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
Thanks.
Thanks. It's
On a certain level. So,
not yet a livable income, but I'm getting
to
there
just kind of
faster than I
Have you,
expected.
uh,
So, and then I have to thank you again, Rich, because I look at other channels.
Have you ever?
I don't know what
have you
YouTube
ever
takes for
looked
exposure.
into,
I'm obviously getting kind of these
hypnosis?
little spurts and stuff. but
Like self
yeah,
hypnosis.
it does take a lot of
I
time, I
have.
think. I think you said you had like a few videos that you made that were
This-
just kind of the right
again,
timing, and that was kind of what blew
Yeah.
up
Many
the
things
channel.
happen.
Yeah.
I had written
our
that
big
I
break
wanted
came from
to
Yuba
become
City.
a hypnotherapist. I didn't even remember writing this, and it wasn't even something on my radar of things I had ever
Yuba County in
even.
California,
And I
it's
went
about
back and I
five.
saw it in a journal.
Five
and
guys
it's
who
like,
went missing.
That's
it's
odd
it's
because
referred to as
it
America's
was around
Devil
that
Pass
time
incident.
that I actually became a certified
And we did a video on it. And
hypnotherapist.
at the time we did it,
out of
it
nowhere,
was
just all of a
fairly
sudden, I'm
unheard
like,
of how
boom,
many
I'm
people
going to this. I'm going
were aware of it. And then,
but I did
a
not
bigger
remember that
podcast
I had written
sort of did an
that
episode on
in
it.
a
With,
journal,
I think they had
like,
something like 500,000
pro-
subscribers.
however long before. And
the
I'm
first thing they did
like,
after
"Oh,
hearing their episode was come to YouTube and look for more information, and whose
who
video
did
pops
that?"
up.
Like, but what it
kind of
taught
just
me
steamrolled from there.
was
got
how these
100,000
things work,
subscribers
how
within a few months
your
after that. So
Good
yeah.
for
you
you.
know, your
It only
subconscious,
takes
or-
one.
because it always
It only takes
does,
one.
Yeah.
or your higher
And that's the
conscious.
reality
There's so
of
many
it.
different terms for
We
it.
got
but
20
it
seconds,
always
guys. Thank you to
says
Smithy, D.
what's in
Cohen,
your,
Shelley, Cat Chaser, and Angel for the amazing super chats
best,
tonight.
you
We
know,
very much
for your highest
appreciate
self as
the
far
love.
as,
And if you're looking for any swag,
self-preservation,
go to our
things like
website,
that. So-
spacedoutradio.com.
Well, I definitely
Great
believe
shirts
that. I
there
definitely
as
believe.
well. Here we
and
go,
know,
everyone.
And sometimes come into contact that there are subconscious processes happening below the surface. You know that aren't coming up. We were talking about do you see images in your mind? Do you have an internal monologue? I'm aware there's another layer.
We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out the Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. From the popular YouTube channel Bedtime Stories, we have Rich and Mikey here with us, and from their sister channel Wartime Stories, we have Luke, as we are talking true stories that people are experiencing around the world. And it's always fascinating, Rich, to find people who are willing to talk about what happened to them. Out of all the stories that you guys get on a daily basis from people.
See, that's how my mind. I'm always.
Yeah. How many of them you throw in the garbage?
I'm going to find out more about that.
I thought I took a picture of it or whatever, but it is actually on the.
To be honest, we don't throw anything out. The only time if we pass on something, it's usually because there's not much substance to it.
I love the card thing.
There's not
I'm
really there to make an episode
partially
out
when talking about tarot. Like I'm fascinated by the
but
fact
certainly
that
one of the creepiest ones that we got
poker and whatnot
was
growing
about
up as a
shadow
kid. Like
people
everybody plays cards, and
in
then
hospitals.
one day I started playing around with the tarot deck, and I'm like,
it was this. It was regarding this.
This
lady
is
who'd gone in for
almost the same deck.
Routine sort of,
like, how did I not
keyhole
know
surgery? So she wasn't
that I was playing
she wasn't too uncomfortable, and she wasn't on too many painkillers or whatever.
Magical system. It's
but
very
she was
strange that
struggling with sleep. I think she missed about 3 days worth of sleep.
It's very similar to the tarot deck.
And
the tarot deck, it's different enough.
Over time, she began to see these shadow people walking around the hospital ward that she was on,
Right.
whispering in people's ears.
Yeah, no
and
problem
people
that's that kind of
recipients of these messages or whatever. That
gives me
completely unaware that
thinking about
some
that.
black
There's
shape
something
was
going
leaning over their
on,
shoulder and whispering in their ears.
We decided to keep these.
But I just found that really creepy.
We haven't changed them.
I've had experience with shadow
people
people in the past myself, so.
And they're
you can't say you had that experience and not share with us.
They are colors. And they
in the house where I used to live many years back, me and my girlfriend had lots of weird experiences in that house. There was sort of bumps and bangs and doors that used to slam and things that would fall off shelves, and it would always occur.
But again, how things always come back in life. I looked back at a picture
the effect,
from
and
my
then
senior
you'd go
prom, I think, because
I
was
the sound
on board
and you'd
to do all the
find something
decorations
fall
and
off the
stuff.
shelf, which
and it was a dealer hand.
Couldn't
like
possibly have fallen off a shelf.
You walk under the big archway,
But it started to manifest into other things. Like we woke up one night and there were footsteps walking
20
around
years
the bed.
later, to the day, I got my
was
dealer's
really
license.
freaky.
I took
Both
my,
of us
I went
heard
to
it.
my
Both sat up in bed and we heard these
dealer
footsteps.
audition.
And then one time when I was away,
same day as my
working,
senior prom,
one of the
where I took that
weekends,
picture.
Actually, sorry, it wasn't the weekend.
So
it was
talk
weekend.
about like, and I had never
down in
wanted to.
London.
I didn't
Used
picture
to live
myself as a
marketing.
dealer. You know, I
went down
was like,
to
I'm not an
make sure all
like
the
that. I don't
branding was okay
plan
and
on
everything
being
like
on
that.
like a radio show, but but
my
specific,
girlfriend gave
I
me
was
a
like,
call at sort of 2 o'clock in the morning. Saying that there was a shadow person. She woke up and there was a shadow person standing right next to the bed.
Those correspondences happen. I think those are supposed to be.
The weird thing about it was
something.
It was short.
I think that's like a reminder that hey, by the way, this does all kind of make sense.
The head was really big.
There is a pattern to all of this.
Like totally and I've heard like theories about shadow people actually being.
But that's what I was going to say. It wasn't until being a dealer that I realized how people's energy.
That was kind of freaky as well.
Quite literally. Changes the card.
Luke, I'm going to ask you regarding your channel, Wartime Stories. There's a story that I have been looking for a long time. It's really hard. I've had a hard time trying to find information on it. Maybe you heard about it. It happened during the Vietnam War, where allegedly a B-52 bomber was shot down by a UFO.
Right.
Have you ever heard that story?
Just happened.
Well, and that's what's fascinating about this.
No,
actually, sort of like
now I'm curious.
I come from it when I
because Rich did an episode on UFOs. Did you do that one?
Well, I want.
Yeah, we did that. We covered that in
comfortable experience for anybody who might be doing.
We've got an episode called Enemy Unknown.
I tried to keep
we did
the sort of metaphysical discussion.
Was that no? Okay, is that the one I read?
Fairly low level, right? So it's not like.
No, that would have been because we did 2 follow-ups.
Because I remember the one inside the plane with that
I will
mist
try and keep
filled up the plane and
level.
everything, but I'm trying to think of.
That was Enemy Unknown. You did the one you did was Enemy Unseen.
Because I remember you did the one about the UFOs that were attacking the patrol boats.
Yeah, and they're like,
Vietnam.
That was the
same episode. Okay, yeah, because
every
you
single
kind of composite
there
those
is
multiple experiences
in
within one
there
episode. Got
that
is so he did it. So maybe you could ask Rich that question.
Well, what were you able to learn on that, Rich? Because I have been trying to find information on that. Not to study or put out there, but it's just one of those stories that has absolutely intrigued me, and I've only ever seen it once.
Cards come out.
Yeah, it was. I think it was mentioned briefly on a few websites, and then when we delved into it further, we found out the guy's name who originally reported it was somebody called William English, who was a captain.
If it started to get to where
and he was sent into the jungle to.
interacts with you.
telling you what you already know.
The way tarot does.
No, go right ahead. Fill in the audience.
For example, if I
so he was deployed a certain distance away from the Laotian border to go in and try and find this B-52 based on the last radar contact that they had.
Or even like I walked out to my car one day, I took a picture that was like
Laotian border.
Jack of Spades, like there was a bike guard laying by my tire. And so but those are that's what I'm
the only thing that seemed to be damaged on it was the undercarriage.
You have visibilities, but
all the ports were still closed and locked, and they had to
I think
blast
most
through
people,
to get
I know I did
contact to get access to it.
Right.
And when they went in, they found
probably right.
5 or 6 crew members. I can't remember exactly, but they were all mutilated as if they'd been hit by an energy
certainly
weapon,
gotten better
almost,
at that.
Their bodies
over
just
time.
burst, kind of thing.
It's hard to pay attention.
It didn't. They said it didn't resemble the kind of
just, like,
damage you see from a
be present and focus
impact.
on things, and not
only that, there wasn't enough damage to the plane itself.
It is challenging. It's funny. I was reading
in the forest. It was almost like it had been levitated and just dropped. And it damaged
Hermetic
the
Order of the Golden
Dawn,
right? It's the guy who created the Rider-Waite
that
Smith
story
deck
just
in conjunction with Pamela Coleman Smith.
Absolutely fascinates me.
Is this
all right, let's get to a
very
couple questions
with,
here from our audience.
Sort of
Kira would like to know, have any of you guys done stories on portals
about
and
how to
found out where they're
initiate
located?
yourself into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn? I was like, that's kind of interesting. Let's see, like, what do I got to do?
We kind of touched on portals.
In literally like the first 6 weeks of training, quote unquote training, it's all about making.
I don't know if you're aware.
Every day,
they were studying
it's
Skinwalker
some
Ranch, when the NIST team was studying,
entirely
going in and trying to find out what was going on there in the 90s.
It's incredibly mundane.
They got a number of remote viewers.
Go for a 5-minute walk.
View the location, which is something I want to come back to actually. Because
identify everything
going forward, which is really interesting.
So it's just like, there's 3 dandelions.
Yeah, these remote viewers
red
basically saw portals
and you just name
of the location.
You sort of identify,
particularly in the southwest of the property. They said there's
and that's what you do for every day for a week.
And
it was surprising to me because I was expecting to crack this thing open and get,
and
burn something and say
involving portals was one of these disappearances in the woods
and all that. And
where
it was literally just
I think it was a ranger who was
tapping
walking
me on the
through doing
shoulder
a patrol.
Like, hey, you should
He
probably.
walked around a corner and his foot just disappeared.
That's how you. That's the sort of the
kind of
first
looked down.
So I think about that a lot. I did follow that for a while until I
retracted his foot and it
got
reappeared
distracted
again.
by Twitter.
And it was almost like he was almost stepped through
and that's
into
the thing, that's
into
why
a portal kind of thing. So that's one of the stories we're going to feature in this.
Stuff. They're probably like,
these near
Trisha,
misses
come on, you've been saying you're going to finish your website for like 6 months now.
Right on. Let's get to another question here.
I live in the city,
from Cindy, who is asking, what specific topic do you receive the most stories
stay
on?
out in nature and stay,
I believe that.
I would say ghosts.
So social media, actually, even I don't even really watch.
Personally, I've been getting a lot more. I think it's inspired a lot by the stories that are posted.
Electronics are.
So for me, I kind of delved into a lot of UFO territory within the last several episodes, and so I've been getting a lot of UFOs. But with the most recent ghost episode, I've also been getting more ghost stories coming in.
I tried to make a point as far as being
UFOs
mindful.
Probably for me, at least in
and
recent.
so anytime
the last few months.
Elements
I'm curious,
nature,
Rich, for you.
showed up in my life,
I mean, considering you're searching and scouring for any time of old war stories that are out there, do you notice a lot more UFOs compared to monsters and ghosts from the battlefield?
You want?
You mean me or Rich?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Luke. You.
Yeah, no worries. And I should say that just because mine's wartime story, Rich still does war stories. We kind of work independently. I'm just the Marine Corps guy that said, "Hey, I want to do war stories." Specialize in that.
Like a specific, but it has
to answer your question,
it has to be like a.
So far, yeah. I've had far more.
I was like, okay,
whether Navy, Army, Marine Corps, Air Force, that have shared UFO sightings than they have anything else.
But here's the problem: people go out.
Monsters are few and far between.
Like they want a real
at least
life.
So far, I mean,
Rosebud,
but collectively, UFOs are so common that it's like.
Well,
for being someone that said he didn't really think UFOs were real, I'm like, okay, well now I can't help but to acknowledge, especially with recent news and everything, and the government coming out and media acknowledging it, it's kind of undeniable at this point that they're real. But the question is now, what are they? So I've started to explore that a little bit in my episode.
Yeah, right.
What kind of craft are
seriously
soldiers or pilots or Navy seamen seeing?
very subtle. You know,
I did 2 episodes where there was a soldier that was stationed on Fort Campbell in Kentucky in the 1980s,
and oh my gosh!
And I haven't been doing that.
The first instance he saw a diamond-shaped craft. He said it was cube-shaped, but I took his meaning to mean diamond-shaped.
That sounds right.
Because he said it didn't have
I can appreciate that
center, right, that had lights around it, and in effect, it was identical
and they're not
in most regards to the Cash Landrum incident.
They have to remain sort of mysterious.
So he saw it once from his parking lot outside of his barracks as he was picking his laundry, and he'd been out to the laundromat, and he parked his car, and as he was walking in, he saw this cube-shaped, diamond-shaped UFO floating around the back 40, the back area of the base with helicopters, Chinook helicopters, similar to the Cash Landrum incident that were on site, but they looked like they were pursuing it, and then he later again saw it up close because he ended up being assigned to the military police, and he saw it sitting over top of a radio tower.
Let me tell you,
and he was within probably several hundred meters of it.
Oh, I imagine there's. So I've never looked
like
that
kind
up,
of these. What are those that were geometrically shaped? I've gotten stories about geometrically shaped UFOs, whether triangular or triangular, seem like 3 lights in a 3 lights in a formation like that, perfect triangle formation, or in daylight seeing these sort of either spherical, like egg-shaped, or
I mean, that's
geometrically, maybe I had one hexagon shape, but I don't think it was a soldier that sent it.
Sort of.
And then mostly just lights, mostly like orbs of light, I'm sort of bouncing between. Well, a lot of these things take place at night, so are these lights attached to a craft, or are they these independent floating orbs of light? And very distinct from military flares. I've gotten some flare stories, and they're obviously military flares, but then there's these other kinds of orbs of light that don't seem to make sense, being anything man-made.
That's the internet.
Good friend of mine, Eric, from Washington State, he served as a medic during the first Gulf War in 91, and he was telling me stories about how at night they'd watch the black triangles come in,
but
and they didn't know whether it was ours or theirs or from somewhere else. He goes, but they were massive, and they were sitting right over top of the bases and everything, and when he pointed it out to senior officers, he was told to just shut up about it and don't worry about it.
That's pretty standard.
Or something, and all of a sudden I'm like, ooh.
Being a former military,
being a
former military guy now, I'm curious.
Right now,
what is your take on all this UFO hubbub coming out of Washington D.C.?
You know what I mean? Like, so there does have to be.
Well, it's it's either we're getting to the point where it's undeniable. I mean, there's obviously the conspiracy that they're trying to draw our attention away from the government, right? Like, stop looking at us. Like, here, look, some UFOs. Like, look.
Well, the tarot is there's
it's kind of getting to the point where it's hard to deny it.
No matter what,
why they would come out and acknowledge it.
You come from. And
stay tuned. Because I had a guy, not military, a guy who lives in Georgia, email me a story from his experience
of the intellect
with UFOs. It's not taken into context. If everything is to be taken seriously, it's absolutely terrifying.
There's a reason,
and he has a theory.
Super smart. That's the way.
So I can't claim to own this theory, but his theory is that they are preparing us for something that is about to happen. Right, like a visitation.
It's a wonderful.
They are
wonderful
because it would obviously be outright panic if there was this large scale, visitation of these alien crafts. But the government is, in essence, getting people ready, their mindset ready, so it won't be such a shock.
If it doesn't have a real problem, it will make up a problem.
You would be, from my sources, you would be
so
very onto something.
You're just inventing problems.
Very onto something.
And that's
I was going to say, I've also heard that it could be just a
the modern lifestyle has been,
and
it's fairly good at
holograms and things to kind of stage
designs.
This is a conspiracy theory, by the way. Stage some sort of alien invasion, which I find
and some of us,
comical, but also,
I'm guilty of
again,
this.
Being the open
Some of us, instead of sort of enjoying
take everything with a pinch of salt kind of thing.
Just
but
I was just going to
other
problems. Like the problem used to be, like
Iraq,
how am I going to get my crops in time? Whatever,
right? Afghanistan,
and now
Iraq,
it's just like, well, I got all those.
They all seem to
laundry is solved
be drawn to
washing
warfare
machine
and
how many
combat scenarios that kind of seem to pop
they got a car,
more prominently in
all
those
the problems. So
situations.
then you just start
Yeah, it's weird how they seem to like the entertainment
yourself, right?
Us killing
okay, and this is the thing that's wrong with me.
You know, Mr. Eon, who literally has a voice of the gods and is from the UK,
it's a super powerful tool.
He's asking if you are entertaining any guest storytellers.
It can start to eat.
We've done so in the past. I mean, Luke's come on and done
that's
a
one
couple
of the
episodes,
biggest lessons I've
stories.
actually
We've had
learned
the guy from
cards. It's like because that's where I go. I'm an Aries.
I think they got
head
3.5 million subscribers or something like that. So yeah, we'd be open to the idea.
And I think typically, if my experience is correct, like, it's usually, I mean, with me being the exception, right? Because mine was a war story.
You don't need to, like,
you were helping me out. You were like, hey, we did a war story, but Luke's doing war stories now. So but in past, it's usually been their story, right? They're like the guy from Kentucky asked to narrate his own story.
Perfect.
I know you've had maybe at least one or two other episodes.
You know, I've been drinking my tea here. It's the yogi tea, and I grabbed it real quick. And usually,
as far as I'm aware, I think the only other one we did was
yogi
the
tea
top
has a
five
little
guy.
message on the tag, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Glenn would like to know,
you know, as I
Rich,
just set my tea on
are
my
you
desk,
planning
I
any
came over
more
and I started the show.
channels?
Perfect timing. For me to read that.
Well,
the unknown is where all outcomes are possible.
Simon's got his own channel called Unexplained Encounter, which is.
I love that.
Sorry,
I love that. You know, it's funny. You know, it's funny you say that.
Unclassified Encounter, which
right before
that's all fictional stories based around World War II.
I came on here. I was giving a tarot reading to somebody.
Good stuff, to be honest. But and
I'm not going to say much about it.
That's his kind of side project that he does by himself.
Grace.
But as far as we're concerned, me, Luke, and Simon,
we spent about 5 or 10 minutes
talking actually looking
about
at doing a sci-fi channel, so like, nothing to do with bedtime stories. Really,
I say that, you know,
graphic novel.
It's just interesting that
which we're going to convert into a YouTube
that's a
series. It's going to have the whole voice cast, the whole score.
Yes, Grace is
sound effects and everything.
Gave me the goosebumps that you just told this story because
Cell within the graphic novel to another, trying to tell a story, kind of thing. But yeah, it's not really anything to do with what we're talking about now.
Well, that's great, guys.
I mean,
that's great. We got 5.5 minutes to go here. Rich, I'm going to put the ball back in your court here for a second.
It's time to recognize you sausage-loving genius. For without you, how would we know that Eckrich smoked sausage can be eaten thrice in one day, and that you can take your lunch break before noon? Here's to you, Eckrich smoked sausage. You do you. Here's to you, permanent resident of the snack table. For without you, how would we know that a bun is merely a vessel for delivering Eckrich smoked sausage to your mouth, and that there's no shame in being the first to get seconds? Here's to you, Eckrich smoked sausage. You do you.
Because out of the hundreds, if not thousands, of stories you guys have accomplished over the years, is there one that really sticks out to you, whether it's scary, whether it just felt a little too close to home, that you would share with us?
I've always been fascinated by the Flannan Isles mystery, and I know that might be a disappointment because it's drinking, it's just a disappearance on an island. But it's the fact that the island was so isolated. They were on cliffs that were 200 to 300 feet above the water.
Because we were out at a lake. My friend, one of my friends,
into thin air around 1900. This was.
And
also, the Dyatlov Passage has always kind of held a
tried tobacco.
I've always had an affinity for. I just
for the first time
find that really
ever.
Interesting.
Or something.
How about
similar.
For you, Luke? Is there a story that you've done that's really
for the first time?
Stuck
and
with
so
you?
Here I was, at this lake, out in dark woods, like a scary movie type thing.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there, and
honestly, I would have to say the more recent episodes that I've done because everything it was much more personal. Because the gentleman whose stories they were was somebody that I was actually talking to, and it wasn't just something I found on the internet and did a little research and kind of put a story together. And honestly, I would pick out one of his stories, but it is the collection. It's like his collective experience because he had four.
Of course, me,
call them experiences. Two UFO encounters that were essentially the same UFO seen twice within the space of about 8 months, and then the giant snake in Honduras. And then there was a helicopter crash that he came upon while he was on duty on Fort Campbell during the night patrol, and. Basically, this elite, blacked out,
and so
unit of soldiers showed up and treated the crash like it was something a lot more
flopping around on the dock.
secret than it should have been. Like I had a buddy that died in a crash on Fort Campbell, and that story kind of
this is what I don't like.
Related to me, but his collection of those 4 stories and going from his first one in Honduras and then being moved to Fort Campbell because of he basically was told to shut up and stay quiet after Honduras. And because he did, they think he gave him his duty station because he grew up in Tennessee at Fort Campbell to kind of say, hey, thanks for shutting up. And so we'll station you and your family.
Mine can play tricks on you.
Maybe this is what.
But then he had these other 3 strange experiences on Fort Campbell. I'm sorry. He saw Bigfoot on Fort Campbell. That was the other one. So UFO, Bigfoot, giant snake, and
so I'm building this up in my head, literally. And that's what reminded me.
He's a guy that's just comes off as somebody who's been told to shut up his entire life.
And this thing gets up.
And that stuck with me because he's somebody that actually made me start to question my own doubts.
Like it looks like literally something out of a movie, like some monster.
And how about for you, Mikey? You've done enough drawing now. Is there a scene or a story that really sticks out to you as an artist for
and it was
the
cooler,
Bedtime
and
Stories
he had
Network?
full on scuba gear, and I'm like, dude.
Oh my god!
Yeah, there are a lot of
do that, man. Say something.
Images I've done.
Just like have a light on.
Enjoyed.
Right.
No, he just came in like she was tired,
Probably.
Flopping on the dock and just like a minute.
Yeah. He could have just been like, "Hey, I'm Bob. Don't worry about me."
So it's one of those situations.
But also a lot of like atmosphere stuff that I've done, like different
driving, and then we got lost.
scenes that capture this atmosphere, weather conditions, and this this creepy feeling. I also like images
to come find us and
that I must create the concept of the creature.
Yes.
Like
that sounds like quite an
there are episodes that are based on some
well, that's what I'm saying, but it was
real images, but some things I must create from my own, like from imagination.
The influence, but
very
so I like really concepting the
and
creatures.
It was such different things going on.
I don't blame you,
weren't
gentlemen. We have about 1 minute left, and Rich, Mikey, and
dark,
Luke. I know we didn't have you for a long time, but it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on here and get to know you guys. If you don't mind, Rich, let us know where we can find your channel and how we can get a hold of you.
You can like, you can
okay, so the channel's on YouTube. I think the link is Creepy Bedtime Stories.
I get images flashing in my head of
/
monsters, even though I'm
and then obviously we're on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
But
I mean, if you're searching for us, you'll find
I've
us.
spent a lot of time in
should pop up in the search.
as part of
and
a
Luke,
job I had.
30
I spent
seconds
a lot
for
of
you.
time in sewers.
Same for me. YouTube.com/wartime
I
stories.
was thinking Ninja Turtles.
You're probably going to reach me quicker by email because I check my emails every day. I'm bad at social media. wartimestories.yt@gmail.com. And my contact information is linked all over my videos.
Interesting about that is
wonderful, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure having you on Spaced Out Radio for the first time. Hopefully, not the last, because I love talking these kinds of stories, guys. I know it's early over the UK, but thank you so much for coming on the show tonight. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Another spooky story from the resident swamp dweller. Then Fedora John comes in for the unbiased UFO report. Shirky Poo's got the news. Hour 3 of Spaced Out Radio coming up right after this.
A lot of times what our job is to inspect them. So you're looking at something, and you're looking and you're talking and you're looking at the thing, you're taking a photo.
Great show, gentlemen.
And then
great show.
You're done, and you go, wait.
That was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun.
Right, you just get kind of lost.
Really enjoy it,
even though there's no options.
No problem.
Yeah, I was the most important.
Well, I really appreciate it, and like I said, I love listening to stories like this, and I encourage all of our audience to go support you guys as well. So you know what? Thank you so much for taking the time with us.
Showed me how dependent.
No problem, and we'll be happy to do it again.
Absolutely,
outside cues,
absolutely. Go enjoy breakfast,
I didn't
guys.
See sunlight for 7 or 8 hours, so
Not
I have no idea what
bedtime.
No, I'm going to go have a beer and go to bed.
All right, boys. Take care, everyone.
8 o'clock in the morning. Oh, I see the chat there.
All right.
This is Detroit, Michigan area.
All right. I like those guys. They're a lot of fun.
Seward. So old
a lot of
stuff.
Fun.
This is kind of
I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Hour 3 coming up next. Hi, Chris.
Yeah. Have you seen Maze Runner?
I haven't seen Maze Runner.
I haven't seen that many. Like I said, most movies I see have. There's a reason I've watched them. I usually don't learn that till later, but that's it's like a labyrinth type.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So this is we're talking about like the writing process. This is the kind of stuff that I have to take that and then I put it somewhere, and then at some other point something else makes sense with it, and then I have a process. Then it's starting to roll, and I can start to integrate it and turn it into a story that has some legs. So I'm like working with this sewer stuff now. Like that's trying to figure out an interesting way to make that a compelling narrative, right?
Well, so that's what I was going to say is there's actual in a lot of spiritual practices there's labyrinths. There's one right outside of my town that you can go and meditate and self-discovery and things. So do you think and just like with the Ninja Turtles, they were actually good, but there have been like
Minotaurs.
I was going to say really bad. I almost lost my mind when there was a red balloon by the storm drain by my house one day, and it was just from a kid down the street was having a birthday party or something. But the fact that it floated, I was like,
right.
Hell,
no,
today
see, I
is
think
not the day.
Oh, I think there's the underground has meant very profound and interesting things to people over the cultural epochs. So it's like, okay, we bury people underground. There's practical reasons for that, but it goes deeper than that too. I mean, the cave art, I've been reading a lot about cave art, the lengths that ancient people went to access these areas, to paint these, the significance it must have held to them is astronomical. Around the time when Christianity was coming into being, after the time of Christ, there was another religion that was quite popular called Mithraism. And part of Mithraism, and there's temples all over Europe to Mithras, they were underground. They're all underground. They're these they're like basement temples that you would go down into, right? And this is just, we've always had this relationship to the underground stuff. We hide things there. We hide from things there. I spent some time in Turkey where they have these large underground, they call them cities, which makes it sound like they're still active, but they're not, where people went and built living capacity for thousands of people underground with very small access points. And that was to hide from invaders.
They have those
or whatever.
in Kansas. There's actually a metropolis in Kansas City. There's businesses underground. They're not in operation now.
Right.
But,
so we've always had this relationship. It's another world down there, but it's kind of like ours, and it's a place where our imagination kind of populates that space down there. It's very interesting. That's the sort of symbol I'm thinking about the most these days.
It's funny that this entire theme today, even at my work, there was like on History Channel was on, and it mentioned in different countries things being buried underground, but there was an entire I was trying to think of, on the same theme of House of Sleep, how you can think of that in other manners, just the name of your title. Because I had remembered about an entire Missouri town that went to sleep.
All right.
Whoa, really? Here?
Yeah.
Hi, Super Duke.
And they didn't know like the whole
Bigfoot
Radio Super project, but then there was another one in
it's almost swamped out radio time.
Around Turkey or somewhere. I know it was
excuse me.
It was in that vicinity. And this entire scientists, research, nobody could figure out why
who's ready for a little swamped out radio.
Couldn't stay awake, and everybody became terrified of going to sleep because they'd go into like a coma. I mean, like literal, like 2-3 weeks. And
I have no idea what this is, Swampy, but if you want to do a show on Spaced Out Radio,
fall asleep on the road driving.
I will provide the microphone.
How about town, and they had tested for
I'll put the
radon and
offer out there publicly.
And stuff.
Yes,
I am not interviewing Ronald Moorhead. The cryptid huntress Jessica Jones is. So we're going to have a good time with her.
The uranium mines underneath them. I mean, it caused people to have like seizures. All but the entire town, they thought it was some like sci-fi like.
Right.
They were they're like it was like a sleep monster. Like
it's right. It's terrifying. It's
if you'd like to connect with us, head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info.
I had started
now back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Azimus is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam says the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out the Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on a journey.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you had a relapse. I have some personal experience.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp.
Because I wanted to take creative liberties with it, but that was inspired by people I know who had Lyme disease and were really seriously impacted by it. So, thoughts and prayers are with you.
100%
hold that at bay. I know how terrible that is.
Roughly about 7 or 8 years ago, I was in a relationship. Let's call him James. James lived in a big house which he shared with his brother,
I mean, I could relate to many of them.
But James had his own section of the house with a bedroom, bathroom, hallway, and set of stairs to go downstairs into the main part of the house and access to the garage.
When I was
reading, I would mostly sleep over on weekends as we lived about 45 minutes apart and I worked in the city. Before I begin with the story in detail, let me give you a layout of the bedroom. The bed's headboard was against a wall with a window to the right and glass sliding doors to the right as well, which opened into the upstairs
It's already been
porch.
2 hours.
I know.
A big screen TV was in front of the bed. To the left of the TV was a small
the easiest way to find
hallway
me is
which
on
led to
Twitter.
a set of stairs that go
Brad Kelly,
downstairs.
BradKelly.
To the left
I
of
also
the
have a website
bed,
where you
about
can
7
find
feet,
House of
was a
Sleep.
glass table, an
You can find my
entertainment
writings
center,
on the
which
tarot,
had a stereo system on
short
top
stories.
of it,
That's
which is
Brad
key
Kelly
to the
Esque.
story.
That's ESQ.
We always slept in the dark, but the TV and cable did illuminate
Art of
a
Darkness
little bit
on
of the
there,
room,
our podcast
because the
about,
lights and buttons all had
dark side of
LEDs.
creativity as told
One
through
night,
the,
which was just a
the
regular
life
night,
stories of
nothing
a
odd
variety
or
of
out of the
artists,
normal,
people
James
from
and I
William
went
S.
to
Burroughs
sleep.
to Johnny Cash
Keep in
to,
mind we were not
actually
drunk
Pamela
or
Colman
high
Smith,
or
the
under
artist
the
behind
influences
Rider
of
Waite
any
and
other
Paradise.
drug,
We did an
and nor
episode
did we
on
do any of
dug into
those.
her life, and it was fascinating.
I remember suddenly waking
mostly
up
writers
feeling
because we're writers.
very
James
uncomfortable.
Joyce,
As I laid there
Philip
on my
K. Dick. I'm
back,
working on
staring
an
at the
episode
ceiling,
now on
trying to
Hieronymus
figure out
Bosch.
what was going on,
People don't
I
know
couldn't
is
help
this
but notice the feeling of a dense
painter from the
dread and
1400s who
doom.
painted Garden
I
of
felt
Earthly
like
Delights,
something
these
was
amazing,
bearing into my soul.
insane
I
triptychs
looked over to my
with
left
demons
and
and hell
James was
and all
fast
that.
asleep.
So trying to tell the life
As
story
I was
about
turning
him and
my
nobody
head to the
knows
ceiling,
anything
my
about his
eyes
life.
caught a glimpse of something in the
I'm
left
bit off a
corner
little more
of the
than I can
wall
chew,
by
but
the
it should be fun.
entertainment system.
You can find that.
As I looked over, I could see a big black mass, and I immediately leapt out of my bed, yelling, "No, no, no!" That immediately woke James
also, if you want a tarot reading,
and immediately after that,
form
the entire power of the house goes off, and the smoke alarms start blaring. As the smoke alarms are emanating this loud, shrieking noise, I ran over to the hallway and was hysterically crying from pure fear. As I explained to James what I saw and what was happening to the best of my ability,
I guess the other thing I should
as
say
James was consoling me, he looked white in the face.
House of Sleep,
After what seemed like an eternity, the smoke alarms finally stopped blaring and the power turned back on.
BradKellyesque.com,
As the TV and cable system lit up again, but that was the only light except for the moon. As we walked back to the bed and lay down, I still didn't feel right.
I don't even know why I brought these home.
And that black mass was still there.
And
I sat up and faced my back to that wall,
but I never finished
and James started to pray for whatever was in the room to go away.
And I just thought the other day, I'm like, I'm bring that home. I'm gonna put some like monsters.
The next morning, we were trying to figure out what had happened, and James told me something that literally sends a chill down to my spine every time I talk about it.
You were just talking about the garden.
James said he didn't want to tell me this last night.
Excuse me, that does look Boschian.
When the power went off, James looked at the entertainment center, and the stereo system was turned on with the words that said "Hello" written across the screen. To this day, I can't figure out what the hell that thing was.
This is so much fun. Thank you so much for having me back. That was
yes,
this
absolutely.
has been great.
It's been a pleasure. I'll have to have you again in the future. I'm going to take notes on things that we'll have to dive into that.
Hello,
subject.
Swamp Dweller.
And then
I hope you are well. I really enjoy listening to your channel and listening to the many different stories you narrate on it.
That's okay. We'll find
which is why I've decided to share mine. Although I don't know where to start, as it has been quite a long time since this happened.
Thank you for
I was
joining
9 years
us.
old when it went down.
Obviously,
to give you a little background on me, I am a female, currently 31 years old. I grew up in the Middle East, to be more specific, in Oman, which is where my stories take place. I am the second oldest of four.
Have a good night.
My father's house is a 3-story villa in a large city that I will not name for privacy reasons. The ground floor of the villa is split into 2 even apartments. Both sides have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. The second floor is where I and my family grew up, and the 3rd floor is the maid's quarters, and then the rooftop. I remember growing up with my older sister, who suffered from very bad night terrors. She'd wake up the whole house with her screaming. This happened quite often. I'd say at least 2 to 3 times a week. I honestly think for her well-being, my parents sent her to Florida to live with my grandmother when she turned 13 years old. After my older sister was gone, I believe whatever it was tormenting her at night started tormenting me. You see, my father's house becomes very alive at night. We would hear pots and pans clinking, and kitchen cabinets creaking open and slamming shut, footsteps running in the corridors of the house. But when we go and check to see who it is, there is no one there, and everyone is sound asleep throughout the house. As I have mentioned earlier, my sister is gone now. I have recently started hearing whispers. I couldn't make up what the whispers were, as I tried my best to ignore them. However, I believe me ignoring whatever it was made it worse. I remember waking up in the middle of the night feeling like I was being watched. This kept on happening for quite a while.
The more time goes by, the more
it was happening to not just me, but my siblings. They were also expressing fears.
But I do think that there are
we all went to our parents and told them about these fears. And they decided that they will resolve the issue by buying night lights for each bedroom. That way none of us were sleeping in complete darkness.
People who are involved,
the night light sure made it a lot easier to fall asleep, and it was okay for a while. Skipping forward to my early teen years, I remember waking up at 3 a.m. because I really needed to go pee. I remember this night very well because it was very engraved in my mind. I woke up looking at the nightstand and the clock read 3 a.m. on the dot. I recall stumbling my way to the bedroom door to open it, and I heard what sounded like running footsteps headed toward the bathroom. Thinking to myself,
other thing I would be mindful of
my sister must be up too and running toward the bathroom. So I opened my bedroom door so quietly and looked to my right, which is where my younger sister's room is. Her door was shut. I thought that was odd. If she was running to the bathroom, her door should be open.
The
I opened her
Supreme Court
door and
since
saw
the
that she was
early
sound
20th
asleep,
century
so I closed
has
it and
interpreted
proceeded to
that
head to the
statute.
bathroom, which is about 30 steps to the
Basically,
left
they
of my
can
bedroom
reach
door.
anything that is a deceptive
Your
practice
business depends on
that
protecting your sensitive
undermines
data.
government
But your data
operations.
is everywhere.
So,
Introducing
if
Sky
you
High
use
Security.
your government
We extend
access
security beyond
to
data access
get
to
access
data
to
use.
Justice Alito's
Protecting your
opinion,
data
you
anywhere
convert it
you
to
do
your own
business.
use, and then you put it out
Sky
there,
High
particularly if
Security.
you put it out there for the obvious
Your
purpose
happiest
of
spring starts with
intimidating
Lowe's.
the justices.
Shop now for your
That's
favorite
obviously
brands and
risk
everything
for
you need to
a
spruce
criminal
up your home, lawn,
So,
and garden.
I always
Like
start
top-selling
because you
riding
have to
mowers
start
from
at the
John
beginning
Deere, self-propelled
with the
mowers from Honda,
possibility
and
of
customizable
criminal
storage solutions from
indictment.
Closet Mate.
And then,
Roll
if,
out
as
that
you
new mower,
investigate,
bring
it
out
turns
that
out
spring
the case isn't
wardrobe,
there,
and bring
then
on
you can deal
spring.
with that. That's
Shop
actually a
in-store,
welcome
online, or
development.
through
But
our
if you
app
don't
today.
investigate it now, if you don't get
Lowe's,
on top
home
of
to
it
any
now,
budget, home to
probably
any possibility.
lose a lot of good
U.S.
evidence.
only.
And so if I'm
Down
listening
the
to you
corridor.
correctly as a former
I
federal
stopped
prosecutor,
dead in my
you're
tracks
investigating it
because
with
I
these
started
charges
hearing the clinking
potentially
of pots and
in
pans,
mind.
kitchen
Federal
cabinets opening and closing,
one,
and that
two,
made me call
conspiracy
out
to
for my
defraud
youngest sibling,
the United States
my
government.
brother.
Those two
As soon as I
charges
said
as
his name, everything
the
stopped
basis
and I
for a
heard the
potential
bathroom door
investigation.
creak open.
I also think
And I kid you
obstruction
not,
of justice in the
3
Dobbs
dark
case.
figures with red
Because
glowing
obviously
eyes floated
what
out of the
this
bathroom toward
is
me.
a corrupt act
These figures
that
were
was
like No
done
Face
for
from
purposes
Spirited
of
Away,
trying to
but without the
influence
mask. And 2 of them were so
influence
tall,
the judicial
they had to crouch
So I think it's
down,
also
creating an
potentially an
upside
obstruction of
down
justice.
L shape as they
3
tried to
potential
fit
charges.
between
Now,
the space
let's play
of
the
the
most
floor
extreme
and the
scenario out for
ceiling.
one moment, not the
The
most
frozen
likely, but the
fears
most
they
extreme.
floated past me.
What
As
if
I was
it
not
were
even there,
one
it's
of the
almost like they didn't
justices?
even
And
notice
by the
me.
way, I just
I
had a
was so
fascinating
scared to make a
conversation with Shannon
sound that I
Brain. We have to
thought
leave all
maybe they just
possibilities
didn't see
open, as
me.
every
I don't know.
appropriate investigator
I waited for
would,
what felt
you
like
know,
forever before I turned
exclusively
around to
assume
see
Sotomayor
that they
or
were
Kagan
gone.
or anybody on the left. It
I
could
didn't
be
go to the
anyone. It
bathroom.
could be
Instead, I
theoretically a
ran
justice
back to
on
my
the right
bedroom and
who
held
wants
the
to
urge to pee until I
influence
heard
the
my
potential
maid
outcome.
come in and get
And
things
the
ready
point
for
isn't
breakfast.
probability; it's again just
This
possibility.
is what set things
So,
in motion.
what if
Because from that
maybe it
night or
turns out
morning
this was
on,
leaked
I kept waking up
directly
at 3 a.m. on the
from a
dot,
justice? Would all of
always
these same
seeing a
criminal
cloud-like
charges
shadow
apply?
with red glowing beady
They would
eyes
apply.
bouncing
Now,
at the
it
foot
could
of my
complicate
bed. I would have
the
nightmares that I'm
investigation
falling
because
into an endless
justices,
black
at least
abyss
among themselves,
and jolt out of my
would have
sleep.
more
And of course, it's
discretion
always
to
3 a.m.
disseminate things
And that little
than
thing will be bouncing at the foot of my
staffers
bed.
and other people who support the
Sometimes
court.
it's the
But
small figure, other
the
times
court
it's the big
will
one.
Has
They're always
regular
glaring at me,
processes
though, from the
for
darkest corner of my
disseminating
bedroom.
information.
This kept on for what
And
felt like
if
forever,
those processes
until things
aren't
progressed
followed,
a
that
bit,
means whoever
and now my bedroom
disseminated
became a
it, whether it's a
playground for
justice
these
or somebody
entities.
else,
I started to
converted
suffer from severe
a
depression,
government record
and
to
I would
his
hear
or
whispers
her
telling me to
own
end
use,
my life.
and put it out
Things
to
got
somebody who
worse
wasn't
after my parents
authorized
separated
to
and my
have it
mom
at this
moved to
point,
the United States.
which to me would be
My
an
depression
embezzlement.
got worse, and the reoccurring dream
I
of
don't
me
think it
falling
was a
into a
justice.
black
I'd be very
abyss started to
surprised.
become
That now,
more and more
as
realistic.
you point out,
I've started to
have
do
to
badly at school
identify
since I've
everybody
started
who
to stay awake all
conceivably had
night.
access to it,
These
whether you think it's
entities started to
probable or
get
not.
into my head,
And that goes
and I've
from,
tried to end my life a couple
everybody
of
from
times,
Chief
but
Justice
thanks to my
Roberts
maid,
down
I'm still
to
here.
whoever the court is using
There
to
have been
print
so many
documents.
incidents at my
Right.
father's
You know,
house that I'll send
not
you.
even be, for all
I
we
just
know,
thought these entities take the
somebody
cake as
who's in
they
the
have
chain
changed
of
my life
justice
forever.
to clerk to,
I ended up leaving my
support person.
dad's
Or it
house
could
and
be,
moving to
they
the
have
United
contractors
States
who
at the
print
age
stuff.
of 15.
So anyone
I have
who had
had the
access
falling
to it,
down the dark
obviously,
abyss nightmares for a
is
while after the big
somebody
move.
who's within the circle
I
of
sleep
people
with some
who
sort of
could have
nightlight on all the
disseminated it.
time, and some
then
sort of
to
background
narrow
noise
the
is always
field, I mean,
playing
you
these
want to talk
days.
to everyone, but
usually it's your show
you start
playing on my
who had the
YouTube app
motive,
on my boyfriend's
you try to
TV.
figure out, how did it
I have a
get from A
hard
to
time
B to
falling
C,
asleep and still
then try to
suffer from
narrow the
severe
circle that
depression
way.
and anxiety.
So let's fall short of criminal charges.
However,
and
I
walk
do
up the
think it's a
ladder. Tell me if
combination
you
of the
think
things that went bump
you
in the
agree
night and
and
life
where
in
you would fill
general.
in the gaps here. If
Now
it's
I live in
a
Florida.
permanent courthouse,
I no longer see
Supreme
these
Court
figures,
employee,
but I
clearly
think
short
my
of criminal
experience
charges,
made
they
me
lose their
much more
job.
aware of the paranormal.
If it is a clerk, I've heard people say your legal career is
Wonderful
done. You will be
story from our
disbarred.
main man,
You will never
Swamp
be a
Dweller,
practicing
in the
attorney. And I want to put
spooky
that to you
story
just for a moment.
category.
But also, I want to ask you this.
Of course,
So again,
Swamp Dweller
in
joins
the
us
extreme
every Monday
presumption that
through
it's a
Friday
justice,
night with a spooky
what
tale.
does that mean
and
for that
we
justice short
absolutely
of
love him
criminal
around here.
charges?
Make sure you head on
In
over
other
to his
words,
channel
these lifetime
on YouTube,
appointments, they're not insulated from
youtube.com/Swamp
everything,
Dweller
right?
Reads.
Is there a process
and you can
warrant
hear
if an
one of the
investigation
many
came back and
thousands of
said
stories
it
he
was
has from
connected to one of the
reports
justices?
just like
is that
you are
grounds
having
for, I don't
at
know,
home.
what,
All right,
impeachment, removal,
let us get
what?
to John
There is
Hudson,
grounds for
the fedora-wearing
impeachment
wonder,
under the Constitution.
and the
There is
unbiased UFO
there
report.
are a handful of
Nobody's
justices.
gonna know. They're gonna know.
The fedora-wearing wonder. How you doing, buddy?
I believe it was...
I'm doing good, Dave. How about you, man?
I'm doing good. I had a good day today, man.
There was
I had a really good day today.
You could
keep
somebody over incompetence.
Well, today was one of the first days in a while I actually didn't fall asleep at my desk at my daytime job. So I was pretty happy with that.
I bet your boss is pretty happy too.
That we don't impeach anyone
probably
over
incompetence.
I'm not sure that's right.
The last time I fell asleep, he was the one who woke me up.
Yeah, but you will find that the happier that you are, the more happiness happens around you.
Or a corrupt act anyway.
It's really quite
that precedent, as you point out,
I've even experimented with this
to justice.
During the during some of these downturns, you have all these like really desperate people calling you for all these different reasons. And I would,
legal precedent of this opinion by Justice Alito and its effect on Roe. And
just, really
one more question on the leak.
You would not believe
what do you think this does,
I made
Andy,
two friends over in Jamaica.
They
were
of the
so
Supreme
nice
Court of the United States? Either way,
and all I did was just like, I swear to you, all I was kind and listened. That was it. That's all I did.
Is exactly what we've already read.
It's really funny how much
there's going to be loss of trust
you can get out of a little
within the room, within the hallway.
I agree with you there, my friend.
But if the opinion changes
with you
because
there.
It's been leaked, that's
everybody seems to be getting a little warmed up
trust in the institution.
And ready for
what does
Tuesday.
This do to the Supreme
it's
Court?
Christmas.
I think
in May for the UFO crowd.
So
at least for some of us.
If nothing happens, or even worse, if it looks like
I'll tell you, there's a lot of people talking. There's a lot of stories brewing, a lot of rumors and conjecture out there. Will Lou Elizondo be in those hearings? Will he not? Will he be behind the scenes? Or will he be at home drinking a glass of wine, watching the proceedings from Wyoming?
It's as much in the interest, it should be at least, of progressive justices as the
I guess my one question is, David, is that we could talk about this for hours. So, are you sure you want to hit this first?
Well, no, we'll hit it second after the break, because I know that we're going to take some time on that. Let's start off with Coastal Rica.
And the only way
What's this one about?
Do that is make sure
well,
that
basically, oh no, that's a lovely
confidential. Think for a second, Will, of what would happen.
Costa Rica?
What this would happen is
Costa Rica. This is another one that's really
deliberate on cases.
Like I said, I really don't know
they don't
how
need to keep their deliberations confidential anymore. They can go home and talk to mom and dad, read the newspaper, gauge public opinion, this is a picture. This is a high quality, high resolution
and
bring
picture.
all that to the jury room the next day.
But it is from 1971. So a little bit about the picture first.
And
so
this is just
September 4th, 1971, aboard a two-engine Aero Commander F-680 airplane, an automated camera captured an image of a flying saucer, which today has yet to be debunked. And it goes on to talk about the altitude and we have all this information on it, and it is a beautiful picture. I will agree.
No, it's just another
however,
institution in
to
our
me,
republic
very much like
that is
another
now
picture
at the
that I showed just recently.
And not to overstate that, but in my estimation,
I guess
that's what's
from
going
the
on.
point
The
of view
leaker is trying to marshal the mob to influence the court.
Of spending energy where you're going to get payout for it,
culture
right?
When it comes to corporate decisions,
I just wonder what is the value in
the court
really putting a lot of energy into some of these old photos. I would love to think that there was. I would love to think that we could go back and reprocess some old photo and suddenly move the needle in some way. But that's not ever what I've seen. I mean, look what's happened with Patterson Gimlin.
Right.
The new freaking 4K 100 frames per second video is insane, and
the way that we get rulings.
So I just don't know how valuable this is, but it sucks because it's very interesting and it's a really good picture. And the fact that it's sit here since '71 without anyone having any real serious swipes at it, doesn't mean it's definitely anything, but it certainly leans a lot of credibility to the fact that it's not something new.
What I worry about, I
want to ask you with this photo, because we do have a lot of people in Radioland who'll be like, "What's this photo John talking about? Describe this photo for us."
We need to go to court packing. The first time.
So this is an overhead photo, and this looks very much like the photo I talked about before. So if it's a repeat, I apologize. But basically, I mean, it's basically an overhead photo of a coastline, and there is basically a flying disc in one frame of it, and it's an incredibly spooky looking flying disc because it's really normal looking. Like it almost looks like if you were to go into your kitchen and say, "Hey, I need to make a UFO," and someone said, "Okay, here." and handed you a pen and you threw it and they
outcome,
snapped the picture.
We're going to put some
that's
judges on the bench who will. Then it's a legislature.
Almost,
then it's a political body. It's not governed by the rule of law anymore.
In how it looks, right? It's almost a caricature of itself in a way, because it is such the stereotypical.
Help me lay out for the
and very much like some other pictures that I've talked about recently. There's lots of interesting debate about camera angles and so forth. But we have a lot of information on this picture. The altitude, the fact that
that's exactly
shots were taken for 20 seconds. We actually have a lot of data on this film. And the thing is that once again, what I find this very interesting. I think
states in the United
States totally geek out over this.
Abortion was illegal. And
I don't really know if anyone else cares.
It was legal to one
extent. You know what I mean? Like fundamentally, I don't know, if this is something that would
just allowed democracy.
I don't think this is going to change anyone's mind.
Then what you would probably have at this point is two things which would have been beneficial.
No,
to the country.
I don't see it changing anybody's mind. To be honest with you,
different states
to me,
would have different
it looks
regimes
photoshopped
of abortion, and
that it's
nobody
in there.
would think that.
But of course,
it's weird.
But of course, we're looking at this, John, with 21st century eyes.
So that would be number one.
You have 1971 eyes
that had very restrictive abortion rules. You'd have some that had lax,
totally agreed.
And you probably have a lot
totally,
in the middle that had,
agreed.
marginal
and the thing is
differences
that honestly, there are even hypotheses
the other good thing that would have happened was
that
our
support
judicial
the idea
process and
that
UFOs
in the past might have looked corny intentionally. Okay.
This all
as crazy as that might sound to some people, but look at it this way. If you subscribe to the hypothesis that there is some core fundamental field or energy source of somewhat that is basically projecting all of these different types of objects, whether it be a UFO or whatever, then essentially what they're projecting is what they think we're expecting to see. So as a result of that, UFOs of the past
now the argument of the pro-abortion lobby would be this is not a right that should be subject
it's bizarre,
to
but if you think about that hypothesis, it actually lends credence to the idea
there are certain rights that are
older
not
UFOs would actually look older.
The popular vote of the majority.
Or you know what I find a little bit intriguing about that
is protected
is how we've gone in stages with UFOs from flying discs to what we're seeing now, which are cube-shaped, pyramid-shaped, triangles.
You don't hear a lot of the
Tic Tacs.
I'd love to walk through with you, and that is
I know no Doritos, no anything.
I know
this invisible definition of a right to
you're not at the beginning, right?
Embedded
in you go back and any of you haven't read this yet.
Evolved with Casey versus Planned Parenthood. It evolved over time.
John Keel's books,
the
right?
truth is, Andy, it
he
really
tells you the stories
from both the left
in the
and the right been acknowledged as one of the weakest Supreme Court
There's a case
decisions
of
on a
something
sheer
flying over London that not only looks like a flying ship,
in history.
like something out of freaking Peter Pan, but the anchor
and
quote unquote that was hanging from the ship, because a ship has to have an anchor, even if it's a flying ship, caught on someone's chimney and damaged the chimney.
And what I mean by that is
let's
distinguish them from what.
And for centuries, people were seeing
the rights that are
those
in the Bill of Rights.
Like
and the whole reason
ships
having
that had oars. Some of them even had reports of oars sticking out of the side that were moving as it was
what
flying.
Democracy does, they can't take away your First Amendment. They can't take away your Fourth Amendment.
There were Vikings that saw
then there is the part of the
growing,
Constitution that says the fact
and the thing is, and the thing that's so frustrating about this is that if you've been studying this,
deemed to be
if you've been taking as desperate of a scientific
but
approach to studying this as you possibly can,
you
start getting to some very difficult hypotheses.
And they have to be essential to a system.
The problem is that none of it means that anything isn't real, and none of it means that anything is real. And that's what's so frustrating about it, is that everyone wants this definitive answer. But the truth of the matter is that.
And even after Roe has been the subject of tremendous debate and division in the country, it's simply,
just UFOs
you could say
are projected
it's a good
from
thing
an
to
orb,
have. You
right?
could say it's not a good thing to have.
They're projected from something. Now, are they projected from us? Well, where did we see it from?
Right.
So my point is
this
that
idea
are
of
all projections a clone of an original?
Combination of the first,
or are any projections original themselves?
Well, John, we're going to continue on with the unbiased UFO report. Thank you for your analysis on that. And we'll talk to you right after the break here.
But to your point, Alito says, yes, but those must be grounded in some American tradition, which abortion simply is not. So there is no, the end result being, there is no constitutional right to privacy. Now, I want to ask you this, and this would, I think, be the Chief Justice John Roberts' rationale, and that is caution, 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 stare decisis, settled law. The idea being, well, we've been doing this for 50 years, and this is baked into, I don't know, the way things are done in the United States of America. It's this extreme deference for precedent, for what came before you. I don't know what the Chief Justice will or would write, but I know that he is definitely a devotee of precedent, of quote-unquote settled law. What do you say to anyone who would say, well, regardless of what your rationale may be, this has been the law of the land for 50 years, and you can't just go around jerking out the law of the land?
Yeah, but it hasn't, Will, right? I mean, let's think about that for a second, right? First of all, we all know that cases can be reversed, right? Dred Scott would be still the law, and Plessy versus Ferguson would still be the law if you couldn't reverse something just because it was precedent, okay? Now let's talk about Roe. I have a news flash for people because you would never know this from reading the press. Roe has not been the law of the United States since 1982. Once Casey came along, it completely it kept the basic ruling of Roe, but it totally undermined the rationale of Roe. So that lasted for 9 years, which is a flash of time. And what is Casey about? Casey is exactly about a dynamic for trying to figure out how you regulate abortion. It doesn't say anyone who wants an abortion can get an abortion. It says we have competing interests of the state. We have the life and health and privacy of the woman, and we have the state's interest in fetal life, human life. And those interests have to be, they are in tension in these cases, and they have to be weighed. And what we have had since 1982 is a regime for trying to balance out those interests. So there's no settled doctrine about when you are able to have an abortion. And what has occurred over time is as technology has changed and as the court's jurisprudence, frankly, has changed and gotten more, I think, sane as far as devotion to the text and to the original understanding of the Constitution, the Casey rationale proves to be no more sustainable than the Roe rationale that it overhauled. So the idea that you're hearing today that we have this settled abortion jurisprudence and the court has suddenly abruptly thrown it out is nonsense. What Casey is all about is how you weigh this tension, and that's the reason we've had 1 million cases since Casey, which have come out on different sides of the equation.
I'm so glad you brought up Dred Scott. You could have mentioned Korematsu, bad Supreme Court decisions that we don't simply go, well, it's too bad they've decided it so poorly, but law of the land we have to follow. And to your point, Plessy versus Ferguson, which established separate but equal, was settled law for 6 decades. For 60 years, it was the law of the land. And that did not stop the Supreme Court from righteously saying, this isn't right, and adopting Brown versus Board of Education. So we can't just follow an incorrect decision into eternity. And this will bring us full circle. That competing interest of Casey you described, what has that done? It's done exactly what you described. It turned the court into a super legislative process. And all we're saying now is returning this to the actual legislature, to the people to decide democratically.
That's right. And Will, what you're hitting on, I think, is the fundamental difference between progressive judges and constitutional conservatives. Progressive judges have no hesitation about imposing outcomes on the public and removing issues from the democratic process. But what you notice here is that the conservative justices, if this case comes out as Alito's opinion indicates, they're not saying you will not have abortion. What they're saying is we're returning this, we're acting as we're supposed to act as a judicial institution, which is We are modest. We stand back and let democracy happen unless there's some command of the Constitution that requires us to intervene. So they're not telling you what to do with abortion. What they're saying is democratic self-determinism, which is what the progressives always tell us they're all about. Well, you get to have it now. You get to decide how you're going to run your life, and you get to decide things like abortion.
Andy, it's been too long since I've seen you in person. I really appreciate you jumping on this very important day to help shed some light. Thanks, man.
Thanks so much, Will. Great to see you.
You too. Listen, I wanted to talk to you today. I was excited to talk to you. I am, in this episode of the Will Kane podcast, talking to many people. I'm talking to Shannon Bream about the tactics of leaking a Supreme Court opinion and the impact that has on the legitimacy of the court. I'm talking to Andy McCarthy about the law of the presumed and invisible right to privacy and what this means literally to overturn Roe. But I wanted to talk to you, Ben, specifically at a little more esoteric level. I wanted to talk to you about the morality, the philosophical implications of abortion. I know this is something near and dear to your heart, not just from any personal relationship that we have, but honestly, man, I watched you when you were guest hosting the 7 p.m. show on the Fox News channel, which was then entitled Primetime and is now Jesse Waters Primetime. And I saw your very emotional monologue about protecting the unborn. Tell me your emotional connection to this very important and moral issue.
Well, look, Will, I think, and I appreciate you having me join you. I think that this is, at its core, the most fundamental issue about what we are as a country. And, I think I don't like to draw comparisons to the past, but I truly do believe that this is the modern equivalent of the abolitionist movement that we saw in the mid of the 19th century and the 1850s. People who stood up and asserted that, regardless of what you thought about anything that was around you, that the people who were enslaved deserved to have human rights just as much as anyone who happened to be walking around. And I think that when it comes to the abortion issue, unfortunately, we have, for the last 50 years, endured a regime that really was designed to gaslight the country, to pretend that science didn't exist, to pretend that we didn't know more and more about the way that human fetuses are formed within the womb, to pretend that they can't feel pain, they can't recognize voices, they can't, recognize what is going on around them. And as anyone who has a child knows, as I know you know, as I know so many of our colleagues know, the truth is that once you've gone through the process of pregnancy, or even if you've gone through the process of miscarriage, which sadly affects a lot more Americans than I think we know, this is something that changes you. It makes it clear to you that this is a person with a personality. And, the truth is that we've had a regime here in America that wanted to deny that wanted to pretend like, this was someone who could be discarded, and, irrelevant or, inconvenient human being that we could just toss to the side. And we've all known, I think, deep in our hearts that this was not the case. But there has been a whole regime, the media, our corporate environments, our, leftist sort of dominated cultural realities that pretends that this is not the case. Look, Will, as you know, I'm married to Meghan McCain, and when she was on ABC's The View, she was the only woman, the only pro-life woman on any of the major networks other than Fox. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it's unfathomable. The idea that you would pretend like pro-life women just don't exist. But that is really a demonstration of the weakness of this regime, because they have to maintain that fiction.
So, Ben, I want to talk to you about sort of the logic of the philosophy of when life begins, but I don't want to go there yet. I want to stay on sort of this. I think it's okay to describe it as emotional connection to the morality of when life begins. I saw a stat today, and I don't know if it's real, Ben, or not, but I think the stat was one of the most pro-choice demographics in the United States is young men. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds like it could be true to me.
It is. And it is, and there's been consistent polling on that, yeah.
Okay, and I think that we can make some pretty callous observations about why that may be. But the reason I point that out is to your point of the life-changing event it is of becoming a father, of having a child. And it is almost impossible to describe if you do not or have not experienced that pleasure in life, that joy in life. And I wonder, Ben, it's almost inseparable, not almost. I think it probably is to some extent inseparable from a belief in a higher being. But take this broader. Like you look at civilizations throughout human history. Spartans supposedly throwing defective, quote, quote, unquote, defective babies off the top of the mountain because they couldn't become great Spartan warriors. What is it? When do you think we arrive morally at the point where we recognize a human being before we can see it? Where we recognize a human being when it's still in gestation? Like, walk me through this moral calculus.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that one of the things that happens is, we're forced to move on from our natural selfish natures, which I think are things that, come into our lives when we are children, the people who don't share well and the like. But one thing that I think is certainly true of a lot of people who've gone through the experience of either having a child or having a child and losing it, is that you come to understand that you have a responsibility to others in this universe. And that's something that, overwhelms all of the things that are around you. I've heard various people describe it as the equivalent of the moment in The Wizard of Oz where you go from being black and white to being in color. It changes the reality. It changes what your priorities are. Suddenly, you come to respect everything that's come before, and you come to understand, oh, this is why my parents were this way. This is why, other parents are that way. Because you start to understand the obligations that are put upon you. But that responsibility, I think, is something that our modern age has been very willing to shirk. We want to run away from it. And that's something that I think abortion was designed to fuel. It was designed to fuel the idea that, the inconvenient life was one that you could discard and that you could do it without any kind of moral ambiguity. You could feel good about it. You could shout your abortion, as they say. You could, embrace it as something that was defining for you. Instead, I think what we've come to understand, especially in this age when we've seen declining birth rates, where we've seen, the desperation of, aging women in our society who really want to have a kid and wish that they could wind the clock back and undo some of the decisions of the past. I think that we've reached a point where people are really understanding that the value that is being discarded here is not something they can deny anymore. And from my perspective,
right thing to do.
This is a healthy about the American people to recognize this, along with the vast majority of nations around the world. we are one of the very few nations that continues a regime where abortion can be essentially accessed on demand up until birth. And that's something that I don't think we should have any pride in. We should be doing something like that.
But wouldn't it be even better if you could take it with you wherever you go? Now you can. This station is proud to be affiliated with the Mobile Broadcast Network, brought to you exclusively by
Mississippi.
They make it possible for you to hear your favorite internet stations anytime, anywhere,
and
on
so
your cell phone. To get connected, go to www.mynbn.com and listen to internet radio on the go.
China, and that's not a good thing. We shouldn't have any pride.
Is life moving too fast?
We should view it as being something that is a dark mark on our approach to
Sometimes you move so
any
fast you don't take a close look at life's details.
And
when was the last time you looked at your health insurance? If you don't have health insurance, or if you have the wrong coverage, serious medical bills could mount up. That's where the Mega Life and Health Insurance Company comes in. We provide affordable health insurance for the self-employed and small business owners. If you don't have health insurance, call us. If you have coverage, call anyway. See if we can give you better coverage at a better price. Stay on track for affordable health insurance designed specifically for the self-employed and small business owners. Call 877-735-6460. That's 877-735-6460. Home office located in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Not available in all states, and benefits may vary by state. Association membership may not be required to obtain insurance. Call 877-735-6460 for details.
Climate change could affect our way of life. Reduce your greenhouse gas emissions and help control climate change. Visit www.dcr-mvr.ca. Brought to you by the Voluntary Challenge and Registry, Climate Change Central, and this radio
station. And yet, when it came time to run for the presidency in 2020, he was willing to cast all of that aside.
From Riverside, Iowa.
Oh, no.
The future birthplace of Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. Another episode of Wake Up USA,
an item that can have
your
any
host this
kind
evening,
of
Joe Montaldo.
Shift away.
Good evening and welcome to another episode of Wake Up USA, a UFO study, Stardust Radio production, now being broadcasted live.
And that is, I think, a true shame. Because we should be in an environment where Democrats are allowed to be pro-life.
So a couple of thoughts. I think that's fascinating what you described about the fact that we're sharing company with North Korea and China. That in and of itself should cause us to look around. And the idea that we're one of the few countries in the world that allow these liberal abortions is cutting against the grain of the videos you might see from, say, libs of TikTok or something like that, where women are vague. Why does this country hate women so much? No. I mean, this country is out of step with the rest of the world in protecting the unborn. And so this is where I want to go with this. You made the argument, I think you began to make the argument today about a parallel comparison analogy to slavery. And what I think is fascinating here is, I brought up the Spartans, right?
I'm still in shock over
what happens is, I think, over civilization, over time, as we become more civilized, we just gain more understanding. And this is something we've clearly gained more understanding of. Just because you can't see it doesn't make it real. And science is moving in the same direction as pro-life. The absurdity of viability, the absurdity of an undue birth. Like, these are terms that don't carry any meaning beyond science. And science is backing this up. It's backing it up to the point of conception. And if you think about it that way, I do think it leads you down to the path where I think you are, which is within what, maybe 50 years, certainly a century, as science gets us there, we're going to look back on this 50-year period and say, I mean, of all the things we wonder how history will judge us, this is the clearest one. They'll look back on us and say, how did they convince themselves this was okay?
I don't think I'm breaking any confidence to share this with you. But Jeff Goldberg, who's the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, said to me a couple of years ago, if there's one thing that I'm confident about that history will judge us for, it's abortion.
because, I mean, come on.
He said that as someone who is, a liberal who supports abortion, who, is emphatically, I think, in favor of it.
Most of y'all are quite familiar with ICAR's work. Most of y'all are quite familiar with the
something that we will be judged
if you are out there and you are attending a conference and you are in the middle of something,
and I think deep down, if you got a lot of these Democrats in a room in private, and maybe knocked a couple of bourbons,
I am very curious because I don't like people using my material without permission.
That's not true of Elizabeth Warren. That's not true of the true radicals on this subject. But deep down, I don't think Joe Biden feels good about this. I don't think that a lot of Democrats feel good about this. Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema and a lot of Democrats who are kind of in the middle of the road, they know that this is not something that will be judged, as appropriate by history.
And why do we continue talking past each other, Ben? I mean, the truth is, of all the debates we have in the political sphere, this is the one where we're literally on separate pages. The right is talking about the sanctity of life, and the left is talking about a woman's right to choose. One talking about a woman's health choices, the other talking about infanticide. We're literally not arguing on the same page. Why?
Well, I think a big part of that, unfortunately, is that we've had such a cultural sort within the past couple of decades that we no longer have a strong presence of culturally conservative traditionalists within the Democratic coalition. When Barack Obama talked about people who were clinging to their guns and their religion, he talked about that, people forget this, in the context of the 2008 primary. It was the Pennsylvania primary where he said that,
from the Lawrence Livermore
referring to, Union Catholic voters who were backing Hillary Clinton over him, with, basically saying, they need to hurry up and go away. And I think that that's been the attitude of the Democratic Party. It's unfortunate, because if we had parties that were more culturally attuned or balanced, where you could have some moderates within the Republican coalition, you could have some culturally conservative NASCAR Democrats and the like, that would be a healthier polity for the country. Unfortunately, that's not where we are anymore. And so now we have this position where we are basically foreigners sharing a country together. And I think that that's something that's very bad in the long term. I hope that over the course of the coming generations it can be fixed. But if it isn't, we're going to reach a point where the idea, fanciful idea, the idea that I hate of a national divorce becomes more of a reality, because we're so far apart on all of these subjects that are near and dear to our hearts.
A national divorce is a pretty ominous maybe. I'm not saying it is or is not, maybe inevitable outcome. So I wanted to hit a couple of questions with you here as well. You're an astute political watcher, so first, Ben, do you think this is going to have a massive implication on the midterms? For many, there is some thought out there. This is the godsend they've been waiting for. There isn't a single issue where they had a winning message. Now maybe they've got an arrow in their
So I've seen some of that analysis, and I disagree with it. I just don't think that it's going to deliver that kind of thing, because people tend to vote based on pocketbook issues. And their priorities, I think, are aligned to that. And that's where the Biden administration has totally failed them, at the pump, in energy costs. I'm paying more to power my house, just in terms of keeping the lights on, than I've ever paid before in my life. It's insane. And I think that this is something that's being felt by Americans across the country. I also think that most people who are on the left side of the abortion issue are already within the Democratic coalition. I don't think that they, are new voters to be added to that. And I think that the trend lines that we've seen from Hispanic voters, when it comes to schools, when it comes to education, when it comes to prioritizing parental rights and the like, those are all going to continue, and they're not going to be affected negatively by any of this. Republicans who lean into the abortion issue are only going to find more Hispanic voters who agree with them than the opposite. So no, I do not believe that this is going to be the kind of thing that gives the Democrats an out. But I will say this: in my experience, and I think this is borne out by the experience in the last couple of years, it's the people who lean away from culture war fights who end up losing. In other words, if they abandon the field to have it defined by their opponent, they're the ones who end up suffering for it. I saw that in Virginia when Ken Cuccinelli was running back in 2000, and I guess that would be 13. And basically, he allowed his opponent to define everything that he believed about the abortion subject, and didn't really engage with it because he thought, or he was advised by his advisors, not to do so. I think that's a mistake. I think that Republicans should lean into the issue. They should have a message, and they should be prepared to advocate for it. But abandoning the field to the left is just not a good idea.
Well, if we've learned anything over the last 4 years, it is the value of playing offense. Own who you are, own who you believe. If you do not, then the other party will define in lieu of you defining yourself. I think the only caveat or rebuttal I would offer to your midterm analysis would be, does it turn out more voters? It may not convert more voters, but does it turn out more voters on the Democratic Party who don't traditionally show up for midterms? And I don't know enough that will happen or not. And really quick, a quick follow-up, Ben, because I actually want to hear the answer to this, and I just glossed over it. Young men are the most reliably pro-choice constituency, and the reason for that is why?
Well, the reason for that is that it's a good way to, to write off your mistakes. Your body, your choice, your baby, your problem. I mean, it's one of these situations that I think is sadly taken advantage of by young men across the country time and again.
It's the truth, though. It's a get out of jail free card for young men.
It's totally, that is absolutely how they use it. And look, there's a whole leftist thing that comes up all the time whenever abortion comes up, where someone will tweet out or post on some social media, well, do you think that men should be obligated to pay for, women when it comes to their, birth processes and take care of them when the child is in the womb and pay child support even after? You don't believe that because you're, essentially the implication is that we are some kind of masculine force that doesn't care about that. And my response to that is, oh no, I'm totally in favor of that. Let's do that. In fact,
I know what you're talking about.
This deal is totally fine from my perspective. In fact,
let's make tweet that before your terms are accepted. If you want to force men to pay, your terms are force them to pay. Grow up, be a man, take your responsibility.
Yeah. Yes, please. Okay. I mean, I just think it would be a better country for it.
I think you're right. Finally, let's end with this. So, in an earlier conversation, Ben, that I had with Shannon Bream, I hadn't considered this. I want to get your observation on this. So, I think there's a general presumption we're all operating under right now that the leaker of this draft opinion is probably somebody opposed to the opinion. Somebody from the left. Somebody perhaps clerking for one of the leftist jurists. Shannon said we have to keep every possibility open. It's an investigation, and we have no idea what could be driving this leak. And she did introduce the idea, what if, it's just a possibility, what if it's somebody from the right? What if it's somebody in support of this opinion because they might be trying to preempt Chief Justice John Roberts from joining the opinion and watering it down? Is that hold any water in your estimation? I know we're all dealing in the realm of speculation and there needs to be an investigation, but do you think we should walk a little more carefully into who this leaker might be?
So Shannon is an expert court reporter. She's been following it closely for years. She knows what she's talking about. I disagree with her. And the reason I disagree with her is because last night I had conversations both with a former clerk for Clarence Thomas, a chief staffer for Mitch McConnell, and a chief staffer for former Attorney General Barr, all about this. Basically saying, do you think this is a lefty or a right? And they were emphatic from the underclass humans who would have evolved into dim-witted, ugly, squat, goblin-like creatures.
I think that this is an attempt, a desperate attempt, to try to get some kind of public backlash that scares people off of this decision. Because this decision is, essentially 90% of what I would write. I mean, I'm an Alito guy. I love Alito. So, I'm reading this opinion. I was just, yes, over and over again. But what I would just say is, I do not think there is a situation where this is a leak that is coming from the right. It just doesn't stand up. And one of the big reasons for that is, think about the consequences when the name comes out. When the name comes out, if you are a creature of the left, you are getting 6-figure, 7-figure book deal kind of treatment. You are going on speaking tours as the last, resistance to some kind of terrible right-wing fascist act, etc. If you are a leaker from the right, there's no such benefit for you in terms of your professional career. There's nothing that really comes out of this for you that's a positive. And so for that reason, among others, I would just say, I think confidently, this is coming from the left, probably a Sotomayor staffer, because Kagan would never, Kagan's too much of an institutionalist to want anything like this to happen. But we'll see. We will find out. And at the end of the day, I think this is terrible, because it's one of those things where, the court was one of the last institutions that had not been degraded to the point of others when it came to people's trust. If something like this can happen on a decision of this level of import, it is a really disturbing thing. And frankly, it gives, the fact that it happened gives a lot of moderates who might not like the ultimate result of the decision out. People like Susan Collins, they may not agree with the decision. They don't like this way that this was, and they're going to lean into that. So, look, we'll see what comes out at the end of the day. But I'm pretty confident that this is coming from the left, not the right.
Yeah, and I would add to that if the 5 justices do not like John Roberts' concurrence, they can push him off to do his own while they write the majority opinion in the words of Samuel Alito. They don't need the leverage. I would also add, which side of the aisle is marshalling mob justice to exert leverage? Which one is using that as a tool? And I think you'll come to the answer more clearly that this is a tool of the left. Yeah, and I think you're right. It threatens one of the pillars of our republic. Yet another pillar of our republic. The implications of which will be playing out. Unfortunately, I don't even have to say decades. It's probably going to play out in the next 2-3 years. It's pretty dramatic fashions. Listen, I love talking to you. Make you a deal. Let's do it more often. I'd love to have you on.
I would love to. Will, how do you feel about the former Redskins taking Sam Howell?
I'm not. I know you're a Commanders fan. I'm not that concerned. I'm not that concerned about Sam Howell, but I'll tell you what, because I know you love the Cowboys as well, or at least you love to hate them. As soon as your interview ends, Ben, I'm going to have a Cowboys expert break down their draft in just a moment here on the Red King Podcast. So stick with us, would you, Ben?
It's just one of those things. Lately, the way the world's been is you really got to keep attention. You got to pay attention to what's going on around the planet. And there's a lot of reasons for it. I mean, other than just the normal reasons of, annihilation and feeding your children, things like that.
Stop the special counsel's
it's nice to watch, first off, how these events take shape. And is there any outside influence in any of these events? In other words, is all the politics on planet Earth just politics, or is there an outside source interfering to make the politics all worse than they already are? Now, we could argue about this all night, ladies and gentlemen, and as far as I can tell, there's no physical proof to this. But for researchers like myself, knowing the fact that UFOs do exist, aliens are visiting the planet, then I have to think that it has to at least dictate part of our politics. I can't think where it would dictate at least part of our politics. So when you're watching world affairs and world events, keep that in the back of your mind. Not everything may be for the most obvious reasons. Like Iraq, for example. We've been to Iraq twice. You really think it's over oil?
They claim Porter and Dearborn, like McGann, are absolutely immune to testifying before Congress. There is no such
ancient area.
thing.
Think about it.
The only court
I don't
ever
know.
to consider
I don't know,
this
but lately I've been kind of
absolute
wondering
immunity doctrine
the way things
totally
have been shaping up
rejected
on the planet. And
that is why we have gone to court in the
you know, one of my
McGann
big
case
hobbies
to set it
is
aside.
keeping up on technology.
What is happening today is more
advanced
trouble
technologies for
than
space
McGann's
travel,
failure
for wars,
to
things
appear.
like that. And I
Because
noticed
even
the
if
U.S.
we apply
military,
DOJ's
along
own
with
made-up
NASA,
rules
a couple other
of
groups that we're
absolute
not going to
immunity, I
mention,
question
have been
how
developing
Mr.
several
Dearborn
laser
fits under those
systems.
rules. According to DOJ opinions,
we've been developing
absolute
space
immunity applies
technology
to,
and weapon
quote,
technology
President's
that
immediate advisors who
a
serve as the president's
non-aggressive
alter
species
ego,
wouldn't
close
develop.
quote.
That's the only way I
To
can
extend
say
this
it.
already dubious
There's a
doctrine
new
to
bomb.
someone like
Y'all know
Mr.
y'all heard of the
Dearborn,
neutron bomb, right?
who's far
And the
more
reason I'm bringing
removed from
this
the
up is
president than
the
McGann
last time the
is a
neutron bomb
dangerous
was
new
tested,
stretch.
there was actually 4
I think we should call
UFOs
this what it is,
inside the
an
testing
absolute
area.
cover-up
4.
by the White House.
And recently,
Mr.
there's
Lewandowski
been
is
a
here, and
new
his vital
neutron bomb
information
that
about
was made with a
presidential
half-life
obstruction
of
of
90
justice.
days.
The White House
And
wants to limit our and your
contamination
ability
radius of
to
50
hear it all.
miles. The reason I'm bringing it up
Lewandowski
because
was
it was
called
just
alone,
recently
one-on-one,
tested
into the Oval
out
Office
in
on June 19,
Mexico,
2017,
and there was 3
again on
sightings
July
during the
19,
test.
2017.
And these were reported by
The
people
president did
in the
something I
testing
find
area.
startling. He dictated the
Kind
speech
of curious,
to Mr. Lewandowski.
ET
The
seems
speech
to have a
not from
particular
Mr.
interest in this
Lewandowski,
type of weapon, and
but
I'm
for
just
Attorney
curious to
General
watch.
Sessions.
But anyway,
then Attorney General Sessions.
one of the things I wanted to say right quick is that Jeff has
to put
informed me
the
that our
following
guest is in
words
too. So, Avis,
in
can you hear me?
AG's mouth, quote,
Yes, I can hear you just
going to
fine.
meet with the special
Avis, do me a favor.
prosecutor.
Pronounce your last name
Explain
for me,
this
because
is very
apparently
unfair,
I've botched
and
it
let
at
the
least
special
4 times.
prosecutor move forward with
Fuck
investigating
you.
election meddling
No, I
for
guess I
future
didn't botch it.
elections.
I don't know.
That nothing
When they're
can
easy
happen
like that, it
in
confuses
future
me.
elections. Quote is from volume 2.
Well, we
page
get these people that come on the
91
show
of
with some of the wildest names.
As the
I
Mueller
swear.
report found,
But Avis, let me
limiting
get you to do
investigation
this.
to future
I want you to
elections
tell the audience a
would
little
have
bit
cut off
about
the
yourself,
investigation of
why
any
you got
past
involved
conduct
in ufology, and
obstructed
then
the
we'll
heart
start the
of the
interview
special
from there. So
counsel's
go ahead.
mandate. It
Well,
would have ended
I'm
the
married and a
investigation
mother
of the
of 2,
president's conduct.
and for
The
a
evidence
certain portion
found
of
by
my
the
life
special
I lived
counsel
up in New
had
Hampshire,
all the
and
elements of
a good
obstruction
friend
of
of mine
justice.
was Betty Hill.
Mr. Lewandowski was
And
nervous
I
about this
kept
demand
our
from his
friendship,
former
I won't
boss,
say a
as he should
secret,
have been.
but
It raised
I
serious
sure didn't
questions
go
about
out and
criminal
tell too many
conduct.
people. I myself have never
Accused,
seen a
forbidden from doing
UFO
anything regarding the Mueller
or an
investigation.
alien.
He was
I would
certainly
love
not
to,
allowed
and
to
I thought
prepare.
maybe I might
So Mr. Lewandowski tried to
hanging around with
surreptitiously meet with
Betty,
the AG.
but that never
When that failed, he
happened.
tried
But
to
Betty and
pass
I
the buck to
became
Mr.
friends.
Dearborn.
I believe it was
Mr.
in
Lewandowski gave Mr. Dearborn the script that had been dictated by the
86
president,
or
all
87.
while telling the president that he
And
would
I had
follow
met
through
her a
on the
few
president's
times,
orders.
and I had
So that is what we want to learn,
friends that
try
were
to
living
learn
in
more
the
about
area, and I
today.
shared with
As
them
we
that I
learned,
had
with
met
Special
Betty Hill,
Counsel Mueller,
and
witness
they
testimony
just
is
went
critical.
wild. And I really didn't realize that she
Apparently,
was all that much of a celebrity after fuck you. All those years had gone by. So I said, yeah, I was. And at first they were like, yeah, sure you are, sure you are. But then I told Betty, I said, yeah, I told people, and they said to me, sure you are. I said, they'd love to meet you. And she said, well, gather them together and we'll have a little fun together. So I gathered up my friends for a certain portion of my life. I slides and a presentation for us. And then we made friends ever since. I won't say a secret, but
I know she's an interesting character. I've read a lot about her, heard a lot of her.
I myself
I've never met
have never
Bonnie Hill.
or an alien. I would love to, and I thought maybe I might
I got lots of
hang
being
around
an
with
abduction
Betty,
researcher,
but that never happened. But Betty and I became friends. I believe it was
but we'll get into that in a minute. Let me ask you this now for the audience benefit, because I know some of you
and I had met her a few times,
tonight or
and I had friends that were living in the area, and I shared with them that I had met Betty Hill.
I want you to kind of give a basic rundown of when this happened
and I
just the
really
basics
didn't realize
of the
that
case.
she was all that much of a celebrity after I'd like to mention also too that I think it's sort of awesome in a way, and I didn't even realize it myself that yesterday was the anniversary of Betty's death. She's been gone 2 years, so this is sort of a real nice thing to talk about her night. And she said, well, gather together and we'll have a fun. So I gathered up my friends. Betty and Barney were coming home from a trip in Montreal, Canada, and they were traveling through the White Mountains to their home in Portsmouth.
I know she's married.
And
I've read a lot about her, heard a lot of her.
I think it was Betty who first saw something out the window that appeared a star that was moving and alerted Barney, and he said, oh, it's probably a military plane. And they kept on their journey, and
let me ask you this. Now,
then a little bit later on, she said, no, it's there and it's still following us. And he said, well, maybe it's a satellite. So they stopped. They had a dog in the car, so they stopped, and he got out with binoculars and said to Barney, that's no star. And they got back in the car, and at this point, I think they stopped to have something to eat. Then the star started doing some kind of maneuver. And she was telling Barney the whole time, that is no star, that is no satellite. And they stopped once again, and Barney took the binoculars and looked at it, and he saw what appeared to be some beings in the window of this craft looking down at him, and he became somewhat hysterical, thinking he had a thought in his mind that was implanted that they were going to get captured. And so they got back in the car, and it was still pacing them, coming in ever closer. And they reached some point in the road, and Barney took a turn off, which wasn't unusual for Barney, because he always liked to find new routes, and so Betty didn't think too much of it. But all of a sudden they heard some beeping on the car radio, and the next thing they knew is there was a very bright light in front of them. They had gone off the road down the dirt road, and there were a bunch of people, appeared to be people standing in the road, and it was kind of funny to me that Barney thought they were trying to maybe rob them, and Betty thought that maybe someone had had an automobile accident and that they could help. And then it became apparent that there were approximately 11, I believe she said 11, very small creatures in the road that parted into two groups and then came to either side of the car. Took them on board. And so they got back in the car, alerted Barney, ever closer.
They were just driving along. Now, I heard you say something about him feeling like he was being captured. But that was before what happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did he ever give any other sense to what it may have been? I'm not talking about, I know it's kind of confused, but when he made the statement, did he ever give a sense to what it might have been, what he thought it might have been going to capture before he had seen it?
No, he was very confused at that point, and wanted to get the heck out of there and get home.
Blame him for that. Regardless of what happened, I can't blame him for that. I'm really curious. See, I really like the Betty and Barney Healy case. It's one of the ones I grew up on. And the only reason I've ever had problems with it is because I unfortunately appeared the original congressional team. And I realized that because the person who was doing the congressional team was really bad. And you just, for us it's hard when people do that. It makes it hard for us to make a judgment call on the case because we don't know what is actually coming from the person, what is actually coming from the research. That's why we don't allow the questions we have to But she was so intense, and like with the video you made, I noticed when she was talking about, she felt very secure about talking about it. There's no doubt in my mind, after watching that video, that Betty has no doubt that this is what happened to her. I mean, is that the sense you got?
Well, the thing of it is that most people have wrong is that Betty and Barney were fully conscious of the beings coming up to the car in the road, watching the craft. The only place that they ran into trouble is when they got on board the craft. It seemed as they started to walk.
I really like the Betty and Barney.
Memories just sort of left them, but they remember being fully awake at the end of the event and watching what they thought was the moon lifting up off the ground and going. So they had a good deal of recall with never, of course, if it was just what happened but she felt that if they had just left it alone and over time, without hypnosis, that it would come to them, because she was having dreams about it. And that's part, in fact, why they ended up in the hypnotist. Barney was having anxiety, and Betty was having nightmares. So she really felt strongly that if they had been given more time, that all of this would have come to them eventually. And Betty was not a big fan of people going under hypnosis to retrieve memories.
We see that's a shame that they did, because I mean, it's actually hurt them more than it helped them. But it's not, it's not the most important thing about the case. There's lots of things about the case that I'm not interested in. The reason I'm giving you a hard time about it, because I know you personally. Come back on break. But I'm not no lady, you got to take a break or whatever. Please stay tuned to Wake Up USA and host of the Stardust Radio production. Now being broadcasted live. I'm your host, Joe Talbot. I'm just and when we come back, we'll see my children and answer some questions. Please stay
Are you looking for an internet radio station with a unique blend of talk radio and an eclectic musical flavor? Join Stardust Radio today at www.stardustradio.com, where talent and technology meet.
If you're one of the millions of Americans that suffers from acne or knows a friend or a loved one suffering, please turn up your radio and take down this life-changing information. Introducing Epiclear, the revolutionary new advanced skin treatment imported from Europe, formulated to help get rid of pimples and prevent further breakouts. Great for all ages and most skin irritations, Epiclear is doing something that no other acne treatment formula has ever done. Ever. We're so confident that Epiclear will clear up your skin that we're willing to let you try it for free. That's right, you heard free, and we mean free. Over a $70 value delivered without a prescription right to your house.
Call now while free supplies last at 1-800-656-5993. Nothing to risk and everything to gain. Call Epiclear at 1-800-656-5993. That was 1-800-656-5993. Limit one order per household, please. Call 1-800-656-5993. Shipping and handling not included.
What America needs is affordable health insurance. Finding affordable health insurance for you and your family. It's on everyone's mind right now. If you're self-employed, it's on your mind too. One of the things we face as entrepreneurial Americans is finding affordable health insurance. Well, I found a company you can call right now and get affordable health insurance. Midwest National Life Insurance Company of Tennessee. Write this number down, 877-679-7794. That's 877-679-7794. Midwest specializes in helping entrepreneurs of all kinds. Those of us who run small businesses or don't get health insurance where we work to protect our families with affordable health insurance. Call 877-679-7794.
That's right.
Good evening and welcome back to Wake Up USA, a UFO Stardust Radio production, now being broadcast live. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the show. We're discussing Betty and Barney Hill tonight. It should be a lot of fun. It should be very interesting for this conversation goes tonight. Hey, Avis, we were talking about a couple things before the break, but let me ask you, in your opinion, what do you think is the strongest point in Betty and Barney Hill case?
Insurance Company of Tennessee. Write this number down.
Well, I think there's several. One, of course, when Betty first said that they had put a needle into her navel, someone in the medical field said that is bizarre because you can't do that. You'll end up with an infection and all kinds of problems. And then several years later, they started to use that procedure. And then, of course, the star map. But there also is on record that there's an air base that was very close to Betty, and it's Pease Air Force Base. constant communication with the Air Force Base representatives for the base, probably from higher up. And so they worked with the military for, I'm not exactly sure how long, but they worked with them on this case. And I thought that was pretty strong evidence. And I think, well, I think there's several things that, because I knew Betty so well, and I knew Betty had put in social situations and friendships, is that she was a very truthful human being, and she was a very honorable human being, and I could not see any reason, after knowing her so many years, for her to fabricate such a story. She was such a busy lady. She and Barney both were in the community. They were working with community action, setting up programs for the poor. Barney was working with the civil rights movement. Betty was a social worker that was working with families setting up adoption. He was an ex-military man and working for the post office. And needless to say, they were an interracial couple, which was not very common back in those days. So, I mean, the more I got to know Betty, the more I thought there's no reason on earth for these people to concoct this kind of story.
Oh, I agree. I do not think that. Let me clarify for the audience and people who talk about this in the past. To me, there is no doubt that as far as Benny and Barney Hill is concerned, what they told us and told the public is what they think happened to them. Being a researcher, though, I'm not exactly sure that's what happened to them. I gotta be honest with you, even knowing they were having military contact just makes me think they were pill labs and not abductees. The reason why is, in other words, they would still be abductees. It's just different to actually physically pick them up. And there's some things in their case when I first heard it, I said, well, damn, they're definitely alien abductees. And I was talking with someone a couple of months ago, and something got me thinking. And actually, a couple of years ago, somebody got me thinking about something to do with the star map. And I was watching the tape he gave me, and there was a couple of things she said that I'm used to hearing from military abductees, not alien abductees. And of course, it could have been both. Okay, we can't even rule that out at this point. But to me, there's no doubt as far as she was concerned, this is what happened. But for a researcher, that doesn't mean squat because we know government reads the planet every day. So we actually have to look past the government, past what I like to call a screensaver, what's given for us, our benefit, and what actually really down there. And I noticed when you were talking, you ought to put that tape on for sale, girl. It's a good tape. I mean, it's a good tape.
Well, it was up for sale, and I made a collection of them. Actually, I had belonged to MUFON for years. Never mentioned to them that I knew Betty, and one day I overheard a gentleman saying something about Betty, and they just were not true. And I spoke up, and my director said, what are you, like a close friend of hers or something? How do you know this? And then I finally said, yes, as a matter of fact, I am. And then he became very excited and said, well, can you present at a meeting? And I said, present what? And he said, could you do an audio, maybe sit down with her? MUFON members can give you some questions to ask her. And so that's how that all started. So I called Betty and said, would you be willing to do that? And she said, yes. And we got up there, and my husband said, why should we do an audio? Let's go to Walmart and buy a camera, and we'll shoot it. So I presented that at MUFON, and people said, oh, could I have a copy? Could I have a copy? So for a while I sold them, but I have a few left, not many, but I have a few of them left. Well, it was up for sale, and I made a collection of them. Actually,
the video was really good. I really did enjoy the video. I enjoyed watching the video. It's a shame if I had a present on me, you'd have to make a couple segments out of it because it is really good. It's just like I said, it's hard to be something. What I want you to do is convince me that she's an alien abductee. Because as soon as you told me about the first time I ever heard the name of the first thing I thought of was still had rumors and gossip just going.
That's right. Well, I think the strongest thing about Betty's case is that, of course, she became popular, she and Barney, worldwide when the abduction happened in 1961. I don't think it was brought to the public till 1965 when Fuller wrote the book. And then when the movie came out, she had people calling day and night at her door. And people tend to put Betty in that box with that September 1961 incident where she and Barney were abducted. And there were so many other things that were going
stuff out there because I'm curious to see what every kind, what the different people, what type of aliens they were seeing. Because it makes a difference. If you have an area, say like Virginia, and you get, say you're in Norfolk, and you get 30 reports out of Norfolk, okay, all on the same night, but each report reports a different alien, you know somebody's not telling the truth. More than likely 29 out of the 30 people aren't telling the truth. So it's weird, and I've been doing this a long time, so I'm very, very skeptical. I've talked to literally thousands of people these days, and I take everything with a grain of salt. I'm just that kind of person. But see, I'm intrigued that you said that she's had other things happen to her, because if you take her on just the case in 61, I wouldn't give her credit for being an alien abductee. Now, if she's had regular experiences before that, it's a shame we have this regression didn't do some childhood research, because they may have found something much more interesting there. Damn, that's really a shame too, because that really would have made a difference in the whole case, because contact, usually starts, as far as what you can remember, 3 to 5 years old. Some people remember different ages, but I mean, we know it starts before birth. Usually contactees run generational families, so as best we can tell, he's been doing it for at least 6,000 years, which would have meant her mom, her mom, and so on and so forth would have all been contactees. If you're a multiple contactee, that's how it works. If you're a single contactee, that's not how it works. And you're right, I mean, as far as single contactees go, there's Travis Walton, Charles Hickson, which later in his life said he was having more than one contact. The Allagash Four, and they used to put Betty and Bonnie Hill in that case, but I'm going to take them out of this, and she said they had other experiences. I take everything.
Well, Betty wrote a book back in, I think it was 1995, of all her experiences that had happened after 1961, and she self-published, and it's a quick read for sure. It's called A Common Sense Approach to UFOs. Really, she had it published to just hand out to people and to give as gifts. And in this book, if you can ever get your hands on it, it speaks about everything that happened to her after the 1961 event. And in the book, Betty even tells the story that one night her mother and father were sleeping at their home in Kingston, and there were all kinds of lights coming in through the house, which alerted them. And then they heard almost like a sonic boom that just shook the house, shook the windows, and her father thought, oh God, the furnace is blown up. So he went running, and they went down, checked the furnace, nothing, went outside, checked around. But her father used to be the mayor of Kingston for years. The mayor. And they had quite a bit of property out in the back, and they had an area that was like a knoll. And what they discovered is that these UFOs were coming in on her parents' property. It was very, very swampy around this knoll, so it was a perfect place for them to come in. And they had found burn marks and impressions in the area. And she sought out an investigator. Betty really didn't have placed a lot of high value on investigators at that time. She tried to stay away from most of them. She didn't really know exactly what they were doing, but they didn't seem to be very interested in investigating UFOs. And her belief was, because she knew so many military people, that most of the people that were in UFO organizations or were out there saying they were investigators were military. And so they came out there and they looked and they just said, and sort of said, okay, and walked away, and she never heard anything. So Betty really never belonged to any group. She was always very suspicious of
mentally. The way we found out that the person was a MILAB was through regression. Because when you regress them, instead of seeing the gray there, she's seen a tall, redheaded doctor. And she's not the only one, by the way. We've got about 175 of these cases like this. And God, I would have loved to have talked to Betty. This sucks. Oh, excuse my language, ladies and gentlemen. It sucks. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we got to take a break. So I want everyone to please stay tuned to Wake Up USA, a UFO study, a Stardust Radio production. Now being broadcasted live on SRN 1690, Riverside, Iowa. I'm your host, Joe Montalvo. I'm sitting there speaking when they interrupt you. And as soon as we get back, we'll start taking some questions. So please what I find interesting about this
Stardust Radio Network. www.stardustradio.com. This internet station sounds great on your computer, but wouldn't it be even better if you could take it with you wherever you go? Now you can. This station is proud to be affiliated with the Mobile Broadcast Network, brought to you exclusively by Access Voice. They make it possible for you to hear your favorite internet station anytime, anywhere, on your cell phone. To get connected, go to www.mymbn.com and listen to internet radio on the go. We're here today with Paul Dow of Timeshares Only, and Paul, you got some terrific news for timeshare owners.
That's right. In the next 6 months, over $3.5 billion of timeshares will be sold.
So this is the perfect time to sell.
Exactly, which is why you need to get your property into our network, and if you call us right now, you'll also get a $500 shopping spree absolutely free.
$500 free?
Yes, just for posting your property with Timeshares Only. And when you do sell your property, you'll get cash. It's a double bonus you can't lose.
Except if I don't call.
Hey, over 10 million people will be looking to buy a timeshare. So we need your property now.
The number to call now is 1-800-921-0866. That's 1-800-921-0866. Turn your timeshare into cash and get a free $500 shopping spree.
And if our lines are busy, please keep calling.
That number again for timeshares only is 1-800-921-0866. That's 1-800-921-0866.
If you're one of the millions of Americans that suffers from acne or knows a friend or a loved one suffering, please turn up your radio and take down this life-changing information. Introducing Epiclear, the revolutionary new advanced skin treatment imported from Europe, formulated to help get rid of pimples and prevent further breakouts. Great for all ages and most skin irritations. Epiclear is doing something that no other acne treatment formula has ever done. Ever. We're so confident that Epiclear will clear up your skin that we're willing to let you try it for free. That's right, you heard free, and we mean free. Over a $70 value delivered without a prescription right to your house.
Call now while free supplies last at 1-800-656-5993. Nothing to risk and everything to gain. Call Epiclear at 1-800-656-5993. That was 1-800-656-5993. Limit one order per household, please. Call 1-800-656-5993. Shipping and handling not included.
Are you looking for an internet radio station with a unique blend of talk radio and an eclectic musical flavor? Join Stardust Radio today at www.stardustradio.com, where talent and technology meet.
1690 from Riverside, Iowa, and around the world on the Stardust Radio Network. www.stardustradio.com.
Good evening and welcome back to Wake Up USA, a UFO study, a Stardust Radio production, now being broadcasted live in SRN 1690, Riverside, Iowa. Everybody, welcome Ms. Davis back to the show. We're enjoying ourselves tonight. Remember, if you'd like to use the toll-free number, you can. It's 1-877-213-4339. Again, 1-877-213-4339. Don't be scared to pick up the phone. I know Avis wanted to mention something, so I'm going to give her the mic right quick, and then we'll start taking some questions. So, Avis, it's all you.
I had hoped tonight that Betty's niece, Kathy, would have been able to join us in this discussion, and she wanted to do that, but there was a sickness in the family. But she did say to me, I know that for several years she's been working on a book about Betty, and Stanton Friedman has stepped in with Kathy, and he is involving himself in the publication of this book. Kathy said to let everybody know that it's going to be an accurate and true historical record of Betty's life, including the incident and everything that occurred afterwards.
know a couple publishers. We've actually had them on the show. I have to get Linda to look up who they are, and maybe we can get everybody together and see what they can get working out here, because I'd be interested to see, what they have to say about this. And, to the audience, guys, we've taken this conversation in about 5 different sections. I think all of y'all have fallen asleep and dropped your face in the coffee or something tonight. I'm not sure. I'm just kind of curious, guys. I mean, we're touching on several different areas here, and I don't hear anybody agree and disagree on anything else. It's kind of weird, I think. But anyway, I know D-Dragon's had her hand up for a while, and we've been kind of just chatting there. So, D, why don't you come up, give us your first name and location, and you're live and on the air.
Kathy and Tim Friedman are working on the
interesting though, Anderson. We got somebody's attention tonight, but that's cool. Somebody else is paying attention to the show. You ready for some more questions?
Sure.
Okay, who we got up next? Linda Keeper. Why don't you come up, give us your first name and location, and you're live and on the air.
Good afternoon, Avis. It's so nice to have a personal friend of Betty's on the show. I missed a few minutes in the beginning, so if you've already talked about this, I apologize. Did Betty and Barney have children? And I was wondering, did anyone else in the family have abductions?
Good question.
Barney had a daughter by a previous marriage, and Betty adopted 3 children.
That's interesting. Well, then I'm sure the children were aware of what had happened, right?
The children were aware, and the children also sighted UFOs themselves.
Yeah, well, that's cool. That's interesting in itself. Oh, man, adopted 3. I mean, from any, where they were like from an adoption agency or from a family. I don't want to get too personal. I'm just curious.
Betty worked setting up adoptions. That was what she did, and she had a dear friend that was not in a position to take care of her children because of life circumstances, and Betty adopted them.
Hey, I wonder, none of the kids speak public, man, because I was just curious, because, actually, this is the first time I heard they had kids, so shame on me.
Did Betty and Barney?
Well, I think they kept their private life very private, and I think they did a wonderful job of it. And the children are all grown, and I know one of Betty's daughters that I met, Connie, and they all seem to have a story to tell about a sighting that they had when they were out with Betty and Barney, or out with Betty.
Well, I'd love to talk to them just to see what kind of experiences they had. That would tell you a world of information right there. Kids are always a good place to start with an abduction. Even if they're older kids, it's just a good place to start. Because it's rare that you'll find a contactee or an abductee that their children have. Being that they're adopted children, maybe not, but in general, usually children have some kind of an experience, which is strange. They are, like we talked about earlier in the show, ladies and gentlemen, we don't get sidetracked. There are some cases where there's only one abduction. There's a lot of him and hawing about why that happens. Personally, I think you're just in the wrong place at the right time. And that's just what happens. In Betty Barney Hill's case, it might be something else. It could be a couple of different things. But like in Travis Walton's case, I mean, it was basically wham bam, and that was the end of it. And actually, he doesn't even want to talk about it anymore, which I find odd. Not really, but I guess after you answer the same question a million times, you kind of get tired of answering the same question. Again,
yeah, Betty was that way also. I mean, she had talked about this for years and years, and finally she said to me at one point, it's boring. It's just boring. And I think that Betty and I remained friends for so many years because we had so many outside interests. We both liked dachshunds, and we both were politically motivated. Betty was very political. And we both liked gardening. So, and genealogy. She was huge on genealogy. And in fact, here's a little bit of trivia for you. Betty was a Bartlett. Her family came over on the Mayflower, and they landed in Plymouth, and they were part of the Pilgrims that came. And the Mayflower departed England on September 16th, 1620, and Betty and Barney were abducted on September 16th, 1961, which is exactly 341 years after the historic departure of the Mayflower. So I think I always thought that was kind of interesting.
I don't believe in coincidence. I don't think nothing happens as a coincidence. I just don't. I've learned over the years. People say, well, that was a coincidence. And you start looking, you're like, that's not what that was. Well, the thing of it is it's hard to make people understand. People start talking about aliens and abductions, and they think, they start thinking like Roswell or the Foo Fighters, but no one really thinks beyond that point. 95% of people you talk to, if they do know something about the subject, it's usually something related to like Betty and Barney Hill or Shag Harbor or Roswell.
was able to watch the DVD of yours with my wife Dee, and I was curious. Betty mentioned in there that after their abduction, the area where they were living kind of became a UFO sighting hotspot, even for landings. She said a lot of the people in the town witnessed had sightings of their own, and things like a UFO was landing in somebody's field, and other people saw this. I was just curious, has anybody else ever come forward to validate that part of her story? Anybody else ever been interviewed on that? Thank you.
Well, I'm assuming much here, but I think that the book that I spoke about
abducted them. They were abducted. And, so it's a good, solid case for people to look at an abduction. So it's good to keep it fresh in everyone's mind. And there are some, quirks to the case, like we're talking about, like why they get so much press and stuff like that. But, that's just things that you got to try to understand or try to see. It is very strange for the time, but we gave two good reasons, so it must have been one of them too. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we got to take a break, so I want everyone to please stay tuned to Wake Up USA, a UFO study, a Stardust Radio production, now being broadcasted live in SRN 1690 Riverside, Iowa. I'm your host, Joe Machado. I'm sitting speaking with Davis Ruffy, and when we come back, we'll start taking some more questions. So
this internet station sounds great on your computer, but wouldn't it be even better if you could take it with you wherever you go? Now you can. This station is proud to be affiliated with the Mobile Broadcast Network, brought to you exclusively by XS Voice. They make it possible for you to hear your favorite internet station anytime, anywhere, on your cell phone. To get connected, go to www.mynbn.com and listen to internet radio on the go.
We all do agree that they were.
What's happening? I'll tell you what. Ken Emmons here. How'd you like to spend a weekend in Branson for only $99? That's right. You and your family can now relax in Branson for only $99, or take the honey for a quick romantic getaway any weekend you choose. This amazing vacation offer includes 3 days, 2 nights in a great hotel, breakfast every morning of your stay, preferred show tickets, and hundreds of dollars in coupon savings all around town. Branson, Missouri's got amusement parks, world-class golfing, beautiful lakes, endless shopping, and more live shows than Vegas. So give us a call now at 1-866-338-1410. Branson for $99. It's our way of saying thanks for checking out our beautiful new resort, the Grand Crown. Here's that number again, 1-866-338-1410. Toll free, 1-866-338-1410. Branson for $99.
Is life moving too fast? If you're self-employed or a small business owner, you have no choice but to move as fast as you can. Sometimes you move so fast you don't take a close look at life's details. When was the last time you looked at your health insurance? If you don't have health insurance, or if you have the wrong coverage, serious medical bills could mount up. That's where the Mega Life and Health Insurance Company comes in. We provide affordable health insurance for the self-employed and small business owners. If you don't have health insurance, call us. If you have coverage, call anyway. See if we can give you better coverage at a better price. Stay on track for affordable health insurance designed specifically for the self-employed and small business owners.
Call 877-735-6460. That's 877-735-6460. Home office located in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Not available in all states, and benefits may vary by state. Association membership may not be required to obtain insurance. Call 877-735-6460 for details.
Are you looking for an internet radio station with a unique blend of talk radio and an eclectic musical flavor? Join Stardust Radio today at www.stardustradio.com, where talent and technology meet.
1690 Riverside, Iowa, and around the world on the Stardust Radio Network. www.stardustradio.com.
Good evening and welcome back to Wake Up USA, a UFO study, a Stardust Radio production, now being broadcasted live in SRN 1690 Riverside, Iowa. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to about the last 27 minutes. Remember, you can call us at 1-877-213-4329. Again, 1-877-213-4329. Davis Ruffy is with us tonight. She's doing a great job on Betty and Barney Hill. I hope y'all are enjoying the show. Now she's actually got me flip-flopping and going in two different directions, which we'll discuss later this evening. But it's been very interesting. I mean, I've been enjoying myself immensely, and I think we're going to get one more quick question in, maybe two, because I know we're getting low. There's a couple more questions I have for us. So, Davis, you ready for some more questions?
Sure.
Let's see who we got up next. Kevin284, why don't you come up and tell us where you're from, because I'm assuming Kevin's your first name, and ask us your question.
Looking for an internet radio station with a unique blend of talk radio and an eclectic
Well, let's start.
Join Stardust Radio today
from Washington State. Did they ever tell? Oh, I'm glad you're on as a guest. You're very interesting listening to you. They showed Barney Hill and
Good evening and welcome back to Wake Up USA, a UFO study, Stardust Radio production.
My name's William. I'm from North Carolina. My question is, did they ever describe what the craft, did they ever see the craft to describe what it looked like?
Yes. It was a very large craft. It was circular, and it seemed to have a center to it, and then there were pie-shaped rooms of varying dimensions around the craft, and the front portion of the craft had a large set up 2 rows of windows, and the window, when they were walking up to the craft, the windows were facing into the woods, so they went up the ramp into the back part.
The more I talk about this, the more I want to talk about it, but I'm not going to hog up because we got wait, back about this. Didn't they give a description of the outer part of the ship?
What was that again, please?
Didn't they give a description? I thought I remember them saying something about windows or something on the ship.
Yes, when there were windows on the ship, there were quite a few of them. But when the ship had landed, when they were walking up to it, the windows were facing out into the wooded area, which was lighting up the ship somewhat in the back. But they entered the ship on a ramp, and the ramp was already down when they started to walk up
story, because in fact he was the only one who at least had witnesses. So there's a possibility those people were making lies, for example. At least we have to compare whether to see if his descriptions to the aliens were identical to Travis Walton's aliens or not. That's the thing would I do about this case or all other cases. So could you just give me an answer whether we could compare to see if other stories are identical to Travis Walton's story or not?
I don't think there's any two stories that are identical, but I think there are markers along the way that you can follow. Betty and Barney were sprayed with something. It was a pink powdery substance. And Barney's clothes, they felt
enjoyed it. You got me thinking about a lot of different things, which is nice. I like when someone can freshen up a case like this, because I gotta be honest, I talk about a lot of cases, and most of them are when I just kind of fall asleep. Some of them you're kind of like, why are we talking about this? But see, Betty and Barney Hill for me ranks up there with Shag Harbor, so I really want to get this case is legitimized as much as possible in today's legal side. People like me and you know about it, but we're a little bit older, and we've got a lot of young people coming up, and these are things that they really need to know and really understand. We've got a good audience, so a lot of these people are young, and some of them may actually check into for themselves, they can write to R, say, hey, what you know about this, things like that. And thanks to you, Avis, I'm definitely be harassing Stanton Friedman now, just so you know that. I'm going to blame it on you, but that's okay. You won't mind. Stanton's a good old guy. Again, I want to tell you thanks for being on. You did a fantastic job. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody tells Avis thanks for being on tonight. Next week, Linda Moulton. You know how much I love to irritate Linda Moulton when we start talking about cattle mutilation, ladies and gentlemen. You know that. We do not agree on cattle mutilations, and we'll probably get back into the middle of this subject next time she's on the show. I'm sorry, I don't think aliens are abducted cows and cut them to pieces. Just my own point of view, okay? That's just how it is. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everyone for listening. UFO Radio Production. Now being broadcasted live in SRN 290 Riverside, Iowa. I'm your host, Joe Metallo. I want to thank Avis Refuge for being on again tonight, and until next week, everyone have a good life. People like me and you know about it, but we're a little bit older.
If you would like to continue this discussion after the show, join us in iCar's Pal Talk chat room. UFO, alien phenomenon, under the social issues category.
This station sounds great on your computer, but wouldn't it be even better if you could take it with you wherever you go? Now you can. This station is proud to be affiliated with the Mobile Broadcast Network, brought to you exclusively by Access One. They make it possible for you to hear your favorite internet station anytime, anywhere, on your cell phone. To get connected, go to www.mynbn.com and listen to internet radio on the go.
What's happening? I'll tell you what. Ken Emmons here. How'd you like to spend a weekend in Branson for only $99? That's right. You and your family can now relax in Branson for only $99, or take the honey for a quick romantic getaway any weekend you choose. This amazing vacation offer includes 3 days, 2 nights in a great hotel, breakfast every morning of your stay, preferred show tickets, and hundreds of dollars in coupon savings all around town. You know, Branson, Missouri's got amusement parks, world-class golfing, beautiful lakes, endless shopping, and more live shows than Vegas. So give us a call now at 1-866-338-1410. Branson for $99. It's our way of saying thanks for checking out our beautiful new resort, the Grand Crown. Here's that number again, 1-866-338-1410. Toll free, 1-866-338-1410. Branson for $99.
1690 Riverside, Iowa, around the world, Stardust Radio Network, www.stardustradio.
But I want to have faith in humans. Give me something to believe in. Earth below me, sky above me, fire within me. Brought to you by UPRN Network. I'm Trish Mo, and this is The Missing Piece. Good evening, New Orleans. This is The Missing Piece. I'm your host, Trish Mo. It is Monday, May 23rd, and before I forget again, I want to thank Carnation for sponsoring my first hour. And tonight, I'm super excited to have Brad Kelly back. We initially spoke on Chasing Prophecy, and he is, for those of you that don't know, a sci-fi writer, co-host of Art of Darkness podcast. He's a tarot fan and friend of ghosts, and also author of what has become such an intriguing read of mine lately, The House of Sleep. And so you can find him. I will have him repeat this later and also list it on my website as well. it's also listed on the tags in this post as well. BradKellyS.com. And so welcome, Brad. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you. Thank you so much for having me back. This is exciting. I had so much fun on when we met on the other show, and I'm really looking forward to talking to you. Yeah, this is great.
I'm your host, Trish. Yes, and I promised I would tell you how, all the synchronicities, how it came to be that. And I want to thank Carnation for sponsoring. All of this is happening right now, actually, so we'll get into that later.
Okay, great.
So Brad, for the listeners who are not familiar with you, kind of tell us your background.
What's my deal? Yeah.
What's your story?
Yeah,
Who sent you?
That's a good question. I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah. So I mean, I guess my primary thing is I'm a novelist. So you mentioned House of Sleep. I have that book. I'm working on a book now. A lot of short stories out. And we've got Masters of Fine Arts in creative writing a few years back. Many years back now.
You say that so nonchalantly. Yeah, I just went and got my master's degree. No big deal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just a part of the puzzle, So I did that, and
good to see you again.
Wrote a book during those times, and got to meet a lot of other writers, and really kind of developed myself as an artist. In the meantime, I've kind of picked up some other outlets. Tarot, in particular, has grabbed me pretty deeply. I write about the tarot. In fact, I just gave somebody a tarot reading over Zoom just before logging on with you. So I'm kind of starting to do that with people that I meet online or whatever. And the other
collective readings.
Collective readings, like with multiple people. What's my deal?
Yeah, just like a broad.
Yeah. I do. This was one-on-one. I like that's kind of what I want is one-on-one, but for anybody who wants them. So I'll tell that to your audience if they want a tarot reading, they can find a way to contact me on my website or Twitter or whatever. And then the other big thing that I do now is I've been doing it for a little over a year. A good friend of mine, the great playwright Kevin Kautzman, and we do a podcast called Art of Darkness. That's at Art of Dark Pod on Twitter or artofdarkpod.com. And we do in-depth biographical conversations about great artists that we love and appreciate, focusing a little bit on the dark side of the creative process, whether that be any fill in the blank for what you think. We've covered people who've had drug issues. We've covered people who've committed crimes, who've been possibly demonically possessed, and then also just people who maybe don't have an obvious dark side and maybe trying to find what that could be, because I think everybody has that shadow side. And that's been a lot of fun. So we've had episodes on about a whole slew of people. Most recently, this English science fiction, or not science fiction, English scary story, strange story writer Robert Aikman. We did an episode on him. We've got many more coming up this summer. So that's me in a nutshell. Podcasting about artists and art and writers and writing myself and trying to figure out the tarot and trying to use it to help people to some extent. That's pretty much me.
Y'all, he downplays all of that so much. So yes, as an artist myself, I took art appreciation in numerous forms over different periods and stuff, and you have such a variety of people of artists you've covered. It's amazing. It's actually there's a lot of information there.
We try to do we try to give it some of our episodes are 3 hours long. I mean, we try to tell the full story of this person, and not it's I think Kevin and I are friends, and so it can be kind of chatty, and we try to have fun with it, but we try to make it so the listener walks away thinking, hey, I really actually kind of understand who this person is now and what they did, what their significance was. Yeah. So scary stories.
And then your tarot. Okay. So he failed to mention how he has, everybody creates when they take mean, sure, the art and everything stands out. I mean, each artist is an individual, and each person creates those texts or even interprets them, obviously as individual. But they're still all pretty much kind of the same, from the original, like the Rider-Waite descriptions, with very, very few variations from that. But Brad's are amazing.
And then your tarot.
Yeah, it's been, I struggled with, writing for me is I like to create, I have a book out and I write short stories and I'm working on another book. And I like it for the creative output, but that's how I understand things too. So in the writing of House of Sleep, I came to understand a great deal about many things. At least from my perspective, I came to understand these things. And I was learning the tarot, and I was getting what I thought was proficient at reading tarot spreads for other people. And so my natural question was, well, how do I get deeper? How do I understand this stuff more? I was reading quite a lot about what many other people have written about the tarot. And the natural course for me was to start writing about each one. And then they kind of came out the way that they came out. So they're not, for people who are maybe new to the tarot and curious about it, I think that they're valuable. They're probably not the place to start, I wouldn't say, in terms of like, hey, I want to know what this one card means. Let me go on Brad's site. It's probably useful, but I think there's maybe a 101 explanation for a card that might be a little bit easier from the start. But if you have some familiarity with these, I think they will give you an extra twist on them, an extra way of looking at it, without being contradictory to the great work that's been done by Rachel Pollack and everybody else who's written about the tarot so well.
Yes, like I said, not to discredit anyone else who's because tarot's anything is left up to interpretation. I mean, by everyone. So, but I do have, just as an example. Well, you can read it. I was going to say, can I read this little snippet of the High Priestess? It's amazing.
Go for it, or I'll read it. I could read it.
Yes, you can read this.
Okay, it will take me a second.
It's one of my favorites on your.
Okay. Let me pull that up. For people who are, I don't want to read the whole thing. So, what part are you thinking?
Oh, the part. There's an ocean. It's like middle. And I was going to ask. I know a lot of people. Surprisingly, I didn't know the whole story until recently about the origination of tarot. Wasn't even. It had nothing to do with the occult. Actually, it was just a normal card game.
It was a game, as far as anybody can tell. There's a lot of rumors about it having tendrils back to Egypt, and certainly in the late 19th century, that was the perspective. That was what people chose to the story to tell about it. But yeah, by all accounts, whatever the historians are able to actually nail down, it was a game. I think it probably, the reason it resonated with people was it probably corresponded to some older things. So I don't think there's a direct line from Egypt, but I think you started shaping it around those things.
Yes, definitely. I've heard they put it started on little tablets, like stone type tablets and such, and different in Greece and in Egypt, and then of course the cards that were just considered a game were Italy, right? So it was like wealthy, but it was only wealthy people, and the reason they got those was because it was all hand painted pictures.
Yeah, a wealthy family would the first tarot deck where you can see a direct lineage based on like information, what cards are included in the deck, is the Visconti Sforza deck, which he was like the magister of Milan in the late 1300s, I believe, and he had commissioned a deck. But you have to assume that there were probably previous decks before that. I think it probably was. It was a game that the wealthy would play. So you'd have friends over for a banquet banquet or a dinner, and afterwards you guys are tippling wine and you break out this, this game that you had some artist from the city, paint each card, and then, and I think the reason it was able to sort of resonate was I think they were picking up on older patterns, but you see in the Visconti Sforza deck, it had all these like moments from the Sforza family, and I think you put a person's life into the card, and then it's like, well, into the deck, and then it's like, well, that person, everybody's lives are similar in some ways, right? There's births and deaths and love, and so you have this game based on somebody else's life. Suddenly it's resonating for you too, because there's enough overlap between everybody's experience that suddenly it's like, this is the game of my life, so I think it could kind of evolve from there, but that is the legend, is it's just started as a game that people played, and the rules, nobody even knows what the rules are actually, so nobody actually knows how to play tarot.
I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, back then I think it was, it's like chess in medieval times, that was, everybody said it was just a game, but I mean, kings and like lords and stuff used it in like a military type, strategy. So,
and even just training your problem solving and your strategy, right? I mean, it's excellent and all that stuff. So yeah, the overlap between games and something like divination, I don't think it's that big of a leap.
Well, and it's funny, I just recently saw at a haunted location where they had sold in an estate sale a pendulum that Milton Bradley had created, a children's game, from like the 60s, and I was like, what?
Yeah, you're really dabbling with the occult when you're doing pendulums, and that's what's funny about the Ouija board. It's like, we had a Ouija board in my house growing up, and it was made by Parker Brothers, and you're like, do they kind of like contacting spirits?
Well, I mean, back then I think it was
it's a little.
We were doomed.
Yeah.
In the beginning, they just set us up.
That's true, right? Yeah, just put that in your house. Have the kids play with it. They'll have fun. Yeah. I will read this part. So you just want the one little paragraph. I'm assuming.
I love the middle. Did you find that?
Yes, I did. I've got it here. Yeah. So this is from the bit I wrote on High Priestess. So yeah, the overlap. There is an ocean inside of us. I did not create the metaphor, though my fingers worry over it in my pocket, keep it warm and loaded. The magician's work is never done. Whether you think in images or words, these seem like things you've created. Scenes out the window, at least, of the vessel which you pilot, but look more closely. Trace how a thought begins and consider whether it is truly yours. You'll see, I think, that it slips into existence all on its own, like particles winking alive, unbeckoned in a physicist's vacuum. That is the unconscious speaking to you. That is sea creatures leaking into the boat from just below the surface on which you sail. That's what's funny about the Ouija board. I do like that.
Oh my goodness, I love it.
I do like that.
Well, because people so often, are compared to, we were doomed at the beginning. They just set us our lives, anyways, to the ocean, and water's one of my favorite elements. So I think that's why, and boats as well.
Yeah. No, it's there's a reason that people called their ships, gave them names and referred to them as her, right? And I know it can maybe seem like a little sexist now or something, but I think it was actually done out of fondness and affection and really thinking of this thing as sort of your companion and partner, Yeah.
And it's the same. It's I guess a lot of cars too have been named, female names and such, but their vessel or your vehicle that you drive. So yeah, I thought that was amazing. And then your short stories too are like.
Thanks. Yeah.
I mean, I have a lot of crazy stuff go through my head all the time, I'm sure. But and I'm not saying all there's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of most of it
saying,
is.
But I'm saying, to be able to organize that into all of these, very philosophical stories is amazing and very creative. So it's highly impressive.
I appreciate that. Yeah, there's some short stories on my website. I don't write. It's hard for me to shift gears when I'm working on a novel. It's hard for me to shift gears and work on anything else. So I don't really write short stories unless I'm like between drafts on a longer work. But yeah, those are fun. I have an idea for a short story right now that I'm gonna get out at
it's the same. I think the same thing. I'm like, I've got this children's story, and then I'll start it, and then I'll forget about it, literally, for 5 years or something.
Oh yeah.
And find it in a file or something. Short stories too. I have poetry scribbled on pages.
It's lovely though. It's good to have a relationship with that. So
I have a lot.
Writing for me, it's sort of my primary pursuit. So I do other things that I enjoy doing, but it's every day. It's every day.
Yeah, most of it is kind of treated.
As anybody out there who's listening who's a writer knows, it's not very lucrative these days, but you have to kind of treat it like a job. So that's what I do.
And we on the network, Joe Montaldo, he does the Writers of the Future. So it's really interesting. And
I'll go on there.
Yeah, you should. And they have an interesting. You'll have to check it out. They have an idea. Well, you already have published work, but as far as the way they judge their
the same thing. I'm like,
it's all very fair and it's interesting how they found a lot of undiscovered writers and artists and stuff too. They do other comics and stuff.
Definitely have a relationship. That's awesome. Writing for me, it's
now what? So have you been doing? Have you been writing your entire life? I mean, was it just something that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Kind of. I think some of my earliest memories are wanting to write stuff and writing stuff. So it was like elementary school, even first and second grade. I was making comic books, writing them and drawing them, and it just kind of evolved over time. And then it just never went away. I went off to college to do some other things, and it just never went away. So I just at some point, my very early 20s, it was sort of like, well, what if I just took this really seriously, rather than instead of it's fun and interesting. What if I took it really, really seriously? And since then, it's been good things have happened, and there's been ups and downs, and dry periods, and super creative periods, and sleepless nights, and moving cross country in pursuit of it and that sort of thing. But it's been an adventure. It's been amazing.
What is your opinion? I mean, it's now most times it's pretty obvious. I'm sure most people don't even realize that there's now, because when I wrote, it was just like pen and paper, old school journal style. But most people don't realize, because I just learned this year actually. There's AI programs.
Burn them.
That will completely. You give it a. This was an ad, literally on YouTube or something, and you give it a word, and it'll write an entire paragraph for you. And I'm like, what is this? Especially since I have kids, I'm like, that's cheating. I used to get from holding a pencil. You get the writer's cramp and stuff, even just in school when your teachers made you write and do book reports and things like that. And you have to do so many pages. And now there's artificial intelligence that just you just think of a word, and now you have a whole book. And I'm like,
I don't like it.
That irritates me.
I'm old school, I guess. I am reaching this point where it's I'm seeing stuff progress past where I want it to, where I'm like, no, we don't have to do that. I think the AI writing stuff is a mistake, relationships to style and the individual sentence, I am what is referred to sometimes negatively as a sentence worshiper. So I am you rewrite that sentence as many times as it takes until it's
and I'll write an entire paragraph.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and so and not everybody does, and I don't feel like you absolutely have to. It's different approaches. So to me, the AI thing is it's a little offensive almost. It's like you're gonna just take this away from me somehow. That like this is no longer something to do. Yeah.
And have you ever used and I tried it and I deleted it right away.
Yeah.
I tried yes, that's the one. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Maybe it'll help with like the new back when APA style first came out, and not that there was anything wrong with regular like spell check, which still has its flaws. But I was like, okay, and it completely changed my sentence, and I'm like, no. That's exactly what I meant.
Right.
Not how you
Right. Well, and this is the thing. This is where I don't like Grammarly. I wouldn't use Grammarly. I understand why people want it. I understand, people want their emails to be efficient or whatever, and I get that.
In like business or maybe even like some type of copywriting or something that doesn't have
and if English isn't and if English isn't your first language and you're trying to communicate with people, sure. But this is the thing. Writing to me, I think writing is indistinguishable from thinking, and for me, I don't know. I think most people don't really think, and I include myself in this the majority of the time, right? The one time I know
sometimes I wish I wouldn't.
Right. But the one time I know I'm thinking is when I'm writing, right? So if you take that away from me, then I feel like I become an automaton or something. So I think it's dangerous. And then I've seen young people using that before they know how to write at all, like skipping over learning how to write, just couple sentences and going right to that. That's going to there are going to be problems associated with that. On the face of it,
I think there already are.
Yeah.
But not just from that, from texting and social media, everything. Here we abbreviate everything, and so all of a sudden we're in this generation where there's people around me saying LOL like out loud in a conversation, and I'm like,
text right now.
And my teenager comes home all the time with new sayings. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Is that an abbreviation? Is that so it really does, and I think that's what is so great about the way that you write, because even diving into kind of the mentality behind in your podcast as well, behind artist work, because that's the humanity of it. That's what makes us communication and connectedness.
Even in the pursuit of art is when it's sometimes at its finest, but it isn't even just that, right? It's just the being able to think, being able to communicate, being able to being able to read well too, if you're not getting the practice of having to write stuff, how well are you reading stuff when you do
yes,
right? And now I'm not saying just reading a book for entertainment or but reading anything, reading an article online about something. Are you able to actually parse out what's happening here? Can you read between the lines, or have you outsourced your thinking to Grammarly? It's to me, it's a really serious consideration. I think you got to be careful what crutches you give yourself in everything.
Absolutely.
We always need stuff to lean on, but you have to be. I feel like you got to be careful to have too many of them. You forget how to do stuff.
Well, and that's the crazy thing. I read a statistic, and this was like 10, 15 years ago that I read this, that most adults after college age, or even after around 27, 28 years old, never pick up another book for the rest of their life. That outside of like your typical, instruction manual, or like they're reading like a news article or email or something to do with work, for enjoyment or intellectual learning, to increase their knowledge, they never pick up another book for the rest of it. And I'm like, why would you want to go on if you couldn't read?
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm in that same get. It's funny.
To me, I can't have that.
I've got like some trips coming up where I'm going to be on the plane for a long period of time, and I'm like, I'm going to get like several hours. All I've got to do is read. I don't do anything else. Like, I'm excited about it. Like, I'm really excited about being on the plane for 5 hours because of that. So, yeah, to me, that like, you ever read a book, it's like, I feel bad for you.
Absolutely. I can't even, that blew my mind. I cannot even imagine never reading. And that's the problem. I think, as you said, that's not only not writing on our own, or thinking on our own, but not reading is dangerous as well, because look at the repercussions of not, how many libraries are being burned? And or not libraries, but books. Like, it kills me. I'm like,
no, it's definitely concerning, and it's
for enjoyment. Look at all the history. Look at all the we already have problems translating historical text and media and stuff, and so can you imagine just like at what point they're not even teaching cursive anymore? I'm like, how are you going to read the documents that founded our country? Like,
right, yeah. Then we forget what's in them, and then the next thing you know, you can get they can get away with anything, right? It's a fundamental, like, it's fundamental to your ability to think. Is that muscle of reading and writing to a certain extent. I mean, I realize I'm obsessed with it. Not everybody is, but at least having that baseline education of it, you know how to write a sentence, you know how to make a point in writing. The reason they teach you when you're a kid that there's a very specific essay style where you've got intro sentence, you've got your 3 body paragraphs, and you've got a concluding paragraph. It's not. It feels boring when you're in school, but that's like the skeleton of how to make a point, and they're trying to teach you how to make a point. And like, if you go out in the world and you don't know how to make a point, how are you ever going to get what you want in any situation ever?
Absolutely.
So you need that practice of like, okay, well, you set it up, and then you explain this part, and then you explain that part, you explain this part, and then you sum it back up, and there it makes sense. If you don't go through that exercise, you're not even going to be able to. You're not going to be able to do that in spoken word very well either. So
no. So here's an interesting thought. So what do you think people who don't think technically? What do you think goes through their head? I mean, that's a bad thing to say, but I'm serious. I mean, as far as because I'll have, even in public, just normal conversation. What to me is normal, and I understand everyone's different. Sometimes there's language barriers and stuff, but even my friends and stuff, they're like, you like speak in tongues or something. We don't even know like what vocabulary you're using right now.
Well, there's interesting research coming out now. Well, it's been around for a while, but it's coming out more and more. And you're seeing, now that everybody's on social media and is interacting with each other, you're seeing people talk about it. There are people who think mostly in pictures, and then there are people who have interior dialogue, like have an interior monologue, and then there are people who both of those seem like alien concepts to them.
That's what I mean. So what do you think those people in the third group? Because I can get the pick. Like, I kind of do both. I think
I do too. Yeah. I have moments where I'm not. I have moments where I'm not doing either, though. I have to.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What do you
like
think?
If I'm driving, sometimes I do think I'm sort of asleep. Not really, but like I'm in automatic mode.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Known a Tesla. No. I mean, that's a bad thing to say, but
well, you know all the turns, and you're stopping, and you're going the right speed.
No, that's very common. People So do you think that those of us who are overthinkers,
well, you know all the turns and you're stopping and you're going the right speed.
No, that kind of make up for the non-thinkers and like literally, right, and literally project how to, I don't know, be a human and survive in this world like two other people.
Yeah, that's
a crazy thought.
That's interesting. It's I don't know.
I know the person.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I mean, like,
I'm like,
well, okay,
it's like
so
a sci-fi movie of like, I just thought of like bots and
yeah. There's like a total amount of brain processing that has to go on, and if a bunch of people just aren't doing it, right, then what happens is just like reality stop.
But then there's all the people. So you have the zombies basically, right? So there's the zombies, and then you have I don't know, what you would call the brain. But yeah, that's great. Like,
well, there's the internet now refers to these people as NPCs, right? This comes from video games, non-player characters, and the idea is like it's just people who are out there who aren't thinking. I don't like to think that about people, but I do think you do run into cases of it where it's like that person's not paying attention to themselves even, right?
I have many stories of why I've often thought that in life. But yes, I do think that. And maybe it's, when I started getting deeper into remembering past lives and all this, what if those people, what if they had, like, this specific life of mine, I'm like, has been a shit show and it's been pretty damn difficult. So I'm like, maybe the next one, I'm going to be one of those people that just kind of like, they always have good luck and like everything goes great.
Put that bad boy in cruise control.
Right, living their life. Like, their vessel is on autopilot. Right?
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing.
So what if every other lifetime?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You take a break.
Right.
And you get bored in that one. So the next one, you're like, I want some action.
Like, you have to kind of like recharge that battery, and then all of a sudden,
yeah, so maybe that's the humanitarian compassionate view. Is you see somebody who you feel like is a NPC, and you just think, you know what? They're like a little Buddha. That person's taking it easy. They're chilling. They've had a tough one in the past. They will again in the future.
Yeah.
They're on their like astral plane smoke break right now. Just let them have it.
But yes, and so and this, I mean, nowadays, there's the whole simulation theory after like 2012 and all of that, or even Y2K, depending on your beliefs. But there are days, like, I'm like, maybe it's like Groundhog Day, and so this seriously happened. There was a groundhog at my house for like 3 days. When I was working from home, and I'd see it out my window, and then every day I'd come home, and the same series of events would happen. I'm like, because at first I'd go to get out of my car and almost hit this guy on a bike. Okay, but the second day, even a different time, I think it was like an hour later or something, I almost hit him again. I'm like,
so maybe that's
two. Third time, I'm like, bike, siren, what, and I'm really already.
Yeah. Then what do you make of that? Yeah, we had my wife and I had a bunch of synchronicities the other day, and it was like by the fourth one, we both looked at each other and were like, "You saw that, right? You did see that? It's that." Somebody mentioned that, and then 2 minutes later, it happened. Like that was weird.
Yes, that happens all the time in my life. Which actually brings me back to the House of Sleep, and yes, that I'm like it's over halfway through it. I think there's like 4,000. There was around 4,000 for like 3 days or so when I was.
Oh, not page. Not 4,000 pages. Don't tell me. It's 300 pages.
Every day I come home. 300. I don't know.
4,000.
Because I saw that, and then I'm way further than I thought.
Okay.
Because at first that was when I first downloaded it, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to.
Oh, and it's an ebook, I think they sometimes do locations, and locations are like there's like a bunch of them, and I don't know how it works exactly. But for anybody who's wants to check it out, it's only 312 pages. It's not
yes, and I'm way for it. I'm almost done with it, but I was like, so it's interesting. I love the way humor kind of the past, present, future, and not to mention the numerous very unique characters you have. When did you start writing that? And how did it evolve?
Yeah, I started it, so it's been out, like, purchasable for about a year now, a year and a half, and then I spent, like, almost a year before that trying to figure out what I was going to do with it.
Because I saw that,
so before that, it was probably, I think it took me about 4 years to actually write.
That was my first download.
And, yeah, I mean, it's tricky to know where these ideas kind of come from. The very seed of it is, there's a guy named Terrence McKenna, who some of your listeners probably know if you're not. I think he died in the 90s. He was a big, he was a sort of a psychedelic evangelist, kind of took the mantle from Timothy Leary back in the day. An amazing speaker and a very interesting guy. And I was listening to a talk of his once, and he said, you know what the most interesting drug would be if you could take something that made you remember your dreams. It's like, oh yeah, that would be pretty cool. I've always had an extremely vibrant dream life, right? It's always been insane. I explain them to people, and they, they're sort of like, that sounds hard to have.
Most adults don't have, on average, like maybe one dream a year that they're even aware of, which is crazy to me as well. So.
Oh no, I don't have them every single night, but I have them in phases. So I'll have them every night for probably a week or something. I'll have insane dreams. So I kind of took that idea. Excuse me. And Terrence McKenna, he didn't say really anything else about it. He was just like, that would be cool, right? And kind of moved on. And I was like, what would that actually look like? Like, okay, how does that? Well, okay, what are dreams? And really starting to thinking about my own dreams, reading about dreams, reading about how other cultures have handled dreams, what they've meant to other cultures. Reading about, sort of Jungian psychology regarding dreams. And then for the sort of format of how they took it, thinking about various cult leaders and how those things have come about. I mean, part of the novel is it's this group of people at the House of Sleep who are taking this every night and remembering their dreams, and gradually their dream worlds are merging together. And the man in charge of it is this charismatic figure, arguably a cult leader. He's bringing people to the house to participate in this. So, that was all kind of inspired by looking at charismatic figures, cult leaders, and then the actual dynamics, the sort of group dynamics of it is, I spent some time in ayahuasca circles, in the ayahuasca community. And so I kind of that was a wonderful experience for me, but the arrangement of it, the sitting on the floor, and how the day progresses, and all those kinds of things, I was able to just kind of pour into the novel and then do something else with it. So yeah, it's a lot about grabbing anything that interests me, and then putting it together and figuring out how it all can tell a story. And sometimes it's taking very disparate elements and you put them next to each other, and hopefully when you put them next to each other they vibrate. That's the way that I think about it. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes that's two things that they just don't go together, and they've got to go into something else. But so this was a process of okay, that character makes sense, and what would cause somebody to go to this place? What would be a reason that a person might give up their lives to go to this place? Well, if everything is going well in your life, you probably don't give it all up to go hang out with a guy who might be leading a cult. So thinking about how to get these people there, right? So some combination of reading, life experience.
Wow,
thinking about
that's interesting.
So,
do you think that I was just having this discussion last week with my guest because Stephen King, who was one of my favorite authors when I was younger, used to frequent Topeka, where I live, and all of these things started coming true, like this year.
I mean, Stephen King stuff.
Yeah, like, and not just I wasn't even the one that actually realized or knew about it or anything. They brought back Big Boy, the train that had been out of service since like 1940 something, steam engine, and then my daughter and I stumbled upon this pet cemetery, and there's there's so many that he actually based out of Kansas because he visited a lot, and when his brother, I think, was in the asylum here, which is also...
I've never heard this story. Yeah.
So some of the workers had mentioned that, just randomly out of nowhere, and I'm like, I was just having... Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So do you think, and there's even been, if you go back to like the Never-Ending Story, which most people are familiar with, things like that, how realistic do you think it is that I even have a sign by my door, my bedroom door, that says "Write the story of your life every day." So how realistic do you think it is that we actually do that? And your book, maybe that's why it's so profound to me, because
I think it's totally. I mean, I think it's absolutely true. I'll give you a couple of examples that aren't me. I have some of my own examples that are challenging to explain, but for other people. So, one is my friend Kevin, who I run Art of Darkness with. He's a playwright. He writes plays. He wrote a play about two content moderators online, right? People that have to watch all these terrible videos and decide whether to get rid of them or not.
Oh my God!
He wrote this play about this happening, right? And then a year later, he sort of stumbled into this position of being a content moderator. And it was sort of, he didn't go looking for it. It kind of found him, which is very strange, right? So he wrote this into his reality. Very weird. There's a comic book writer named Grant Morrison, who's most famous for The Invisibles, but he wrote a bunch of Batman and other things. People out there are familiar with the Arkham Asylum part of Batman, the games and whatnot. That was sort of his creation, among many other things. And he's extremely interesting and talented guy.
I think it's absolutely true. I'll give you
gradually
a couple of
merged, according to him, with the main character of his Invisible series.
Wow.
He at some point there's multiple instances of this, but the one that I remember is the character in his story was attacked with some kind of toxin that affected the liver, right? That happened in the story. Within a few months, he had, the writer himself, Grant Morrison, had near liver failure. So he'd caused this to happen to him, according to him. That's his story, right? And then the writer Philip K. Dick, who we're covering on Art of Darkness next month, he wrote Blade Runner, right? So he wrote Flow My Tears, The Policeman Said. He wrote The Man in the High Castle, which was just an Amazon series not that long ago. He wrote a bunch of stuff, Minority Report. He wrote a bunch of stuff that got turned into movies after he died. He wrote a bunch of Batman and other things. His last 2 or 3 books he wrote as sci-fi, and he claimed that they were real, that he had experienced he'd lived these lives on interdimensionally. And the easy thing was to say was he had some kind of psychotic break or something, right? But he'd actually predicted a number of things happening that did come to pass, right? So yeah, which I'm sure you're familiar with. He didn't see any of this coming. One day he like woke up and a pink laser beam from outer space was shooting information into his head, and it all turned out to be, a lot of it turned out to be real. He struggled with that for like the last decade of his life, just like what is happening to me? Why do I know this stuff? So yeah, I think
it's hard.
I'm sure I don't have that. I don't have these experiences. I sort of thankfully, but I'm also maybe a little bit envious. But in terms of art, I mean, I think artists are. I think we're participating in some kind of process that we don't really understand, and we're only kind of rushing against it. Everybody who does stuff, everybody who writes and paints and makes music, at some point they will talk about it didn't even feel like it was me doing that.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. So you're in contact with like some kind of process that's very difficult to understand, and this might be the only way to access it is to achieve that kind of flow state where you're producing the thing.
And I say that all the time about, when people, I don't really like the word psychic because I don't believe in psychics. I think either we've already lived it or something else outside of ourselves is giving us that information. And when I say we've already lived it, I also don't believe in a time construct, which is not your story because past, present, and future, and the space-time continuum and stuff. That's how many psychics, it gets confusing because we're living in different timelines all the time, and so the past, present, and future don't really, they all exist all the time, and so when you talk about I think that many people write stories that seem like sci-fi or comic books or things like that, based on very true events. And that's the thing about my life, and everybody has all the time asked me, why don't I write a book? And I'm like, okay, well, witches, we manifest things through writing.
And I say that all the time.
Affirmations through, and no, I don't really like cast spells. I'm talking about for myself, So if I were to write about the bad things, like about my own life, something bad that's happened, I'm putting energy into that to happen again. And so you're, then you're creating your own loop.
And when I say we've already
basically of tragedies, and some people like that, but I think it's more accepted nowadays, the weirdness.
It seems like it is, or I've just put it out there and people have been fine with it. I don't know, but yeah, you make a really good point about like to write this stuff. If you're gonna write about the negative things that have happened to you, then you've got to kind of, at a bare minimum, you have to live those emotionally while you're writing them, right? And I do think there's more going. I do think you're inserting yourself back into a loop, and as a writer, like it's like an occupational hazard.
Yeah.
To do that. It's like, okay, you know what? Like House of Sleep isn't, it's not very autobiographical at all, but the handful of things, some of the worst moments in there are,
if I were to write about
like mirror images or something of stuff that's happened in my life, I've taken little aspects of. And yeah, so it's like, okay, I have to take the worst thing that ever happened to me and spend a good month figuring out how to make that interesting reading, It's like, it would be much easier to just, I just won't ever think about that again. Easier in quotation marks.
And it's not always, it's I think it's a good thing, which, I purposely do write some things down to process that, because once you that's ascension, that's healing, that's process, that's dealing with your shadow side and doing your shadow work. But there are certain things, that
I do think there's more going. I do think you're inserting yourself back.
If there weren't witnesses in my life, people think my life is a movie because there's
like an occupational
sci-fi things happen all the time, and so the reason I was going to say, as far as artists go, I'll have to send you some of these pictures. I visited this asylum in St. Joe, Missouri, it's closed down. I mean, it's incredibly haunted. But aside from amidst all the torturous devices, they had amazing art there that is just forgotten and has so many messages in it. And I'm like, do people even look at this?
Right. People go, this is just crazy. This is just crazy.
Right. I'm like, this guy collected eggshells for an entire year and made a mosaic giant picture of multiple faces of events that had happened. And I'm like, do you
nobody's really
no, it's just sitting in the dark, and there's others that have like these subliminal, that messages that make sense now, but they're from like the 50s or 60s, and you're like, I was gonna say, as far as artists, they even realize what, like, in between shock therapy or something, like what these people were creating.
Right, and the administrators are probably like, well, this is just a good way to keep them busy for a while. It's just like let them work on some art. That way they don't get themselves into trouble or whatever. Yeah. No, this is the thing. I think the practice of any art is. I think if you go way back in history, and I'm talking like before farming, right, into history, I think all of the things that we would now think of as like occult practices, and the arts, I think it was all indistinguishable from each other. I think you went down into a cave and you painted something on a cave, and then you told a story and you danced and nobody tried to summon whatever was your magical practices of people at the time. And I think it was all kind of one thing. There weren't seams in between any of these things, I don't think. And now we've got like, well, you're writing a book and you're making an album and you're painting a picture, and it's all kind of broken apart. But I don't think it was always like that. I think.
See, I don't break mine apart though. Like there's like themes, like a book or a movie or like there's an outline in my day, and I'll go out, skipping through nature, whatever people think witches do, and then all of a sudden I'll go like paint it and incorporate the use natural like clay or use my dried flowers in it, so use parts of that in my art, and then I'll go write about it. And so it's kind of
it is. You are living that kind of shamanic old. Yeah, that's awesome.
Kind of
amazing.
But I wonder, nowadays, even in schools, do you think that, especially since you research a lot of the historical artists, there's a mural in the art district where I have my studio, and that says artists live forever. And I think that's true because, especially look at the historical, we don't even understand. Every time I look at historical art, I interpret something, or I see something that I didn't see before, like 10 years ago, even if it's something that a lot of us are familiar with, like Michelangelo or any of those. So do you think that you evolved that way as well in your writing in the same manner?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think it's part of are you asking if I think I'm going to live forever by writing?
Well, no. I mean, do you think that as you evolve as a person, like if you were to go back to the beginning of House of Sleep, even though it's only been a few years, even though you wrote it, your own perspective of the entire story would be completely different.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. They're
probably appreciate it more.
Yeah. I can't disentangle. Like I've told people before, like somebody just the other day I was kind of talking about this book.
I think that's true
they were sort of saying, "Wow, that's a really long time. Like, how do you have sort of the patience or whatever for that?"
Every time I
don't really have an explanation for that. But the one thing I know is like the reason it's captivating to me is because it's like it is entangled with it's changing my life to work on it in small ways, and that makes it sound like it's maybe some like kind of self-help kind of thing. It's really not. It's subtler than that. But yeah, you go into it is. You come out of it the other end, and you're like, for me, writing it, I go through a pretty intense journey figuring out, coming to understand these characters, starting to think of them as real people, putting them through an experience, refracting my own experiences through it. So yeah, it's all caught up in my sort of psycho-spiritual development. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know how to do it any other way, really.
Well, and also, I think we appreciate things as a whole. There's been, even throughout history, there's been so many people who have been executed and stuff, and then all of a sudden, 100 years later, we're like, oh man, sorry, that was our bad. Like, he was a genius.
Yeah.
Whoops. And I do the same with my own, like, poetry and stuff, that when I was like 17, 18, 20, whatever. And I look back at it now, and I'm like, oh my gosh, did I even realize what depth? And I probably didn't. I 100% didn't at the time. I was just like scribbling something down, like the channeling, like you spoke of, to write.
Yeah.
And so
there's so many examples of that.
Oh, it is.
So like one person that comes to mind immediately, there's this writer named John Kennedy Toole. He wrote Confederacy of Dunces. He wrote one other book that's called Neon Bible. Confederacy of Dunces is like generally thought to be one of the greatest novels of the 20th century, right? Like from critics to academics to everybody. And excuse me, the guy who wrote it could not get it published. He was very young, he was in his early 20s. He couldn't get it published, and he was so disappointed that unfortunately he killed himself. Eventually, his mother talked somebody, I don't remember who it was, somebody at the University of Indiana into taking an actual look at it, and then it, like, through a series of steps, it got published, and then it won, I believe it won the Pulitzer, like, and then it rapidly became a universally acclaimed book, right? And this guy just never got to show it to the right person. And yeah, so like it breaks my heart when I hear that story. The poor guy just had to hold out for another 6 months, or whatever. And probably him dying was part of the mystique that kind of helped propel it. But he would have made, quote unquote, made it, whatever that means. And there's, how many other stories like that?
But I mean, and that's part of life too. That because how many times do, even in your own life, have you tried something new and then quit because you didn't think it was doing anything, and then like a few months later, something happens that it would have actually been successful, and you're kicking. You're like, oh, had I just held out a bit longer.
Right. Yeah, you never know how close you are. Like, you're digging and digging and digging. You never know how close you are to like hitting a mother lode. It could be right there, for sure.
Or even being in the wrong environment. It's like the whole.
Rapidly became.
What's the saying that they compare a fish to?
This guy just never got to show it.
If a fish lives in a tree with all the birds, then they're gonna think they're a failure in their life.
Right.
They can't fly. So.
Yeah. No, that's very true. Yeah. I had a job like that for a while too. I was like, this is one of those fish climbing a tree jobs, isn't it? It's like, I feel real dumb here because it's like it's like I picked the worst possible job for me to try and do.
Well, and not only that, there's like even in your own life, there's tons of, especially in the paranormal field. There's all my life and then like a few months later, people think this is crazy, but certain things I thought just happened to everyone because you're like, I don't know, I live in Oz here, and
well, if you experience it, you don't know that other people don't, right?
Right, and it was so normal to me that I just thought that's how life is, and then but at the same time, I live in the Midwest where people aren't as open-minded as on the coast, and so it wasn't until I moved to the coast, or even networked with people, like on PRN, that where I'm like, even people like yourself, I'm like, there's other weirdos out there, been isolated my entire life. Like, you know, and there's a whole world of weirdos.
Yeah, it's great. That's like I said. That's the best thing about the internet. It's like, you guys are into that too.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It's so much fun.
I do hate. I have a love-hate relationship.
Oh, me too. Yeah. But I found so many friends in the last few years on there. I can't hate it too much. So
absolutely, and across the world too. You know, which especially during times like the pandemic, you wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah.
I just thought another one. I don't know how familiar you are with F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
And
Minnesota. Well, he's from North Dakota originally. Yeah.
But isn't that another one that? And I feel like I was like a friend of theirs, something in a past life, and because I was never familiar with them, till I had a dream that I burned in a fire in some sort of like mental institution in a past life, and then all these dates started coming up, and I kept seeing Scott everywhere, and I'm like, well, I didn't realize that she died in a fire, right? But that's another one who wasn't appreciated because everybody just thought she was crazy. But didn't he use her journals? Like,
yeah, she had more. They were. I don't know the full F. Scott and Zelda story. I know that it was. They had a little bit of like a folie à deux kind of relationship where they kind of both drove each other crazy. I think.
Yeah.
Like they had that sort of thing where they both pushed each other's buttons a little bit. So yeah, I think she was critical to his creative process early on, but I think ultimately, in the end, I think it was destructive. Well, because he self-destructed, so, and he was with her, so. But yeah, I think there was. She was an incredibly creative person, and charismatic, and interesting person in her own right, and I think certainly she put him in contact with other ideas and people and aesthetic notions that he wouldn't have come across necessarily on his own.
And I think that was part of her resentment towards the end too. Well, plus his, he like moved off with other women or whatever. But my point is, most people back then weren't even aware that that's where he got his idea, many of his ideas from. Too much later. And
that's well. So this is the thing about us writers. Is we will just steal ideas from anywhere we can steal from.
Oh, so but here's another thought, because I just made a video about this a few months ago, because in the art world it happens a lot. People are like, you stole my idea, you stole my art, blah blah blah. Okay, if you think of a collective consciousness though, could you really ever, you can't copyright a collective thought. You don't own a collective thought. Like, and if that's the case, aside from cavemen, because there wasn't anybody else, the world wasn't as populated, they wouldn't have as much collective thoughts, and that's where you see the progression of art and everything else, I think, because if you look at your own, it's essentially a collection of everything you've ever experienced or seen or read or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm plagiarizing a million. You're plagiarizing a million sources, and what you're taking is so small that you can't trace them. Yeah, that's the trick. That's the trick of writing a novel. About us writers, just steal enough little stuff that you can't tell where it came.
Right, and everybody makes, except for the people who actually, yes, there are people who actually do plagiarize. But I'm talking about, there was a time when I had just painted a picture. This was just like, this blew my mind a few years ago. And all of a sudden, when YouTube was really big, with artists and such, another artist had posted a picture. And what was it? It was like a butterfly. And, I don't know, scholars say, what is my cat? I'm sorry. And that's what you hear that? Like,
I did something.
but there were people online that posted the exact same,
plagiarizing a million.
not exactly the same, exact same concept of a picture that just popped into my head one day, and that's when you're like, oh, like nobody's gonna think of this, and then somebody halfway across the world that you have absolutely no affiliation with, that you've never spoken to, and you're like, how did they get my idea?
Right, right.
And there's no way aside from the energy you put into it, but who is it the first, like who puts that spark of an idea out there? Which one of us did it first?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, did anybody
we all do it?
We all put it together. It's just floating out there, free floating, and that's the one that happened to get snagged in everybody's net. Like, I don't know that anybody's really got a good answer for that. But it's so common. These kinds of things are so commonly identified by people that it's hard to deny that it's a thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so, it feels like it has to be what's happening. Is there is some like imaginarium dimension or something that we're all kind of tapping into. And yeah, every once in a while you reach in at the same time and you both end up pulling out the same whatever it is, right? Whether it's a painting of a butterfly or apparently the steam engine was invented like 3 separate times in the same decade or something like this. Like these things happen throughout history where it's just like, yeah, suddenly it's time for that idea for some reason. And sometimes they're big and sometimes they're small. And you ever notice the thing where, and this is kind of I don't know if this is a small or big example, there are these, every once in a while there will be a year where there's 2 movies that are almost the same movie. You ever seen this happen? Like, I remember in the 90s there was like 2 volcano movies in the same year. It's like, why are there 2 big budget volcano movies on at the same exact time? And it has something to do with this, collective, for sure.
So also another thought I had one time about that, on that note, is people recall things from past lives, especially artists, composers. That's why you have like these 3-year-olds that can play the violin, crazy. And
pick it up and know how to do it. That we're all
so when someone says this, well, a good example is a child, because say there's a child that paints a picture like Picasso or something. They could be like in a third world country and never seen it in their life.
Right.
So you're like, where did they get that from? And obviously it had to have come from, yes, it was familiar to them, but it had to have come from a different time. And that's what I was saying. I think the time is fluid in that manner, because it all kind of, especially with psychics and remote viewers and stuff, because we can target. So essentially, you can tap into historically anyone you want, and that's what blows my mind, that people don't, psychics and stuff, and that's fine if you just want to, especially when it deals with paranormal, like, talk to great Aunt, Mary or something. That's fine, but if you have access, like, why would you just ask that? I'm asking spirits like questions about the universe. I want to know like how we began. I'm not like, hey, can you say hi? Can you knock on the door? Like, no.
Let me ask you a question about this, because I don't have that gift just naturally. Can I be doing something to cultivate that? Well, maybe I do and I don't know it. Is there something that I can do?
And that's what I was saying. I think the time. I think everybody has that. I don't think it's something that with psychics and remote viewers you necessarily do. I think it's something that all of a sudden you notice. Anyone you want, and that's what blows my mind, that people don't. With myself and with most people that I've talked to, as far as highly philosophical people, you start to realize that everything in your life has meaning. Everything has people do in times of meditation or like you with your writing. I'm sure that's when it comes forward because automatic writing, automatic art, those things are technically channeling a source, the source, really. And when you kind of work with it and try to, I love Einstein. Love Einstein. I have this little bobblehead, and so I started, because I see that every day on my desk, I started having these like almost like Einstein's memory, not the smart part, but I'm saying like things would come into my life Einstein related. You know what I mean? So it's like it's the law of attraction, but it's almost the same as writing. So I do absolutely. That's when people start putting all these positive, making positive signs and stuff to go on your walls. Or I think that's very helpful. I with Lyme disease and ADHD and stuff, I put stuff on my wall that tells me to remember my keys or like because you know how many times I've locked myself out of the house, obviously, and so your subconscious, by doing it so many times, it's not that, like I said, it's not that you're psychic or not that we're all born with this. Your subconscious will override and cause you to look at that and pay attention, and I think that's how it does with people and spirits in the universe. And when you
interesting. Okay. I need to. Yeah. I'm open to all of this stuff, and I clearly, like I said, I mean, my biggest piece of writing advice for people is like try to get out of your own way, right? Try to like just find, just try to get to a space where you're not stopping yourself, and then stuff does tend to just kind of come automatically. So I'm familiar with that, getting quiet and sort of letting the thing happen. I think I don't do it. I do it in a context where I'm like very narrowly focused, and so it ends up, I'm writing stuff that isn't obviously correlated with my life, but I think actually is on a certain level. So I need to just kind of let it broadcast a little more.
Yes. Have you ever looked into hypnosis? Like self-hypnosis?
I haven't.
The way things happen, I had written that I wanted to become a hypnotherapist. I didn't even remember writing this, and it wasn't even something on my radar of things I had ever even. And I went back and I saw it in a journal, and I was like, that's odd, because it was around that time that I actually became a certified clinical hypnotherapist. And out of nowhere, just all of a sudden, I'm like, boom, I'm going to this. I'm in, and then, but I did not remember that I had written that in a journal, like, however long before. And I'm like, that's odd.
I do it in the context.
Who did that? Like, but what it taught me was how these things work, how your your subconscious, or because it always does, or your higher conscious. There's so many different terms for it, but it always does what's in your best, for your highest self, as far as self-preservation, things like that. So,
well, I definitely believe that. I definitely believe and know, and sometimes come into contact that there are subconscious processes happening below the surface. That aren't coming out. We were talking about you see images in your mind, you have an internal monologue. I'm aware there's another layer occurring, right? And that I sometimes get to dip in there, and that's kind of what writing is for me too. It's a way of like kind of opening up a little porthole to reach down into that space and draw things.
Interesting you say that, because right before the show, I again thinking about cards, and this it popped up about the bicycle brand cards, the playing cards. to show the prisoners of war an escape route.
Whoa.
Now, what you just said.
Our coming up, we were talking about the,
See, that's how my mind. I'm always.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. That's fantastic. I want to find. I'm gonna find out more about this story.
I
That's
just
fantastic.
and I thought I took a picture of it or whatever, but it is actually on the bicycle playing card website. Yeah.
Interesting. No, I definitely want to check that out. Well, I love the whole card thing. I'm fascinated. Partially, we're talking about tarot. Like, I'm fascinated by the fact that I played euchre and poker and whatnot growing up as a kid. Like, everybody plays cards, and then one day I started playing around with a tarot deck, and I'm like, wait a second, this is the same. It's almost the same deck. Like, how did I not know that I was playing euchre with this like version of this like magical system? It's very strange that you go to a casino and you're playing with a deck that's very similar to the tarot deck. And you open the tarot deck, it's different enough, but you could do a tarot reading with a deck of playing cards.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? No problem. Yeah, no problem at all. And so that gives me goosebumps just thinking about that. There's something going on there. There's some resonance. And we decided to keep these playing card decks. We haven't changed them in centuries probably. And they're the same. They come from the same source as these other cards.
They are colors and they are symbols, which is what makes up our entire universe essentially.
Oh yeah,
so,
right. Well,
I was a dealer at a casino.
I really partially talking about tarot, like
something I never. So, but again, how things always come back in life. I looked back at a picture from my senior prom, I think, because I was on the board to do all the decorations and stuff, and it was a dealer hand, like where you walk under the big archway, throwing cards.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Ironically, 20 years later, to the day, I got my dealer's license. I went to my dealer audition after you go through the school and stuff. The same day as my senior prom, where I took that picture. So talk about and I had never wanted to. I didn't picture myself as a dealer. I was like, I'm not an entertainer like that. I never plan on being on like a radio show, but
right.
But specific, I was like, what? Like,
it just happens, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Well, those correspondences happen. I think those are supposed to be like hints of something.
Yeah.
I think that's like a reminder that, hey, by the way, this does all kind of make sense, right? There is a pattern to all of this. You might not totally see it or get it yet, but it's all kind of.
But that's what I was gonna say. It wasn't until being a dealer that I realized how people's energy quite literally changes the cards. I dealt a 6-hand blackjack on the first hand to my entire table time. Like, because they were all very good people and had great energy. But the odds of that happening, I'm sure security was double checking, like, what just happened?
Well, and that's what's fascinating about the tarot is sort of like, so I come from it when I give people a reading. I try to keep it. Well, I want it to be a comfortable experience for anybody who might be doing it. So I try to keep this sort of metaphysical discussion to a fairly low level, right? So it's not like I'm not going to tell you what your future is. I don't think I can do that anyway. But it's interesting that I will try and keep it at that level. Right? And I'll flip a card and people will be like, "Is that a salamander on that card?" Yeah, and they're like, "Oh my," they'll almost every single time there is something in there that it gives them goosebumps because of the correspondences it has with their life and what they're going through and what's happening with them. And I do think I've done enough readings now that I can't really fight it. They are making those specific cards come out. That's the only way that makes sense. Yeah.
And I think I asked you this before when you were on Chasing.
Well, and that's what's fascinating about the tarot.
If it started to get to where your outer So, for example, if I see a big semi truck that says night, like KNIGHT, or I see a tower, I'm like, or even like I walked out to my car one day, I took a picture, I was like, Jack of Spades, like there was a playing card laying by my tire, and so, but that's what I'm telling you, you know, as far as you were saying, you don't think you have those abilities, but you absolutely do. I think you just, I think most people, I know I didn't forever, don't pay attention to those things. So
yeah, you're probably right. I think it is a lot of just paying attention. Right? And I've certainly gotten better at that over time. Because it's hard to pay attention. You know what I mean? It's hard to just like
be present.
Yeah, be present and focus on things and not judge them for their immediate utility or not. You know, it is challenging. It's funny. I was reading. So I got really interested in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Right? It's the guy who created the Rider-Waite-Smith deck in conjunction with Pamela Coleman Smith. He has this organization he was very involved with in the sort of turn of the century. And so I was reading about there's a book about how to initiate yourself into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. I was like, that's kind of interesting. Let's see what do I got to do, right? And literally, like the first 6 weeks of training, quote unquote training, it's all about making you pay attention. It's every day. It's some new exercise, and it's entirely focused on making you pay attention. And it's the start. It's incredibly mundane. It's just go for a 5-minute walk and identify everything you can see. So it's just like there's 3 dandelions, there's a red mailbox, there's you just name. It's hard to pay attention. You sort of identify as many things as you can in a walk, and that's what you do for every day for a week. And it was surprising to me because I was expecting to crack this thing open and get burn something and say some words, specific words and all that, and it was literally just sort of tapping me on the shoulder and say like, hey, you should probably pay attention to what you're doing. That's how that's the sort of the first step. So I think about that a lot. And I did follow that for a while until I as soon as we got distracted by Twitter.
And that's the thing, that's why I'm so, and my listeners even and stuff, they're probably like, Trish, okay, come on, you've been saying you're going to finish your website for like 6 months now. But I live in the city, and it will quite literally kill me if I don't stay grounded and stay out in nature and stay, so social media, actually, even I don't even really watch TV hardly. I don't like electronics aren't. So I grew up on top of a mountain, so this is like foreign to me, and so maybe that's why I especially nature, I went through a period like you where I tried to make a point as far as being mindful. And so anytime certain elements of nature especially showed up in my life, I would research it and see the symbolism. And try that. So anytime, like you can write down, you can especially manifest it that way, write down whatever symbol you want to mean to you, kind of like tarot, how it means other, so I was like, okay, a flower, I want this to mean yes or no or whatever to the universe, and I want a bird to mean, or like a specific, but it has to be something specific. It has to be I was like, okay, if I should take this job today, I'm gonna go out and see a golden rose, Right. But here's the problem: people go out looking for that specifically, like they want a real live rosebud, to show up. And I did the same thing. I was like electronics aren't show up today. They show up the next day. And then I realized, and by some profound, it was like some person passing me on the street or somebody out marketing or whatever handed me a business card, and it was for like a restaurant, a Chinese food restaurant or whatever. They had pot of gold grows on it. And I'm like,
yeah, right. That's it. That's the
seriously, like
I would research it and see this.
so it can be
Try that. So
very subtle, you know. And and so at that same time, I realized that I had a sign by my door, literally, that said, "Pay attention to the little things." I'm like, oh my gosh.
And I haven't been doing that.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. Looking for signs, and they're not going to come. They have to remain sort of mysterious, or else they don't. They kind of lose their power, I think. So, yeah.
But I always look up the spiritual meaning, I guess, of any animal that I'm not familiar with. It's symbolism that crosses my path. It might seem very mundane. I could be having the worst day of my life, and like an ant. And if you look at the spiritual symbolism of an ant, let me tell you, you're gonna go through. You might cry. Okay?
Oh, I imagine I've never looked that up, but I imagine it's got to do with strength and collective behavior, and I can sort of imagine where that starts to go for sure. Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
But that's definitely being present, you know. That's definitely, and it's hard. It's hard in this day.
It is. I mean, that's. Yeah. No. I think that's. I mean, I think that is sort of. That sounds right. It's like the spiritual battle that's happening now. Is like, can you pay attention? Can you stay on track? And that's not like get your spreadsheet done for your boss on time, but like, can you remain yourself through the day? Like, can you fend off all of these things that are trying to sort of co-opt you, whether that's the internet or, you know, other people or TV or, you know, various messages you're getting? Yeah, I think that's and we're all failing it different ways probably, but yeah, I think that's
you know, another sign I have on my wall is that life is meant to be lived. You know, sometimes, especially overthinkers, we get so consumed and evolved. And, you know, if I go off on some rabbit hole of quantum physics or something, and all of a sudden I'm like, and I wouldn't even sleep for that matter. Like, I wouldn't close a book.
It is.
And I
right. No, I know what you mean.
Like, I probably wouldn't even walk my dog or anything. You know what I mean? Like, so there does have to be balance. Like, we do have to. I do consider, to an extent, overthinking an addiction, because.
Well, the tarot is there's some strong. No matter what kind of interpretive school you come from, to approach the tarot, there are some strong themes to it, and one of them is the dangers of the intellect. Yeah. So it's not telling you to be dumb, but there's a reason supervillains in movies are super smart. That's the way that I think about it, and it's because when you put that in charge, you run into trouble, right? Like, it's a wonderful servant and a terrible master. The problem-solving mind, the way I think of it, and that's because the problem-solving mind, if it doesn't have a real problem, it will make up a problem.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
So then what you've got is you're just inventing problems to solve. and that's one of these weird things, is like, the modern lifestyle has been, and it's fairly good at this in a lot of ways, it's been sort of designed to make things as convenient as possible. Well, instead of, and some of us, I'm guilty of this, some of us, instead of sort of enjoying that convenience, have just sought other problems. Like, the problem used to be, like, how am I gonna get my crops in time, or whatever, right? And now it's just like, well, I got all those problems solved, and I got laundry is solved because we got a washing machine, They're humming and communicate with solve those people. I got a computer, and I got a car, and all the problems are solved. So then you just start, and then you can start parasitizing yourself, right? Like, okay, well, then this is the thing that's wrong with me. And that's the thing I can,
Yes.
And it's again, it's a super powerful tool. The problem solving part, but like, it can start to eat itself. I think that's one of the biggest lessons I've actually learned from throwing tarot cards, because that's where I go. I'm an Aries. I'm a head first. I headbutt stuff until it breaks. And the thing that I've learned from the tarot was like, yeah, you might want to just feel this one out.
Yeah.
maybe you don't need to like actually crack this one open. You can just kind of just feel it out. Think through your stomach, or it doesn't always have to be through your head.
Perfect example while you were saying that. I've been drinking my tea here. It's a yogi tea. And I grabbed it real quick. And usually I, at some point, read all yogi tea has a little message on the tag, right? But I hadn't, as I just set my tea on my desk and I came over when I started the show. Perfect timing, of course, for me to read that. The unknown is where all outcomes are possible. Enter it with grace.
I love that. It's funny. It's funny you say that. I was mentioning to you that right before you and I, I came on here, I was giving a tarot reading to somebody, and I'm not going to say much about it because that was our conversation. But I will say, grace came up, the concept of grace, and we spent about 5 or 10 minutes talking about grace. Like, okay, what does that mean to me? When I say that, and it's just interesting that that comes up on that, because that's a huge thing. That gave me the goosebumps when you said grace.
Yes, grace is it gave me the goosebumps that you just told this story, because grace is oh man, I have so many stories about that. Actually, there's a lot.
I've been drinking my tea here.
I mean, this goes. There's even an entire book about a witch named Grace. That's and as you said that, I was looking at I had highlighted on perfect time. A lot of the pages of your book on In the House of Sleep. Like the diving man and that whole concept, and you hear that a lot nowadays. People say the metaphysical world or spiritualists or deep thinkers or whatever they call them, deep divers.
I'm not going to say much about it.
But it's funny because, and I always joked about it, and I was just saying, I never would have thought I would have been on the radio. But it was 20 years ago when I was in college.
What does that mean when I say that?
And I used to tell this story as a joke, like the first, I can't believe that. No, I don't know if I'm going to say this. I was drinking, as a college student, which is completely, I probably wasn't responsible back then, because we were out at a lake. My friend, one of my friends and I, after kids go out. And we also tried tobacco. I should say, for the first time ever, or something similar. And for the first time. And so here I was, at this lake, dark woods, like a scary movie type thing. And we're sitting there, and we're like, okay, let's go. It was nice weather, and then we got scared. We're like, oh no, there's not enough light. There's not enough moonlight. There's trees surrounding us. We had parked in this like little cove area with a dock next to us, and typical like Crystal Lake type, scenario. So we're thinking,
right.
Of course, me, watching scary movies half my life and talking to ghosts. I was like, oh no, I've seen the ending to this. I'm not, going to be like drunk and high out here on the walk,
Right.
And so we're sitting there, and we get in the car, roll the windows up, because that was smart. Probably wasn't a terrible idea, by the way.
Because we were out at a lake.
And so I'm looking over, and I see this thing crawl out of this lake.
We also
flopping around on the dock.
Oh no!
And I'm like, for the first time ever, maybe
mind can play tricks on you.
Maybe this is what alcohol or whatever does.
Yeah.
And so I was like, do you see that? She's like, oh my God, there's somebody, like, there's something else. It's like swamp creature, right? So I'm building this up in my head, literally, and that's what reminded me of your, I was like, oh no, relationship to your book. And this thing gets up and starts coming towards my car, and I'm like, oh no, like it looks like literally something out of a movie, like some monster, like swamp creature. And it ended up being a man who was practicing for like a triathlon, but doing it in the middle of the night, so there's no wake and there's no boat, and and it was cooler, and he had full-on scuba gear, and I'm like, dude.
Oh my God, you gotta not do that, man. Say something.
Just like have a light on.
Right.
No, he just came in, like, I'm sure he was tired,
Probably,
flopping on the dock and just laid there for a minute.
Yeah, he could have just been like, hey, I'm Bob, don't worry about me. Yeah.
So it's one of those situations, and so then after that we got so upset and flustered and scared to death, we took off, we're driving, and then we got lost. So we decided to call the radio station. That's what you do back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, right? Call the radio station. And we asked them to come find us and bring us some donuts and take us to see the sunrise. So,
that sounds like quite an adventure.
They see this van driving. Well, that's what I'm saying. But it was like the amount of buildup in our minds of what we thought was going. I mean, yes, we were under the influence, but this whole story, and it was such different things going on that weren't actually happening,
Oh, let's see. You get that thing in the dark. It gets tricky. You can say something. You can go. I mean,
and I think that's what we do with rabbit holes.
You can like, you can stick your hand in a dark room that you're not familiar with, and you'll get like, I get images flashing in my head of monsters, even though I'm long past that thinking of monsters under my bed, but I've spent a lot of time in as part of a day job I had. I spent a lot of time in sewers, like actual live sewers.
Oh my gosh, I just think of Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. No, that was always the joke, that you come up and somebody'd say, "Do you see the Ninja Turtles down there?" So I'd spend, there were times I spent the entire day in sewer multiple times. And what was interesting about that is you would start to have like what I would refer as like time hallucinations. Like you could be down there, once you're down there for like half an hour to an hour, you lost all track of time. And the other thing was interesting too, is like you're walking it's just a tunnel, it's a straight line, right? But if you,
that's interesting.
Sometimes if you got like, say you were with a couple people and you were looking at something, right? Because a lot of times what our job was to inspect them. So you're looking at something, and you're looking and you're talking and you're looking at the thing, you're taking a photo, and then you're done, and you'll go, wait, which way are we supposed to be going? Right? You get kind of lost, even though there's no options. It makes sense you get lost in a maze and there's a bunch of turns. It's very weird to get lost when you never took a turn. If that makes sense.
No, I totally get that.
Yeah, so there were
snowstorms.
It would mess with your head like that, being down there, and you come up in a different spot than you went in, and it's it definitely showed me how dependent my perspective was on all these outside cues. I didn't see sunlight for 7 or 8 hours, so I had no idea what time it was. I didn't know if it was 5 p.m. or if it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh, I see the chat there. This is in the Detroit, Michigan area. So I was doing sewers. So old stuff. It's kind of interesting. Some of it was like 120 years old.
Have you seen Maze Runner?
I haven't seen Maze Runner.
I haven't seen that many. Like I said, most movies I see have. There's a reason I've watched them. I usually don't learn that till later, but that's it's like a labyrinth type.
Yeah. So this is we're talking about like the writing process. This is the kind of stuff that I have to take that and I put it somewhere, and then at some other point something else makes sense with it, and then I have then I have a process then starting to roll, and I can start to integrate it, turn it into a story that has some legs. So I'm like working with this sewer stuff now. Like that's trying to figure out an interesting way to make that a compelling narrative.
Well, so that's what I was going to say is there's actual in a lot of spiritual practices there's labyrinths. There's one right outside my town that you can go and meditate and self-discovery and things. So do you think, and just like with the Ninja Turtles, they were actually good, but there have been like
Minotaurs.
I was gonna say really bad. I like I said, almost lost my mind when there was a red balloon by the storm.
The storm
drain by my house one day, and it was just from a kid's. A kid down the street was having a birthday party or something. But the fact that it floated, I was like,
right.
Hell,
no, see, I think there's the underground has meant very profound and interesting things to people over cultural epochs. So it's like, I'm like working with, okay, we bury people underground. There's practical reasons for that, but it goes deeper than that too. I mean, the cave art, I've been reading a lot about cave art, the lengths that the ancient people went to access these areas, to paint these, the significance it must have held to them is astronomical. Around the time when Christianity was coming into being, after the time of Christ, there was another religion that was quite popular called Mithraism. And part of Mithraism, and there's temples all over Europe to Mithraism, was they were underground. They're all underground. They're these basement they're like basement temples that you would go down into, right? And this is just we've always had this relationship to the underground stuff. We hide things there. We hide from things there. I spent some time in Turkey where they have these large underground, they call them cities, which makes it sound like they're still active, but they're not, where people went and built living capacity for thousands of people underground with very small access points, and that was to hide from, invaders.
They have those in Kansas. There's actually a metropolis in Kansas City. There's businesses underground. They're not in operation now.
Right. So we've always had this relationship. It's another world down there, but it's kind of like ours, and it's a place where our imagination kind of populates that space down there. It's very interesting. That's the sort of symbol I'm thinking about the most these days.
It's funny that this entire theme today, even at my work, it's like on History Channel was on, and it mentioned in different countries things being buried underground, but there was an entire. I was trying to think of on the same theme of House of Sleep, how you can think of that in other manners, just the name of your title, because I had remembered about an entire Missouri town that went to sleep.
Really?
Yeah. And they didn't know, like, the whole, and that one ended up being a government project, but then there was another one, and might have been around Turkey or somewhere. I know it was in that vicinity. And this entire, scientists, research, nobody could figure out why this, 2,000 people couldn't stay awake, and everybody became terrified of going to sleep because they'd go into a coma. I mean, they'd literal 2-3 weeks and come out of this sleep and not know what happened, or just fall asleep on the road driving, and it happened to the entire town, and they had tested for radon and radiation and
gas and stuff.
Yes, carbon dioxide, all kinds of stuff. And it ended up being the uranium mines underneath them but the entire town, they thought it was some like sci-fi, like they were they're like it was like a sleep monster. Like
yeah, it's right. It's terrifying. It's inexplicable, right? Yeah, it's terrifying.
And so that was on another synchronicity with me coming. I had started reading it back when you were on Chasing, and got busy but everything happens for a reason. Like we always, everything happens in my life, anyways, my beliefs, exactly when it's meant to. So recently, I haven't had Lyme disease in a long time. I've been pretty healthy over the years, and I had a relapse in the last month or two. And with Lyme disease, you sleep a lot. I couldn't, but I was incredibly, I couldn't stay awake. It's almost like narcolepsy to some point. And for a psychic or medium, to some extent, that's terrifying, because that's how people access your brain, especially
when you're sleeping.
Yes, and especially with abductions and stuff, because a lot of times extraterrestrials, that's when they make you go to sleep. They hypnotize you, they make you go to sleep, and then that's when they take you. So for me, that's a very triggering thing. And to not be able to control that and just fall asleep, I was like, here I am, like all these other people, making my own horror stories because of an illness or whatever. So it's interesting.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry to hear you had a relapse. I have some personal experience, not myself, but other people with Lyme disease, and that is nasty. That's terrible. It's actually, this isn't a plug, but this is another synchronicity. Daniel in House of Sleep is afflicted by a pretty serious disorder of some kind, and that was inspired by, I don't name it in the book because I wanted to take creative liberties with it, but that was inspired by people I know who had Lyme disease and were really seriously impacted by it. So thoughts and prayers are with you, but holding that at bay.
But that's what I'm saying is amazing about your book, because with the numerous personalities of characters, I mean, I could relate to many of them, but I think that's what draws people in, and that's what makes it, almost at the time when I was reading it, I couldn't physically do a lot because of Lyme disease, and I started reading your book. That's an escape, and that helps people, and so especially if you can relate.
I'm sorry to hear you had a relapse.
I think that's amazing.
Some personal experience, not myself, but other people.
Gosh, Brad, tell people how to find you again.
Sure.
It's already been 2 hours.
I know. That's great. It's been great. It's lovely to talk to you. The easiest way to find me is on Twitter. Brad Kelly, just BradKelly. I also have a website where you can find House of Sleep. You can find my writings on the tarot, short stories. That's Brad Kelly-esque. That's esque.com. Also have links to Art of Darkness on there, our podcast about the dark side of creativity as told through the life stories of a variety of artists, people from William S. Burroughs to Johnny Cash to actually Pamela Coleman Smith, the artist behind the Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck. We did an episode on, dug into her life, and it was fascinating. Mostly writers, because we're writers. James Joyce, Philip K. Dick. I'm working on an episode now on Hieronymus Bosch. People don't know is this painter from the 1400s who painted Garden of Earthly Delights, these amazing, insane triptychs with demons and hell and all that. So trying to tell the life story about him, and nobody knows anything about his life, so I might have bit off a little more than I can chew, but it should be fun. You can find that our show at artofdarkpod.com. And also as often as we can crank this out. Excuse me. Also, if you want a tarot reading, I have a contact form on my website on the tarot page. Hit me up, and we'll see what we can do.
Yes, that's so cool. Oh my goodness. Speaking of which, let me just a second.
Sure. Yeah. Trisha's going to grab something. I guess the other thing I should say too is the House of Sleep, the first third of it is available for free in audio. So if you go to the website, bradkellyesque.com, it'll take you to the House of Sleep page. You can click on audio, you can listen to the first third of it in Spotify or whatever.
I was going to say, when you said that. And I don't even know why I brought these home. Like, I did these a long time ago, and but I never finished them, as I don't until paintings. And I just thought the other day, I'm like, I'm gonna bring that home. I'm gonna put some like monsters and ghosts and stuff in my trippy garden.
Oh, I love this. Yeah.
Like around but you were just talking about the garden.
Yeah. Yes. That does look it does look boshy. That's very
just
cool.
Synchronous, and I left it sitting right here by my. I'm gonna have to think on that one.
Yeah, this was so much fun. Thank you so much for having me back. That was,
yes,
this has been great.
It's been a pleasure. I'll have to have you again in the future. I'm going to take notes on things that I'll have to dive into that subject, and then I'll make a whole like an alphabet of lists.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll find something to talk about one way or the other.
Brad, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, listeners. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, we are rebroadcast on every major podcast. You can find us, and be sure to join me next week as well. My show's 2 hours, so thank you all, and have a good night. Good night. And I just thought the other day, I'm like, I'm gonna bring that home. I'm gonna put some like
Public Radio Network on 105.3 FM in New Orleans. This show's entrance has been edited, produced, and directed by Gwen Clapper from Perfect Trust Productions, LLC. You can find us at perfecttrustproductions.com.
Yeah, this is so much fun. Thank you so much for having me back.
channel, UFO Paranormal Radio, or International Public Radio. You can also go into all the Facebook stations, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, UFO Undercover with Joe Montaldo, News on the Flip Side, Twitch, SoundCloud, Podbean. Go over to our group, Westlife Chronicles Radio, and get in if you haven't. Okay, so tonight, guys, we have an amazing guest. Okay, so please welcome to the show the team from My Paranormal Experience. Nathan Withers is a self-taught filmmaker, host, and producer. Beth Huffman, co-host, executive producer, researcher, and paranormal investigator. Scotty Dabbs, executive producer, tech manager, investigator, and Kara Kidd, executive producer, camera operator, researcher, and investigator. And you can watch My Paranormal Experience on PowerFlix. So welcome, guys, to the show, and hopefully our other two girls will be joining us soon. If they come, we'll just pop them right in.
Sounds good.
So, guys, tell us about yourselves. How did you both get into the paranormal? I mean, one at a time. Who wants to go first?
I'll let Scotty go first. It's always me. We have the same story, and I've told it like a million times. But I'll tell it again because it's a fun story. What really started mine and Nathan's paranormal journey, and I mean, it's because we hung out, you know, well before any of the paranormal stuff even became part of our life. We used to get together as teenagers, and we would skateboard and just do dumb teenager things. But there was one night, me, Nathan, and the group of friends that we were with, we had really gotten into the A&E show Ghost Hunters, kind of with Taps, when they really kind of brought the paranormal field into television. got into that show, and one of our buddies, you know, it was pretty late at night. We were looking for something to do. We were all bored as crap. And one of our buddies was like, hey, my house is haunted. Why don't we go try to investigate it? And they were like, no, it's not, you know. He's kind of known as a jokester of our little group. He was the prankster. He was the kidder, whatever. So we all kind of didn't believe him at first. We were like, whatever, man, no, it's not. And it took him some convincing to do. Eventually, he convinced us to go to his house. We go over to his house, and we're kind of sitting there. We all walk into the master bedroom, and his house was completely empty. Both of his family members that lived with him, they were in a completely separate town, about 15 minutes away, doing their own things. So the house was completely empty. We all, the 5 of us, all go in there. We sit down in the master bedroom on the bed, and we're sitting there and we're asking, you know, generic questions when you're investigating, and especially as 5 teenagers who've never done it before. Just, is there anyone here with us? Can you hear us? Can you see? You know, just humdrum basic questions. And after a while, we did the whole knock once for yes, twice for no, and we started to get some sort of intelligent responses. But we're all still kind of iffy, because what if it's one of them reaching under the mattress and just happened on the bottom of the box spring? You know, we had the lights out, so it's pitch black, couldn't see anything. And so we're sitting there, and I remember at one point, after about maybe 25 minutes of us running through some basic questions, one of us asked how many spirits are in this room, and we got a knock. Not necessarily like immediately after he asked that question. It was maybe a few minutes later, but we got one knock, and then a few minutes later another knock, and those just kept increasing in speed, and got so fast that it almost kind of sounded like a machine gun firing, you know. And then the same one who asked that question had yelled stop, and everything stopped. So we're sitting there and we're like, okay, that's pretty creepy, you know. The fear level going. And Nathan's sitting on the other end of the bed, because when you walked into that room, there was 2 dressers. One was over here, one was over here, and one of them was a tall one, the other was a regular one, and then the mattress was kind of right in the center of the room. We're sitting there, we're still in the dark, we're all kind of quiet, and then we hear Nathan go, did someone just throw something at me? And everyone was like, oh, no, of course we didn't. Like, we can't see anything to grab anything. Why would we throw anything at you? So he gets up and he turns on the light. And that tall dresser that I just talked about, sitting on top of it was the cowboy hat that had apparently been thrown off. And it had hit Nathan in the side of his leg as it fell to the floor. And that really freaks us all out. All 5 of us, you know, intense poltergeist activity just right off the bat. And that really freaks us out, you know. So we're all kind of trying to scramble to leave the room, and I myself was like, you know, what if that was just our buddy who actually threw that and he just didn't want to own up to it because he wants to scare us?
Yeah.
So before we leave the room, I tell the spirits in the house, I was like, hey, I don't know if that was you or if that was our friend that threw that hat, but we're going to leave for about 10 minutes and we're going to come back. When we come back, I want to see the cowboy hat sitting back on the dresser where you threw it from. It's disrespectful to leave stuff lying around. So we leave, we get into our buddy's car, we drive around the little town that we were in, and everyone was like, for about 10, 15 minutes, we head back over to the house. We get up, we all walk in together, we walk into that room, and sure enough, that cowboy hat is sitting back on top of the dresser where it came from before it got thrown off. And again, nobody's at the house. And that's kind of when we really all got really scared. You know, at that point, because you were like, there's no one here. How the F did this get back up here with no one in the house? That really freaks us out, you know. So we were all like, no, we're done. We go to get out of the house. house, and for me personally, this is something that I experienced personally that the rest of the group didn't get to experience. We're leaving, and as we're walking down the hallway to get to the front door, it's kind of a long hallway. They've got all their family photos on it. And I remember seeing out of the corner of my eye something black, dark, through the reflection in the picture frame. So I was like, what the hell was that? So I turned around to see what that was, and as I turned around, up his staircase, I saw a 7-foot-tall black mass with red beaming eyes just staring down at me from the top of the staircase. And like, I'm just overran with emotions. I started to cry, and I just run out, dead sprint out of the house. And then for the next 3 months, I had what I feel like is a minor attachment. I wasn't able to sleep at night without having nightmares, so I just got maybe an hour or two of sleep, and that didn't go away until I had my mom go up to our local Catholic church and give me a blessed rosary. So that's what really started me and Nathan into the paranormal field, and then Nathan, pretty much right after that happened, he went full force with the paranormal, and I spent maybe 3 or 4 years just trying to get away from it because I didn't want to believe that something that powerful was with me, but it just, it eventually got to the point where I was like, I have to get into this, I have to find that entity, and I have to face it.
That's how it works, right? It's like, it makes you think like you might be a little bit crazy, because it does, and then you start really understanding and doing the research. And
did you face it at any point in time?
I haven't really felt like I've came in contact with that same entity quite yet. We're doing something, without giving too much away, in that same town, so there's a good chance, if it's still lingering, I might be able to run back into them and let them know, like, hey man, you don't have the same power you used to have over me when I was a child. What really started me and Nathan.
Very interesting. That's fascinating. It kind of reminds me of The Conjuring, but you had to face the nun. That's so interesting. And in a lot of cases, they want to face the demon. They want the name of the demon.
They're not going to give it to you.
No, of course not.
If a demonic spirit gives you their name, then that means that they no longer have power. You now have control of their power. And so a demonic force or devil or whatever it is, they're gonna give other names that's not theirs.
That's true.
So,
from paranormal investigating, is there any technique you think that can trick the demon, for example, to get a name, a real name, like any kind of thing you can ask?
I feel like provocation would be like your best approach for a really quick response, but I'm not one to go out and provoke them, because you never really know how powerful of a spirit you're going to be dealing with. And I mean, if you piss it off, you piss it off. So I try not to, but
it kind of reminds me of The Conjuring. But I realized
I'm sure a spirit that powerful is intelligent enough to remember who me and Nathan are. I think if it finds us again, it's going to let us know that, hey, we've crossed paths before.
I've had that encounter with demons, and what they can do and what they have done. Let's say you're going shopping, for just an example, and you get into an altercation with somebody that you don't even know, an argument, and you're like, well, how did this even transpire? Right? How did nothing become something? And I noticed that they can do that. They can manipulate other people to go against you in the physical realm, to cause fights, arguments, and then stir things up. That's what they do. They jump into people. And it sounds bizarre and ridiculous, but I've seen it.
Pathetic they are.
Yeah.
It's a pathetic demonic force.
Yes.
Or to live. They have to go somewhere.
If it finds us again,
So
they're basically a parasite.
Yeah. They're a virus. They spread.
Yeah.
They spread it everywhere.
And that's like a good, brings me to a question. So, like, where do you think they, like, when exorcisms are done, where do you think this entity goes? Where does it go when it leaves someone?
Honestly, my working theory is that it just travels our plane of existence until it finds its next victim, and then it'll attach itself to that piece of item or house or whatever until it gets its opening to get into the living soul to try to take that over.
And it sounds bizarre and ridiculous.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't have enough knowledge to really answer that question.
Yeah.
Because, some demonologists, they may have a whole nother response.
No, you're right.
I don't know. That's a good question, though. Like, that's a very good question to ask.
I always ask that question because I don't even know. I mean, like I said, we've done this before, and I'm like, where does it go?
Yeah.
Some people believe it lays dormant up until it's ready again because there's no time on that side. And my belief is that they jump ship sometimes into a person or a thing, like you said, right? Look at the Annabelle doll. It's deadly in one sort of sense that if you give it the power of intent and belief, these things can do something. And from my experience, I've seen these things go into people. It's just one of those things that they roam. And they can destroy. They can destroy. As much as we don't want to believe, well, we're in the physical realm, they can't touch us. Well, look, they're not going to put boxing gloves on, but they know how to do manipulation towards us and control us to either want to take our own lives, down the wrong drugs, alcohol, abuse, get into altercations with people, car accidents, heart attacks, things that we may think are coincidence, only that we've learned throughout the years that after like certain paranormal investigations, when they were being provoked by certain people that shouldn't have done it, they were attacked. And on the entity's watch, not our watch. It could be a month, it could be a year. And in the paranormal field, I always say tread lightly because you don't know what you're dealing with. You don't know. And there are cases where these things go home with people. And, have you, any one of you had an attachment throughout the years?
You go ahead, Nathan.
These things can do something. And from my experience,
there's been one time where we went on an investigation, and there was a piece of footage that was captured,
and they can destroy.
And it's probably the most mind-boggling thing that I've ever seen. But the hallway floor literally like levitates on camera. It is the most disturbing, compelling thing I've ever seen in my life. But after that happened, I came home, and not really attachment, but I feel like something followed me home for a few days. But after, I kind of said, hey, like, you're no longer allowed in my house anymore. You can't torment my wife. You can't do anything. Like, you have to leave. And after a while, it left. Like, you have to put your foot down and let them know, like, hey, you're not welcome here. You need to leave. It left. So, I mean, as far as like an attachment, no, but something followed me home. I've had it happen once or twice.
Have any one of you had an attachment?
Well, let's talk about PowerFlex. How now I had the four of you get together as a team and create my paranormal experience, and you guys do an amazing job. So how did this all come about?
Well, my first question, have y'all watched the series? Have y'all watched the documentary?
I've watched some of it, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have to start from the very beginning of how the team got formed. A couple of years ago, I had this big time desire to have a storytelling series. But I had it in a way that in my own opinion, I've never seen it done before. I've watched a lot of TV shows, and there's a pretty girl right there.
Me and Nathan are on the podcast. This is Cambria.
Hi, Nathan.
experience. That's where the name came from. And I was like, that's the name of the show. Like, that's what this is going to be called. Because it's not just mine, it's anyone's. Like, anyone who gets on the show, it's my paranormal experience. So, it was about that time whenever Beth had called me up, and she goes, hey, I want in. And I think it was not even like 2 weeks later, Scotty goes, I want in. So after that, I said, hey, if y'all are gonna be a part of this, because it honestly started off as just me. Like, I went to get the first couple of interviews myself, whatever. But I said, well, if you guys are gonna be a part of my production, like, I really want you guys to not just be here, but y'all need to learn the cameras, the art of film. Y'all need to learn what it takes to make a documentary, what it takes to film an interview or whatever we're doing. And so, Scotty, he's learned a lot of the basics. He's actually really picked up more than the basics, which is very impressive.
That's the name of the show. Like, that's what this is gonna be called.
Beth is still learning as she goes on.
Anyone who gets on the show, it's
Kara,
paranormal experience.
She came a part of us whenever the Gateway Between Worlds documentary was being filmed. Matter of fact, that was the first time me and Karen ever met. Was the second shooting of that documentary, and I had wanted Kara to be, eventually be our lead camera operator. And I said, hey, here's the camera. I want you to learn it. She just picked it up, put it on her shoulder, started going with it. Like, that's what I need. Like, that's what I need on the show. I need someone who's just going to pick it up and go with it.
Yeah, there's so much work that has to be done behind the scenes that people don't understand. Like, it's a lot of work.
It is, But we went and did, I don't know how many weeks of investigation for the Gateway film. We shot for a good 3.5 months for that film. He's learned a lot going back, because like every part of that story, there was not one time we would go back to the location and something more intelligent would happen. That's the name of the show. The story with Beth is still learning. Those who haven't seen it, I'm not going to give everything away. But what I will tell you is the woman we interviewed basically told me that there was a gate that is a portal between heaven and earth, and there's energy that's there, and when you go approach it, you'll experience it. And she looked me straight in the eyes. I know you're going to go to that gate, but I give you my word. The moment you approach it, you're gonna get a response. It's gonna greet you. And I was like, okay. So the next day, I go to that gate, and I was so skeptical. I was like, I'm gonna go here and nothing's gonna happen. I went with a camera, like no tripod, like one microphone in the spirit box. It was so basic. And I put the camera on the curb, hit record, and the minute I walked up to it, I got an intelligent response. And it wasn't until after I started asking very specific questions that only, certain people would know. I was getting direct responses to those questions, like back to back to back to back. And when I finally showed my crew, I said, hey, I was like, I think we need to go pursue this more. I was showing the crew the evidence, and finally they're like, yeah, I think you're on. Like, I think you're on to something. Like, I think we need to go, explore this more and see what this is about. So, that was about the time that the entire crew finally got involved with the filming of it, and it's. So I can't really go into it because I don't want to run the film for everybody. But it's definitely a groundbreaking story, and the evidence is phenomenal. There is a bonus feature to that documentary called The Gatekeeper, which the Gatekeeper place. You've seen that one? Yeah. So the Gatekeeper was probably the most terrifying part of the story.
For sure.
It's kind of for sure.
Who gets not to interrupt, but who gets the most, like, out of the four of you, who gets freaked out the most?
Back to back. We're freaked out the most?
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly,
Kara is very exuberant. Would be the word for it. Like, she wears her emotions on her sleeves. So you'll know when something happens because she'll get really excited, but I wouldn't consider her freaking out. It's just her like, oh my god, this happened, you know.
As far as like most freaked out, like, I don't want to point the finger at Scotty, but you know, whenever Scotty first started the crew, like,
I'm still a newbie, sort
he's
of.
still a newbie, but like he's learning to control that fear, and he's learning, like, you know, to try to like level that out, because I mean,
no, but it is scary. I mean,
it is like, if you're not scared,
it's normal reaction to, like,
oh yeah.
I get a lot till he yells at me. He's just like, get scared. It's scary.
You don't know what you're walking into.
We're all human.
You don't know, and the last thing you want to see is something that will probably give you a heart attack, right? Something that's...
Well, honestly, if you haven't watched the Gateway documentary, I highly advise you to watch the full story, like the Gateway and the Gatekeeper full story, because that will break down exactly how everything went down, and it will show you, like, how the Gateway film sequels into, or not sequels, it basically breaks into this bonus feature. And the bonus feature happened so suddenly, like, there was really like maybe a week of planning it, because after the Gateway film aired, we started getting people, from like all over the country, locally, and just all over the place, like, hey, this is a good documentary. It was more interesting than things I've seen in a good while. I would like to see something like a part 2 or a sequel filmed of this, because this is really cool. And so we had honestly no plans of going back, because we had gone back so much. It was like we were wearing out the location.
The last thing you want to see is something that will probably give you a heart attack, right?
I was like, let's make a bonus feature, and let's just like approach it as raw and in the moment as we possibly can. You know, and me and Scotty kind of collaborated on how we should approach it. I added a couple of different, new B-roll cinematic shots to kind of give it a different tone to it. But for the most part, from start to finish, it is completely raw, and everything we did was like as real and as real time as you can get. So I think that's really what helped made that as successful as it was. But it was an awesome journey. But the Gateway documentary, after you watch it, that actually sequels into the My Paranormal Experience series, because we have the experience begins, and that starts off where the Gateway film left off, like it ended. So that's it was really cool. The thing was, the Gateway film was actually supposed to be a part of the series, but after we collected all our evidence, we looked over everything, I was like, man, this needs to be by itself. Like, it's special. There's nothing like that. So that's kind of how everything went down with that.
Let's talk about paranormal equipment. What do you think is the most compelling piece of equipment? A recorder, a picture, SLS, spirit box. It's a sonic communication that you can say this is real.
I'm really partial to the SLS, just because every paranormal investigator's dream is to capture that apparition, and apparitions are so hard to capture via video or photograph. So the SLS being able to map in figures that you can't see, that to me is really compelling. But it's also one of our least used pieces of gear. we normally just go in with our energies and a spirit box and just kind of let the locations tell us their stories and direct us how to do our investigation.
Well said. Well said.
I like the SLS. I really, really like it. A lot of people have a lot of bad things to say
You
about
gotta
it.
be careful. Like,
But
I would say put it on like a tripod and don't be in the room because you don't know. Like, if you make a movement, sometimes this thing it just picks something up and you think it's something else and it's not. But we've seen some evidence of the SLS that we couldn't debunk. So it's very interesting. So you said that the spirits or whoever's in the location, what kind of information do they give you?
Well, generally we get, maybe names, and then we'll run with those names, and Beth and Kara will research them, and it's kind of a 50-50. Sometimes they come back with something that's relevant, and sometimes they're like, we don't know who the hell that is.
Yeah.
A lot of it's just kind of, we just go off names, and Kara, I'm going to shout her out. She's incredible with research. I mean, we brought her on for the Gateway, and then, within a week of her filming for the first time, she came back and she was like, well, this building used to be this, and these people used to own it, and there was this that happened just 2 blocks down from there. And we're like, shit, where did you find this at?
All this insane history that she dug up, I was like, I never even knew this was even a thing. Like, I didn't even know this even existed. Like, where did you find this stuff? What was even more groundbreaking and what added character, but also added legitimacy and validation to the storyline itself, was we actually covered in the Gateway documentary, a small portion of what she had, dug up. But when we did the Gatekeeper, we actually went to the very location that she had researched, and our evidence connected, direct responses connected to the history that she had found. That was to me, it was you'll see in the film, me and Karen get all excited about, oh my god, we get all excited about it, but it was just from start to finish, there was nothing but it was evidence-filled suspense in history. It was unreal.
So some of these, let me ask you something. Some of these locations that you do you think from yourself and your teammates that these are people that died there, either tragically or natural causes, or do you think you're talking to something else, or you don't know?
I think it's a mixture of all of it, honestly. It's hard to pinpoint. I feel like some of the intelligent responses we get, it can be, those who had a tragic accident that are just trying to legitimately tell us their story. And I feel like we experience the darker side of it, like we do with the Gatekeeper. That might be something different. That's there. But I think they're just a mixture of all things. But for sure, the stuff we've collected over the spirit box has been 100% intelligent. To me, that's just my personal. I'm sure we've captured some residual stuff, but about 85% of our captures on Spirit Box has been 100% intelligent responses and direct. I've never seen the Spirit Box work like it has last year.
So some of these, let me ask you something. Why do you think that certain locations hold so much energy from those that have crossed over? That these are, and that other locations may get nothing, right? Natural causes. Or
I think that kind of works both ways. It's hard to explain that. The Gateway film, I have to use that as a reference because that's the only way I know how to. We went into a lot of different theories. Tragedy, when you have murder or whatever the case is. Like a psychiatric hospital had patients in those people, they didn't pass on, or there's a possibility they didn't pass on. You know, so I feel like, you know, depending on the event that takes place, that energy lingers, it stays. You know, and there are some people where they just simply want to tell their story, to be, you know, to feel like hey, like I'm gone, but I don't want to be forgotten. But this is what I want to tell you. Give this person, or I'm here, and this is what I want to tell you about this location. And that's kind of how I go off of it.
You know, it's interesting. Doing interviews for so many years. Some paranormal investigators came up with the conclusion, because a lot of us believe in reincarnation.
Tragedy.
And one of the conclusions is you're talking to something that's active, not residual energy, a person that crossed over. And then we say, well, if they crossed over and you're talking to somebody who died 100 years ago, why weren't they reincarnated? But a good theory came about, and the theory was that because there's no time on that side, who's to say what dimension of time we're talking to? Which kind of means is that because we made up time, it's like a replay. It could have been done already, in a sense where some people call it the Matrix. This was so you're talking to something or someone, and it's active. It's not residual, but yet they have still crossed on. That's mind-blowing, but it's also a theory that there's reincarnation. We do, a lot of us do believe in that, and we say, well, why would a spirit be stuck in the same location? Just because the paranormal team says it's Mrs. Jones, or is it really Mrs. Jones? And we're just trying to identify the time as now, but time does not exist. Period. So the now is now, but the truth is we're making it what it is. 100 years ago, your thoughts?
I mean, it's definitely a plausible theory. It's a good one. Kind of. I could see it being plausible, because my approach to a lot of investigating is, you know, you'll have investigators asking, what year is it? What year are we in right now? And it's like, how do you expect a spirit to know that when they, you know, passed over in 1956? They're not going to know it's 2022. They don't. When they pass over, they have no collection of what's happening in our world. They're in their world. And whether or not they have time or don't have time, you know, who's to say? We don't know. So I'll go in and ask, what was the last year you remember? Versus the question of what year is it now? So I think that's a pretty legit theory.
But time
I really like that idea. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Some of these places, right? You ever go to a place and it was rebuilt and there's no staircase, but yet you can hear a spirit going up the staircase, and the staircase existed 100 years ago. But when it was redone, there was no staircase.
That gave me chills to think about that. I gave me some chills.
And you're like, well, how is that possible? And then we came up with conclusions and theories that they're still in that time somehow. But yet they're reincarnated. And that's the mind blowing, because we've talked to people on this show who have books out and, you know, high credibility as well, that say, look, I remember 29 past lives, for example, and they know where they're buried in some of these past lives, but yet they believe that people are investigating them at one of the locations. So there's so much in the paranormal scope. There's that big question mark, but it kind of makes sense, because when you have a staircase and you have something going down it or up it, but staircase does not exist, and it did exist 100 years ago, it's kind of like they don't know the year crossed. Some of these places, right? You go to a place that is rebuilt.
It's on a loop, repeating its cycle. What they would do on a daily basis, they'd walk up the staircase, go to the room, whatever they were doing. That to me is what a residual haunting would be. But like you said, if it existed 100 years ago, back in their time, that's what they were doing, walking the staircase. You're hearing that past replaying itself.
Somehow.
Does it make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. The only
I was like, following me here.
Listen, it makes sense, but the only problem we had with that is that they're the now, they're active and intelligent according to the responsive questions that are asked. And that's where the confusion comes in, because if we say, can you see us? Yes. What are we doing? You're sitting down looking at a book. Can you hear us? Yes. So that's where the confusion comes in. You know, and then another theory, that the theory is that it's a mimic. It's an imitation.
Absolutely see where you're going with that. Yeah, I can see both sides. I can see like where the residual happened, but I can also see where you'd be like, okay, well, if they were there 100 years ago, how are they able to hear us now, present day, and still communicate and walk with us? Like what is going? How is that possible? But that's what makes the paranormal so amazing and so interesting, like you said. Yes. Because it gives us something to continuously study on that we're probably never going to get the answer to, but it allows us to, you know, activate the brain, the imagination. Makes sense?
It leads a lot of questions.
Exactly. So, I love that's awesome. Hey, we need to start putting that in our investigations. Like, that's a good theory. I like that.
I think it's amazing, fascinating, and the exciting part about this whole thing is that we go on, right? It's not like just sit under and it's over. No, we know as investigators, we go on, period. We have enough solid compounded evidence to know that, you know, we do go on. One of the things, too, you know, is the Ouija board.
Enough time for that.
No, but what I'm trying to say is that people have done the Ouija board in different locations.
Yeah.
And we ask certain questions, and they know a lot of the answers to the person that crossed over in that location, but then there's trickery involved. And the trickery questions they try to answer, but they fail to get the right answer. And then we say, well, is it a mimic then? Is it an imitation? Something that's trying to be, what is it? You know, it blows your mind. And you talk about that dark with the red eyes in the beginning of the show. We also talk about shadow people as being, I don't know, intelligent and sometimes malevolent at the same time. What's your thoughts on shadow people?
A good take for me really is, you know, science tells us that energies neither created nor destroyed. So it's somewhere. And we are energy, you know. So when we pass on, where does our energy go? As far as like that whole thing goes. Some people, I believe, that had those really negative lives, you know, whether it was like drug addiction, alcohol addiction, or just in situations where they were abused or were abusers themselves, or, you know, just really did awful things in their life. Maybe when they pass, that energy that they release after their brain decides that it's like, I'm taking my last synapse, you know, I'm firing my last charge off, the energy goes out into the world. Are those the negative entities that we come into and they cross over, and since they're intelligent, maybe they realize that now they're just this pure embodiment of negativity and they have this power? So is that why we come across shadow people or black masses with red beaming eyes, or entities that will cause harm to you by scratching you or whatever? And then there's also those ones that are just kind of floating through the frequencies of the airwaves, and maybe sometimes when we're asking a question to a spirit box, maybe that is just a spirit that's coming by that's going, hey, and then just keeps going its path. Whether it was like drug addiction, alcohol.
That's true too. I've encountered that as well. Good point. Unfortunately, we're at the end of the show. So tell people, both of you are incredible, a lot of knowledge, and everyone out there, you have to watch them on Paraflex. Tell people where they can find you and all that good stuff.
Well, My Paranormal Experience, the documentary and the series can be found on Paraflex Paranormal Plus. It is a streaming service. You can find it on Fire TV, Roku, Apple TV, App Store. You can go on the actual website and Google Play. And they have this power. It's actually a very affordable streaming service. Probably one of the most affordable there is out there right now. But that's, we have a Facebook page, My Paranormal Experience on Facebook. We have an Instagram account. You can follow us on TikTok. Which, let me kind of break down TikTok because we all have our own individual. I'm kind of like my account's kind of like where most of our videos go on TikTok. You can follow me on @NathanMothers2290, I think, yeah. And on TikTok, and we also now have a Twitter account, and it's just MP Series. Everyone out there, we're out there. Other than that, I mean, that's about it. We're just, we're very thankful for every person who's viewed our series and every family we've ever got. We're very appreciative for everything we've ever been given and support.
Awesome. Well, keep up the great work, both of you. Thank you so much for coming on Post Flight Chronicles Radio. To the listener out there, share the show. There's a lot of knowledge. And we have these two special guests. Julie, wrap it up.
Okay, well, special thank you to Carnation for sponsoring the show. We love them. So please join us next Monday night on United Public Radio Network on 105.3 FM from New Orleans. Stay tuned for Trish Mo.
Everyone have a safe, great night, and we'll see you next week. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Hey, it's Blue, CEO of Blue Bunny. We just launched our new twist on soft serve, Twist Cones. The only things softer than Twist Cones are soft rock, ocean breezes, and the bunnies from accounting. And that's it. Blue Bunny, we make fun.
That's exactly what it is. It's guru time.
Every person who's viewed our
I'm pumped up to have Ron here. I totally am. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did. All right, Super Chat is open. It's a good way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So, thank you, lovely Jules. I got to turn the on-air sign on right there. The on-air sign is officially on. And Michael Fontaine, good to see you. Dark Winter Wolf. That's a thick cover you got. Thick coat if it's wintertime. And Super Chat is open. Give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. Hi, gorgeous Jebediah Moon. Nice to see you. And, do some shopping in our store. I was just showing the guru our store. He just cleaned up shopping there. Just cleaned up. He hasn't bought a wardrobe for himself in 15 years until he just went shopping at our store about 20 minutes ago. Let's do this.
Softer than Twist Cones are soft rock.
Central British Columbia to you listening around the world. This, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You find them on our website. We got a great show for you tonight. First off, we're going to get in some guru time. As a crypto guru, Ronald Murphy is back. Yeah, you can find all of his books on Amazon. Then in hour number 3, we are going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller is here for you to share some spooky stories with. And of course, the fedora-wearing John Hudson brings us a UFO report. Shirky Poo will have the news. One of my best friends in this field is back with us tonight. And the funny part about it is, we've never met except online. One of those strange relationships, but Ronald L. Murphy Jr. pretty much got his start right around the same time as we did on Space Down Radio about 7.5 years ago. And he was about 4 months into this entire genre when we interviewed him. And we were about 4 months in. Ever since then, we've grown together. We've shared some very private conversations together about the cryptid world and the stories and legends and folklore that go along with it. But one thing, if you've never heard the Crypto Guru, is the way he romanticizes the monsters among us. It is absolutely beautiful. He is a historian, a folklorist, a storyteller, and he is one of the most brilliant writers in the cryptid world today. And you can find all of his books on Amazon. Just go to Ronald L. Murphy Jr. It is always a pleasure to have my friend here, Ronald Murphy, the Crypto Guru. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, Dave, it's a pleasure being here. It seems like, you schedule me to be on the show, and it seems like it's always a year out. But this is like the third or fourth time I've been on in the last calendar year. But we have to get together more often, I think.
Yes, we do. There's not too many people in this world you can get excited for Guru time. You know this.
Well, I will tell you, what you said was absolutely true. It's been 7 years ago. Is that what it's been now? About 7 years ago.
Over 7 years.
I remember you called me up because I wrote my first book. It was called The Unexplained World of the Chestnut Ridge. And you called me up. You were the first show who wanted to interview me for that particular book. And we started chatting. And I said, what is your listenership at? And I think you said at the time was right around 500 people, if you can remember. 500 people. 7 years ago. I couldn't wait to be on there. We did the midnight till 3 o'clock in the morning, and it flew by. And but yeah, first show I've ever been on. And after the initial show, I've actually debuted everything that I've written since then on your show.
You know the funny part about it is, for me, is, and I'm taking credit for this. No offense, I'm going to pat my own back. Here. Is watching the entire North America call you the Crypto Guru. And I'm the one who came up with that, calling you the Crypto Guru. Figured you needed a nickname, and I just love the way you kind of build this romantic and this romanticism with the creatures that you study and you write about and you research. And I just felt it was a beautiful nickname. And listening to you on other podcasts and radio shows and watching you be getting headlines on banners for conferences that say the Crypto Guru, Ronald Murphy. I absolutely love it.
I do too. Whenever I did a show for the Travel Channel a couple years ago called True Terror with Robert England, the producer actually, the plan was to list me as the Cryptid Guru on there, but the law department over there, the attorneys at the Travel Channel would not let that go. The funny part. But I thought that would be such a great homage to Space Down Radio if they would have allowed us to do that, but they would not allow us.
That's okay. That's okay. Guru, what have you been up to? I mean, there's been a lot going on in the monster world, and we've lost a number of people like Butch Witkowski this year, and I have a story for you. Love the way you kind of like this is going to blow your mind.
I say we listen to it. I say we get right off the bat with the story.
Okay. Well, there's a psychic lady I have been radio shows and asked to help out. Okay, I'm going to keep this part a little bit vague. So I'm talking to her on the phone the other day, and she goes, I hate to interrupt, and I don't know her that well. I've only talked to her twice. Okay? And she says to me, I have to interrupt our conversation. There's somebody here who wants to say hello. And I'm like, okay. And she goes, I said, who is it? She goes, I don't know. He won't tell me his name, but it's a he. And he's kind of cranky. And he doesn't have any hair. He has very little hair on the top of his head. And I said, well, and it just wasn't cluing in. And I said, well, she goes, well, did you lose a family member? I'm like, no. I mean, it's not my grandfather's, it's not my uncle, it's not my nephew.
I said we get right off the bat.
Going through the Rolodex here. And then she says, I said, well, does it have to do with family, or does it have to do with radio? And she goes, I think it's more radio, but it feels like he considered you family. And that's where it kicked in. And I'm like, I said, that cranky son of a bitch, Butch. I said, you son of a, me and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, hey, so who the hell do you think you, because I know he's listening, so who the hell do you think you are dying on us right now? We had a show to do. And you know what? It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And apparently, according to her, he comes around here and listens to the show all the time. And I'm happy about that.
Sounds just like Butch. I got a chance to meet him on a couple of occasions. And he was always, he had a rough exterior, but the guy had that proverbial heart of gold, As soon as you were in the room with him, you were immediately his friend. He would talk with you, not only about the paranormal, he would just talk with you because he was one of these gregarious individuals who simply wanted to be your friend and talk to you. He's going to be missed by everybody, without a doubt. And I remember hearing his passing from you, as a matter of fact, from this show, whenever you announced it. And it felt as if a very important part of our field was excised from us. He had been doing things that a few researchers had been doing, and he was also one of these great individuals that would share his information, which very few people do nowadays. He was very willing to put his theories out there, to debate them, and just a real honest, genuine individual. And I think the little round table you had on him after his passing was such a great memorial to him. And there's no reason why he wouldn't be listening in, because I think that he would probably be here to complain about some people, but also give his input as well too.
My most beautiful memory of Butch actually comes from our artist. We have an artist, we call him Dirty Filth around here, and he sent me this he draws cartoons, and this one really hits me. Even holding it in my hand, I get a little choked up, because he used to do all of these cartoons, because I would always try and rile Butch up for the show, and I would try and figure out something, and I would literally call up Butch before showtime, and I would say, Butch, what's pissing you off today? Right? I gotta find something that's gonna piss you off, make you go ballistic. So Filth would always do up a cartoon for these, okay? Or how Butch had these one-liners that he would use, and he did a bunch of cartoons, but this one here, it really hit me, and I keep it right beside it. I wish, due to the lighting in the studio, we could see it a little bit more accurately, but what it says is, I'll describe it for our radio fans. It's a moonlit night with stars in the sky. There's a UFO with a beam going down, and it's Butch with a suitcase going up, and it says, "See you later, Dave. Catch you on the flip side." And I will tell you, this one hits me so hard each and every time I think about it, because I mean, he was a man, he was a myth, he was a cranky curmudgeon, but he was a bloody legend, you know. And I absolutely love this. This is one of my greatest prizes that I have in my studio, and I'll hang that up later. But it, you know what? It really goes to show that people like him, Stan Gordon, and others, Lon Strickler, you can put in that category, David Weatherly, yourself, I think you can now include yourself in there, have really paved the way for all of these great stories, Ron, that have been told, the monsters that have been chased, the time that has been put in the field. I mean, you guys are living, breathing this every single day.
Well, you know, we all stand upon the shoulders of giants, and I think it's fitting that we bring people like Butch into the conversation at the outset, and Stan Gordon as well. I just spoke to Stan today, as a matter of fact, and he was giving me a rundown of some reports from the Chestnut Ridge area, so we could discuss them on your show tonight. I remember as a kid, you know, in elementary school, listening to Stan Gordon on the radio and going to see him talk about Bigfoot. As an elementary, I mean, we're going back 45 years here, and he's been going nonstop, and he still takes the time to talk to me, just as he did whenever I was in, you know, first and second grade, coming up to him, asking questions. These are true individuals whose passion for the field really speaks volumes of the kind of person or people that they are. I will ever be indebted to Stan. Without Stan, we probably wouldn't be here talking nowadays. He opened this up for everybody. He took a very peripheral type of study, this kind of you know, very limited genre, and he kind of expanded it so people with intelligence can talk about it. And he's you know, he's still active even to this day, a very busy gentleman. But without these people, without these shoulders to stand on, I wouldn't have written a book. I wouldn't be here talking with you today. I would be doing something very boring. So I really do thank all these people. And you too, Dave. I mean, look at it this way. You have definitely earned your stripes as well, too. And so if we're going to be patting people on the back, we've got to pat you on the back as well.
I don't need it.
You've opened this field up to a lot of people as well.
Well, you know what? It's give and take. When you get good storytellers like yourself out there, you know, it makes it easy for me. I'm just the phone call man. I'm just the guy who provides the airtime. You're the guy who is providing all of the great stories that come along. And speaking of great stories, you know, let's go way back in time, because one story that everybody brings up, doesn't matter whether it's Butch or Lon Strickler or the legendary Stan Gordon, and even yourself, and that is all of these monsters that seem to live in the Chestnut Ridge. What makes the Chestnut Ridge so special?
That's a great question. You know, Seth Breedlove, who is the producer and director of Small Town Monsters, he is actually on his second installment on the Chestnut Ridge. And if you would think about all the places around the world that you could go to, I don't think a lot of people would consider the Chestnut Ridge would be one of these hotbeds of paranormal activity, but indeed it is. Ever since the 1970s, even before it was getting any kind of national acclaim, it was still being called the Twilight Zone.